Chapter 1 Strange Old Man. Don't look at that bulletin board. A good thing that cuts out millions of emeralds in one cut won't fall on your head. Inside Jiang Cheng's gambling market, a stall owner seemed to see that the youth in front of him was a fledgling and teased him with his words. It was only when Yang Feng heard these words that he came back to his senses. There were more than a few moments of despondency and helplessness in his expression. 3 months ago, he was dumped by his ex-girlfriend. Her boyfriend was a rich second generation from Jiangcheng. Yang Feng was also fired from the company because of this, and the reason was that the rich second generation had given the company a heads up. During this period of time, every time Yang Feng looked for a job he was either told to go home and wait for news, or he was fired after one day of work. By today, he had depleted his savings. At this time today, he also had to give his sister, who was in college, $1,000 in living expenses. Boss, help me see how much this can be worth. Yang Feng took out a piece of bracelet. This was put here by Lu Qinglan, who owed him $20,000. Lu Qinglan was his best friend. The person was righteous, and after hearing about his situation, he said that this bracelet could be mortgaged for some money, so that he could take it in case of an emergency. This one of yours looks like a B-goods. At most it will sell for a few $100s. Do you want to sell it? The boss first flashed a glint in his eyes, then shook his head in mock disdain. Yang Feng didn't notice the abnormality. Lacking money, he hesitated and said, "Sell. You make a bid. $500. 500 is 500. Yang Feng actually guessed that the price wouldn't be high. Otherwise, Lu Qinglan would have already taken it and sold it. Why would she borrow money from herself? But even if it's a few $100s, it's good to at least call his sister first. After receiving the money, Yang Feng walked out of the door of the jade market. But he didn't know that just as he had left, the boss who had lied to him couldn't contain his excitement. What a silly boy. This boss excitedly finished collecting his things and slipped away busily. Yang Feng didn't know that the emerald bracelet Lu Qinglan gave him was pure glass seed emerald and was worth a fortune. At this time, he was just holding $500 and walking towards the outside of the market. The pressure of the economy made him feel a little confused in his mind for a while. Yang Feng walked past the lake in the park. The rest of his eyes happened to see an old man fishing by the lake. It was summer. This old man was wearing an ancient robe and was carrying a straw raincoat. This old man, dressed like this in the middle of summer to pretend to be a worldly master? Yang Feng muttered to himself in his heart. However, this old man suddenly lifted his rod, then turned his head and called out to Yang Feng behind him, saying, "Young man, help me bring the fish trap over." "Ha, you're chanting about me on the side. It's not too much to ask for a favor, right? What the hell?" Yang Feng was dumbfounded. It seems like he didn't make a sound just now. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Yang Feng's mind thought again, but soon, the old man spoke again. "Hurry up, my fish is running away." "What? Good, good." Yang Feng didn't have time to think carefully and hurriedly handed him the fish basket. He watched the old man put the fish in, and looking at the hot summer sun, he couldn't help but say, "Boss, you don't want to get heatstroke in this summer. You have a good heart, but it's a pity that instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. What's wrong with me? Selling someone else's valuable things for $500. What if they come back for you?" the old man asked snidely. Yang Feng heard, rolled his eyes and said, "Lu Qinglan, that bracelet is for me in case of emergency. If she really has such expensive things, as to all borrow money with me, not to mention." Wrong. Words to half. Yang Feng suddenly reacted. How does this old man know what he just did? He was tracking himself? "I'm not following you. I just accidentally saw it." The old man spoke once again. Yang Feng was dumbfounded. This old man seemed like he could really know what he was thinking. "We have a bit of fate. I'll give you a pair of eyes today. It's enough to avoid evil. Good luck." After the old man finished speaking, he lifted his fishing tackle and left the place. Yang Feng froze in place for a while. When he came back to his senses, he realized that the old man had suddenly disappeared from his vision. He always felt that this old man looked like he had snuck out of some mental hospital, but recalling the scene just now, Yang Feng still ghosted back towards the market. Inside the jade market, as always, it was bustling. Jiangcheng is economically developed and has the largest jade trading market in the country. The market not only has people who come to buy jade, most of them also come here to play gambling stones to try their luck. As the saying goes, a knife poor, a knife rich, a knife cloak linen, a knife for the villa. Many people who come here are waiting to get rich, but Yang Feng's heart was more apprehensive than theirs. He arrived at the stall where he had just sold the bracelet and realized that the middle-aged boss had already disappeared at this time. Yang Feng hurriedly inquired about the stall owner next to him and asked, "Boss, where did the stall owner go just now?" "You mean him? There seemed to be something urgent just now. He hurriedly closed the stall just after you left." The stall owner remembered Yang Feng, but Yang Feng's heart thumped at this moment. Bad. What that old man said just now was true. Yang Feng instantly felt a chill on his back. If that jade bracelet was really worth a lot of money and was sold by himself. Asterisk. Yang Feng instantly panicked. However, the stall owner thought that he wanted to buy raw stone wool, so he took the initiative to open his mouth. Young man, he's gone. I'm not still a lot of high quality stones. You just choose a few. Our side can help cut for free. The words of the stall owner pulled Yang Feng back from his panic. He subconsciously glanced at the stones on the ground. Suddenly at this time, he realized that these stones on the ground didn't seem right. He saw that there was a crack inside the stones, as if he was looking at a broken transparent glass. Boss, the color of your goods is so poor. How dare you still cut it like this to sell it as bright material? Yang Feng spoke. The boss froze for a moment and looked at his uncut gambling stones and said, Young man, you don't have a problem, do you? I haven't cut these stones yet. They are all good stuff. If you like it, $500 a kilogram, you take it away. What? Yang Feng froze. These stones aren't cut? But why did he look? He rubbed his eyes, noticing that the lines of these stones became faint and faint. A moment later, he realized that these stones really weren't cut. Just now, his own self penetrated. Who says that a cut of several $1 million won't fall on my head? Yang Feng suddenly got excited. Chapter 2. Partnering with a beautiful woman to open a gambling stone. Seeing Yang Feng's staggering appearance, the stall owner hurriedly chimed in. Yes, as long as you buy off from me, you can definitely cut out millions in one cut. Boss, I don't read much, don't lie to me. Yang Feng swept a glance at the stall owner's stones. He realized that when his eyes looked at these stones, they all carried an extremely faint light, and the degree of light represented the value of these stones. As for this pile of stones, the light emitted was so faint that it was invisible, indicating that none of the stones could be worth the money back. From the inside, these stones were either cracked and dirty, or the color was very poor. Although Yang Feng didn't usually play this, he had heard a bit about stone gambling. After all, his neighbor and Herr Little is a small boss of the gambling store. That kid is usually a show-off and loves to show off. Yang Feng learned some things about gambling stones from his bragging. But then, Yang Feng fell into despondency. No matter what ability he had now, he didn't have any capital nowadays. Now his whole body, in addition to the $500 just now, there were only some scattered tens of dollars. And he looked around. These cheap stones, none of them can be opened back to the capital of the emerald. On the contrary, not far away, he saw a store door placed in the stone has a few good color. If really open out, maybe can earn the $10,000. But these stones were at a minimum of $1,500 apiece. I still need to call that girl $1,000 at night, Yang Feng muttered. His own sister was in her first year of college, and he thought that his job in Jiangcheng was quite well paid. But now that she was unemployed, it was something he hadn't told Yang Xiaoshi about so far. While Yang Feng was thinking about how to earn money, a girl's voice came from the side and said, Xiao Yu, there seems to be stones here that look good, eh? Why don't we open two and see how it is? The girl's voice was very nice. Yang Feng turned his head back, only to realize that it was an extremely pretty-looking girl, wearing a long white dress, lively and cute cheeks, a pair of big eyes full of curiosity about gambling stones. Next to her was a girl, who said with a helpless face, Sister Wei, your father said that gambling is a waste of money. Let's just look at the action. But come well. Want to buy a few stones to play? It's not expensive anyway. Zhao Zhuwei's face is full of curiosity about stone gambling. Next to Qin Ji, you had no choice but to say, well then, you see which one to buy? Those two stones on the side kind of look like kittens, eh? Zhao Zhuwei pointed at the two strange stones. The boss was delighted in his heart. Those two stones had actually been unsold, because even if they did open out a little something, the mold was not good for the subsequent carving. It was not easy to come to a wrongdoer. His heart was filled with joy. It was at this moment that a leisurely voice came from the side, calmly saying, those two don't work. I'm afraid I can't pick out anything good. This voice attracted the gazes of several people around. They looked at Yang Feng. This guy was young. Why did he look like he had a big mouth? What are you babbling about? Zhao Zhuwei had managed to choose her favorite stone with great difficulty, and was a bit upset at being splashed with cold water. Yang Feng revealed a smile. He said, Maisie, don't you believe me? When I woke up today, someone dreamed to me, saying that today's betting on the stone will surely make money. I feel that this is the god of fortune giving me a chance. There is such a thing? Zhao Zhuwei was confused. Next to her, Chen Ji, you heard a few things wrong and despised. Sister Wei, don't listen to her. He looks like a liar to me. This girl is wrong. If you don't believe me, I'll casually point my finger at two stones, and I'm sure to be able to open something good. Do you believe me? Yang Feng played a trick. Chen Ji, you bristled and said, if you have this ability, why do you still need to come to this kind of market? Just fool the ghosts. Xiao Yu, you see what he said seems quite interesting. Why don't you let him try? Zhao Zhuwei's lively cheeks were a bit interested. and she quickly said, "How about this? I'll pay for it. You can pick 2 at random. If you lose money, count it as mine, and if you earn money, we'll both split it in half." Her words were a bit surprising to Yang Feng. This was a generous girl, but the boss was a bit upset at this time, and spoke, "Girl, this thing of gambling on stones can still be interesting only if you come in person. You can't be gullible to other people. It's okay, it's only $3,000. Zhao Zuwei is free." The boss is very depressed. After all, they're 2 unsold stone finally someone wants. I did not expect this kid to intervene in a bar. However, their conversation also attracted the attention of many people around them. They looked at Yang Feng one after another. They wanted to see what kind of high-profile person this was, mouthing off. But in the next moment, the crowd cast contemptuous glances at him. Yang Feng chose the stones without bringing any strong flashlights or even picking them out, but directly picked up 2 stones from the ground. Such an unprofessional appearance of a novice. For a while, the onlookers could not help but let out jeers as they watched. These 2 stones were of extremely poor quality, not even as good as the strange stone that Zhao Zuwei had just picked out. The owner took a look and immediately became happy again. The surrounding crowd and also at this time came up with murmurs. "This guy is totally here to tease people. Looks like a pure novice. White waste of that beauty's $3,000. Not their own money is really not hardtake. These people despised the tone of voice, undisguised. These voices also made Chen Jiyu reveal her helplessness. She felt that her friend had been cheated. Zhao Zuwei also seemed to sense Yang Feng's unreliability. However, thinking that since she had already promised him, Zhao Zuwei kept her word and said, "Just drive as he chose." Chapter 3, A Little Trial. 30,000 in your hands. Zhao Zuwei's reaction made Yang Feng feel that this girl was indeed quite good. The boss was afraid that the 2 of them would back out, and quickly took the 2 stones to the front of the water cutter to start cutting. In fact, Zhao Zuwei had completely lost hope at this point. Although she didn't know much about gambling, she could understand that the 2 stones were definitely poorly chosen from the chatter. However, when she looked at Yang Feng next to her, she found that the latter's expression was calm at the moment, and did not change because of the crowd's taunts. Zhao Zuwei suddenly felt that Yang Feng seemed more interesting than those 2 stones. "Sister Wei, why don't we just leave first? This one can't be cut well at first glance, so let's just give it to him." Chen Jiyu no longer wanted to wait for the process of opening the stone. The people around them also shook their heads helplessly at this moment. But right at this moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from the crowd, saying, "I'll go. The cut seems better than expected." This person's voice pulled the crowd's gaze back to the water cutter. At this moment, the boss was cutting the stone little by little. With the entire stone being cut, the crowd looked towards the cross-section. That crack in the epidermis didn't penetrate inside at all, and the color of this inside was in this market, already one of the best opened in the last few days. This is a glutinous ice type of jadeite. A connoisseur immediately saw the preciousness of this jadeite. The grade of jadeite seed is divided into glass seed, high ice seed, glutinous ice seed, hibiscus seed, glutinous seed, bean seed and so on. Because of the custom of the market, there are some special call, such as open out with the jelly general jade, often called jelly seed, and in such a market can open the glutinous ice seed, has been extremely high luck. Everyone feels wrong at this time. Even Zhao Zuwei's heart is very surprised. As the second stone opened out, although it was not as good as the previous glutinous ice seed, the price would not be too bad. I am not dreaming, right? The crowd looked at each other. They began to wonder if there was something wrong with their expertise. A stone that trashy could be opened to make money from jade? But at this time, Yang Feng had already grinned and looked at the boss and asked, "Boss, the price of these 2 pieces of material of mine, you give an estimate?" The boss looked at the stones and said, "These 2 stones have a good weight. Just by looking at this cut, I can give $30,000. The boss gave a price at this time. Yang Feng nodded and looked at Zhao Zuwei next to him and asked, "Can I just sell it?" He. "You collect the money first, and we'll both split the spoils later." Zhao Zuwei replied with a snicker. Yang Feng was not polite. He took out his cell phone and waited for the boss to determine the caddy, then had him transfer $30,000. Afterwards, Yang Feng turned back, but realized that Zhao Zuwei and Chen Jiyu had already left. Yang Feng was a bit anxious and hurriedly chased after them to the entrance of the market, only to see that the duo was about to get into a car and leave at that moment. The car that came to pick them up was a black Mercedes-Benz. Only when she saw Yang Feng chasing out, Zhao Zuwei stopped and smiled. "Sorry, I still have things to go home but this money, it doesn't matter. That's what you deserve. Have fun today. Bye." Zhao Zuwei waved her hand to say goodbye to Yang Feng and left the place with a smile. Even though Yang Feng wanted to go up and share the money with her, Zhao Zuwei didn't seem to care about the money and took the car and left the place. Yang Feng watched the car disappear from view and scratched his head helplessly. It was also at this moment that a familiar voice suddenly appeared behind him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Feng? The owner of this voice was his neighbor from the same neighborhood, Gao Ronghai. Yang Feng was startled and turned around and said breathlessly, "Can you greet me properly? It's not that I didn't dare to recognize you just now." Gao Ronghai was much more attentive than usual. Yang Feng had known the kid for over 10 years and now lived in a neighborhood. He was the owner of a gambling stone store and usually liked to blow awesome. Now that he was suddenly so enthusiastic about himself, it made Yang Feng a bit uncomfortable. Gao Ronghai saw that Yang Feng didn't say anything anymore, and then hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, "Brother Feng, what's your relationship with the Zhao family's big miss? You said Zhao Zhuwei? You really do know her." "I don't know her." "Then you know her name?" Gao Ronghai had a look of certainty, and then with an expression of his own as if he had come to a realization, he said, "I see. You want to keep a low profile, right? I saw the way she said goodbye to you just now. Her relationship with you was very good at first glance." "Your friend?" "No, coincidentally met." "Ah shucks, I've also coincidentally met so many bigwigs. How come I don't see people saying goodbye to me with a smile?" Gao Ronghai was full of disbelief and said, "We are brothers and neighbors for more than 10 years. Are you hiding this from me? Are you done? What exactly are you doing here?" Yang Feng asked in a bad mood. Gao Ronghai pointed to the 4 big words trading market on the market sign and said, "Of course I'm setting up store here. Instead it's you. How come you come to this kind of place?" "I casually look around," Yang Feng replied, but he was pondering over the situation within the market just now. As far as the goods within this market were concerned, they were all relatively trashy. It was very difficult to open something good here, and he couldn't win with quantity. Otherwise, once he opened too many stones, he would inevitably attract the attention of others. So one had to pretend to be extremely lucky once and open an expensive item. "Right, if you guys usually buy goods, where do you usually buy them?" Yang Feng suddenly opened his mouth and asked. The stones within this market were all picked over and there was nothing good about them. Gao Ronghai looked at Yang Feng as if he really wanted to play the gambling stone business and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "It's not bad that you've gotten to know the Zhao family's eldest miss. You've even started caring about this. Then will you take me or not? You want high-quality jadeite raw stones, right? Normally, I actually can't get in that good of goods, but if you know Miss Zhao, I can't say there's a very good place to go." Gao Ronghai swore. Yang Feng didn't know what kind of access this kid had, but he had lost Lu Qinglan's valuable emerald bracelet and had to earn money to return it to her in the next few days. Gambling on stones was the only way for him. Thinking of this, Yang Feng followed Gao Ronghai and left. The place they arrived at was a very large wholesale market in Zhengcheng. By the time the two of them arrived, it was already evening. However, it was much more lively than during the day. Yang Feng followed Gao Ronghai to the market. There were noisy stalls and stores all around. Taking a casual look by himself, he found quite a few good things here. In comparison, the market he just went to was like a dump. However, Yang Feng still felt that these things were not valuable enough. He had to use the least number of times to open the most valuable emerald. Otherwise he would definitely be suspected if he opened it too many times. Gao Ronghai was familiar with this place. He didn't pay any attention to the small stores and stall holders next to him, but brought Yang Feng to the entrance of a large store. In front of the store, there were 2 burly bodyguards dressed in black guarding the place. When they saw the dress of Gao Ronghai and Yang Feng, they immediately repelled them with disdain. "Go go go, hurry up and leave, this is not the place for you to come." Chapter 4 Testing Yang Feng. This store had a very luxurious storefront. Looking in from the outside, one could see a huge cutting machine and many raw stones in the first floor hall. Yang Feng took a cursory look with his eyes and knew that there were many good things inside. However, this did not seem to be a place to receive ordinary people. At this moment, a middle-aged man also came out from inside. He recognized Gao Ronghai after seeing him and shook his head. "Gao Ronghai, why are you here again? As I said before, your Thai store is too small. Just go outside and get some random stuff in. There's no need to get such high-class goods." This person is the store manager Gu Yongguei, who has seen Gao Ronghai before. At this time, Gao Ronghai looked complacent and said, "I didn't come here on my own. It's my brother who wants to see the goods." "This brother of yours? Is he that powerful?" Gu Yongguei sized up Yang Feng's outfit twice and didn't feel anything special. Yang Feng stepped forward at this moment and smiled. "Hello, my name is Yang Feng. Okay, just say how much money you have. Don't pull other have-nots here." Gu Yongguei interrupted impatiently. Yang Feng's expression froze a bit. Fortunately, at this moment, Gao Ronghai pulled Gu Yongguei over to the side before whispering, "Old Gu, he's a friend of MS Zhao." "Which MS Zhao? In this circle in Jiangcheng, which other Miss Zhao? You're not talking about the Zhao family, are you?" Gu Yongguei's tone of voice even raised a few points, amazement showing in his eyes, but then he looked disbelieving and said skeptically, "Are you fooling around? If he's really MS Zhao's friend, Why would he need to come here to play? You said you. Gao Ronghai just want to explain. At this time from the outside and walked into a youth. Seems to be the appearance of the store manager. He first saw Yang Feng at the door, then quickly stepped to the side of Gu Yonggui and whispered, Mr. Gu, why is this person standing at the door? What? You recognize him? Gu Yonggui looked at him with a strange expression. This youth lowered his voice and whispered, I don't know him, but you know that I have a cousin who sets up a stall there in the park market, and when I passed by today, I saw him playing with the Zhao family's young lady there to gamble with stones, and it seems like the Zhao family's young lady is still paying him out. Are you sure? I'm sure. I saw it for real at that time. The youth swore with conviction. Once he came, Gao Ronghai even said, Look, I didn't lie to you. It's all this time and what's the point of lying or not? Don't hurry and go lead him into the store. Gu Yonggui was anxious when he heard it was Ms. Zhao's friend. He hurried back to the door. First, he reprimanded the two security guards and said, You two idiots. Mr. Yang is here and you still dare to stop him at the door. Things with no eyesight. This way please. Mr. Yang, we really do have a lot of good stuff in our store. Feel free to look around. Gu Yonggui became attentive for a moment. Yang Feng froze for a moment. He didn't know what these few people were muttering there and asked tentatively, So I can go in? Of course you can. Gu Yonggui enthusiastically led Yang Feng towards the inside. Even Gao Ronghai, at this moment, was following him with great vigor. Gu Yonggui brought Yang Feng to sit down next to the wood-carving coffee table and enthusiastically said, Mr. Yang, sit down and have a cup of tea first. Let's chat slowly. Tea will not drink. I just came to see the goods in your store. There are goods. Definitely have. Gu Yonggui said, and hurriedly said, How big do you want to see? We have everything from a dozen kilograms down to several hundred kilograms of stone here. Hundreds of kilograms? That's right. Do you want to take a look first? Can I? Of course it's okay. Xiao Chen, you go and have someone bring over the stone GD 1505 from the warehouse and show it to Mr. Yang. Gu Yonggui greeted over the manager. When that manager heard it, he immediately had a difficult expression and quickly said, But store manager, that stone is not. Just go if you're told to go. Yes. The manager didn't dare to say more and quickly agreed. And at this time, Yang Feng and Gao Ronghai actually didn't know that the stone that was about to be carried over was actually a defective product. Although it weighed a lot, it was an open window filled raw stone. The so-called open window material refers to a small opening in the jadeite raw stone, in order to observe the internal species condition. But that open window is through modern technology, the top jadeite paste on the surface, the industry called filling. Such an operation is extremely disorienting, making people think that the whole stone is top quality, and the craftsmanship of this piece of residual goods is very good. Then even the store's veterans have gone out of sight, and eventually the top sent people down, only to realize that they have been fooled. Gu Yonggui was actually using this stone to try Yang Feng's water. If he really knew his stuff, he might be able to see something fishy about this stone, and even if he couldn't see it, he could still look at his financial strength. At this moment, Yang Feng was still oblivious. He sat down in the hall. Gu Yonggui personally made tea for him and said with a warm smile, Mr. Yang, have you ever played with jadeite on a regular basis? Or simply suddenly want to play? I don't play much, but he doesn't understand it. Yang Feng looked to the side of Gao Ronghai. Gao Ronghai mentioned this, then confidently said, That's, Gu boss may not know, although I opened the store size is very small, but in fact, I have been immersed in this field for many years. The eye is still very good. I also intend to wait for a batch of goods to go. It's fine, as long as you open your mouth, feel free to take it away at that time. Gu Yonggui quickly agreed. Gao Ronghai's heart was ecstatic. Normally, where would he have the qualification to come to such a place to buy goods? Now he could be considered to have found the opportunity. Yang Feng, on the other hand, didn't get involved in the conversation between the two, and his eyes kept looking at the raw stones placed around in the hall. Most of these stones were uncut, but even with the stones placed randomly in the hall, Yang Feng could tell that many of them were good. Sure enough, it was a big store. Yang Feng's heart was in the right place, but he was still worried about the capital. After all, if he wanted to come here to buy raw stones, the price would definitely not be cheap, and he only had $30,000 on hand. While Yang Feng was thinking about it, Manager Chen had already had someone move out a large stone in the warehouse. This stone was placed on the ground. It looked like it was more than 200 kilograms, and its shape was fairly regular. On the stone, a small window had been opened, and as soon as Gao Ronghai saw this stone, he became a little excited. Surprisingly, it's such a large jelly seed emperor green. It's really top-notch. Gao Ronghai was an old hand. He seldom saw such a large emperor green raw stone. Looking at the grain of this raw stone again, if it is not variegated, the price of this stone is absolutely incalculable. and Gu Yonggui also looked at Yang Feng at this moment and asked with a smile on his face, Mr. Yang, what do you think of this? Chapter 5 Your master is a worldly master? Gu Yonggui's words were tinged with respect, deliberately allowing Yang Feng to come forward to inspect the stone. Next to him, Manager Chen and the shopkeeper in the know. On the other hand, all kept their heads down and didn't dare to speak. They all knew that this thing was a defective product and had fooled the veterans in their store. Yang Feng looked at it for a few moments and felt that the surface of this stone looked very beautiful indeed. After Gao Ronghai shined a strong flashlight a few times, he exclaimed, this stone is too top-notch. There are top-of-the-line banded pine flowers in quite a few places, and you can see some white python, close to the best grayish-white color. He had been around for so long that he definitely knew how to observe the epidermis to determine how good or bad a raw stone was. Coupled with such a beautiful imperial green color in the window, Gao Ronghai had already sensed the extraordinary nature of this stone a long time ago. In fact, not to mention him, even the old man who received this stone in the store at that time was cheated. Gao Ronghai naturally cannot see the cat. Yang Feng actually did not intend to buy this stone, because he knew that he could not afford such a big thing. However, he always felt that Gu Yonggui and the others had strange expressions. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment, but still fixed his eyes towards the inside of the stone. As he looked through the stone little by little, he realized that the stone didn't emit a very strong light. His eyes could tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck, and a high-value jadeite could definitely emit a golden light. But this stone didn't move. Looking more closely, there was a gap between the piece of imperial green and the stone inside. It was a filled jade and the color inside was not good. Quite a few parts had dirt and the distribution of jade was starry, not connected at all. After Yang Feng looked at it, he realized what Gu Yonggui was thinking. This is really an old fox. Gu Yonggui looked at Yang Feng with a smile and asked, Mr. Yang, what do you think of this stone? Boss Gu, I've always heard that the jadeite industry is quite chaotic, but I really didn't expect that you've opened such a big store and it's also so interesting. Yang Feng had a few smiles in his expression, but deliberately didn't break it down. He just looked at Gao Ronghai next to him and said, don't look, we should go. Ha, I still have to purchase goods here in a while. Where was Gao Ronghai willing to leave? Moreover, it was his first time to see such a good stone, and he was looking at it. But when Yang Feng heard this, he shook his head and said, the store is big. You'd better find a small store outside to get goods. Maybe it's more reliable than here. When these words came out, the faces of the dozen or so people in the store changed. This also includes the 10 or so guests who just came in. And Gu Yonggui was even sweating on his forehead at this moment. He realized that Yang Feng meant what he said. Mr. Yang, what are you doing? Gu Yonggui didn't dare to say more. There were so many customers in the store. If they knew that he took out such fake goods for people to see, his reputation would be completely ruined. However, Yang Feng gave him some face and didn't say it outright, but got up to take Gao Ronghai away. Gu Yonggui saw such a high-ranking person. Where would he let Yang Feng go at this moment? He hurriedly came forward and said, Mr. Yang, wait a moment, why don't we go upstairs to the living room to talk? Oh, does Boss Gu have something else? Yang Feng sneered. Gu Yonggui looked at Yang Feng's expression and became even more flustered. I just simply want to make Mr. Yang a friend. Seeing that he was so attentive, Yang Feng also knew his calculations and nodded his head in agreement. On the second floor of this store was a VIP reception room with a coffee table, surrounded by translucent glass. The decoration looked very patterned. This place was usually used to receive important guests. Gu Yonggui slowly wiped away the sweat on his forehead after taking Yang Feng to sit down in the reception room. Next to him, Gao Ronghai was dumbfounded, not knowing what was happening, only to see Gu Yonggui speak at this moment. Mr. Yang, thank you. Boss Gu shouldn't be trying to sell that to me, right? Yang Feng snickered. Gu Yonggui hurriedly said, this is certainly not the case. It's just that I didn't expect Mr. Yang to be so proficient in gambling that he could recognize that stone as a filler substandard with a single glance. I'm treating a gentleman with the heart of a small man. This word out, Hai Ronghai is completely dumbfounded. The top quality goods that he had just looked at with rapt attention was actually a filled inferior product? Yang Feng, you saw it with a single glance just now? Gao Ronghai came to a sudden realization. It was only at this moment that he realized why Yang Feng had just told himself that this place was a big store. Yang Feng also acted unconcerned about this and smiled. There's no need to be like this. Mr. Gu, it's already good that you let us come in and take a look. So how can I smash your venue? Yes, Mr. Yang is generous. I was really sorry just now. Gu Yonggui was filled with guilt. If Yang Feng had exposed himself in public just now, there would have been a dozen more regular customers in the store, and his reputation would have been ruined by then. But Yang Feng let him off the hook. In fact, at this time, Gu Yonggui also began to blame himself. He felt at the beginning that Yang Feng couldn't possibly see the truth of that stone, but he didn't expect to meet such an expert. Yang Feng didn't care about this. His eyes looked at the shelves placed in the hall outside. There were many jadeite stones on them. The weight of these stones were not big, about a dozen kilograms, and the quality seemed to be good. Gu Yongui also seemed to have seen Yang Feng's thoughts, and immediately said, Mr. Yang, I see that you seem to know a lot about gambling on stones and are very skillful. Is this a master taking you? In this business, it was still normal for some people to worship a master. Yang Feng will be a trick, nodded his head and said, yes, my master, he is very low-key. He remembered the old man who fished before, so let's take him as his master. Gu Yongui heard this, but his heart was ecstatic. It seems that this person in front of him is not just a friend of Miss Xiao's family, can so easily distinguish the quality of jadeite raw stone eyesight and techniques. The master is also definitely a hermit. Thinking of this, Gu Yongui immediately stood up and said, Mr. Yang, I'm very sorry for what happened today. I think it would be better if we do this. There are some stones right outside in the hall. Although the value isn't particularly high, it's still a piece of my heart. I hope you can accept my apology. Apology? Mr. Yang can feel free to choose too. If a high-quality stone is opened, how about I take responsibility for recycling it? Gu Yongui immediately clapped his hands. Hearing this, Yang Feng narrowed his eyes and said, I don't think even those stones are cheap when sold according to gambling stones, right? Chapter 6 earned $400,000. It's all just a little money, not enough to express my guilt towards Mr. Yang. Gu Yongui had become much more humble at this point. Yang Feng was worried about not having any capital, and only after hearing Gu Yonggui's words did he pretend to nod his head and said, in that case, I'll pick the last two, but I'll give you the money to gamble on the stones. Mr. Yang, your words are too out of the ordinary. It's settled. Yang Feng said easily and got up and walked towards the hall outside. Inside the hall, there were still some people who came here to watch. In fact, the status of those who could come here were not ordinary, but when they saw that Gu Yongui had personally accompanied Yang Feng to pick the stone, they all couldn't help but feel emotion in their hearts. This guy's status is not ordinary. Yang Feng also didn't know that he had somehow become an extraordinary person in this circle. At this moment, he just picked 2 stones of a dozen kilograms, and then asked the boss to help cut them. Gu Yongui didn't slow down and immediately had someone bring the stones to be cut. A few people walked to the first floor hall. There were already gradually more people here. The people were all picking their own stones individually. Only Gu Yongui was accompanying Yang Feng at this time, drinking tea next to him and chatting about his entrepreneurial history. Right at this moment, the employee who cut the stone suddenly got excited at this moment and said in surprise, surprisingly, I opened a jelly seed. This remark attracted the attention of many people present. Jelly seed is second only to glass seed and high ice seed water. Everyone looked over there in droves, and even Gu Yongui followed suit. This is not only a very good seed water jade, but also the color is very excellent. Coupled with this shape, Mr. Yang has really made an extraordinary move. I am completely convinced. Gu Yongui laughed out loud. He was also considered to have completely recognized that Yang Feng's vision was truly extraordinary. The other stone was cut and it was also a good ice type. To buy only 2 stones and have them both be of such a good color was simply unbelievable for people who gambled on stones. However, when Gu Yongui saw the scene of Yang Feng appraising the remnants just now, he was not so shocked instead, but said, Mr. Yang, these 2 emerald stones are of good emerald color. I am willing to pay a high price for them. No, market price will do. Yang Feng smiled. Yes, then how do you think about $500,000? Gu Yongui asked. Yang Feng thought for a while and said, 400,000. I think the price of those 2 jadeite raw stones should also be $100,000. Ha ha, Mr. Yang is still counting this matter. Business. Yang Feng smiled. Gu Yongui was not polite and said boldly, it's really a happy thing in life to know Mr. Yang. Manager Chen. You go to the finance immediately and ask them to prepare 400,000 for Mr. Yang. Yes. Manager Chen immediately went to make arrangements. Yang Feng also stretched his back and looked at Cao Ronghai who had been next to him in a daze and said, didn't you want to buy goods just now? Do you want to buy some here? This. Me. Or maybe next time? Cao Ronghai had been stunned. He hadn't really thought that the raw stones that were casually placed on that shelf just now were all priced so high. He was only running a small business. Where could he afford this? However, Gu Yongui was a very righteous person once he recognized his friend. He knew that Cao Ronghai knew Yang Feng, and immediately said, I see it this way, I actually still have a batch of cheaper material on my side. Old Gao, you can go pick and take it away later. Really? That's for sure. The 2 of us have known each other for a long time. Gu Yongui smiled. But how could Cao Ronghai not know? No matter how long he had known him, it wasn't as useful as Yang Feng's words. As Cao Ronghai picked out some stones, Yang Feng also received a transfer of $400,000 and left towards the outside. Gu Yonggue personally escorted Yang Feng to the door and finally handed over a red invitation. On the invitation, there were a few hot gold words, Jiangcheng Chuaning Gathering. This is an auction for exchanges within the circle. If Mr. Yang really intends to enter the jadeite industry, he can go to the auction at that time. Gu Yonggue smiled with an expression, but Gao Ronghai saw this and became a little excited. This was a very top-notch auction in Zhangchang. There were no white men traveling to and from that place, and those who got invitations were either rich or noble. Yang Feng didn't know about this. He just said goodbye to Gu Yonggue and then left with Gao Ronghai, but they had just taken a few steps when Gao Ronghai couldn't wait to say, "Yang Feng, show me the invitation." His excited look made Yang Feng helpless and joked, "If you don't know, you'd think you've seen some big beauty. Do you need an invitation? What do you know? This invitation is not general. Then inside the auction can be all the top jadeite or antiques, all worth a lot of money. Your kid really lucky," Gao Ronghai said, and then reacted to say, "Right, how I have not heard of. You have a master to come? Well, this kind of thing is related to gambling, so it didn't say much, just like you didn't tell me before selling the movie." "Ah shucks, old man, selling movies can be compared with gambling? What? You're a seller of movies before and you still look down on gambling?" Yang Feng snickered. When Gao Ronghai mentioned the noble profession of selling movies, his expression became much more serious, and he raised his tone and said, "Let me tell you, although I was a movie seller before, the porn I sold was all domestic. Is there a difference? I sell domestic movies in order to export our culture to our countrymen, to enhance national pride and self-confidence, and to be less brainwashed by foreign dregs. Can I be the same as other movie sellers?" Gao Ronghai's gaze was firm, as if he had convinced himself. Yang Feng was silent as he listened to Gao Ronghai's such righteous words. He realized that he was too conservative. In the aspect of shamelessness, the gap between himself and his segment was too great. Just when he was about to despise this guy, Gao Ronghai seemed to look at the time as well, and hurriedly said, "No, it's more than 8 o'clock. I still have to go back to open a store. I've entered so many good things today. Business must be very good. I'll treat you to a drink when I get home, ha," Gao Ronghai said, and hurriedly ran towards the outside. Seeing him in a flurry of excitement, Yang Feng felt a little helpless. However, at this moment, he had a wave of drowsiness wrapped around him. He had slept until past 11 in the morning, and now it was only 8 o'clock in the evening, and already a wave of unprecedented fatigue had rushed up. Yang Feng was ready to go home and take a nap, but right at this moment, from not far away came a woman's shrieking voice. "What are you doing?" This woman's voice was cold and harsh with a few sharp points. Chapter 7, Saving Lin Shui. Feeling strange, Yang Feng walked towards the source of the sound. This was the darkly lit section of the road, and there weren't many people coming and going around. At the entrance of an alley, there were 3 big men stopping the woman who was going to pass by. This woman was wearing a long white dress, which looked beautiful to the extreme under the streetlights. Only at this time, she had a bit of coldness in her expression, and her gaze was vigilant as she stared at the leader's scarred face. "What? After offending our brother Li just now, are you planning to leave like this?" A few moments of lewdness flowed out of Scarface's eyes. His lewd gaze had been sweeping over Lin Shui's marvelous figure. Lin Shui was blocked by the 3 men. Her expression became even colder as she said, "He was the one who first sold the fake jade to me just now. So what if he sold it to you?" Scarface didn't care about Lin Shui's words at all, and skimmed his lips. "You don't even inquire about our brother Li's identity. You dared to make him get down in front of so many customers. I'm calling the police." Lin Shui got angry and took out her cell phone, just about to call the police. But just at this time, the little brother next to her slapped her cell phone away. Splat! The cell phone fell heavily on the ground. At this moment, Lin Shui felt slightly flustered. She was acting as the company's president. She just wanted to come to inspect the nearby market, but she didn't expect to meet these guys here. At this time, Lin Shui also secretly regretted in her heart. Had she known that she should have brought some people out with her? "But you're so damn pretty. Maybe our brother Knife will treat you lightly. Just accompany our brother Knife properly tonight, so that he'll be relieved of his anger." Scarface's tone was lewd. Lin Shui's heart panicked, and immediately when she wanted to run out first, she realized that she had been stopped behind her as well. Just as she was anxious, a voice suddenly came from not far away, saying, "Wife, why are you running here alone?" Yang Feng's voice suddenly appeared, causing the 3 Scarface people to turn their heads back in unison. Even Lin Shui looked towards Yang Feng at this moment. At this moment, Yang Feng brushed past Scarface's side and walked in front of Lin Shui, easily saying, "Didn't I say just take a look and leave? We should go home." While saying that, Yang Feng pulled up her white hand. Lin Shui subconsciously wanted to resist, but when she saw the vicious Scarface next to her, she still stiffly held Yang Feng's hand and prepared to leave with him. But just at this time, Scarface suddenly took out a knife from his pocket and directly flashed it in front of Yang Feng, saying irritably, "Kid, where did you come from, taking people away just like that? Well, these guys are your friends?" Yang Feng deliberately pretended that he didn't hear their conversation just now. Lin Shui leaned close to Yang Feng and said, "Don't know them, did you hear me? My wife said she doesn't know you guys. A few buddies will talk later if they have anything to do." Yang Feng said and was about to leave again, but Scarface directly pushed him, making Yang Feng stagger back half a step. Dissatisfied, "Kid, I don't care if you're her husband, but the job I got today is to take her back. Don't look for death. What's going on? You owe them money?" Yang Feng asked Lin Shui strangely. Lin Shui brought this up and couldn't help but say with a bit of coldness, "I went to buy jade. They sold me fake goods. I went to refund them, they weren't happy and blocked me here. So it's like this. Then this old brother. The fault can be in your selling fake goods. You. Less ing nonsense. Also do not inquire to listen to this as where. I do not care to sell you what goods. You have to give." The old man obediently shell out money to take away. Scarface has been impatient. Said, "Stone. Give him some color to see. This kid is a little bit do not know what to do. Hey, copy." A little brother craned his neck. The ferocity shown in his eyes showed that he fought a lot. Yang Feng had already called the police, but he didn't expect this gang to make a move now. His heart instantly tensed up. Normally, he rarely even worked out. How could he beat these guys? Dare to offend Brother Scar? You'll have to suffer old age. Kid. The little brother's eyes erupted and he threw up his fist and smashed it towards Yang Feng's head. Yang Feng only felt that the little brother seemed to be hitting his head at this moment. He subconsciously prepared to be ready for a beating, but at this very moment, he suddenly realized that at this critical moment, he was watching the little brother's movements become abnormally slow. It was like watching a movie that suddenly turned on 0.1 speed. The punches of this little brother were falling towards himself little by little. Yang Feng didn't know what was going on, but his body had already dodged to the side at this moment. Wow! This fist smashed down, but it only hit an empty space. Yang Feng looked at the little brother again and found that his center of gravity was unsteady, followed by a kick to the small of his back. Put! The little brother immediately foamed at the mouth and his body fell heavily on the ground, losing consciousness. Such a scene froze the crowd. Even Lin Shui next to him was dumbfounded. This guy was so capable of fighting? After a short pause, Scarface also finally became angry and said, "Damn, looking for death." The words fell. Scarface and one of the remaining minions wrapped around the front and back, carrying daggers in their hands towards Yang Feng's arm. A terrible scene, dangerous to the extreme. However, Yang Feng realized that his eyes were automatically sensing the danger again at this moment, and watched as Scar's movements began to slow down and freeze again and again. And at this time, Yang Feng's power seemed to be stronger than usual. With his figure gently dodging away, Yang Feng grabbed Scar's arm and plunged his knife right into the little brother's arm. Immediately after that, Yang Feng's fist smashed into his face. There was no technique. It was all brute force. Scarface even felt that this punch made his scar crack again. Yang Feng's power was so great that he only felt pain to the point that his head twisted. Immediately after that, he lost all consciousness as if the gate was pulled around him. These two people fell down one after another, unconscious on the ground. Lin Shui, who was next to them, had long since frozen. She had never thought that Yang Feng would have such strength. The whole time down, these three people didn't even touch his clothes before they were knocked to the ground. With the danger lifted, Yang Feng also finally came back to his senses at this moment. He started panting heavily, his face turning slightly white. Seeing his appearance, Lin Shui worriedly asked, "Are you alright?" "No, it's fine, it's just that I might be a bit tired." Yang Feng shook his head, but Lin Shui clearly saw the sweat dripping from his forehead. Where did Yang Feng know that he had actually slightly overdrawn his stamina after using his eyes a few times today? Plus, when he encountered danger just now, he had passively triggered his eyes. At this moment, he had even become a little unsteady on his feet. Lin Shui saw that he seemed to be really very tired and asked worriedly, "My house is nearby. Why don't you go to my house first to rest?" Chapter 8 Refusing 1 million. Yang Feng wanted to refuse, but this kind of exhaustion was different from what he had encountered before. It was as if he hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights and had gone to a construction site to swing a sledgehammer. In the end, he agreed. After all, his dog's life was more important. Lin Shui drove the car and took him to a nearby villa. Yang Feng was no longer in the mood to appreciate the luxury of this villa at this time. Inside the villa, Lin Shui found him a room. After Yang Feng went in, he collapsed and fell asleep. Lin Shui watched as Yang Feng's face did look a little better after he lay down, which made her feel much more relieved. She didn't think about how this guy could make himself so tired. Could it be that he hadn't rested for a few days? Lin Shui hesitated for a while, but still called the doctor over to do some checks. Yang Feng was blissfully unaware of all this. He was lying on the bed and felt his whole body fall into a special dark space. There wasn't any light around, and his whole body was floating in the space. There seemed to be a dark current in the space, constantly pushing himself towards the front. Yang Feng had never had such a dream before. It was real and terrifying. Time didn't know how long had passed. When Yang Feng opened his eyes again, it was already the afternoon time of the next day. He sat up from the bed with a somewhat dull expression. Was that really just a dream? Yang Feng muttered. Ever since he met that old man, it seemed like fate had reached a junction. Creak. The door was opened at that moment and Lin Shui walked in from outside. She saw that Yang Feng had woken up and sighed in relief. You're awake. Yes, this is. Yang Feng swept his surroundings. His mind kept reminiscing. It was at this time that he remembered what happened yesterday. Looks like you've remembered. Get ready to go wash your face and eat, Lin Shui said and walked out again. Yang Feng left the room before he saw that the hall on the first floor already had a table of food set up at this time. This was a large villa. Outside was a lawn, while the house had a nanny in her 30s who was responsible for cooking and cleaning up. Looking at Lin Shui's dress again, Yang Feng realized that she was definitely not some ordinary person. After sleeping for more than 10 hours, Yang Feng was also really hungry. After feasting on a meal, it was also dusk. Lin Shui's character was very cold, but for Yang Feng having saved herself, she seemed polite. The two sat down by the coffee table. After Lin Shui handed him a cup of tea, she said, "Thank you for yesterday. It's fine, it was just passing by and seeing it." Yang Feng agreed uncaringly and took another sip of tea. Lin Shui sized him up. Thinking about yesterday's scene, this guy seems to be very capable of fighting. I had the doctor check you slightly. There's nothing wrong with your body, but how did you get tired like that yesterday? Lin Shui asked strangely. Yang Feng brought this up and also scratched his head in embarrassment. Maybe it's because it's been too long since I've rested. I've been a bit busy these past 2 days. He actually guessed that it must be because of the eye overdraft. It seemed that this eye was not an all-powerful boon, and still had to be used with caution. Even now, he could still feel a little tired. Lin Shui naturally didn't know this. On her pretty and cold cheeks, looking at Yang Feng always felt that this guy was weird. By the way, thank you for letting me rest here. I still have things I have to go home. Yang Feng thought that he still had to go and think of ways to earn money. After all, he still had to find a way to earn back the money from the jade he sold. When Lu Qinglan looked for himself, he would at least be able to compensate her for the money. Lin Shui saw him get up and called out, "Wait first, something else?" Yang Feng asked strangely. Lin Shui took out a bank card from the bag next to her and handed it to him. "This is $1 million. Thank you for saving me yesterday. Dollars or pounds?" "RMB. Lin Shui replied without any humor. Yang Feng looked at her and shook his head. "Forget it, saving you was instinctive. Not to mention that didn't you also take me in for free for a night? Consider it even. You think it's too little? I like money, but I'm not interested in taking this." After Yang Feng finished speaking, he waved his hand and left the place. He really couldn't take this money. For him, no matter what, he should still hold on to a few bits of justice in his heart, even though it seemed a bit silly to many people. Lin Shui watched Yang Feng leave so decisively that she couldn't even make it out to see him off. This guy. She looked blankly at the bank card sitting on the table. This guy definitely didn't look like a rich man, but he was able to be indifferent to so much money. Lin Shui's beautiful eyes had a few more points of doubt and interest, but at this moment, Yang Feng was oblivious. He walked out of the gate of the villa and was just about to call a car when the phone rang at this time. It was Gao Ronghai who called. Yang Feng picked up the phone and said in a strange way, "What's up?" "Hey, Yang Feng, where did you go today? Why didn't you come home? The phone didn't work just now." Gao Ronghai was very concerned. When Yang Feng heard this, he rolled his eyes and said, "Just say what you have to say. Don't organize all this nonsense." "So what? Tonight is not the Zhengqing auction." Gao Ronghai's tone snapped. Yang Feng seemed to have realized it this time and said, "You also want to go together? You always need a follower. I've asked around. You can bring someone inside." Gao Ronghai was very interested in this auction. Yang Feng also knew what this kid was thinking. However, he did intend to go to this auction to take a look. Maybe he would be able to pick up some treasures at that time. Thinking about this, Yang Feng told Gao Ronghai his address on the phone and asked him to drive to pick himself up. It just so happened that while he was at it, Yang Feng also gave his sister a few $1,000s for her living expenses. With the car parked at the entrance, Yang Feng got in and this car drove towards his home. A car weaved between the roads. Gao Ronghai drove while saying excitedly, "Yang Feng, how did you come out from over there? Is your friend there?" "No, I saved someone yesterday, so I went to her house to take a break." "You're fooling little kids. To say that your kid is just low-key? You never told me about your acquaintance with the Zhao family's big miss, and today you even came out from the most upscale villa area in Zhengchang." Gao Ronghai's face was filled with excitement, saying, "You usually hide it. If it wasn't for my old man bumping into it yesterday, how long do you still plan to hide it from me? I have told you, Forget it, you first tell me what this Zhao family is? Yang Feng was a bit helpless, simply lazy to explain. Chapter 9, Meeting Zhao Zhuwei again. When Gao Ronghai heard this, he immediately slowed down the speed of the car and said excitedly, "You don't even know this? The Zhao family is a big group that started in Jiangcheng, mainly doing the jade business, and now there are some gold and silver jewelry and so on, but the giant of our industry, so powerful? Yes, to say a moment of the auction, may also be able to see the Zhao family, then you introduce me to introduce Gao Ronghai was very interested in this, but Yang Feng didn't promise him. The two returned home. After Yang Feng took a shower and changed into clean clothes, he took the invitation letter towards the hotel, Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. This was the most luxurious star hotel in the entire Jiangcheng. As the night fell, it was past 6 in the evening, and this side had already become lively. Yang Feng appeared at the entrance with Gao Ronghai. At this time, the front door of the hotel already had special security personnel guarding it. The two of them showed their invitations and were led to the lobby on the 3rd floor by a special person. The hall was very luxuriously decorated. At this time, it had already been set up as an auction site. At the very front was a red carpet padded auction table with a table placed on top. At the bottom were several rows of long tables and chairs. This was the first time Yang Feng had come to such a place. All he could hear in his ears were these people talking to each other about big business. There were even some faces that he had only seen in the local news before. The fact that all these people had appeared here showed the gold content of this auction. It was a pity that Yang Feng didn't recognize any of them. He just took Gao Ronghai and sat down in the back row, waiting for the auction to start soon. At this moment, Gao Ronghai looked slightly nervous. After all, it was his first time coming to such a place. On the contrary, Yang Feng looked much more relaxed. He had originally only come to see if he could pick up any bargains, but looking at the specifications of this auction, with the $400,000 he earned yesterday, I'm afraid that there wasn't a single thing that he could afford. What's more, Yang Feng felt that he was still slightly tired. It seems like this I still can't be used often by himself, or else sooner or later he will have to overwork himself to death. It's not easy to have such a powerful ability. How can Yang Feng start a business before it's halfway through? While Yang Feng was thinking, Gao Ronghai suddenly pulled his arm and said, "Yang Feng, quickly look over there. It's Ms. Zhao herself." His voice interrupted Yang Feng's thoughts. Looking over there, it was really Zhao Zhuwei from yesterday, and next to her was still Chen Jiyu. I'm afraid that this duo is here to join in the fun again. People are probably up to something, don't go up and join in the fun. Yang Feng reminded. Just as the two were talking, Zhao Zhuwei and Chen Jiyu had also sat over. Coincidentally, these two sat in the row right in front of them. However, because Yang Feng had deliberately lowered his head, Zhao Zhuwei didn't notice him either. What the two said at this moment fell right into their ears. Sister Wei. This time, Uncle Zhao said that if he lets you buy some antiques back, he'll give them away. Chen Jiyu said and muttered. Who do you think he's going to give it to? It seems like it's very grand. I don't know. Anyway, if you see one with the right price later, just shoot it. Zhao Zhuwei didn't really care about this. She just wanted to come here to have a good time. Seeing her lively cheeks reveal a few moments of joy for the unknown, her eyes kept looking around. At this time, the people who had come to participate in the auction were also gradually arriving here. The lights in the hall gradually dimmed a bit, while on the auction stage there was an additional spotlight that shone right on that auction stage. The auctioneer was a young man. He slowly walked onto the stage, and beside him was a huge projector. Everyone present received a photo album distributed by the attendant. Inside the album, the things that would be auctioned next were introduced. On the album, every detail of these products was comprehensively introduced, making sure that everyone could clearly recognize the true appearance of the auction items. With such a professional auction, it was evident that the items that were to be auctioned would be of great quality. But just as the first auction item came out, Yang Feng's expression changed. The first one to be auctioned is a glass seed bracelet, excellent color, and the workmanship is very textured. It's a very good accessory. The auctioneer began to introduce the jade bracelet. Yang Feng's face became lower and lower. This item was the very same jadeite jade bracelet that he had been duped and sold earlier. He hadn't expected that the first item to be auctioned would be this. This asshole even got something to sell here. Yang Feng gritted his teeth in anger. He didn't expect the sale of the stolen goods to come so quickly. But soon, he relaxed a bit more. Since he had seen this thing again, it at least meant that he could find the bastard who had cheated him. After introducing the jade bracelet, the auctioneer also opened his mouth. This jade bracelet has a reserve price of 500,000, and each increase will not be less than 10,000. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, there were immediately people who raised the cards on their hands and competed to bid. As the jade pendant reached a value of over $1 million, the people who raised the price became much less. Right at this time, Zhao Zhuwei in front of her suddenly opened her mouth and said, I bid 1.2 million. Her bid made Yang Feng somewhat surprised. Next to her, Chen Jiyu was even more surprised as she looked at her and said, Sister Wei, what are you buying this bracelet for? Our family doesn't have a lot of it. It's fine. It's good to buy it and look at it anyway. Zhao Zhuwei smiled easily. Afterwards, she suddenly turned back to look at Yang Feng. Yang Feng didn't expect Zhao Zhuwei to have discovered herself long ago. Her expression was a bit embarrassed, scratching her head. This is such a coincidence. Yeah, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Zhao Zhuwei smiled. Just now, she heard Yang Feng cursing and realized that Yang Feng must have wanted to shoot this. As soon as Gao Ronghai saw that the two of them really knew each other, he quickly greeted them. Hello, I'm Yang Feng's friend. He wanted to get close to Zhao Zhuwei. However, Zhao Zhuwei didn't seem to pay any attention to him, which made Gao Ronghai instantly embarrassed, and sardonically looked at Yang Feng. Yang Feng was also helpless and said, Watch it well. Isn't there something more explosive in a while? You're hiding it really deep. Gao Ronghai was filled with emotion, and the auctioneer is also at this time constantly come up with new things, until the debut of a blue and white porcelain, so that the people present at this time finally lifted their spirits. This was a heavyweight. Even Zhao Zhuwei, who was in front of her, took it a bit more seriously at this point. After all, the purpose of her trip was to buy some valuable antiques. Chapter 10 Waves of the Auction. This is an official kiln from the Yuan dynasty, brought back by a foreign seller. The glaze color is white with a slight sparkle in green. Its color and intactness are of the highest quality. According to the expert identification, it was made in the Yuan to Zheng year. After the auctioneer started to finish his introduction, he gave a reserve price, 5 million. This reserve price was something that for ordinary people, I'm afraid would be difficult to reach in a lifetime. However, for the people present, it seemed as if they felt that the price was too low, and it was quickly raised to over $10 million. Even Zhao Zhuwei, who was in front, made a bid at this point. Yang Feng hadn't seen much of such an expensive thing, so he planned to use his own eyes to see what was so special about this blue and white porcelain. The breath in his body gathered a little bit to his eyes, and then slowly looked through the surface of this blue and white porcelain. Normally, if it was something particularly expensive, it should be emitting a very strong bright light. Yang Feng was even prepared to be blinded by the flash, but what surprised him was, when he looked at it carefully, there was no bright light appearing from this celadon at all. What's going on? Yang Feng felt strange and carefully looked towards the bottom of that blue and white porcelain. It was also at this time that Yang Feng suddenly saw a trace of splicing at the bottom of the bottle and at the edge. Even though this trace was very subtle, how could it escape Yang Feng's eyes? I'm afraid that even the people present hadn't expected that a fake would appear in such an auction. While Yang Feng was being surprised, Zhao Zhuwei also started to bid $15 million, making the atmosphere of the scene a bit silent. After waiting for a short while, another tycoon opened 16 million at this time. Zhao Zhuwei was so angry that she was about to raise the price. Yang Feng hurriedly pulled her back and whispered, Don't shoot this. Zhao Zhuwei looked back strangely, not understanding why Yang Feng suddenly reminded her of this, but while she was hesitating, the auctioneer had already dropped the hammer. Chen Jiyu was instantly a bit chagrined and looked at Yang Feng in a strange manner. Hey, what do you mean? Why are you still interfering with our normal auction? Xiao Yu, don't talk nonsense. Zhao Zhuwei called out to the girl beside her, but still wondered, this blue and white porcelain I'm going to buy, what's wrong with it? This thing, it's a fake. Yang Feng tried his best to keep his voice down, but Zhao Zhuwei had long attracted the attention of the bystanders. Even though Yang Feng's voice was small, it still reached the ears of one or two people. This is fake? The surprised voices of the bystanders startled everyone at the auction. Even the auctioneer stopped the rhythm of the auction at that moment. Yang Feng didn't expect that his whispered words had still startled so many people. At this moment, there was even an old man at the scene who stood up with an unhappy expression and said, Young man, don't talk nonsense on this occasion. This old man's rise caused the crowd present to cast their gazes towards him. This was a very respected appraiser in Zhangchang, named Han Yunfu, and he had been involved in the appraisal of the auction items for this very auction. Now that someone had come out to question him, it was only natural that he would behave in such a manner. Seeing that there were so many people here, Yang Feng naturally knew that he couldn't let anyone down in public, so he simply played dumb and scratched his head. Nah, I just said something blindly. Sorry, haha, humph, since you dared to open your mouth, don't be afraid to admit it. Han Yunfu snorted coldly, scolded, not afraid of you no. This blue and white porcelain is the old man personally identified. Could it be that you think the old man's eyes have problems? No, you are naturally right. I just had a brain fart. Enough, pretending to be crazy and want to muddle through? Today you either say a reason, otherwise don't blame Lao Fu for being impolite to you. How could Han Yunfu let Yang Feng off easily? At this moment, Yang Feng's expression was helpless to the extreme. He looked around, And in the crowd there was even Gu Yonggue, whom he had seen before. Seeing that Yang Feng didn't say anything, Han Yunfu immediately sneered again. What? Just now you dared to say such words, but now you only dare to pretend to be deaf and dumb? Alas! Yang Feng sighed and still slowly walked to the auction stage. The spotlights were all hitting him and the celadon on the auction stage at this moment. Yang Feng also slowly opened his mouth and said, "This blue and white porcelain does look flawlessly made. If we only talk about the splicing workmanship, it's definitely very top-notch." Patchwork workmanship? What do you mean by that? Han Yunfu immediately realized something. This is a very special old-bottomed new bottle. Special because it's not spliced from the bottom of the bottle, but from the 2/3 position of the bottle. Yang Feng pointed at one of the places and said, "The specific splicing is right here. Probably because of the material and time, the splicing here has already shown extremely fine traces." As he spoke, Han Yunfu also immediately walked over to his side, carefully surveying the celadon in front of him. After looking at it in this way, he coldly asked, "How did you know it was here? But there are clearly no marks on it." Actually, this is not difficult. Just need to turn off the lights and shine a strong flashlight on that place. With your eyesight you should be able to find the end. Yang Feng opened his mouth. Without the slightest hesitation, Han Yunfu immediately said, "Turn off the lights immediately." As his words fell, the lights on the scene went out at once. The bystanders handed over a flashlight, and Han Yunfu also followed what Yang Feng said at that moment and began to strike the light towards the celadon. As a little bit of time passed, his face gradually lowered. "Turn on the light." Han Yunfu's voice appeared once again. Everyone present looked at him and realized that at this moment, Han Yunfu's face was already so gloomy that it could drip water. Old Han has an ugly face. Could it be that he's upset because he was tricked by this brat? This is the first time I've seen him like this. There was no lack of people under the stage who knew Han Yunfu, and they all looked at each other at this moment. There was such silence for a short while before they saw Han Yunfu finally raise his head at this moment and look at Yang Feng. He's going to be finished. The person he offended seems to be very powerful. Chen Ji Yudu whispered at this moment, but a second later, he saw Han Yunfu suddenly take a deep breath, then sincerely said, "Little friend, thank you." These words immediately caused those present to be in an uproar. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Only Zhao Zhuwei countered with a slightly mischievous smile at this moment. It seemed that this fellow hadn't fooled himself. Chapter 11. Let's gamble on stones together. Compared to Zhao Zhuwei's calmness, the people at the scene were dumbfounded. What's going on? Did Elder Han apologize to this guy? Is this young man not talking nonsense? It seems that this person is a big deal. The hearts of everyone felt incredible at this moment. Especially Gu Yonggue was secretly happy in his heart at this moment. Fortunately, he had gotten in touch with Yang Feng early on, and now it seemed that he was definitely very human. He has found a potential stock. Han Yunfu had already accepted the truth at this time and took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, gentlemen. The material used by the adulterer this time should be an extremely special new material, so I didn't recognize it. No, this is because when it was first identified, someone had calculated the time." Yang Feng opened his mouth at this moment and continued, "This kind of material can only be maintained for a very short period of time, and will oxidize after that. If old Han is like me and only started looking at it now, he is bound to be able to distinguish it." His words caused the crowd to come to a sudden realization at this point. No wonder Han Yunfu had been able to see the cracks again just now. At this moment, Han Yunfu's heart was even more admiring of Yang Feng. This young man looked to be in his 20s, but he was uncommonly calm. Even when he had mouthed off to him just now, this person was still able to help himself out so much. "Thank you. I want to make friends with you." Han Yunfu's heart was grateful. He was also a generous man. Otherwise he wouldn't have admitted his mistakes so publicly. With the duo's affirmation, someone immediately called the police to arrest the counterfeiter as well. Yang Feng also attracted a lot of attention because of this. However, Yang Feng didn't care and was still calmly waiting for the first round of the auction to end. This Jiangqing's gathering of heroes was just the beginning. There was still a round of stone selection to follow. The so-called selection of stone is in the hall on the first floor, put out after the master selected fine jadeite raw stone. Everyone for the favorite stone bidding, and then buy down. The jadeite stone here are all good. Many people were also rushing to the jadeite stone, naturally at this time exceptionally excited. Inside the hall on the first floor, at this time, the entrepreneurs had all appeared around some insiders, helping to choose the stones. Yang Feng and Gao Ronghai were looking around. There was a wide array of stones here, but each price tag basically started at 6 figures. Even a small business owner like Gao Ronghai was feeling weak in his heart. Only Yang Feng, who was next to him, was stroking his chin at this moment, seemingly pondering something. "You want to buy a stone too?" Zhao Zhuwei's voice once again appeared next to him. Yang Feng came back to his senses at this time, and realized that Zhao Zhuwei's hand was shaking the jadeite jade bracelet that she had just bought, and she was smiling like she had something to say. Gao Ronghai knew that Zhao Zhuwei was not taking care of herself, so she was smart enough not to go up and join in the fun. I want to try my luck, Yang Feng replied casually. Zhao Zhuwei's eyes narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon as she heatedly said, "You seem to be obsessed with this bracelet just now?" "Well," Yang Feng muttered in a small voice, said something about how he accidentally looked away and sold the bracelet as a B-goods. When these words came out, Chen Jiyu, who was next to him, shook her head repeatedly and said, "Sister Wei, I told you that he must be a blind cat who ran into a dead rat. He can't even tell the good and bad of jade." "Don't talk nonsense," Zhao Zhuwei gently interrupted, stroking her chin and pondering for a while, then said, "How about this? Let's partner up again today?" What she meant was the same as the other day. She would pay for it herself and let Yang Feng pick the stones. Yang Feng looked at her appearance that she seemed to be excited again, scratched his head and said helplessly, "That day was just good luck. I don't have much great luck today. The stones here are very expensive." "Don't lose money. It's okay, just now we bought antiques, still have a little money left." Zhao Zhuwei hemmed and hawed. The little bit she said could be more than $1 million. Yang Feng was slightly hesitant, but at this time, Gao Ronghai, who was next to him, had already stood out. He smiled and said, "Ms. Zhao, I'm Yang Feng's friend and the owner of an emerald jade store. I've been in the business for 10 years, why don't I choose a few for you? You know about it too?" Zhao Zhuwei looked at Gao Ronghai strangely. When the latter heard this, he immediately patted his chest and said, "That's natural. I can tell the good and bad of the raw stone through the epidermis and the open window, so I'm also considered an insider." "Thanks, but I still want a partner with Yang Feng." Oh. Zhao Zhuwei politely refused Gao Ronghai. The latter was immediately depressed to the core. Yang Feng saw that she was persistent, so he could only say, "That's fine. I'm going to buy a few stones in a while. I see that the ones over there are cheaper, so let's buy the ones there." Okay. With a smiling expression, Zhao Zhuwei brought Chen Jiyu over towards the right corner of the hall. There were some relatively cheap stones in the hall placed over there. Yang Feng was just about to chase after her, but he was pulled back by Gao Ronghai. "Yang Feng, what exactly is your relationship with Ms. Zhao? Why is she so nice to you? This is the second time I've seen her." "Ah shucks, don't fool me." Gao Ronghai couldn't believe this nonsense and continued, "So you're really going to buy a stone with her later? Do you really know much about this? Last time that you would not be a blind cat meets a dead mouse, right?" In fact, after Gao Ronghai went back and thought carefully, he always felt that something was not right. He has known Yang Feng since he was a child for more than 10 years, now still live in the same neighborhood. However, he had never heard of him learning about gambling on stones from anyone at all. Yang Feng shook his head and said, "The one last time was specially cared for by Boss Gu, so I'm counting on you to be my gatekeeper when I pick it later." "Ha!" Gao Ronghai froze, but by this time, Zhao Zhuwei and Chen Jiyu were already calling for Yang Feng. Yang Feng also walked over to the duo. There were quite a few people who came here to watch. The entire hall had dozens of people. There was a small hall next to it with cutting machines. While they were picking out stones, sounds of happiness and frustration came from within the small hall as well. "Holy, this $3 million of my old man's. One cut and it's gone? What bad luck. This jade point can't connect. No, one more cut. I'm not convinced." As the number of people cutting stones gradually increased, the complaints also increased a bit more. Gambling on stones. If there were more people making money than losing money, how could it be called gambling on stones? The raw stones they bought over there at a high price don't seem to have a good color. "Sister Wei, do we really have to choose here?" Chen Jiyu listened to the complaints from next door, and looked at Zhao Zhuwei with some weakness. "No matter what, that more than $1 million. Money cannot be given away for nothing." Zhao Zhuwei looked at Yang Feng at this moment and asked, "Do you see any stones?" "The stones over here, it seems like they generally start at $400,000 to $500,000 and weigh about a few dozen kilograms." Yang Feng pondered. Next to Gao Ronghai first spoke, "This side of the stone. The skin looks average. At most will open the color of the general glutinous ice seed, and inside the color is not stable. May only a small part of the jade, the rest are all waste. Compared to other places, the cheap stuff here was indeed of bad color." Yang Feng looked around and pretended to shine his flashlight. Then he suddenly pointed at a 30-odd kilogram stone. Chapter 12 Additional bet with Yang Feng. "Just this one." Yang Feng opened his mouth, attracting the attention of the bystanders. After all, having Zhao Zhuwei here was supposed to be eye-catching. However, it was at this time that a man's voice also came from behind, attentively saying, "Zhu Wei, you're really here." This surprised voice appeared, interrupting everyone's attention on Zhao Zhuwei. The crowd looked back and immediately recognized it. This was the young son of the Evergreen Trading Group in Jiangchang, Zhu Yun. Jiangchang was a big trading city, and the fact that Evergreen Trading could have a place in this city showed its status. However, his appearance caused Zhao Zhuwei's lively and pretty cheeks to reveal displeasure. Why are you following me again? Zhao Zhuwei was displeased. Zhu Yun hurriedly walked over and said attentively, I heard uncle say that you might be here to play with gambling stones, so I purposely brought a teacher. He can help you choose some stones, and when the time comes, you will definitely be able to open something good. Next to Zhu Yun, a man in his 50s did follow. This guy was Lu Jinbao, who was extremely famous even within the stone gambling industry, nicknamed the Diamond Hand. The reason why he was able to get this reputation was because he had a special way of recognizing stones when gambling, able to see how good or bad a stone was more easily than normal people, and had once, at the highest point, helped someone open out a piece of jade that was worth over $100 million. Lu Jinbao appeared here, or attracted the attention of many people. Only Zhao Zhuwei didn't pay any attention to him at this time, and said disgruntledly, I've already finished choosing the stone, I don't need your help. Is this the kid who chose it? Zhu Yun seemed to see the situation. Zhao Zhuwei snorted coldly and said, what's the problem, Zhu Wei? Although the family isn't bad with this money, but this kid didn't know where he came from. Speak respectfully to my friend. Zhao Zhuwei directly interrupted. Zhu Yun can only pause for a moment, and then said, but no matter what, gambling on stones should look for people in the industry to see. I brought people in the industry can be called a diamond hand. This kid can have his vision? Xu Xiao. In my opinion, if this stone is bought, I'm afraid that it will definitely lose money. Lu Jinbao spoke up at this moment. His words immediately caused Zhu Yun to rejoice, and he quickly turned his head and said, look Xu Wei, this kid is in all likelihood fooling you. What? You still want to teach me how to spend money? Zhao Zhuwei's lively face had already revealed a few moments of a young lady's temperament. After all, she was the only child of the Zhao family, and had been the one to be a big miss since she was a child. Zhu Yun's heart was suffocating, but just at this time, Lu Jinbao on the side continued, this person doesn't seem to know much about gambling, this stone he chose is awful. These words caused Zhu Yun to rejoice. The others beside him, on the other hand, looked at Lu Jinbao. After all, he was a famous diamond hand in the circle, and the crowd still wanted to learn something from him. Although Zhao Zhuwei didn't want to listen to his nonsense, she was somewhat curious. Zhu Yun was even more pleased. Old Lu, just tell us about this stone, so that we don't have to let this kid pussyfoot around and talk nonsense. With his dejected little expression, he glanced at Yang Feng. Yang Feng didn't get angry and stood beside him calmly as always. Lu Jinbao just slowly walked up to the stone and pointed at a faint green color on the surface of the stone and said, although the surface of this stone has shown very much green, but among insiders, there is a saying of I'd rather buy a thread than a piece. What does it mean? The bystander asked. Lu Jinbao revealed a smile and said, it means that it's better to buy a line of green bands than a large expanse of green manifestation. The green bands can penetrate into the jadeite and sink inside the stone, and flake color is mostly popping pine flowers that run the skin, which is usually very thin. It has also been summarized as piece color like paper. Line color sinks. Lu Jinbao's words, let the crowd all understand at this time. Immediately after, Lu Jinbao continued, and there is another even more fatal problem with this stone. Please speak, sir. The people next to him were already mesmerized by what they were listening to. Lu Jinbao pointed to the other side of the stone and said, this side has revealed some purple color, which is called tsubaki color in the industry, and generally gambling on stones. We all know that there is tsubaki color death, these 4 words. Simply put, it is purple jadeite and green is very difficult to coexist, so coupled with the other side of the large green performance just now, you can directly judge, this is a piece of waste. His last sentence was almost a death sentence for this stone. The people at the scene heard this and all nodded their heads in approval. Zhu Yun was even more complacent at this moment, looking towards Yang Feng. Kid, did you hear that? This is the master. You dare to give a piece of scrap to Zhu Wei? You really don't know the heights of heaven. The crowd of onlookers beside them heard this and also looked at Yang Feng, revealing a few moments of regret. Many of them had come from the auction and knew this kid. Just now, they also made friends with Han Yunfu, and seemed to have some things to say about antique identification, but when it comes to this time of gambling, he is obviously just pretending. Hard-headed nonsense. Yang Feng felt the disdainful gazes of the people around him, as well as Zhu Yun's smug expression. He didn't get angry, but instead looked at the several people next to him. Zhao Zhuwei. At this moment, Zhao Zhuwei's expression was without any ripples. Instead she asked, have your people finished? Zhao Zhuwei, you have heard it all. Even if the family is rich, it can't be such a scourge. You say this. That person come over for a moment. I will buy this stone. Zhao Zhuwei ignored Zhu Yun's words and directly called out to the staff not far away. This caused that staff member to freeze. Even Chen Jiyu and Gao Ronghai next to him were surprised. Everyone else had straight up said that this stone was a waste material, but Zhao Zhuwei still dared to buy it? You have to know that the price of this stone was marked at $400,000. Yang Feng's heart was actually quite moved. Only Zhu Yun was anxious at this moment and hurriedly said, Zhu Wei, why do you believe this kid? Such a trashy piece of raw stone. He's just deliberately talking nonsense. You, this handsome guy, it's not good to keep pointing at my nose in front of me, is it? Yang Feng finally spoke at this point. Zhu Yun snorted coldly and looked at him condescendingly. Kid, you're just cheating people here at no cost. Could it be that you still really think that this stone can open something? I think it can. Yang Feng smiled. Zhu Yun originally wanted to provoke Yang Feng. Seeing that he wasn't angry, he himself became anxious instead and said, then do you dare to bet? Chapter 13, $1,000. Isn't it a gamble now? Yang Feng looked at him with amusement. Zhu Yun snorted coldly and said, extra bet between you and me. If this stone doesn't open something good, you'll pay for this stone yourself. Don't let a woman spend money on you. What if it opens something good? Humph. Then I'll give you another $1 million alone. There are so many people here to testify. Zhu Yun held his head high and looked at the people around him. Such a large number of people were considered to be dignitaries in Jiangchang. However, just as his words were falling, Zhao Zhuwei spoke first. Zhu Yun, I'm playing with my friend to gamble with stones. It has nothing to do with you. Not to mention that winning at gambling with stones is originally a small probability event. How can you have the nerve to take this out for a bet? It could be seen that in fact, Zhao Zhuwei was also well aware that 9 out of 10 bets were lost. Zhu Yun bristled and said, Zhu Wei, this kid is clearly fooling people. I just want to help you save some money and also avoid being fooled. That's just it. Since this kid doesn't dare to take the bet and only dares to hide behind a woman, then I'll forget about it. His words were filled with sarcasm. It also made the surrounding onlookers shake their heads. However, Yang Feng's gaze was calm at this moment as he spoke. I'll agree to your bet. What? The crowd froze. No one thought that Yang Feng would actually agree. One had to know that according to Lu Jinbao's words, it was almost impossible for this stone to open something. Not to mention that looking at Yang Feng's dress, he didn't quite look like a rich man. To think that he would really want to spend so much money for the sake of an impulse? Zhao Zhuwei was also a little worried, pulled the corner of his coat and whispered, you don't have to take care of him. It's fine, just as a bet for fun. Yang Feng interrupted Zhao Zhuwei. Look at the faint smile on his face. There is no worry or tension, but Zhao Zhuwei is feeling wrong. Gao Ronghai also at this time whispered, buddy, why don't you just call it a day? You just earned that 400,000 plus dollars yesterday. There's no need to lose it all today. It doesn't matter. 1,000 gold is scattered but also come back. Yang Feng replied calmly. Zhao Zhuwei saw that he was so persistent, and could only say, that's fine. Just this stone. Take it and open it. In fact, Zhao Zhuwei had thought about it. If she really didn't open anything, then she would give the money to Yang Feng privately. It's just that with Zhu Yun making this mess, the entire venue had become a bit invigorated at this point. As the stone was carried to the cutting machine in the small hall, everyone's eyes also gathered on it. Everyone was full of anticipation at this moment. Only a few people, Gao Ronghai, were nervous to the extreme in their hearts. And then looking at Zhu Yun, his face was full of complacency at this moment. He had casually provoked this kid to fall for it, and this time, he would definitely make him lose all his money. Accompanied by the clanging sound of the cutting machine, the side of the stone was cut a little bit. It was also at this time that the eyes of the crowd opened to a great extent. Holy, how is this possible? The crowd had seen part of the cross-section. Surprisingly, it was full of green apple green, and as the cutting machine stopped, the entire cut surface was revealed. It was clearly a jelly seed apple green jadeite. Wow! The scene was in an uproar. The expressions of Zhu Yun and Lu Jinbao both froze at this instant. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Jinbao simply could not accept this fact. He had just seen that this should clearly be a waste material based on its appearance. How could there be a cross-section that was a jelly kind of full green color? Good fellow. Just based on the color of this side, this 30 to 40 kilogram stone is enough to sell for more than $3 million. A man lamented at this moment. With a single slash, he had actually directly doubled the value of this stone by almost 10 times. Even Zhao Zhuwei, who had given up hope, was suddenly surprised at this moment. Sister Wei, we're rich, eh? Chen Ji, you looked excited. She was all silent just now, and only now did she react. What Yang Feng said was surprisingly true. This can't be. I'm a diamond hand. Eyesight can never be wrong. Lu Jinbao spoke up at this moment, saying, it's just a coincidence. Yes, it's a coincidence. There must be a mutation inside. He was anxious at this moment, his tone anxious and with a few hisses. Next to him, Zhu Yun was even more furious at this time, saying, kid, do you dare to make another cut to see if there is a mutation inside? His words had gone a little too far. A person next to him couldn't stand to hear it and said, Mr. Zhu, people have already earned nearly 10 times with this cut. It's not appropriate for you to have to ask them to cut another cut, right? That's right. According to me this one cut down can already be sold. No. Yang Feng suddenly interrupted him at this moment and smiled. Since Mr. Zhu opened his mouth to have another cut, then let's have another cut. These words shook the crowd again. Was this guy crazy? Being irritated by someone's sentence, he was actually going to give up this steady happiness? One must know that if the next cut was to collapse, the value of this stone could almost be said to be greatly reduced as well. Why don't you take advantage of the big profits now and just give it away? But Zhu Yun heard, but the heart is very happy, and quickly called to the staff, quickly cut. Hear that? He said to cut another knife. At this moment, Zhu Yun was counting on this cut to collapse. The staff member hesitated a bit and looked at Yang Feng. Only after receiving the latter's approval did he slowly cut on the other side. And the place where this cut was located was exactly the direction that carried the color of Tsubaki just now. According to most cases, Tsubaki did not produce green. So when this cut went down, it was bound to not have the full green color that it had before. But what made the crowd all incredulous was, this slash went down, the Tsubaki-colored skin was slowly removed. And inside, other than some very few Tsubaki colors, the rest was surprisingly green jelly seed emerald again. This time, instead of clamoring, the crowd fell silent in unison. They looked at each other face to face. Everyone then looked at Yang Feng with reverence in their eyes. Only Zhu Yun and Lu Jinbao ran out of breath at this point. The two's bodies went soft, as if they both lost their strength at this time. Surprisingly, there really is such a thing. Lu Jinbao's voice was trembling. He would never have thought that the stone that he had appraised as waste material, at this point in time it was again such a beautiful cut. Just looking at this color, the value of this stone today is already above 10 million. To know, the weight of this stone can be 40 kilograms, and a jellyseed full green jade bracelet can be casually sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. The two knives were so perfect that even if it was a variant, it wouldn't change anywhere. At this time, other than that, even Zhao Zhuwei was moved. This stone, I'll buy it. Zhao Zhuwei opened her mouth without hesitation. Her family was in the jadeite business. Now that there was such a good color jadeite, how could she let it go so easily? When Yang Feng heard that Zhao Zhuwei wanted to buy it, he didn't cut down to raise the value of this piece of jadeite, but said, then let's have someone come to estimate the price. While saying that, Yang Feng looked to the side of Zhu Yun, who had already lost his eyes. Chapter 14 earned over $7 million. Zhu Yun came to his senses at this time, gritted his teeth and stared at Yang Feng, saying, Kid, you, $1 million, I think Mr. Zhu shouldn't cheat in front of so many people, right? Yang Feng's words carried a bit of snickering. Zhu Yun looked at the surrounding Jiangcheng celebrities, stared dead at Yang Feng and said, I'll remember you. After saying that, he waved his hand for someone to give Yang Feng $1 million, and then blushed and left the place. The crowd also looked at Yang Feng at this moment. Today, this matter was really a wave that hadn't subsided yet. It didn't occur to me that Yang Feng really had such an eye, and the final valuation of this stone came out. It could reach the level of $13 million. However, Yang Feng insisted that he only needed $6.5 million because he and Zhao Zhuwei had bought it together. Zhao Zhuwei felt that Yang Feng was really interesting. Obviously, he didn't look very rich, but he didn't accept any money that didn't belong to him, even if it was a huge amount. After letting the people take away the stone, Yang Feng's several people also walked out of the hotel together. At this time, at the main entrance of the hotel, it was already past 9 in the evening. Yang Feng scratched his head and asked, so what? That jade bracelet you just bought, can you sell it to me? This jade bracelet didn't cost anything to buy. That boss who screwed you over has already been arrested for fraud. Zhao Zhuwei handed the jade bracelet to Yang Feng. Yang Feng saw the familiar jade bracelet again. His heart was suddenly excited and said, thank you, it's okay, but I'll be looking for you in a couple days. I might have something to ask for your help then. Don't refuse. Zhao Zhuwei's big eyes blinked. Yang Feng listened strangely and asked, what things? You'll know when the time comes. See you later. Zhao Zhuwei waved her hand and left the place with Chen Jiyu. Yang Feng scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. He always felt that this big miss was strange. However, right at this moment, he suddenly realized that there was a weird gaze next to him looking at him. Turning his head, it turned out to be the envy and jealousy coming from Gao Ronghai's eyes. A bigot. Gao Ronghai bit the collar of his coat. The envy in his eyes was on the verge of tears. Yang Feng was a bit speechless and said, you kid don't have a problem, do you? Shut up, you rich man. Gao Ronghai's tone contained tears as he said, I can't believe you didn't choose a jade with me just now. You said you would be poor to the end together, but you secretly baked oil. Yang Feng was somewhat at a loss as to what to do. However, just at this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit came out from inside. He saw what Yang Feng had just done in the auction and took the initiative to come over to greet him. Hello Mr. Yang, my name is Xiang Shenghui. I hope I can make friends with you. Hello you. Yang Feng greeted somewhat stiffly. Xiang Shenghui seemed to see Yang Feng's thoughts and smiled. Don't get me wrong. I'm not interested in gambling stones. I'm actually an antique collector. While saying that, he signaled his entourage to light up the antiques he had bought. Yang Feng looked like it was quite a lot. There were 4 or 5 pieces that looked valuable. I saw that just now. Old brother was able to spot the brokenness of that blue and white porcelain through observation. Otherwise I would have almost paid a high price for it. So I also came here to say thank you. Xiang Shenghui smiled, looking very easygoing. Yang Feng nodded. Thank you. That was just an accident. In fact, this auction is still very strict. Didn't you buy quite a few good things? Ha ha, but it's just that all my friends gave face and didn't grab it from me. Xiang Shenghui laughed. Yang Feng didn't know much about antiques. Seeing so many real antiques in front of him, he was really curious about some of them and said, by the way, can I take a look at these things? It's naturally possible if Mr. opens his mouth. It's just as well that you help me look at the authenticity as well, lest the tragedy of the blue and white porcelain repeats itself. Xiang Shenghui smiled. Yang Feng picked up a bronze cup and looked at it curiously. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to use his spiritual eyes to see the value of this kind of real antique. His gaze deepened a little as he looked at the bronze cup in front of him. It was also at this time that Yang Feng suddenly realized that a special hazy aura was swimming on the bronze cup. This was something he had never seen anywhere. What's going on? Yang Feng's heart muttered. Looking towards the other antiques again, he realized that most of these antiques even had this special aura on them. At this moment, Yang Feng suddenly felt a little strange, and just as his eyes were staring at one of the antiques in such a way, he suddenly felt his eyes connect with the aura floating above this. Immediately after that, Yang Feng suddenly felt this aura fly towards him and slowly enter his dantian, and this scene was visible only to Yang Feng himself. The people next to him thought that he was admiring the antiques and didn't disturb him at all. As this aura slowly entered his body, Yang Feng felt that his body seemed to have strengthened a bit. The fatigue from using his eyes earlier also diminished a bit at this time. Yang Feng froze. This was, Mr. Yang, what's wrong with you? Xiang Shenghui asked strangely. Yang Feng came to his senses and coughed dryly. Nothing, these are all good stuff. Mr. Xiang really did buy a treasure. Ha ha, in fact, I want to say that just now. Looking at Mr. Yang's appearance, he should also be a circle member. So if there are any good treasures in the future, you can be sure to contact me. I will buy them at a high price. Xiang Shenghui said and left his phone number for Yang Feng before leaving the place. Yang Feng looked at his back as he left and always felt strange. Most of the antiques this man bought had that special aura. Was it just a coincidence? His heart flooded with mutterings, but at such a time, Cao Ronghai, who was next to him, had already looked at him and said, Yang Feng, do you want to go home? You've earned a lot of money today. Hurry up and treat me to a nice meal. Don't be too envious. You kid. I'm just lucky, but we'll both get rich sooner or later in the future. Yang Feng patted his shoulder, but the duo still took advantage of the time is still early. They went to find a place to jerk off and drink a few cups. Yang Feng had just absorbed those spiritual qi and felt that his spirit was much stronger than before. This made him more and more interested in those antiques with spiritual qi. However, just at this time, Yang Feng's phone rang. It was Lu Qinglan calling. Yang Feng had just gotten her bracelet back and was in a good mood at this time, so he picked it up and asked, Lu Qinglan, what's up with you? Chapter 15, Professional Killers Robbing Jade Bracelets? Where are you? I just made a fortune. Is my bracelet still with you? Lu Qinglan's voice was as brash as ever. Yang Feng heard it and immediately said his coordinates, and Lu Qinglan soon arrived at this night market. Inside the barbecue restaurant, Lu Qinglan walked in from outside, and after seeing Yang Feng and Gao Ronghai, she was quick to say, why did you come so far? I'll go. It's a girl. As soon as Gao Ronghai saw a female, his eyes were all green. However, Lu Qinglan's character has always been very big-headed, ignoring his frivolity, but sat down opposite Yang Feng and said, I just transferred the borrowed money to you. My jade bracelet is still there, right? It's here. Yang Feng handed her the jade bracelet. Lu Qinglan saw the familiar jade bracelet, which brought a smile on her face. It was obvious that this jade bracelet was very important to her. Even when she was so short of money, she didn't sell this valuable jade bracelet, but both of them didn't notice. Just as they took out the jade bracelet, there was a man in the store who instantly stared at them. Only Gao Ronghai was surprised at this moment. This jade bracelet is hers. Ha, you also showed it to someone else? Lu Qinglan's strange expression. Yang Feng's old face flushed and glared at Gao Ronghai, signaling him not to talk nonsense. After all, now that the jade bracelet had been taken back, don't just let Lu Qinglan know about his previous deception again. But the good thing is that Lu Qinglan didn't ask any more questions, but said, by the way, why do you guys suddenly want to come up here? Came to participate in an auction. Casually looking at it, This kid has earned more than $7 million. You still dare to say casually looking? Gao Ronghai couldn't hold his tongue this time. As soon as these words left his mouth, Lu Qinglan was all staggered and almost fell under the chair. Bragging doesn't come with this kind of bragging. Lu Qinglan stared wide-eyed. Yang Feng was helpless and said, actually, what he said is also true. So if you're short of money, I can still lend you some now. Hey, you're quite righteous. Lu Qinglan grinned and said, I thought you would live in the shadow of your ex-girlfriend, but I didn't expect to come out so quickly. But you don't have to. Recently I've been doing some business with someone, and I'm not too short of money. Doing business? Yes. So 2 days ago the cell phone turned off well. Lu Qinglan was full of concern. Said, I'll explain it to you slowly later. There are too many people here. It was obvious that what Lu Qinglan did should be a very secretive thing. Yang Feng didn't ask. However, Gao Ronghai saw his sister and was attentive at this time. Lu Qinglan was also a fastidious person, feasting on her food without caring about the gazes of the bystanders. After the three of them finished eating here, it was already past 11 in the evening. After they left this place, they walked towards their home in a relaxed manner. Gao Ronghai incidentally also added fuel to the fire at this time and told Yang Feng about the things he had earned in the past 2 days. Lu Qinglan listened in awe. I didn't think that after you were expelled, you were enlightened instead. Lu Qinglan joked. Yang Feng was helpless and said, it's just good luck. I was thinking that I would just have a little bit of money left to break the boat and play casually, but I didn't think that I would just earn a little bit of money. Alas, after people have money, don't they all like to start not talking about people? Lu Qinglan despised the expression. Her relationship with Yang Feng was truly that of an iron brother from childhood. Lu Qinglan was very much like a boy when she was a child, and at that time, with Yang Feng and those people who recruited cats and dogs every day, but also only separated in high school, and then went to work in a city. A few people walked on the night street, gossiping and strolling, but just when they reached a deserted street, Gao Ronghai saw the black silhouette in front of him and said, what's that person in front doing? His words made Lu Qinglan and Yang Feng look over. It was a masked man in black tights who happened to be blocking their way at this moment. Cosplaying here in the middle of the night? Lu Qinglan also felt strange, but they always felt something was wrong, because the pair of eyes revealed by this masked man carried an endless coldness. Hand over the jade bracelet and the person can go. The masked man's voice was very low and cold as if it was like a knife. A few people's faces also changed. I didn't expect that in such a short time, the jade bracelet would be targeted. Damn, what grade are you? One person dares to come and rob the three of us. Gao Ronghai was enraged at this moment. Drinking a bit of wine, he immediately stepped forward and with his size advantage stepped forward and wanted to give the masked man a slap on the face. But just at the moment he raised his hand, a glint flashed through the masked man's eyes, and his figure retreated half a step towards the back, and a foot directly struck him in the chest. Ka-ching! The sound of bones cracking came. Gao Ronghai's figure was instantly kicked out a few meters away, hitting the corner of the wall and sliding down. This caused both Lu Qinglan and Yang Feng to instantly wake up. Gao Ronghai felt bone-chilling pain at this moment. Only the masked man on the opposite side had his gaze as cold as ever at this moment. I don't want to repeat what I just said. The masked man's voice was again a few points lower than just now. This was a professional fighter. No, it was a professional killer. But why would such a person charge at himself? Yang Feng's heart also felt shocked. Lu Qinglan was nervous to the extreme at this point. She did not expect that she had just missed her fortune. Lu Qinglan was just about to give in. But just at this time, Yang Feng spoke first. This friend, I still have a few $1 million, so let the two of them go first and I'll give you the money. Yang Feng thought that this person was trying to get money, but the masked man laughed coldly and said, with your little money, I'm not interested. But, enough, I'll count to 3. The masked man's hand lit up a dagger, the sharp edge revealing the coolness of death in the dark night. Yang Feng originally didn't want to fight him. For one thing, this man was a professional killer, and for another, he knew that once he used his eyes too much, he would fall into extreme overwork exhaustion. But the way things were looking now, it was a case of having to make a move. How about giving him the bracelet? Our safety is important. Lu Qinglan didn't want to involve her friend. Yang Feng shook his head and asked, this jade bracelet should be important to you, right? Lu Qinglan bowed her head and didn't say anything. This was the only token left to her by her deceased mother. Yang Feng understood and took a step forward, shaking his head. To be honest, I had wanted to settle things peacefully. Looking at his figure, the lion Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan both looked at him strangely. This guy, at a time like this, he still wanted to blow awesome with the killer? Chapter 16, a sign of tending to good fortune and avoiding bad fortune? The masked man even didn't expect that Yang Feng would dare to come forward at this time. Kid, pretending in front of me will only lead to your own death. The masked man narrowed his eyes. Yang Feng's expression remained calm as he said, it's still not too late if you leave now. Humph, seeking death. the masked man snorted coldly. The dagger in his hand flickered with a cold aura at this moment, making people feel a chill on their backs. Lu Qinglan at this moment, even though she wanted to stop Yang Feng, but the masked man on the opposite side had already stepped forward. His speed was extremely fast, to the point that people couldn't see his movements. In just an instant, his dagger had already appeared in front of Yang Feng, and at this moment, Yang Feng's eyes watched the movements of the masked man in front of him, and again, it was fixed like that, slow to the extreme. Swish! The dagger looked ferocious as it stabbed towards Yang Feng's chest. The masked man wanted to finish off Yang Feng with a single strike and then snatch Lu Qinglan's jade bracelet, but right at this moment, something unexpected happened to him. In front of him, Yang Feng actually predicted his movements, and dodged to the side with ease. The dagger just pierced the air. Yang Feng felt that his actions were even sharper than before. After grabbing the arm of the masked man in front of him, his knee directly smashed into his abdomen. The masked man's stomach and sea immediately flipped, but he didn't wait for him to make another move. Yang Feng kicked him in the chest again. Put! A mouthful of blood was spat out and the masked man was knocked back a few meters. You actually have this kind of strength. The masked man was dumbfounded. Yang Feng narrowed his eyes and said, I told you, you're not my opponent. You wait for me. After the masked man finished speaking, he looked at a fence next to him, and with a long leap grabbed the top of the fence and flipped over, disappearing from view. From the exchange of blows just now, he knew that he was no match for Yang Feng, and Yang Feng didn't continue to chase. He didn't have that physical strength, and since this person didn't look that simple, it wasn't appropriate to risk chasing after him. It was just that he felt that he seemed to be a bit stronger again today than yesterday. Could it be because he absorbed the aura of that antique from before? Yang Feng, are you alright? Lu Qinglan's voice came from behind, interrupting his thoughts. Yang Feng turned back and subconsciously looked towards the jade bracelet on Lu Qinglan's hand. At this moment, the jade bracelet, surprisingly, also revealed the same aura as that antique. I seem to have understood. Yang Feng suddenly realized at this moment. He finally understood why that professional killer just now would rather have this jade bracelet than his millions. This person was afraid that he was coming for this thing, but other than himself, there was actually someone else who knew about the existence of spiritual qi. Yang Feng's heart felt a few moments of crisis. However, Lu Qinglan was just looking at him dumbfounded at this moment. He had known this bastard for so long. How come I didn't know that he still had this martial art? Yang Feng didn't explain much about this and casually perfunctorily said a few sentences before saying, you have to keep this thing safe. There might be someone else to rob it. Lu Qinglan was dumbfounded. Yang Feng couldn't explain more and just reminded a few sentences. But just as the two of them were talking, a sultry voice came from not far away. Both of you, can you care about the sick first? This ghostly voice was none other than Gao Ronghai, who was lying in the corner. He had just drank a bit of wine and was still a bit drunk. Now it was all awake. Yang Feng called for an ambulance. And by the way, he reported to the police about being robbed. After all this, Yang Feng returned home when it was already a little more than 1 o'clock in the morning. Yang Feng was tired and fell asleep. The next day, it was 3 rods in the morning. Yang Feng turned on the TV after casually eating something at home. At this time, the TV was playing news. It was a company called Jiangcheng Qinglin Technology Group that had come up with some kind of awesome robot locally. It was a local high-tech company in Jiangcheng. But what made Yang Feng surprised was that he heard the news saying the name of the CEO of this company, which was none other than Lin Shui. Coincidence? Yang Feng felt strange, but looking at Lin Shui that day, she seemed to be really rich. Forget it, don't want to think about this. Yang Feng shook his head. He still had to find a way to earn money, although he already had a few $1 million on hand. But for Yang Feng this was just the beginning, especially since he had tasted the sweetness. It was impossible for him to stop at this time. But if he said that he earned money from gambling on stones every time, it wouldn't take long before he would definitely be suspected. Why don't I get a company too? A ray of light flashed through Yang Feng's mind. If he got a company himself, then it would be considered a company output and would be less susceptible to suspicion. Go to the hospital and look for Gao Ronghai. Yang Feng immediately thought, you can't go wrong with finding Gao Ronghai for this kind of thing. This kid is not bad, and he is considered trustworthy after knowing him for so long. When the time comes, he definitely won't have that much time to run the company, and he has the experience of opening a store. Thinking of this, Yang Feng went out without hesitation. As a poor family without a car, Yang Feng used all his money to buy a house. Nowadays, he could only take a taxi if he wanted to go to the hospital. He didn't have time to buy a car now, so he hurriedly arrived inside the hospital. Yesterday, Gao Ronghai tried to fight with someone, but fortunately, the killer only broke one of his ribs, and after checking, there wasn't too much of a problem, and he would be fine after resting for a month. However, just as Yang Feng was about to walk into the hospital's inpatient department, A 70-something-year-old man walked out on his face. He seemed to be in a hurry and bumped into Yang Feng head-on. Yang Feng's heart was depressed, but due to the fact that the other party was an old man, when he was about to ask if there was anything wrong, his eyes subconsciously caught a black color on the old man's brow. There's soot on the old man's forehead, Yang Feng reminded. This old man was a bit strange and took out his cell phone to take a picture of his forehead, only to find that there was nothing on it other than creases. Young man, this is unkind. I bumped into you by accident. You can't make fun of my old man. The old man's character was good. Feeling strange, Yang Feng turned back to look again and realized that the black mist on the old man's brow had disappeared again. What's going on? Yang Feng flooded with mutterings, but at this time, the old man seemed to have something else to do, so he hurriedly walked towards the outside. Yang Feng seemed to react violently to something at this time, and turned back to call out to him again. Wait, the young man still has something to do? The old man had a strange expression. Yang Feng gathered the chi of his dantian in his eyes, and indeed saw that the old man in front of him had that massive black chi between his eyebrows. This could be the blackness of the Hall of Seal in ancient times, and the old man who gave himself these eyes that day had said that his eyes could avoid evil and good fortune. Could this be one of the signs? Chapter 17. Sure enough, it was fulfilled. Yang Feng looked at the old man in front of him. He didn't know how to express himself, so he could only speak. Old sir, you should pay attention to your health recently. Thanks for your concern. I can leave if nothing happens. The old man didn't take it seriously and laughed cheerfully as he walked towards the outside. Yang Feng looked at his robust appearance and felt that he should be thinking too much, so he walked towards Gao Ronghai's hospital room. What Yang Feng didn't know was that not long after he had just entered, the old man who was walking outside, then his face gradually became agonized and then collapsed directly next to the road. At this time, Yang Feng just walked into Gao Ronghai's hospital room. Buddy, you came to see me so soon today. When Gao Ronghai saw Yang Feng, he immediately wanted to greet him. Yang Feng put the fruit to the side and said helplessly, "You kid, stop. The doctor said you need to recuperate for at least a month. This stupid hospital is too boring, and the TV doesn't show any exciting programs." Gao Ronghai was full of regret. He was still living in a single room, so naturally, he was bored to death. Yang Feng shook his head and said breathlessly, "Did you sell too many movies in the past and now you're nostalgic for the old days? Why don't you take advantage of the fact that the other nurses aren't around, and I'll get some movies in for you to watch slowly?" Hey, just kidding, but how come you're here alone today? Where's the pretty girl you were with yesterday? Gao Ronghai's eyes looked towards the back. Yang Feng's face turned black and said, "When did you see a girl and couldn't move? So many years of movie reading experience has all gone to waste. What do you know? I just felt that the girl yesterday was temperamental towards me. You like tigresses or manly women? You haven't known her since you were a kid. Let me tell you, Yang Feng's words had just gotten halfway through when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Jerking his head back, it was Lu Qinglan's murderous gaze that was staring at him. "Sister Lu, when did you come?" Yang Feng's tone stiffened. Lu Qinglan narrowed her eyes. "If I didn't come, I wouldn't be able to hear such a wonderful speech." I hissed. Yang Feng felt the flesh of his arm being heavily gripped, and a heartbreaking scream of agony came out. Even Gao Ronghai, who was lying on the bed, was cold behind his back at this moment. "This sister is really tough. I brought a little food. Hurry up and eat." After Lu Qinglan retaliated, she handed Gao Ronghai a meatball. Gao Ronghai was instantly surprised and said, "Being sick and hospitalized, this is the first time a sister has sent me food. I've lived these first 20 years for nothing. Don't get me wrong. I just came to see you because you were injured by me." Lu Qinglan bristled. Yang Feng had no choice but to say, "I'm not as hypocritical as her. I came here this time to find you kid to discuss about opening a company." He told Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan about his intention to open a jade company. At the end, Yang Feng turned his head and asked, "By the way, is Comrade Lu Qinglan interested in joining together? I don't have time in the next 2 days." You said yesterday that you were doing business with a friend. What are you doing?" Yang Feng also remembered at this time. Lu Qinglan did not want to hide. "Is to say, I'm with a friend in the Emerald's Logistics Center that, this is the place." Before Lu Qinglan could finish her words, an excited voice suddenly came from the doorway. This caused several people to look towards the doorway. A few men who looked like they were dressed in suits, the one at the front looked like a big leader, hurriedly walked up to Yang Feng and asked, "Have you seen Elder Lin?" "Elder Lin?" Yang Feng had a strange expression. Puzzled, "I haven't heard of it. It's the old man you greeted him at the hospital entrance before." "Oh, I remember. Is there something I can do for you? Please come with us to the upstairs ward." The man's expression was overjoyed and he hurriedly invited. Yang Feng felt that this guy was strange, but he still got up and followed him out. At this moment, outside the VIP ward upstairs, the walkway was already full of people, And inside the ward at this time, it was awfully quiet. Yang Feng followed the person into the ward and said strangely, "What's the matter with calling me over?" He saw that the ward seemed to be full of socialites, so why was he still having trouble with himself? "Mr. Lin, this is the person that the old master was mumbling about just now." This person immediately reported with the woman next to the hospital bed. Only then did Yang Feng see the sick person lying on the hospital bed at this moment. It was the old man that he had a meeting with at noon. At this time, he had completely lost his previous robustness. Lying on the bed with a pale face, completely lost consciousness, the woman sitting beside the bed slowly turned her head. When she saw that the visitor was actually Yang Feng, she instantly froze. "It's you?" This person was no other than Lin Shui, and Yang Feng didn't expect that he would see her here again. "So what? Is there something wrong with calling me over?" Yang Feng was even more strange. "Did you meet with my grandfather today?" Lin Shui inquired. Yang Feng nodded and said that he had met her grandfather Lin Jinghuo at noon. Lin Shui understood, but then she looked at him in confusion and said, "You know how to cure diseases?" "Don't know much, just know some people watching techniques." Yang Feng casually explained and added, "I recognized a master before. He knows a lot, so I learned some from him." "I see." Lin Shui seemed to understand, but looking at Lin Jinghuo lying on the bed, she worried, "Can my grandpa make it through this time? Should I take a look?" Although Yang Feng didn't know how to cure diseases, however, he could see through the eyes through the body and see a person's physiological condition to find the cause of the disease. Lin Shui nodded and took the initiative to give up her position. The people in the ward were also nervous to the extreme at this moment. Most of them were company executives and people the old man had helped. When they heard that Lin Jinghuo was sick, they hurried over. But when they heard the doctor say that he couldn't find the cause of the illness at all and didn't know how to cure it, their hearts thumped again. Now this unimpressive-looking guy could really find the cause of the disease? Yang Feng walked over to the hospital bed and his eyes looked at Lin Jinghuo on the bed. As his eyes gradually penetrated the torso, Yang Feng found that Lin Jinghuo's body surface didn't have too many problems, but yet at the neck, it seemed to be stuck with a black color. Yang Feng was a bit puzzled, but he still slowly walked over and tried to help Lin Jinghuo's neck up. But it was this action that instantly made the people in the room want to stop it. "Let him take a look." Lin Shui's voice called out to the crowd. But at this moment, Yang Feng's actions looked extremely unprofessional. A doctor also couldn't help it at this moment, worrying, "Mr. Lin, Elder Lin's body is already weak. If it's tossed around like this, in case if..." The doctor didn't dare to continue, but his words revealed his distrust of Yang Feng. Chapter 18, Saving Lin Shui's Grandfather. Actually, Lin Shui's heart was also very apprehensive, especially after hearing the doctor's words. She was even more nervous as she looked at Yang Feng. This doctor was actually a top doctor who had rushed over from the next hospital. Even he couldn't diagnose the cause of the disease. Yang Feng could diagnose it? "Are you really okay?" Lin Shui looked at Yang Feng with some worry. Yang Feng slowly put down Lin Jinghuo, turned his head and asked, "From the instruments, did you guys check the problem with his neck?" "Neck?" The people present froze for a moment. That doctor listened. And even more so, he couldn't help but reveal a few moments of contempt at this point, saying, "This young man, although I don't know why Lin Lao mentioned letting you come over to save him before he fell into a coma, but this is simply nonsense on your part nowadays." Problematic? This kind of condition, now that Lin Lao is in great pain and has lost consciousness, this condition is either in the brain or a disabling disease in the liver and other places. How is it related to the neck again? The doctor was already certain that Yang Feng was just making things up. At this moment, Lin Shui also felt that Yang Feng seemed unreliable, but looking at his expression, it didn't look like he was joking. At the same time, there was suddenly a nervous voice in the crowd, calling out, "Look, Elder Lin seems to have started again." At this statement, the crowd looked towards Lin Jinghuo who was lying on the bed. At this moment, Lin Jinghuo's expression was agonizing. His face grew paler and paler. His forehead and palms were even dripping sweat towards the outside. Such a terrible scene. The doctor immediately said, "Everyone out. Doctors and nurses come in." The doctor was already preparing to administer help. If he couldn't save him this time, Lin Jinghuo might not be able to survive. But he actually didn't have much confidence himself. After all, he had done all the tests he could just now and had no idea what Lin Jinghuo's cause of illness was this time. But right at this moment, Yang Feng suddenly spoke. "Can you prepare a needle for me? I want to try." His eyes looked at Lin Jinghuo's neck. The mass of black qi was stirring, but the others present were already furious and immediately pointed at Yang Feng's nose and cursed. "Are you kidding me? It's at this point, you still want to waste time. If Lin Lao has a death, you, doctor, how much certainty do you have in saving my grandfather?" Lin Shui opened her mouth to inquire at this moment. The doctor on the side was instantly silent. Lin Shui understood and said, "Go get him a needle and give him another 2 minutes." What? The crowd looked at Lin Shui incredulously. At this moment, although Yang Feng didn't know anything about medicine, he had guessed the way to save him. With a needle slowly stuck into Lin Jinghua's neck, Yang Feng slowly poured his dantian qi into the neck along with the silver needle. The black qi in the neck slowly flowed out along the silver needle at this moment. The surrounding people only saw a more painful Lin Jinghua at this time. The doctor even couldn't help but angrily say, "Stop it! You're just torturing the patient. What a bastard! How dare he come over here to beckon? Mr. Lin, quickly tell him to stop. This kid is a charlatan. He's clearly trying to get Elder Lin killed." Even a few directors opened their mouths to chide at this moment. These people wanted to stop, but at this moment, Yang Feng simply ignored them. All that could be heard were the voices of these people cursing bitterly, and the cold tone of Lin Shui as she stopped them. As time passed by minute, Yang Feng's forehead was also taking out beads of sweat. To the amazement of everyone present, Lin Jinghua, who was originally pale and in great pain, suddenly slowly recovered at this moment. What's going on? Elder Lin seems to have recovered a lot? The crowd, who were originally at swords drawn, didn't understand what was happening for a moment. It was only after a moment that they snapped to attention. The silver needle that had just been inserted into his neck had turned black at this point. Yang Feng threw the silver needle inside a box on the side and revealed a smile. It should be fine. After Yang Feng finished speaking, he glanced at the crowd and then calmly walked out of the hospital room. He didn't bother with these people. Lin Jinghua, who was on the hospital bed, woke up at exactly this time. He slowly opened his eyes, looked at the familiar faces around him, and first opened his mouth to ask, "Who saved me?" Having just woken up, he was still conscious. Everyone was suddenly silent at this time. They lowered their heads one after another, thinking of the bad words they had just spoken to Yang Feng. Lin Jinghua seemed to understand something at this time, and with a somewhat weak voice, but still angry, he said, "You guys have disrespected someone? Grandpa just now already let him first administer help, but after saving people he left. I will go look for him." Lin Shui took the initiative to open her mouth at this moment. Lin Jinghua looked at his granddaughter's appearance and nodded his head. "Remember, this is a high-level person who can see my condition. There must be an even more powerful master behind him. Be sure to find him and thank him in person." "Yes." Lin Shui didn't dare to say more. Lin Jinghua's heart sighed. Actually, he had this problem all along. It was just that it wasn't serious before. But he didn't think that this time, he almost couldn't make it through. Luckily before he passed out, he remembered what Yang Feng had said to him. Otherwise this old life of his would really be accounted for here. However, at this time, Lin Jinghua was more shocked than the people present. They had watched Yang Feng save people with their own eyes, especially when so many people were bad-mouthing him. Yang Feng was still able to leave calmly like that after saving him. From the beginning to the end, Yang Feng didn't even look at them. This attitude was 10,000 times harder to bear than reprimanding and scolding them. Even when they thought about it at night when they went to sleep, they were afraid that they would have to slap themselves and curse, "I really deserve to die." And Lin Shui also felt that Yang Feng's character seemed to be really different from the average person. Only at this moment, Yang Feng didn't pay any more attention to the crowd. He returned to Gao Ronghai's hospital room. This kid was still recuperating. However, he still purposely requested Yang Feng to help him look after the store. Yang Feng also agreed to do so, as if he was going to familiarize himself with the jadeite market. After all, the current him, in addition to using the spiritual eye to earn some money, for this market is not particularly understand. He was going to be a jadeite trading company, and it would be convenient to choose the stones and put them in as the company's goods. This will not be easy to be found, but at this time Yang Feng does not know as. Inside a hidden jadeite market store in Jiangcheng, a familiar figure had already escaped here. This figure had just entered the store when he heard a harsh reprimand. "Fu Tian, did you really not lie yesterday?" A middle-aged man was sitting inside the store, and standing in front of him was the masked man who tried to rob Yang Feng yesterday. Chapter 19, Luring Yang Feng to his home. At this moment, the masked man shed his disguise and revealed his original appearance. The skinny face had sharp small eyes and long scars. After hearing the middle-aged man's reprimand, Fukuda Mio hurriedly bowed his head, and in a less than standard Chinese language, he said, "Lord Murakami, I can assure you that the kid beat me to the punch yesterday after I went." It could be heard that Fukuda Mio should be an assassin who had just been transferred over not long ago. Murakami Chika narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "But according to our intelligence, he is just an ordinary person, and is so nasty that he was dumped by his girlfriend a few months ago, and still can't find a job. But I'm telling the truth." Fukuda Mio was in tears. If it wasn't for his fast running yesterday, he really would have died there. If that guy's hands were ordinary, he'd be competing in the Paralympics himself tomorrow. Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, Murakami Chika rubbed his chin and muttered, "Could it be that this person usually hides his identity?" Absolutely. Fukuda Mio immediately spoke up at this moment, saying, Mr. Murakami, this kid's strength is far higher than mine, and he doesn't even look like an ordinary limit. Doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Could it be that? Is someone from that department in China? Murakami Chika immediately thought of something and said in some panic, not good. You must hide immediately. It is likely that you have already exposed your whereabouts. These two people were from the island nation, but no one knew why they appeared here. Yang Feng was even more unaware that he was inexplicably involved in a shocking conspiracy. The sky was completely dark. It was more than 8 o'clock in the evening. Yang Feng arrived inside the market and helped Gao Ronghai watch the store. Most of the people in the market in front of the door were selling tailings, but it was very lively. After all, most people just came to casually play, and this place was cheaper than the other markets. Yang Feng was in the store, looking at the small store of only a dozen square meters, but the shelves were filled with all kinds of jadeite raw stones. Yang Feng suddenly wanted to see the goods that this kid Gao Ronghai had collected, so he seriously looked towards the shelves. I have to say, this kid really did not brag much. He really has 2 brushes. These stones on the shelf, more or less can be worth a few $100 or $1,000, although it is not particularly high price. But Hai Ronghai's import channel was originally someone else selected after the tail material. It's not easy to get these things. Yang Feng had just finished looking at it when a voice came leisurely from the doorway as well. May I ask if you're still doing business? The owner of this voice. It was none other than Lin Shui, who he had met during the day. Her voice was highly recognizable, as cold and clear as an iceberg, yet it made people feel as heartfelt as moonlight sprinkled on snow. Yang Feng walked out and saw that Lin Shui was still looking for her and said helplessly, do you have something to do? Is this your store? Lin Shui walked in. There was just a glass coffee table in the store with a few small stools next to it. Yang Feng knew why she was here and said in advance, it's just a coincidence that I saved your grandfather. I'm not a master healer. It doesn't matter if you don't want to admit it. I won't go around talking about it. Lin Shui was certain that Yang Feng was playing low profile. She looked around at the jadeite raw stones and asked, I want to buy some jadeite raw stones. Do you do business? The store is my friend's. I'm just watching it for him. Then you want to push out the business in your friend's store? Line it, then you see which stone. Yang Feng was helpless. He felt that this ant was just here to look for trouble. Lin Shui swept a glance and said, I'll take all the stuff. Can you deliver it to my home for me? Yang Feng froze and looked at her in confusion. What do you want so many stones for? The villa yard lacks something to embellish it. I want to build a small mountain with this stone. Clunk. Yang Feng stumbled and almost didn't fall to the ground. I've heard of rich people, but I really haven't seen rich people spend money like this. But at least it's a big business, and it's Gao Ronghai's store. He himself helped him sell all the stuff today and saved him from worrying in the hospital. Alright, I'll give my friend a call and ask how much in total. Yang Feng took out his cell phone. At this moment, Gao Ronghai was in the hospital room and the nurse was checking his body. It was hard for him to find someone to talk to and was there constantly looking for something to say. Hearing Yang Feng's phone call, Gao Ronghai was a bit depressed. I'm chatting with the nurse. What's the matter with you? Someone over here bought a stone, but I don't know the price. There are numbers written on it. 3 digits according to the number at the beginning. Is the price of the stone? 4 digits is also. She might have bought a bit too much. Can you give a discount? Yang Feng glanced at Lin Shui next to him. Gao Ronghai had no intention of caring about this at this time, and said with a grimace, I'm in the hospital recovering from an injury. Not to mention that Thai market. What kind of big customers can come? Not many rich people go there to buy stones. She might want all the stones. Okay, you can just give her a 10% discount. Wait. Gao Ronghai's expression suddenly changed, instantly sitting up from the hospital bed, eyes wide open. What the hell did you say? Be careful of injuries, the nurse nervously reminded. At this moment, Gao Ronghai's eyes were glowing, and he said excitedly into the phone, I'm still nursing a ing injury. What kind of big client must this be? You wait, I'll go back personally right away. You can stop, just say a price on it. No, hiss. Gao Ronghai felt the pain in his chest again, and could only say, then why don't you total it up yourself? Anyway, add it all up, and give someone a discount. Okay, then I can sell it as you said. Yang Feng hung up the phone. Lin Shui listened to the words of the two and curiously said, what price are you going to offer? I've done the math. The stones here are estimated to cost a total of $700,000 to $800,000. I'll give you a 20% discount according to what that kid said. I'll charge you $600,000. Yang Feng was quick. He actually knew that Gao Ronghai's purchase was definitely lower than this price. Lin Shui didn't have the slightest hesitation and said, okay, but you have to help me pay for it after delivering it to my home. Then I'll call someone over to pull the goods. Yang Feng was refreshing. The stones were all delivered to the villa yard, With the truck leaving, Yang Feng patted the dust of the stones on his body and took out his cell phone. Do you transfer money or pay by cell phone? I have cash in my house. Ha! Yang Feng froze and looked at the lighted hall inside. It seemed that at this time, he realized Lin Shue's purpose. This was trying to fish, resting here to nest for herself? Chapter 20, From a Best Friend Questioning. Lin Shui had easily walked into the home by now. Yang Feng was depressed and could only follow along into the villa hall. Although the decoration inside was simple, it showed a special nobility and splendor. The ceiling of the living room was an exquisite ceiling, embellished with white walls and some ancient paintings. Moonlight shone in through the huge glass, bringing a few special night colors to the entire room. Last time, he left in a hurry and didn't take a good look at the decoration of the place. Yang Feng was a bit more relaxed this time and sat down on the sofa. There was a box of cash on the table and a bank card. Yang Feng was helpless and said, "You're just going to bribe me with money? This is a thank you fee explained by my grandfather." Lin Shui truthfully said, saying, "There isn't much money in it, but if you don't accept it, my grandfather might think that I've messed things up. You rich people are so interesting. You have so much money that you have to give it away. I'm rich, not sick." Lin Shui gave him a blank look and said, "Giving you money is because you saved me once and my grandfather once. Well, then I can leave after taking the money, right?" Yang Feng asked. Lin Shui always felt that this guy was interesting and asked, "You seem to be unemployed. Have you thought about getting a job? You're going to arrange a job for me? If you need it, sure." Lin Shui replied cheerfully. Yang Feng laughed and teased, "Do you know how I got fired from my last company? I heard that it seems to have something to do with your ex-girlfriend. I fell in love with a girl at the same time as a rich second generation. That rich second generation was idle, while I was a scrappy and hardworking poor boy." Yang Feng calmly opened his mouth and said, "One day, I went to the girl's house downstairs at the same time as that rich second generation. The rich second generation drove a Bentley. I walked. That girl then told me that although it's great to be rich, it doesn't mean everything. As long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to." Yang Feng stopped abruptly in the middle of his words. Lin Shui was curious and said, "What about the back? That Bentley was speeding up too fast. She was sitting on it." I didn't hear the words behind. Put. Rao is Lin Shui so serious people. At this time cannot help but poof want to laugh out, but then immediately said, "I didn't mean to laugh. I just couldn't help it." Okay, if you love to laugh, just laugh. Anyway, the next day I was fired, and then I got 2 jobs in a row, but they didn't last more than a day before I was fired. Yang Feng didn't continue, but Lin Shui understood what this meant. "Although I don't know what that rich second generation is, but I shouldn't dare to mess with my head. You can rest assured that you can work in my company." Lin Shui was still refreshing. However, Yang Feng just refused, while his eyes were looking at the several paintings hanging on the wall. These paintings should be antiques, and even if Yang Feng was such an art-ignorant person, he could feel the vibrancy of the paintings. Yang Feng's eyes deepened at this moment. It was also at this instant that he suddenly realized that one of the paintings on the wall, surprisingly, it also had a special aura attached to it. Moreover, the aura of this painting was denser than those antiques before it. Who does this painting belong to? Yang Feng immediately turned his head and asked about this. Lin Shui did not expect Yang Feng to be interested in this. Calmly said, "You have a good eye. This painting is Li Tang's work. My grandfather bought it and then there is no place to hang it, so he hung it to me." "How much does this painting cost?" "When it was auctioned off, it was more than $5 million. Lin Shui didn't say. "This painting according to the current price, at least more than $20 million. Yang Feng smacked his lips when he heard this price. Good guy. His own gambling found a jadeite that was so heaven-defying, only to earn a few $1,000,000. In the eyes of the rich, it was the money of a painting. But the aura on this painting was too important to himself. "I want to buy this painting." Yang Feng opened his mouth. Lin Shui had already seen it and agreed. "Fine. You can take it away in a while, and since you won't take any money, this will be a thank you gift." "Thanks." Yang Feng wasn't polite this time. While the two were talking, the nanny also came in from outside and said, "Mr. Lin, your friend is outside bringing something in. Let her come in." Lin Shui had made an appointment with her best friend Li Wenfei, and she didn't expect her to come early. Not long after, a footstep came from outside. It was followed by Li Wenfei carrying a box, calling out with a big grin, "Xiao Shui, the antiques that uncle greeted earlier and asked me to bring you. I've brought them all over. Where do you think to put them?" "Just put it in the upstairs storage room. In 2 days my dad should be back from abroad, and my grandfather is still hospitalized." Lin Shui agreed. Li Wenfei just happened to walk in at this moment and saw Yang Feng sitting next to Lin Shui. In an instant, she immediately froze. Male, alive. Li Wenfei was filled with incredulity. Busy putting down the pile of antiques worth thousands of dollars in her hand, she walked towards Yang Feng and finally pointed at Lin Shui and said, "You're actually hiding a woman in a golden house? Don't Don't talk nonsense. Lin Shue's face instantly turned a little red when she was spoken to, explaining, he was kind to my family. So you gave your body to him? No wonder I said yesterday how you suddenly did not pick up my phone. It will not be being. You stop. There are people in it. Lin Shui, which can be like Li Wenfei character, greatly grinning. Li Wenfei saw that Lin Shui did not say. Immediately turned her head to look at Yang Feng. Skeptical, honestly explain. How long has your kind of underground love lasted? Why did you hide it from me? Earth. Underground love? Yang Feng was confused. How is this sister even bolder than Lu Qinglan? However, it was good that Lin Shui reacted at this time and changed the topic. Right. How is the color of the antiques brought this time? My grandfather was talking about this yesterday. I know. Your grandfather is a great collector. He usually likes to use these to make friends. Li Wenfei grinned and said, but this time, there is definitely not much of a problem. I went with someone to personally select it. The general public didn't know that Li Wenfei had actually been in contact with antique paintings and calligraphy since she was a child, so she was considered an insider in this regard. Lin Shui thought of something at this moment and said, right, then you'll pick a painting out later. This painting on my wall happens to be going to Yang Feng, but it doesn't look good with this wall empty. Your Ajiao likes antique paintings too? Put. When Yang Feng heard the word Ajiao, he almost didn't spray a mouthful of tea on the table. Only after coughing continuously for a few times did he ease up. However, Li Wenfei looked at Yang Feng with great skepticism and smirked. You don't know that Xiao Shui's grandfather is a collector and purposely threw yourself at him, right? Chapter 21. This is the Jade Seal of Transmission. This sentence sounded like a joke. However, Yang Feng heard a few hints of questioning. Lin Shui naturally understood and said, Wenfei, don't be paranoid. Yang Feng even saved my grandfather once today. What's more, he just wants a painting. Why make you push people so hard? I'm not afraid you'll fall for it. Have you forgotten the lesson from Pine Lei last time? Li Wenfei asked. Lin Shui brought this up. Her eyes were cold and stern for a few moments, saying, I didn't care about him from the beginning to the end. It's just that my grandfather was interested in him. So yeah, he even saved your grandpa. So I can't say it was really intentional? Li Wenfei looked at Yang Feng, looking up and down as if she had to see a little problem from him. Yang Feng shook his head helplessly and said, this sister, if you're really flustered, go live and bite a lighter. Forget it, for the sake of Xiao Shui. Let's not ask about this. Li Wenfei opened the box at this point and said, what if you really know how to do it? Why don't you help me look at these antiques? It doesn't matter to me. It's just an eye-opener anyway. Yang Feng didn't care. He originally wanted to see if there were still things with spiritual qi attached in these antiques. As the boxes opened, there were some individual boxes placed inside. Many objects were placed inside the boxes. As these things were spread out one by one and placed on the table, there were a total of 8 large pieces. Li Wenfei began to introduce. This is a 3-colored glazed pottery from the Tang dynasty. That jade rui is said to be used only by dignitaries in the Song dynasty. And these. She introduced it to Lin Shui, also hoping that when she passed the things on, she would make it clear to Lin Jinghua. However, as she spoke for half a day, she realized that Yang Feng next to her had his eyes staring at a broken piece of jade in the corner. What are you looking at? Li Wenfei interrupted Yang Feng's musings, then snickered. Alright, I can tell by looking at you that you must be a Yi Gonghong, and actually don't know much about antiques, right? I'm not going to make things difficult for you. After all, Xiao Shui seems to like you quite a bit. Don't be ridiculous. Lin Shui called out to her. But looking back, Yang Feng was indeed looking at the piece of jade seriously at this moment. This piece of jade was already missing a corner. It was originally a 4 square, but the carvings on it had already fallen off a bit. One could only see that there were still some special words left. This jade I have found someone to appraise. Although the words on it are from the Tang and Song dynasties, but there is no way to determine the specific attribution of this thing. Perhaps it is some kind of folk landlord's property. It is estimated that it is not worth much. I pulled it over to make up the numbers. Li Wenfei's meaning is also to hope that Yang Feng figure out the situation. Do not pretend to understand that blindly pondering. She didn't know that at this moment, Yang Feng clearly saw an extremely rich spiritual qi within this jade. And unlike it, the color of this spiritual qi is somewhat inclined to golden. Although the color is not pure, but can faintly feel the sound of the dragon's roar inside. Yang Feng was startled and violently retreated half a step towards the back, beads of sweat showing on his forehead. I go. What's your situation? Such a big performance? Li Wenfei asked strangely. Lin Shui was also very strange and said, Yang Feng, do you want to go take a rest? No, it's not a matter of resting. Yang Feng suddenly took a deep breath and said, this piece of jade, it's very likely that it's the jade seal of transmission. What? Lin Shui and Li Wenfei let out confused sounds almost simultaneously. Afterwards, it was Li Wenfei who said breathlessly, can you stop pretending to understand? Apart from the fact that this thing looks a little bit squarer, where does it look like a jade seal? The jade seal of the state can be written on it. Ordered by heaven, both life and eternity. Of course it is not that jade seal, but this, if no accident, should be the jade seal of a certain cutthroat regime. The text of the Tang and Song dynasties should be the jade seal of a certain small country at that time. Yang Feng was very certain, because apart from the jade seal, it was impossible for his own eyes to see that kind of aura. And with those Sue's dragon roars, Li Wenfei shook her head inside. Xiao Shui, this friend you found is really unreliable. Does he dare to blow any bull? Yang Feng, Wenfei, she grew up watching antiques since she was a child, so don't raise hell with her on this. Lin Shui also reminded. Yang Feng laughed and said, that only shows that she's gone off the deep end, or she didn't learn her craft well. My violent temper. Li Wenfei immediately stood up to argue with Yang Feng, but just at this time, her phone rang. Wait for me to turn around and settle the score with you. Li Wenfei was challenged and glared at Yang Feng in displeasure, then picked up the phone and said, Elder Han, what's the matter? Ms. Li, just now, after comparing with the ancient books, I finally know what that piece of jade of yours is. It's the jade seal of one of the countries during the period of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. Han Yunfu's tone was tinged with excitement. When these words came out, both Li Wenfei and Lin Shui froze almost simultaneously. How is that possible? The two of them coincidentally looked over towards the dumbfounded Yang Feng. This guy, isn't bull ******* ting? Li Wenfei's speech stuttered with her unbelievable eyes. Han Yunfu at the other end was a bit strange and asked, what's wrong? No, nothing, there's someone on my side who he also saw this. Li Wenfei sobered up a bit from the shock and explained. Han Yunfu heard this and was immediately a bit disbelieving, saying, Miss Li, don't make fun of my old man. This is a clue I found in several ancient books before I finally found it from that only remaining text. How else can other counterparts in Jiangcheng see it directly? Han Yunfu was halfway through his words when he suddenly remembered something. His tone became a bit perkier as he asked, could it be that little friend? His name is Yang Feng. It's really him. Han Yunfu came to a realization when he heard that name, then laughed out loud. Ha ha, in that case, I'll be convinced. The two exchanged a few pleasantries and hung up, but at this time, the hall was also plunged into silence. Li Wenfei and Lin Shui were both staring blankly at Yang Feng. This guy, in the end, what kind of person was he? If he didn't have a profound study of antiques to the extreme, it would be impossible to recognize this jade seal at a glance. One should know that even everyone like Han Yunfu had to search for the answer in ancient books. What the hell are you? You? Li Wenfei's tone even became much more respectful than earlier. Yang Feng revealed a relaxed smile and said, I'm just here to help my friend collect the money. He pointed to the box of cash on the table. Ah shucks, don't say. Li Wenwen bristled. Yang Feng turned his head and added, but now I actually want to ask Lin Shui for a favor? You're planning on proposing to Shui? Li Wenfei immediately snickered. It was the first time she had seen that Lin Shui had brought a man other than her relatives to her home. Chapter 22 Treating Gambling Stones as an ATM. Yang Feng blanked her and looked at Lin Shui. I want to buy this jade seal. Is that okay? Just send it to you if you want it. Lin Shui didn't take it seriously. However, Yang Feng shook his head and said, forget it, just now you've already sent me a painting. It's already considered a favor. This is a pure transaction. This handsome guy, you have to be clear. This jade seal has now determined the value. According to the market price, at least $20 million or more. Are you sure you can take out so much money? Li Wenfei was very skeptical. Yang Feng was silent for a moment and slowly said, the day after tomorrow I will put the money into your account. Seeing the confidence and determination in his gaze also made Lin Shui and the two of them freeze. This guy, it wasn't like he was mouthing off. Alright, you take the stuff first. Lin Shui replied cheerfully. Yang Feng was not polite, and after taking the money Cao Ronghai had sold the stones for, he took away 2 more antiques. Lin Shui and Li Wenfei watched Yang Feng to the door and took a taxi to the hospital themselves. Watching the car disappear from view, Li Wenfei was a bit strange and asked, what the hell is this guy? Lin Shui shook her head and said, I don't know. Haven't you antique circles heard of him? Haven't really heard of him, but this guy's vision is very venomous. Theoretically he shouldn't be unknown. Li Wenfei felt more and more strange, but Lin Shui was a bit worried at this moment, making Li Wenfei strange and asked, what's wrong with you? I've checked him out. He's not a rich man. Can he really come up with $20 million the day after tomorrow? Lin Shui's beautiful eyes were filled with skepticism. $20 million. That wasn't a small number. How was it possible for an ordinary person to take it out in 2 days? But at this moment, Yang Feng didn't seem to worry much. After leaving this place, he first went to the hospital to see Gao Ronghai and gave him the $600,000 from selling the stones in the store. Finally, Yang Feng returned home. Inside the hall, there was only a dim and weak light. Yang Feng drew the curtains and sat on the sofa. In front of him lay the jade seal and a painting that he had just gotten. Closing his eyes, he could clearly feel the aura on those two ancient objects. The rich aura was attracted little by little at this moment because of Yang Feng's Dantian operation. One night passed. The next morning, when Yang Feng opened his eyes again, he felt refreshed. Looking towards the table in front of him again, the two antiques, at this time, completely lost their former splendor. Antiques worth tens of millions of dollars, at this time turned into a scrap of paper and stone. Good guy, tens of millions of dollars. Yang Feng lamented. His own consumption in one night had cost tens of millions of dollars, but he seemed to have guessed a few things at this point. The spiritual chi attached to these antiques was definitely what he needed for his own cultivation. That kind of aura might have once appeared on Earth, but disappeared later, but there was still a part of the aura remaining on these antiques. If this all held true, think of those people who were constantly collecting antiques before. They must have known about the existence of auras as well, but what were they going to do? Yang Feng always felt that things were strange, but at this moment, he could not think about it. After all, he still needed to earn $20 million before tomorrow. Yang Feng got up and was just about to leave when he realized that this table of his seemed different from the usual. I remember this table had several missing corners before. Yang Feng muttered to himself, then reacting to something furiously, he said, could it be that Reiki can repair things? If that was the case, Yang Feng realized that he was going to be rich. The transaction price of an antique largely depended on the degree of intactness. If one could repair an antique with Reiki, then even the trashiest antiques could be turned into valuable goodies by themselves. Thinking of this, Yang Feng couldn't wait to go out. It was already midday outside. Under the scorching sun, Yang Feng chose to take a taxi to Gu Yonggui's store first to see if he could open a stone to earn enough for $20 million. The last time he went, he didn't have any capital. For all those expensive stones he could only look at them. This time was different. Not long after, Yang Feng arrived at Gu Yonggui's store. In the hall on the first floor, the place was more lively than usual. Look, Mr. Yang is here too. An employee saw Yang Feng and immediately called out. Gu Yonggui was chatting with a middle-aged man at the moment, and when he heard this, he also immediately said, Mr. Who? This is another buyer. Oh, anyone who can make Bosku recognize him must not be ordinary. Hu Yenming smiled broadly. He had just opened a jadeite worth over $2 million with a $500,000 stone. At this moment, he was exactly in a great mood. When Hu Yenming turned his head, he realized it was a brat. Is he the person you're talking about? Hu Yenming asked strangely. Gu Yonggui hurriedly introduced at this moment. Mr. Yang is the disciple of a high person. A high person? In this circle in Jiangchang, there aren't many people who dare to call themselves a high person in front of me. Hu Yenming held his head high and asked, Little friend, who is your master? Sorry, I'm here to play with stones. Yang Feng ignored his words. That's just it. Just take advantage of the good luck now. Bosku, bring out the best pieces of stone in your store again. I want to see the color and open one then. Although Hu Yenming was unhappy, he ignored it. Gu Yonggui looked at Yang Feng at this moment and asked, Mr. Yang is just here for fun this time too, or do you want to see the big stones? I'll see if there are any suitable ones too. Alright, Manager Chen, you take a few people and go move out those big guys in the warehouse and show them to the customers in the store. Gu Yonggui knew how to do business. It didn't focus on Hu Yenming and Yang Feng. Instead, he took care of the 24 customers in the store. Yang Feng took advantage of this time and his eyes also looked towards the shelves on the first floor. On the shelves, there were stones of different sizes. These stones were as heavy as 20 to 30 kilograms, while the lighter ones were only a few kilograms. However, the surface color of these stones was not considered good, so if they were all opened, they would definitely lose money. After all, gambling on stones, originally is to bet on the probability of 1 in 1,000. If you can always win, that is still called gambling? Of course, here is still a gambling stone as an ATM people. Chapter 23, Opening a Jadeite Worth $10 million. Yang Feng looked at it for a while and finally stared at a stone of 12 kilograms. This stone was only priced at $100,000. Just as Yang Feng was looking at it, Hu Yenming on the side, but at this moment, he skimmed his lips and said, Young man, if you want to bet on a big one. Are you looking at these things? Are you coming to a child's house? I'm not as rich as you, so playing house is not impossible. Yang Feng smiled and said, What's more, you've been gambling on stones for such a long time. Don't you know what it means to gamble big with small? Ha ha, what a joke. I have some status within the stone gambling circle. You brats are starting to lecture me. Hu Yenming laughed out loud and said, I know which stone you're looking at, but the color of this stone, I think as long as anyone who has played with gambling stones in the store, should be clear about what's going on. Saying that, he directly placed the piece of raw stone of more than 10 kilograms on the table. When the crowd heard the sound, they looked over towards this side. Yang Feng didn't pay any attention to him and just looked at Gu Yonggui and said, "Boss Gu, I want to buy this stone." "Ha? What are you doing here?" Gu Yonggui glanced at the stone on the table. His face changed drastically, glared at the person next to him, and said, "Manager Chen, didn't I ask you to dispose of this stone as tailings yesterday? How come it's still sitting here now? What's going on?" Yang Feng asked strangely. Gu Yonggui's expression was a little embarrassed. Hu Yanming laughed even more when he saw Yang Feng's innocent look and said, "Ha ha ha, you're such a stupid newcomer. Can't you even see this?" These words also made the other guests around him shake their heads. The ones who came here were all connoisseurs, not people who were generally hilarious. As the saying goes, outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. On this piece of raw stone, there were several small crevices, and in the weathered layer next to it, there were obviously traces of windowing, but the back was covered up with filling. When this stone was first sent over, because of its good craftsmanship, and its value is not high, so it did not go to take a closer look, and it was considered to be fooled. But as time passed for a small half-year, this original stone also revealed its original appearance. I'm afraid that this is the waste material that has already been opened by someone and felt that the quality is not good, so it was filled up and used to cheat people, right? Hu Yanming squinted his eyes and said, "And looking at the fog on this skin, there is still ringworm and pine flowers that barely show up. This kind of tail material only deserves to be dealt with in the lowest level of the market." "Old Hu, you are really benevolent. Why don't you just let this kid lose some money? Why bother to tell him?" A guest snickered at this point. However, Gu Yonggui hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, gentlemen. I had already asked Manager Chen to take this stone off the shelf. I guess it's delayed. I wouldn't have taken this stone off for sale no matter what. Alright, hurry up and take it away. Just now it's as if I'm giving him a free lesson. Lest he walks in and just walks in with no one in sight." Hu Yanming's nostrils turned towards Yang Feng, seemingly not even willing to look at him squarely anymore. What kind of high-ranking person's disciple could this guy be? Hu Yanming bristled with disdain. Gu Yonggui patted Yang Feng's shoulder and comforted him while asking his men to carry this stone away. In the disdainful gazes of the crowd, this matter was going to be revealed like this. But just at this time, Yang Feng slowly opened his mouth. "Boss Gu, sell this stone to me." "What?" Gu Yonggui froze for a moment, thinking he had heard wrong. Hu Yanming and a few guests also turned back and looked at Yang Feng in confusion. Only then did he hear Hu Yanming's contemptuous smile and said, "Don't have to buy a broken stone to go home just for the sake of face. Oh, although $100,000 isn't a lot, it's a waste to buy a broken stone." Old Hu, you don't understand. People are using $100,000 to pick up a face." The man next to him was a fellow traveler of Hu Yanming. His words echoed. "Ha ha, old Zhang, you're right. If $100,000 can retrieve a face, this money is not bad, but I see that now he not only did not retrieve a face, but on the contrary, it looks like a wrongdoer." Hu Yanming laughed out loud, purposely patting Yang Feng's shoulder, saying, "Young man, our circle needs rich ingrates like you, otherwise who's going to buy those scraps?" Ha ha, ha ha ha. A joyful laughter resounded in the hall. Only Gu Yonggui at this moment held back his red face. He knew that Yang Feng wasn't an ordinary person and wondered how he could have made such a low-level mistake today. But Yang Feng himself, at this moment, had a breezy expression. "Mr. Yang, why don't we take a look at the other raw stones? Let's open this one first. I'm about to buy this stone for $100,000. Yang Feng spoke once again. This time, his tone was still calm, but it made it even more difficult for Gu Yonggui. What was wrong with Yang Feng today? He had to have this scrap? It's really hard to persuade a damn ghost with good words. Boss, I don't think you should sympathize with him. Since he has to be this ingrate, you should let him be. A customer was full of contempt. Gu Yonggui also had no choice but to say, "Then Mr. Yang, I'll give you this stone. Are you sure you want to open it now?" "Yes. Start cutting from 1 centimeter up from this side." Well, but if you cannot open something, it will be as if I send you. Let us make a friend." Gu Yonggui was also considered a generous person. After saying that, he then also let his fellow take the stone and went to the cutting machine on the side. Yang Feng walked to the side of the cutting machine and seemed to have a really expectant expression. The guests also chimed in at this moment and gathered together next to the cutting machine. "I'd like to see what scraps this ingrate can open." Hu Yanming skimmed his mouth. The cutting machine was slicing through the raw stone little by little at this moment. As Yang Feng said, the cutter was slicing down from 1 centimeter on the side. However, just when the cutter had just sliced halfway, the expressions of the crowd that had been flirting with it gradually went out of place. The half that was exposed actually had a very dark-colored green band. And then look at its translucency. High ice variety. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Inside the hall, There were people bursting into foul language almost simultaneously. They watched as the cut was completed. The exposed cut of this stone had a very high head of water. However, right at this moment, a guest recognized the true name of this jadeite. This is an extremely high-quality ginseng seed. This person's words woke everyone up in an instant. Chapter 24 The God of Gambling. Everyone had only focused on the seed water and color, but it was only at this moment that they reacted furiously. This is clearly a very special seed water in jadeite gold silk seed. The so-called gold silk seed refers to the jadeite inside, and the background color is completely different bright green line. Green silk. This kind of jadeite general seed water are better. The bottom color is lighter. This green silk green line color and very bright. In the very good seed water reflection. Looks like a shiny gold wire. This kind of jadeite, the requirements of the seed water is particularly good. Otherwise the green line is unable to out of the effect of gold wire. And this piece of cut in front of me is clearly the top of the gold silk species. If so, then I'm afraid that the value of this piece of stone is again a little higher. Dozens of people in the hall were dead silent at this moment. Even Hu Yanming, who was still laughing a moment ago, had a frozen expression at this moment. $100,000 of raw stone. A knife opened a few million. How is this possible? However, right at this moment, Yang Feng spoke. One more cut on the back. I want to see the color of the back. Wow. These words woke up the crowd again. Young man, you mustn't be crazy, right? This one cut is already enough for you to multiply dozens of times. As to fight so hard? That's right. In case if the other mutates, it won't be worth that much then. Several guests were reminding at this point. Yang Feng didn't pay any attention to it and looked at Gu Yongui, saying, let the people do it. Gu Yongui also wanted to make Yang Feng reconsider, but looking at his bland expression, he still let his men do it. The fellow who cut the stone, his hands were trembling at this moment. He hadn't opened a stone with such a high value in a long time. As another knife fell, it didn't change in color. It was still of high ice grade, and the green bands on this side were even denser and more beautiful than the ones from earlier. At least $10 million. A man spoke up at this moment. With just these two cuts, it was already enough to prove the value of this jadeite. Yang Feng revealed a smile and said, actually, I'm planning to make another cut, but there's no need to raise the price of this stone too high. Saying that, Yang Feng looked at Gu Yongui. Gu Yongui seemed to have reacted only at this moment, and said with great joy, I'll have someone estimate the price right away. He was thrilled. Yang Feng was actually willing to let himself recycle this stone. A jadeite with such a good color could make a lot of money once it changed hands. With the weighing plus the careful valuation of the color, the final price of this stone, $12 million. The atmosphere at the scene was hotter than the 36-degree weather outside at this instant. Everyone looked at Yang Feng as if they were seeing a god. This guy, too godly. Who's playing the god of gamblers BGM? Damn. Still accepting disciples? Everyone's eyes were reddening at this point. $100,000. Open $12 million. Many of them had only heard of such a thing even after being in the industry for so long. Yang Feng determined the price and didn't say any more to the crowd, but pointed to a short distance inside the hall and said, the things have all been moved out. Aren't you going to take a look? This statement made the crowd react. What they really wanted to look at were these several hundred kilogram or more boulders. The boulders that were carried out this time had numbers written on them. From DG01 to DG05, there were a total of 5 stones, and each one looked very good. The biggest difference between this kind of big stones and small stones was the final carving. Big stones can be made into big ornaments, and there are even people who make jadeite into lions. That kind of thing is simply sky high, just cannot be found. And the small jadeite raw stone, even if it opens up something good, it can only be made into a jade pendant bracelet or something like that. With the 5 stones placed in front of them, the crowd all picked up strong flashlights and kept shining them on the stones. They were all rich people, and if they really saw a particularly good color, they would definitely make a bid. Among them, Hu Yanming felt even more humiliated by Yang Feng just now. This time, he must open something good and steal back all the limelight that was stolen by Yang Feng. But thinking of Yang Feng's poisonous vision just now, at this moment, all the customers in the store were still putting their eyes on Yang Feng. If at all, even Gu Yongui, who was following Yang Feng's side, had a few moments of anticipation in his eyes. Mr. Yang, do you have your eye on any of them? Gu Yongui asked carefully. Yang Feng revealed a smile and said, look again. He deliberately didn't open his mouth. The crowd was instantly disappointed. Such a large stone was actually the most gambling. Of these few stones, the cheapest one cost $1 million. And with such a high price, there was a high chance that $1 million in cash would go down the drain with a single cut. Although these people are rich, but that is after all $1 million. If the cut down not even hear a ring, this money if the second wife to buy a bag, at least can still hear AX always good. I can see, really to this kind of time, everyone's eyes are looking at each other. No one is sure which stone will open good things. People are always willing to believe in others when they are confused. For example, Yang Feng, who just opened a sky-high price of jadeite, especially Hu Yanming. After observing the stones for half a day and realizing that he didn't see which one was special, he secretly observed Yang Feng, and just then, Yang Feng finally spoke. Boss Gu, just give me this stone. Yang Feng pointed at one of the stones. The price of this stone was 1.5 million and it weighed 120 kilograms. As soon as Yang Feng opened his mouth, the hearts of the people were suddenly chagrined. However, right at this moment, Hu Yanming spoke. Wait, Mr. Hu, what are you doing? Gu Yonggue looked at him strangely. Hu Yanming narrowed his eyes and said, Boss Gu, I remember that there was a rule in this store back then. If two people look at a stone at the same time, it can be won by the highest bidder, right? The moment he said this, he was undoubtedly saying that he also had his eyes on this stone. Yang Feng's brows furrowed as he said, There's such a rule? This rule does have this rule. It's just that I still have some stones in my warehouse. Mr. Hu, you don't have to. Enough, there is this rule on the line. It just so happens that the stone that was opened just now earned more than $2 million. Then I will make an offer of $2 million. And I want this DG03 stone. Hu Yanming's bottom was full of energy. Gu Yonggue looked at Yang Feng in a difficult situation. Yang Feng's expression at this moment was unhappy, but he still said, Since there is this rule, then I will respect the rule, but I will also offer a price. 3 million. The two of them barreled over the stone. Chapter 25, Meeting Ex-Girlfriend Again. However, at a time like this, everyone was reminded of the scene just now when Yang Feng opened the Jinshi seed jadeite. Could Hu Yanming be betting that Yang Feng's vision wasn't wrong? Their guesses were not wrong. Hu Yanming himself couldn't see a clear picture, but since Yang Feng could see it, he had to grab it himself. I'll bid $5 million. Hu Yanming did not hesitate. This time, not only did he spit out the 2 million or so he had earned before, he also had to pay out another 2 million or so for this stone. Yang Feng was a bit depressed and said helplessly, Man, I bought this stone purely out of interest. There's really no need for you to bid this price to raise a fight with me. I just have a lot of money, and I'm willing to raise the bar. So what? Hu Yanming was arrogant. Yang Feng had no choice but to endure the pain with an expression that said, I don't have that much free money. Forget it. After some bidding by the two, Hu Yanming obtained the stone with $5 million. He hurriedly asked Boss Gu to arrange for his fellows to open a window for this stone first. At this time, the atmosphere in the hall was already unprecedented. $5 million for a gambling stone. This was something that was rarely seen even in Jiangchang, and I didn't expect to see such a lively scene today. Gu Yonggue arranged the fellows while looking at Yang Feng. Yang Feng's expression gradually calmed down and didn't get angry because his stone was robbed. It was accompanied by the clanging sound of the cutting machine. Hu Yanming's heart clenched to the extreme. Clenching his fists a little bit, he watched the cut surface come out, accompanied by the stone revealed a cut. The atmosphere of the scene at this time gradually fell silent. Everyone looked at Hu Yanming, for a moment did not know what to say. Old Hu, Yu, Chen Kai, who had come with him, had frozen. The cut collapsed. On the cut surface, apart from the dots of jade, no other green color could be seen at all, and the waterhead was also very average. Impossible. How is it possible? Hu Yanming's mouth still repeated these words. Then he suddenly remembered something and turned his head to look at Yang Feng angrily. Kid, you clearly had your eye on this stone just now. Yeah, I was going to buy it. On the outside it looked as if this stone was quite good. I was expecting to open something good, but I didn't expect the inside to be like this. Yang Feng's expression was also depressed, saying, But it's good that you grabbed it at a high price. Otherwise the one who lost money would be me. You. Hu Yanming was furious, but there was nothing he could do at this point. It was himself who had to grab the stone just now. What's more, before the stone was opened out, no one would know the inside of this stone. And looking at Yang Feng's appearance, he wasn't intentionally pitting himself. Alas, gambling on stones and gambling on stones, it's really two worlds of ice and fire. The onlookers sighed. They had just seen Yang Feng make a big profit, and now he was losing money on a big stone that he had personally selected. But there was nothing more unlucky than the fact that the one who ended up paying the bill was still Hu Yanming. At this moment, Hu Yanming stared viciously at Yang Feng, but realized that the latter had already led Gu Yonggue to a deserted corner. Boss Gu, do you know where to find antiques in Jiangcheng? I want to take a look. Yang Feng asked. Gu Yonggue had seen Yang Feng's fabulousness at the auction. At this moment, he quickly said, If you want to go with Mr. Yang's worth, naturally you should go to Shijiang District Antique City. Not only does it have a large number of trading markets over there, but also next to it there is the Antique Appraisal Center, which is often frequented by big connoisseurs in the circle. Thanks. Yang Feng agreed with a smile. The current Yang Feng already had close to $20 million on hand, but he still needed a large sum of money to set up a company. Yesterday, he had secretly used his spiritual chi to help Gao Ronghai nourish his injuries, so this guy would be able to recover as good as new in about half a month, and at that time, he would have to create a jade trading company, and disorganize all of the stones that he had plucked and put them within the company. That way, it wouldn't be easy to attract suspicion. Mr. Yang, if there's anything you can use me for in the future, just ask. Gu Yonggue opened his mouth at this moment. Yang Feng looked at him and smiled. Definitely. This boss was a good person and a great insider of the jade store. When the time came, he would inevitably have to ask him for help. But right now, Yang Feng still had to go to the antique market. One is to see if he can pick up some valuable things. Secondly, he also wanted to see if he could find some antiques with spiritual chi. But just as he was about to go to the antique market, the phone however rang at this moment. Looking at the caller ID, it was Zhao Zuwei calling. Yang Feng remembered that she had told herself before that she would have something to ask for her help in the next 2 days. After picking up the phone, coincidentally, Zhao Zuwei asked Yang Feng to meet her at the cafe there next to the antique city in Shijiang district. After Yang Feng agreed, he went to the side of the antique city. Inside the antique city, Bailing Cafe, there were a lot of people in the cafe at this time. Yang Feng found a seat near the glass wall and sat down. Zhao Zuwei should have been delayed by something, so Yang Feng didn't rush. Through the glass, Yang Feng could see people coming and going outside. The streets of the antique city were very lively. However, after watching for a while, Yang Feng suddenly saw a familiar figure that he was very reluctant to see at the entrance of the cafe. His ex-girlfriend Jiang Min. In these few months, actually Yang Feng had long felt that he had forgotten about this person, but he didn't expect that he would still meet her here. The one who was with Jiang Min was still the same man. The corner of Yang Feng's mouth twitched slightly, and he lowered his head just to hide it. However, at this time, Jiang Min and Zhang Liang had already walked inside. Still Zhang Liang saw Yang Feng inside at this moment. Min, quickly take a look. Is that the loser in front of you from before? Zhang Liang's voice was suddenly filled with a bit of snickering. A person of his status had long since stopped caring about money. The only thing he liked was to show his superiority in front of others, just like a RMB player, who liked to chop up zero-charged players. Jiang Min was reminded by him, and after looking towards that side, he also recognized it, and skimmed his lips. What else is there to say to this loser? It's bad luck to meet him even here. The duo walked across to Yang Feng while talking, deliberately raising their pitch. Yang Feng naturally knew that he couldn't hide. Looking at Jiang Min in front of him, it had only been a few months. She had already changed a lot. A brightly branded outfit and bag, as well as heavy makeup and a scent of perfume. Hello again, I heard that you are still unemployed? Zhang Liang deliberately brought Jiang Min to sit down on the opposite side. Yang Feng's face did not look good at this moment. Zhang Liang's arm was around Jiang Min's waist, squinting at Yang Feng. If you really can't find a job, why don't you go to my company? Then the job of sweeping the toilet just belongs to you. Our company's toilet hasn't been opened for 8 years, so we need a talent like you. Ha ha. Chapter 26, The Lion Doesn't Protect the Bitch. The loud laughter attracted the attention of the others in the cafe. Jiang Min was full of disgust at this point, saying, Honey, I think we should stop wasting time with this loser here, lest we get into bad luck. It's fine. Our family is rich and not afraid of bad luck. Oh yeah, I heard he's still paying the mortgage? Rubbish. Do you have your mortgage payment for next month? Zhang Liang asked again on purpose. The two of them were singing in unison, just to make Yang Feng unable to get off the stage. Yang Feng had thought that he and Jiang Min had known each other for a few years, so it wouldn't be too hard to break up, but he didn't expect that in just a few months, she would change so much. If you guys don't have anything else, you can change seats now. I have friends coming in a while. Yang Feng held back the anger in his heart. Jiang Min sneered and said disdainfully, Humph, we're willing to sit out wherever we want. Instead it's you who's so poor. Can you afford to pay later? Jiang Min, don't go too far. Yang Feng didn't want to make a scene here. Jiang Min, however, laughed even more and said, Ha ha, you losers still have the right to be anxious? Honey, you know this loser sends out $200 every time he sends out a red packet. It's not enough for me to drink milk tea. He still thinks he's good to me. Ha ha, isn't that still poor? It's fine. That one bag of yours is enough for him to struggle for a year. The color of Zhang Liang's smile deepened. Yang Feng took a deep breath and shook his head. I really didn't think that after knowing you for so long, you ended up becoming like this in a few months' time. Don't you dare get close. I've never looked at you, let alone now. Jiang Min held her head high, proudly trotting out her classic quote, saying, How can a woman who has been protected by a lion look at a wild dog? The lethality of this statement made everyone in the cafe look at Yang Feng sympathetically. At this moment, Yang Feng suddenly became less angry and calmly said, You seem to have forgotten one thing. Oh, a lion protects a lion. Not a. What did you say? Jiang Min exploded in this instant. Snapping to her feet, she pointed angrily at Yang Feng. The others in the cafe wiped their sweat. This dude was cursing really hard. Yang Feng was also too lazy to care about past flings at this moment and said, "But you're right. We've known each other for so long, and we haven't done anything other than holding hands. And now that we've finally found a suitable one, congratulations. Humph. It's just that you're a waste of space. Now you can't even afford to eat. You only deserve to be a bachelor for life." Jiang Min was scolded, and her exasperation had risen to a personal attack. While she was talking, the doorway walked in at that moment with a brisk figure. Sorry the road traffic jam came late. Zhao Zhui's familiar voice walked over to Yang Feng and sat down next to him. Looking at the opposite side of the Jiang Min who stood up and crossed swords, as well as Zhang Liang who was contemptuous on the side, Zhao Zhui was a bit strange and asked, "Your friends?" Her curious expression added a few special moments of droll beauty, and the people in the cafe froze at this moment. This was because Zhao Zhui was simply too stunning looking. Compared to Jiang Min, it was like a swan and an ugly duckling, and this person seemed to be here to find Yang Feng? Jiang Min was also anxious at this time and glared at Zhao Zhui. "Who are you?" "I'm Yang Feng's girlfriend. What's wrong?" Zhao Zhui was filled with a strange expression. The moment these words came out, it instantly made a few people's brains buzz. Even Yang Feng looked at her in confusion. Jiang Min was anxious at this time, and immediately pointed at Yang Feng's nose. "Do you know that he is now poor and can't afford to eat? Is he cheating you of something? Don't believe him. This loser is a poor boy from the countryside. He has no background. It's not bad, at least self-reliance. Did not think of evening big money every day? Better than many people." Zhao Zhui sounded playful with her words, but happened to sweep a glance at Zhang Liang next to her. But then she teased, "But your vision of this big money doesn't seem to be good either." What did you say? Say it wrong?" Zhao Zhui smiled with a harmless-looking expression, but every word was like a knife. Jiang Min's face reddened with anger. She looked at Zhang Liang next to her wanting him to speak for her. However, at this moment, Zhang Liang had long since set his eyes on Zhao Zhui. "Honey." Jiang Min deliberately raised her tone and wrapped her arms around Zhang Liang to scratch his head. Only then did Zhang Liang react, but he still didn't stop his gaze, instead looking at Zhao Zhui and asking, "This beautiful woman, would you like to consider getting to know her?" Even with Jiang Min beside him, Zhang Liang didn't avoid it in the slightest. Zhao Zhui glanced at him, and then looked at the furious Jiang Min, saying, "Do you know why many women, for a long time, are repeatedly cheated by men? It's because they have demands that only a cheater can fulfill, and normal people can't do that." Jiang Min heard the humiliation in Zhao Zhui's tone, but at this moment, Zhao Zhui had already stood up and looked at Yang Feng. "Why don't we leave? Your ex-girlfriend doesn't seem too happy already." She smiled faintly, with a bit of cute cunning. Yang Feng wasn't willing to continue staying here either, and without even taking another look at Jiang Min, he left the place. I suddenly remembered. Wasn't that girl just now the big miss of the Zhao family? Inside the cafe, there were still some people who could recognize Zhao Zhui. Zhao family. That Zhao family of the Jiangqing jewelry group? Yes, I remember seeing her before. She's so pretty that she can't be wrong. It's her. This person became more and more certain, and their words made Zhang Liang and Jiang Min freeze. No wonder Zhao Zhui wasn't even willing to take care of Zhang Liang just now. People really aren't bad. Yang Feng and Zhao Zhui left the cafe. At this time, the sun was already shining brightly outside. Zhao Zhui suddenly put her hands behind her waist and looked at Yang Feng with a smile on her face and said, "I've done you another big favor. How can you thank me?" You just heard it. Yang Feng's expression was somewhat moved. This girl was smart to the core and had indeed helped herself again. Zhao Zhui hemmed and hawed and said, "Did you think I was awesome just now?" Well, it was awesome. Yang Feng didn't know how to describe it, so he could only hastily change the topic and said, "By the way, is there something you need my help with this time? I want to buy a little bit of antiques. Your vision is very good. Help me pick one." "How?" Zhao Zhui said, and added, "This one should be a gift, and the more meaningful the better. You want to give it away?" "Sort of." Zhao Zhui didn't state the truth. She just made a perfunctory remark. Yang Feng always felt that Zhao Zhui had something to hide from herself, but thinking that she had helped herself so many times, she still said, "Okay, there are a lot of antique sellers on the street in front of us. Let's go and see if we can pick up the pieces." Chapter 27, Picking Up Leaks. $20 million of ancient books. "You like picking up leaks, ah?" Zhao Zhui asked curiously, and added, "But you do seem to have a good eye. Your master taught you?" "Aha. What exactly is your master?" Zhao Zhui could not help but ask. Yang Feng paused for a moment and finally smiled. "I'll have the chance to tell you later." "Oh." Zhao Zhui saw that Yang Feng was unwilling to say, and beamed a bit depressed. Within the antique city, there were 4 streets in the shape of tic-tac-toe. Around the streets, there were various stalls and antique stores. Jiangchang was originally a big city, plus the economic development over the years. Many people wanted to come here to play with some novelties. Zhao Zhuwei was already very curious about these things. Following beside Yang Feng, her eyes kept looking at the things listed on the stall. There were small porcelains, all kinds of paintings and calligraphy, and there were also some bronzes. If an ordinary person entered here, as long as you showed concern for something, the stall owner would brag about it to you. A layman who didn't know much about it might even be unable to resist buying it. But to Zhao Zhuwei, these were just some broken brass and iron. Nothing to see. After all, her family stuff could open a small museum. The duo strolled around for a while, and then it was almost 11 o'clock. There doesn't seem to be anything good here. Why don't we go to the big store in front and take a look? Zhao Zhuwei asked. The noise around her made her a little tired. However, just at this time, Yang Feng stopped in front of a stall. His eyes swept over, but he saw an ancient book on which was glowing at the moment. To know something that could make Yang Feng's eyes see such a glow was definitely worth a lot. However, Yang Feng was unmoving and asked after walking in front of the stall, "How do you sell these things?" "Yo, handsome is buying antiques, right? Look at these. Those are good things. That one is said to be the royal bronze cup of the Han dynasty, and this bowl is said to be used by Xiao Qiao during the Three Kingdoms period." The stall owner was just about to brag when he was interrupted by Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed at a mediocre ancient book next to him and asked, "This thing, how much is it?" Hearing that Yang Feng was actually looking at this rag, caused the stall owner to be greatly disappointed. Zhao Zhuwei next to him also felt strange. The owner was distracted. The book was an ancient book. It was already badly damaged, and he didn't know exactly what it was, so he sold it to Yang Feng for $10,000. After Yang Feng gladly paid the money, he found a bag to put it in. After that, Yang Feng then walked towards the inside, and at this moment, Zhao Zhuwei was very curious. She looked at Yang Feng's strange expression and asked, "Why are you suddenly looking at such a thing? This thing looks easy to fool around with, so I just bought it casually." Yang Feng didn't explain much. Of course he wouldn't tell Zhao Zhuwei that the bright light emitted from this ancient book indicated that it was worth at least $20 million or more. Zhao Zhuwei just felt that Yang Feng was strange, but still said, "Forget it. Do you have time this afternoon?" "Rather nothing." "You." Yang Feng paused for a moment, looked at Zhao Zhuwei strangely and asked, "You wouldn't be hiding something from me, would you?" No. I'm not kind enough to accompany you around. It just so happens that I'm going to treat you to dinner later." Zhao Zhuwei's eyes were like crescent moons, cute and lively, but although she looked so harmless, Yang Feng always felt that she seemed to be fooling himself. But at this moment, Yang Feng was already in a great mood. The book that he had just read, he could already determine that the price was at least $20 million or more. Moreover, Yang Feng also wanted to try to repair it with his spiritual qi. If the restoration could really be completed, then the value would definitely have to multiply a few times. But at this moment, Zhao Zhuwei didn't pay any more attention to Yang Feng's thoughts. Instead, without realizing it, the two of them walked to the entrance of a tea house. This tea house was open next to the antique city. It had a total of 3 floors, and from the decoration it had a very low-key and luxurious atmosphere. There was a parking lot and a courtyard planted with trees at the entrance. With such a large piece of land, it was evident that this tea house should be very honorable. "I just suddenly remembered that my dad seems to be here today as well. Why don't we go inside and look for him?" Zhao Zhuwei had a dazed expression. Yang Feng was a bit unconvinced and skeptical. "Are you sure it was a sudden thought? You shouldn't be doubting me, right? This certainly isn't it, but it's not too appropriate for me to meet your father, right?" Yang Feng had deliberately asked Gao Ronghai before. The Zhao family's business had a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars, and in the jewelry industry, it was extremely authoritative nationwide. Yang Feng had never seen anyone of this stature in his life. Zhao Zhuwei patted Yang Feng's shoulder and comforted. "No need to be nervous, but given that you didn't find anything suitable just now, so I bought a trinket. Remember to give it to my dad when you meet him later." Yang Feng was a bit puzzled for a moment, but Zhao Zhuwei had already passed a box to Yang Feng at this time, saying, "This is the bronze cup from the Jin dynasty period that I bought earlier. You definitely still need to give a small gift when you meet my dad. Why? Don't think about it, just do what I say later." After saying that, Zhao Zhuwei pulled Yang Feng's arm towards the inside. At this time inside the tea house, there weren't many people in the lobby. There were waiters with straight figures and delicate features standing around. Zhao Zhuwei pulled Yang Feng to the lobby on the second floor. At this time, there was already more than a little bit of clamor here. The guards at the entrance of the hall were very strict. However, Zhao Zhuwei's face was more useful than the invitation, and just as the duo walked in, a familiar voice greeted them from not far away. "Zhu Wei, this way, this way." Zhu Yun excitedly jogged out from inside to greet them, but after getting closer, he realized that there was a Yang Feng following behind him. Yang Feng was still looking at the layout of the second floor hall. It looked like an auction site for antiques and cultural relics, but next to it is the antique city. It was quite reasonable for an auction to be held over here. Zhao Zhuwei ignored Zhu Yun's greeting and pulled Yang Feng towards the row of seats in front. At this moment, in the front row of the auction, there were already a few people sitting. One of them, a middle-aged man with a square face, was Zhao Zhuwei's father, Zhao Guofeng. Dad. Zhao Zhuwei pulled Yang Feng to sit next to her father. Zhao Guofeng turned his head back and was just about to reprimand his daughter for being late when he saw her pulling on a man's arm. What's going on? Zhao Guofeng was a little upset when he saw his daughter hanging out with a strange man. Chapter 28. Take out the ancient books. Zhao Zhuwei smiled as she pulled Yang Feng over and sat down next to her with herself before saying in a relaxed voice, "Didn't I tell you? I'm going to bring a friend over." You? Zhao Guofeng froze. He had thought that this girl would bring Chen Jiyu or whoever over to play, but who knew that she even brought a guy over? It was just that Zhu Yun, who was next to him, was depressed at this time. He had a conflict with Yang Feng before, and he didn't expect to meet this guy here again. Uncle, this. Zhu Yun looked at Zhao Guofeng. The latter nodded and said, "Sit down first, the auction will start soon." Okay. Zhu Yun could only agree, but his eyes flashed a hint of sinister. His remaining light glanced at Yang Feng next to him. At this moment, Zhao Zhuwei was purposely biting her ear with Yang Feng, seemingly whispering something. However, there was a Zhao Guofeng between them, and Zhu Yun couldn't hear. At this time, Zhao Guofeng also realized that Zhao Zhuwei was not in her proper form, and with so many people beside her, he immediately reprimanded. "Be serious." Oh, Zhao Zhuwei reluctantly sat up straight. To say that the most helpless person at this time was none other than Yang Feng. He was the one who was pulled over to take the blame, and he had already guessed the reason. "I'm telling you, your mom gave you several phases this time. I don't think you should go around blindly every day. It's time to collect your heart on. She likes to phase as her thing, and I have nothing to do with you. This girl, the family is your such a daughter. If you are not serious to learn properly business, after so big family business how to do?" Zhao Guofeng reprimanded. Zhao Zhuwei twisted her head and said, "Why don't you recognize a righteous son yourself? Isn't the one next to you here to be your son? The other Zhu Yun came specifically to find you. You girl have no conscience at all. You're the one with no conscience. Knowing that I hate him, you still had to let him come over to suffer." Zhao Zhuwei's temper had a few stubborn points. The two argued. However, it was good that the auction had started at this time as well. For the sake of the quietness of the venue, Zhao Guofeng also stopped his reprimand. He was also a collector, so he purposely came to this auction to see if there was anything good. And more importantly, in some circles in Jiangchang, many celebrities felt that giving away money was vulgar, and they just liked these antique paintings and calligraphy. As a businessman, Zhao Guofeng inevitably is also to collect some things, to avoid the occasional need. This auction, however, was not particularly high-end, although there were things taken out that were over $10 million or more, but the actual color was rather average. It was only at this point that Zhu Yun said, "Uncle, in fact, before this auction, I had already found someone to buy a bronze, an ancient object from the Eastern Han Dynasty, a bronze cast dragon sculpture, used by the royal family." Oh, Zhao Guofeng didn't expect Zhu Yun to be prepared for this and revealed a few moments of surprise. Zhu Yun gave a look to the person in the distance at this moment. The man walked over and presented a mahogany box. The few people in the front row also found this auction boring and looked over towards the side. They were also curious as to what this noble son had prepared to please his future old husband. As the mahogany box opened, inside was a bronze pendant. This pendant, which was 2 fists in size, looked full of traces of age. Everyone here is an expert. One glance could tell the value of this pendant. Zhu Yun felt the gazes of the people around him and became complacent in his heart. In addition to the merchants in this front row, there were a few that could be big collectors. From the gazes of these connoisseurs, the preciousness of this item could be seen. What a good thing. An elderly collector next to him couldn't help but sigh. Something from the Eastern Han Dynasty that can be preserved until now and still has this kind of color. It's definitely valuable. Even Zhao Guofeng couldn't help himself at this moment and took out this bronze cup from the mahogany box with his hand. A refreshing coolness came from it. Zhao Guofeng closed his eyes and felt this one touch that had spanned nearly 2,000 years. It had to be said that this bronze piece really did give off a feeling of antiquity. As Zhao Guofeng's eyes slowly opened, he nodded his head repeatedly and said, "This kind of work, or a carved dragon, with such a good quality, the price isn't low, right? I know Uncle likes these, so I purposely brought someone to pick them out personally before, as long as Uncle likes them." Zhu Yun smiled fully, and deliberately raised his tone of voice to continue. "Come to see Uncle, and how can I come empty-handed?" His words were obviously meant for Yang Feng, who was not far away. At this moment, Zhao Zhuwei was furious. She wanted Yang Feng to take out the bronze cup she had prepared, but then she felt that it wouldn't work. With this thing bejeweled in front of her, I'm afraid that if this bronze cup was taken out, it would be even easier to be ridiculed. This bastard, how dare he take such a good thing to bribe my dad? Zhao Zhuwei's expression was dissatisfied. At this moment, Zhao Guofeng had already slowly placed the bronze dragon back into the mahogany box. He looked at the few friends next to him and asked, "What do you think of this item? According to my eyes, this thing is priced at least 10 million or more. From the color to the artwork, and I can see the very detailed marks on it. It's no surprise that it must have been made by some royal family, and it might even be from the era of Emperor Guangwu." That friend lamented. This person was a great connoisseur. His words were undoubtedly the greatest affirmation of this item. To be able to give away something like this, it seems like Zhu Yun is very filial to you. Another middle-aged man spoke up. Zhu Yun smiled smugly and said, "A few uncles have flattered me. I just happened to find something like this and didn't recognize it myself. So that's why I offered it, also hoping to let you all help to take a look at it." Ha ha, well, then we've even had our fill of it. These people verbalized. Zhao Guofeng looked at his daughter next to him and said, "Xiao Wei, did you see that? Other people's Zhu Yun's peace of mind. You girls are not as good as other people when you're out there blindly jumping around every day. I don't care about these things." Zhao Zhuwei puffed out her cheeks and twisted her head away, not wanting to pay attention to the duo. She was indeed defeated this time. This Zhu Yun fellow was too diligent in pleasing his elders, making himself very surprised. However, just at this time, Yang Feng suddenly pulled her by the corner of her shirt and said, "By the way, the thing I said I would give to your father just now seems to have been found." Ah, Zhao Zhuwei froze for a moment before she immediately said, "Forget it, don't give it to him. This person can't walk away when he sees something good." In fact, Zhao Zhuwei was thinking that the bronze cup she gave to Yang Feng was in comparison to Zhu Yun's gift. However, Zhu Yun next to him deliberately spoke up at this moment. I see that since he also prepared something, and so many uncles and seniors are here today, why don't we let him take it out and take a look?" By deliberately stimulating, he made several people in the front row look over towards Yang Feng, and at that moment, Yang Feng slowly took out the ancient book he had purchased at the ground stall. Chapter 29. The ancient book is worth $80 million. This ancient book was taken out. It made Zhao Zhuwei immediately cover her forehead with her hand, her face full of speechlessness. This guy wouldn't be trying to fool so many connoisseurs with this $10,000 thing, right? He was finished. It was not easy to find someone to come over to support the scene. As a result, it is now a rush to run away from the daughter-in-law, lost adults. And when this thing was taken out, it really also attracted the jeers of Zhu Yun. What kind of joke is this? This rags that I don't know where I picked up from. Wanting to fool a few great connoisseurs here. You're not crazy, are you? Zhu Yun had thought that this kid would at least be able to pull out some hundreds of thousands of dollars in gadgets. He didn't expect to end up pulling out such a rag. A few people looked at it and also shook their heads, but Zhao Guofeng still picked up the ancient book at this time. What is this? Zhao Guofeng felt strange and looked at the words on it after taking it over. The words were still clear enough to see what was written on them, but many of them couldn't connect to a sentence. Instead, it looked like a dictionary. However, an older man sitting next to him realized that something was wrong at that moment. This is the writing of the Song Dynasty. This old man's sudden opening caused the people around him to look over towards this side. Something from the Song Dynasty? This one could have attracted their attention. Even Zhao Zhuwei looked curiously at that ancient book at this moment. And at this moment, Yang Feng had a calm expression and didn't say anything more. As a matter of fact, he didn't know what this thing was either. He only knew that this was very expensive, and that he had just repaired some of it with his own spiritual qi, resulting in its intactness being higher than when he bought it again. But the Zhao Zhuwei just now naturally couldn't tell. But for these connoisseurs present, that was instantly sizzling. At this time on the auction stage, is selling a jade sculpture that does not look expensive. But the gazes of the people under the stage had all been attracted to the front row. Several connoisseurs came over at this time, and then carefully flipped through a few pages. The old man suddenly continued to speak at this moment. This is a burnt copy from the Song Dynasty. What? The moment these words came out, it shocked the crowd. The burnt copies of the Song Dynasty were extremely precious, and many scholars and collectors competed to collect them. This ancient book was actually one of the burnt copies? And look at the integrity of its preservation. Not only has a collection value, may even have academic value. At this moment, everyone was really surprised. Song Dynasty burned book, the cheapest also have to be more than 10 million. Not to mention the degree of preservation. Next to Zhao Zhuwei had been ready to round. But it did not occur to me that this thing that Yang Feng picked up had such a background. He had already seen it? Zhao Zhuwei was confused. She knew that Yang Feng had a good eye, but she wouldn't have thought that he would be able to pick up an item over $10 million so quickly. Zhao Guofeng was also curious at this moment and said, Elder Huang, how can you be so sure? In the Song dynasties are generally printed on leather or hemp paper. By printing in this form, the paper texture is tough, the plate is sparse, such a paper feel and degree, and definitely not made old. Huang Lao squinted his eyes at this point, and immediately added, and if I'm not wrong, this is not an ordinary burned book. This ancient book is actually the ritual rhyme strategy that was carved in the Song dynasty, a revised version of the Guang rhyme. To put it simply, it was used as a dictionary for those students during the imperial examinations. Elder Huang pondered and said, as long as we look into it further, we can see which period of time it was an official rhyme book. Official rhyming book. These 4 words simply represented a sky-high price, coupled with the fact that Yang Feng had just used his aura to repair the integrity of this ancient book. The value of this book is definitely above $80 million. Maybe I'm even being conservative. Elder Huang's words were loud and clear, and he looked at Yang Feng across the room, his eyes revealing excitement. The scene suddenly fell into silence at this moment. Events seemed to have stopped in this instant as well. Everyone was staring blankly at Yang Feng. No one would even think that behind this plain-looking ancient book was the official bird copy of a great dynasty, and the degree of preservation was so high. Even Zhao Guofeng was shocked in his heart at this moment. He immediately picked up the book again, and after carefully looking at it for a while, unusual, I remembered. There was a broken burnt book in my house before that had a similar font. If not for Elder Huang mentioning it, I'm afraid I wouldn't have thought it was the same thing, Zhao Guofeng said. He looked at Yang Feng and then at his daughter. At this moment, Zhao Zuwei had long been dumbfounded. $80 million of ancient books? Even if she was a big miss, she hadn't thought that the things Yang Feng brought would have such a value. Young man, are you really going to give me this ancient book? Zhao Guofeng inquired tentatively. Everyone looked at Yang Feng at this moment, especially Zhu Yun, who was staring at him deadpan after coming to his senses. Yang Feng revealed a smile and said with a relaxed look, I don't have the conditions to contain the paper very well, so if I give it to uncle, I might be able to preserve it better as well. With his relaxed look, he didn't seem to give such a precious piece of artifact a second thought. The crowd all stared at him dumbfounded. Only Zhao Guofeng laughed out loud at this moment and said, good, really young and talented, but this gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. He returned the book. The crowd looked at him with some surprise. Such a great collector had refused such a precious collection. It's good enough to have read it, but with such a cultural relic I think it's better for you to keep it, Zhao Guofeng said, got up and apologized. Gentlemen, I still have something to say with my daughter, so I'll leave first. It was obvious that Zhao Guofeng wasn't interested in anything in this auction. He could also see at this moment that this friend his daughter had found could be absolutely extraordinary, especially from Yang Feng's dress. This guy wasn't a rich man, but his handout was such a valuable antique. Then looking at his bland expression just now, Zhao Guofeng suddenly felt that this kid seemed to be somewhat right for his temper. Just at this time, Zhu Yun next to him got a little anxious and hurriedly said, Uncle. Then Zhu Yun, you can't accept your gift either, but I appreciate your sincerity. Say hello to your father for me when you go back. After Zhao Guofeng finished speaking, he walked towards the outside. Zhao Zuwei pulled Yang Feng at this moment and cheerfully followed behind, her mood lively to the extreme for a moment. The way she looked at Yang Feng's eyes had a few more points of excitement. Chapter 30, Our family doesn't lack money now. Originally, I thought that I was going to have bad luck today, but it really didn't occur to me that Yang Feng had turned his face around in front of so many people. Just recalling it again, this guy's ancient book just now was worth a lot of money, so if he really wanted to go out, it could be considered a billionaire. Zhao Guofeng walked to the parking lot. He didn't bring a driver with him today. Instead, he had Zhao Zuwei drive for him. He, on the other hand, sat in the back row with Yang Feng. The car slowly advanced on the road. Yang Feng sat in the back and always felt uncomfortable. The person sitting next to him was a big shot in the business world, and a big shot in the jade jewelry industry. In the future, he would inevitably have to deal with this kind of person. Zhao Guofeng seemed to be able to see his thoughts and patted his shoulder with a smile. You're nervous? I am okay. Yang Feng's tone was slightly stiff. Zhao Guofeng laughed and said, don't mind just now. Zhu Yun is this girl her mom found over. And this girl didn't tell me about you before. So, no, uncle, you misunderstood. I and her are just ordinary friends. Yang Feng hurriedly explained. Zhao Guofeng laughed and didn't say much, but said, then is it okay to go to my house for a casual dinner in a while? Yang Feng scratched his head and said, I might still have things to do later. Oh, so anxious to refuse? Zhao Guofeng was a bit surprised. Usually when he asked someone out for dinner, which one wasn't in a hurry to come? This kid was a bit of a fool. Yang Feng pointed to the ancient book in his bag and said, I'm going to go sell this later. I promised to call a friend for $20 million before tomorrow. I see. Zhao Guofeng understood. After thinking about it for a bit, he then said, then I think it's better if I don't do this. I know some friends of the auction and it's being held this evening, so later I'll have someone go and make arrangements to help you send this ancient book up for auction. Uncle, you are Xiaowei's friend. Well, this is even a simple favor, but in return you have to answer me a question. Zhao Guofeng smiled and asked, your ancient books can be sold for at least $80 million or more, so what do you plan to do with the rest of the money? I am planning to start a company, the jade industry. Yang Feng didn't avoid it. However, when he talked about this, Zhao Zuwei, who was driving in front of him, got excited instead and turned her head. Dad, you don't know. Apart from looking at antiques especially accurately, Yang Feng is also great at looking at jadeite. Before I earned those millions, it was him who helped me. I remember. It's the thing that made you go to the auction that day. When Zhao Guofeng heard this, he smiled even more and said, I really didn't think that the person this girl was talking about that day was you. Well, not bad. Zhao Guofeng smiled slightly. He felt that this kid was getting more and more in tune with his temper. Looking at him, he definitely wasn't someone who had been rich for a long time, but that day, he was able to give his daughter a concession of a few $1,000,000. To know, ordinary businessmen were perhaps supposed to be calculating, but a more advanced entrepreneur should learn how to concede smartly. Yang Feng also didn't know what Zhao Guofeng thought about himself, but since someone was helping him sell things, he was gladly happy. As the vehicle stopped in front of a villa estate, this was Zhao Zhuwei's home. After Yang Feng followed him in, he stopped by to meet Zhao Zhuwei's mother, Qiu Yuexiang. It was the first time Qiu Yuexiang had seen her daughter bring someone back, but after realizing that Yang Feng was a white man, he didn't seem particularly satisfied, and Zhao Guofeng didn't argue with her. Apparently both of them were still testing Yang Feng. As the sky darkened, Yang Feng finished his meal at home. In the end, he also learned the final result of the auction. This ancient book of burned books from the Song dynasty ended up fetching a high price of $89 million because of its intactness and value. Because it was Zhao Guofeng's friend, only 5% of the handling fee was deducted in the end. In fact, this kind of auction usually had a handling fee of more than 10%, plus the money earned from gambling on the stones before. Yang Feng had really become a rich man in one leap. In a few days, from being a penniless poor boy, he had accomplished a huge leap, but for the current Yang Feng, he felt that everything had just begun. After having a meal, Yang Feng's money amount was too big to come down yet, but Zhao Guofeng also promised that he would arrive tomorrow. As the color of the night grew deeper, Yang Feng didn't have the idea of staying here either. Zhao Guofeng sent him to the entrance of the villa, and dangerously said, Little Feng, if you really want to open a jade company, if you have good jade, you are welcome to contact me at any time. As long as the color is good, we have the strength to take it all as it is. I understand. Definitely. Yang Feng promised. Many jade stones with good color were originally unattainable. For example, large jadeite jades. Even many large enterprises didn't have many of them. So for these companies, such an important source of raw materials was actually one of the business resources. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Feng walked away from here. Although Zhao Guofeng wanted to have someone send him home. However, Yang Feng still refused. Nowadays, he needed to blow off some steam to clear his head. In a short period of time, he had earned so much money, which he was afraid that he wouldn't even dare to think about in the past. As Yang Feng arrived home, he saw his bank card reminding him that $12 million had arrived before. This is the money earned by Gu Yanggui's stone gambling. It should be the process finished to call himself. This boss is very trustworthy. Home. As Yang Feng lay down on the sofa, he looked at the 8-digit balance on the text message, took a deep breath, and muttered to himself, give a sum of money to the family. And then Xiao Shi, that girl, gave a sum of money, although she had given her $2,000 earlier. But thinking that this was her last month of the semester, Yang Feng called another sum of money. He didn't call too much and was afraid of scaring his family, but just after he had called the money over, he received a call from his own father. After Yang Feng picked it up, he asked, Dad, what's wrong with you? Little Feng, why did you call money back again? The family has enough money. Keep this money for yourself. Don't call the family again. Yang Andian was afraid that his son would suffer outside. Yang Feng smiled and said confidently, Dad, don't worry. Our family doesn't lack money now. I'll go see you and Mom after I'm done with my work in a while. You kid is talking big words again. But I also have a thing to say to you. Is before the village to engage in development, to collect capital things, the secretary also sent a notice. You young people will come back at that time, when to give out ideas. Yang Antian spoke easily. He is not considered uneducated. He also graduated from high school in those days, but he stayed in the village as a teacher for the sake of his hometown. And in the end, the elementary school in the village was withdrawn, and he became a full-time farmer. Hearing this, Yang Feng understood slightly and nodded his head. I know. I'll go back to see the village when I'm done. After the two of them said a few more words, they hung up the phone. Chapter 31, Wanting to invest in his old home. Yang Feng felt that the most important thing for him right now was to get money, but other than that, it was the incident on that day that he had been haunted by. Yang Feng knew very well that there was definitely a special organization looking for those antiques with aura, and it was very likely that they possessed the means to detect aura, although it wasn't the same as his own eyes. Could it be that they also cultivate? Yang Feng muttered to himself strangely, but soon, he didn't think much about that either. A night passed. Starting the next day, Yang Feng was busy with the matter of opening a company. He didn't know much about starting a business, but it was good that he could ask Lin Shui for help in this matter. It was at times like this that Yang Feng felt the importance of connections. Lin Shui suggested Yang Feng to hold two companies at the same time through an investment company, one for antique trading, and another for jade trading. With Lin Shui's help, Yang Feng took care of all the matters of opening a company in a few days. Yang Feng actually changed. He really became the boss of several big companies, and a few days passed. Today is also the day to pick up Gao Ronghai from the hospital. After a few days of recuperation in the hospital, this kid is almost recovered. But this might also have something to do with the fact that he only cracked his ribs and didn't completely disconnect them. Hospital entrance. When Gao Ronghai walked down, he saw Yang Feng and Lu Qinglan not far away. This way, this way. Gao Ronghai walked out from inside and excitedly waved towards the duo. Yang Feng rolled his eyes and said, "You kid is still not well. Don't jump around blindly. Ha ha, lying in the hospital for the past few days has suffocated me. I've long wanted to get the hell out of the hospital." Gao Ronghai felt the sunlight outside. It was now past 10 in the morning, just the mildest time. Yang Feng was helpless and said, "By the way, the thing I asked Lu Qinglan to tell you before, do you remember it? Remember, is not to help you find some emerald raw stone road. Well, turn around, I find old goo to discuss." Gao Ronghai quickly said, however, the best jadeite raw stone is still in the southern border of the mountain city nearby. There is also a part is in other countries, especially there are many old pit. This matter can all be left to you. When the time comes, it's best to recruit some people as well. To get the company up is not overnight. Yang Feng hoped that Gao Ronghai would be on board. In fact, he could tell, Gao Ronghai was also holding back for more than 20 years. And although the person's personality was more amusing, he was a reliable person in his work. Let's not talk about this. It's not easy to get out of the hospital. Let's go find a forest store later, right? Gao Ronghai hemmed and hawed and said, "Your kid helped me sell a whole store of stones before. I just have to spare a sum of money to change a car. You're in such a hurry. I've agreed with Qinglan that I'll take her for a ride once I've replaced the car." "I didn't promise." Lu Qinglan gave him a blank look. The two seemed to be on good terms. Yang Feng didn't say much about this. In retrospect, he also had to buy a car. When he was done with things in Jiangcheng, Yang Feng was going to go back to his hometown. His hometown was not particularly far from Jiangcheng, and he could get there by driving a few hundred kilometers. It was a backward mountain village. Now that Yang Feng had the ability, he also wanted to go back to see if he could make some development investments in the area. Even if he lost money, it would be like giving back to his hometown. Gao Ronghai didn't know that Yang Feng already had a business empire in his mind. After he called a cab, Lu Qinglan sat in the front row. Yang Feng and Gao Ronghai sat in the back row. "By the way, Yang Feng, how much did you invest in the first step of your jade company?" Gao Ronghai asked. He remembered that Yang Feng had earned a few $1,000,000 before. Guessing that it was estimated to be that money, Yang Feng looked out the window and said easily, "The first step first invested $40 million. Oh, ah." Gao Ronghai jumped up violently, and his head hit the roof of the car with a right thud. "What the hell? I've been hospitalized for the past 2 days. You robbed a bank?" Gao Ronghai was confused. Looking at his exaggerated expression, it caused the driver master to shake his head. "Ugh, you've been reduced to the point of taking a taxi, and you're still putting it here to blow awesome." The driver sighed. If it wasn't for the fare, he should have stopped right in front of the mental hospital with a kick of the gas. But as the cab stopped in front of a forest store, when Gao Ronghai got out of the car again, he was already red-faced. Asterisk. How can I say that I have to buy an expensive one today? At least I am the general manager of a company with tens of millions of dollars. Gao Ronghai, this guy dejected, looking at Lu Qinglan or shaking their heads at the side, said, "You don't brag. People, Yang Feng just let you into the company. When did he say he wants you to be the general manager?" He. First self-appointed. Well, Gao Ronghai grinned. A few people talked and laughed, and walked into the store. This was a domestic automobile brand's 4S store. but recently it was very hot. The three just walked into the store. A sales manager greeted them at that moment with a big smile and said, "Several people, are you looking at cars? Have you seen the relevant type of car online before? I've looked on the internet in the past 2 days. I want that model of yours called H." Cao Ronghai had been looking at it for a long time. As soon as the sales manager heard that it was a big customer, he immediately led him over there again. But unlike that, Yang Feng only wanted to buy a $100,000 odd mobility vehicle. He didn't have that many spiritual needs and drove just for convenience. Yang Feng looked around and finally walked up to a Q model car. This car was $100,000 out, and although Yang Feng didn't know much about cars, he had seen a lot of information about this car on the internet. But just as he was looking at it, a voice called his name in surprise not far away. "Yang Feng?" This voice was a bit surprised. Yang Feng also turned back at this moment, only to see that this person was his old classmate, Jiao Wenba. Jiao Wenba was a rich second generation. His family was rich and powerful, and he had looked down on Yang Feng since he was young. When he was in high school, Jiao Wenba often bullied Yang Feng, mocking him for being poor and a hick. What about buying a car? The rest of Jiao Wenba's eyes looked at the model that Yang Feng was looking at and teased. "Just buying this crappy car, huh?" Chapter 32, Lin Shui pays the bill. "The family doesn't have a car. Bought it for transportation." Yang Feng replied calmly. It didn't get angry because of his contempt. When Jiao Wenba heard this, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha, that's a nice thing to say. Is this lying to yourself? What do you mean? Calling it a substitute for transportation in your mouth, but in reality, you just can't afford it, right?" Jiao Wenba deliberately satirized Yang Feng and continued. "Weren't you quite arrogant when you were studying? How come you've become such an asshole nowadays?" Jiao Wenba's words deliberately stimulated Yang Feng's expression changed slightly. "What kind of car I buy doesn't have anything to do with what I'd become." Yang Feng still wasn't angry. Jiao Wenba laughed even more at this, one finger pointing at Yang Feng. "Ha ha, I really didn't think that your kid would still be so tough talking at a time like this. It's really a small knife pulling on his ass." Opening my eyes, his side just said. A female deputy store manager in her 30s walked over. This person had heard that Jiao Wenba had bought a car and immediately came out to receive him personally. Seeing that Jiao Wenba was talking to someone, he quickly said, "Mr. Jia, it's store manager Fan. This is my high school classmate." "Oh, hello. Fan Shuqing was just about to extend her hand to shake hands with Yang Feng, but at this moment, Jiao Wenba bristled and said, "What are you shaking hands with him for? Poor bastard." These words came out. Fan Shuqing hastily put away her own hand and immediately wiped it with a towel, saying in disgust, "Almost dirty my hand." "Ha ha, store manager Fan is still a man of nature." Jiao Wenba immediately looked at Yang Feng playfully. It was at this moment, Lu Qinglan and Gao Ronghai also came over. When the two saw Yang Feng chatting with someone here, they grinned and said, "Hey, who is this guy Yang Feng? Your friend? Yoo-hoo, poor people still organize groups to buy cars." Jiao Wenba laughed again. The duo's smiles came to an abrupt end. Yang Feng wasn't even going to bother with him, and when he heard this, he immediately said coldly, "Jiao Wenba, show some respect to my friend." "Ha ha, you poor bastard still wants dignity?" Jiao Wenba hilariously laughed and said, "A stinking hick, I looked down on you when I was studying. Do you want to bring you to the class reunion in a couple days? Let you see the gap between people. I'm not interested in your business." Tough mouth again, isn't it? Jiao Wenba bristled and said, "That's just it. I'm too lazy to waste my breath with you country bumpkin. Hurry up and make way for me. Don't delay me from buying the newly arrived car." His face was full of pleasure after mocking, and his eyes looked towards a good car in the distance. Fan Shuqing was overjoyed and hastily flattered him. "Mr. Jia, the YW9 model that arrived this time was prepared for you long ago." Good. Jiao Wenba smiled broadly, glanced at Yang Feng, pointed at the luxury car that had just arrived, and said, "See, that car, $1.8 million. You three poor guys probably won't be able to sit in it in your lifetime, right? Yang Feng, who is this landlord's stupid son? Why does he have $2 at home? But it's not enough for him to blow his brains out? Even if he's not doing anything to blow his woes in the mirror, he's still blowing his woes in front of us." Gao Ronghai said sarcastically. "Man like dog, little rat wearing a toadstool, froze pretending to be a lean little bodyguard." Lu Qinglan's tone was deliberately raised. "Damn, who the hell are you talking about?" Jiao Wenba was stung and instantly exploded in foul language. "The old lady is talking about you. Dare to say it and dare to admit it. So what?" Lu Qinglan was also a violent temper. Seeing a few people clash, Fan Shuqing next to her immediately chided. "Shut up, who told you to treat Mr. Jia with such disrespect? Do you know what kind of place this is? This is a 4S store." Fan Shuqing immediately stood in front of Jiao Wenba. then snorted coldly, "Security! Throw these few poor people out. Don't have much money. Look at the broken car and still dare to scold Mr. Jia here. Go back and save up for another 2 years." Fan Shuqing had completely torn her face off at this point. As long as she could protect Zhao Wenbo, how could she be willing to take care of these 3 poor bastards? And such a big commotion. Plus the security guards gathered towards this side. At once, it also attracted the attention of many people around. Everyone looked at this scene, especially when they saw Zhao Wenbo's smug expression at this moment. Their hearts were also very unhappy. Too much, to be so biased in favor of the rich. That's right, I heard it all just now. It was clearly that guy who taunted others first. The crowd's voices gradually sharpened. Zhao Wenbo was so domineering that he didn't pay any attention to these people's finger-pointing, and instead, he said to a few security guards, "Why don't you drive these 3 beggars out? They are too much of an eyesore here." A few security guards were a little hesitant at this point, but just at this moment, a middle-aged man's middle-aged voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. "No one is allowed to move." This voice carried some majesty. It also caused the employees within the store to look towards that side and make way. The person who came was none other than the store manager of the store, Zhou Changzhen. Zhao Wenbo also recognized him, and only saw him walk in front of him before he said, "Store manager Zhou, why have you personally come over as well?" However, Zhou Changzhen didn't give him a good look. He only saw Zhou Changzhen look at Yang Feng and hurriedly said, "Mr. Yang, I'm really very sorry for making you have a bad shopping experience this time. You know me?" Yang Feng was slightly surprised. Zhou Changzhen nodded his head and said, "Yes, just now. General Manager Lin specially called over to explain that the vehicles you shopped for here, all of them will be paid for by her." General Manager Lin. You're talking about Lin Shui, right? Yang Feng immediately remembered. When he had sought her help before, she had asked if he wanted to buy a car, but Yang Feng casually perfunctory a few sentences to buy this brand then. It didn't occur to him that she had actually greeted the store manager. But Zhao Wenbo next to him heard Lin Shui's name at this moment, but immediately reacted and said incredulously, "What you guys are talking about? Could it be Lin Shui from Jiancheng Qinglin Technology?" This instant, Zhao Wenbo himself was dumbfounded. This poor kid would actually know someone that big? Chapter 33, You're not qualified enough for me to handle. Although Zhao Wenbo's family had some money, but compared to the Lin family, it's just like an ant trying to shake a tree. The Lin family is involved in the investment. Several of the company's market value is more than $10 billion. For example, this technology company, the valuation has long exceeded 20 billion. The frozen expression on his face when he brought this up also made Gao Ronghai's several people react to the extraordinary status of this Lin Shui. I just stayed in the hospital for a few days. How? Did Jiancheng change the sky? Gao Ronghai was dumbfounded. What exactly did Yang Feng do in these few days? But only at this time Yang Feng's expression was calm and smiled. It's okay, I can see that Mr. Zhou is a good person. Yes. Zhou Changzhen got Yang Feng's approval and also wiped his sweat, then angrily glared at the trembling Fan Shuqing and coldly said, "Wait and go to the finance to collect your salary by yourself." Store manager. Scram. Zhou Changzhen's undeniable tone made Fan Shuqing not dare to say anything more at all. Yang Feng looked at Zhao Wenbo at this moment. He had just returned to his senses at this time. Yang Feng, we are old classmates. After a while we still have to attend the reunion together. Zhao Wenbo was scared at this instant and started to play the emotional card. His family's company had cooperation with the Lin family. Yang Feng had such a good relationship with Lin Shui. If it was because of himself that the cooperation ended, then he would have to go back and be whipped to death by his dad. Ever heard of the story of resurfacing from the dead? Yang Feng's faint words. Zhao Wenbo's body trembled. He suddenly realized. Yang Feng was this calm from just now until now. This guy's temperament had long since changed from the poor boy he was back then. You're not qualified enough for me to handle. Yang Feng finished speaking and stopped paying attention to him. He turned his head and pointed at the car in front of him, saying, "I want this one." What he was referring to was exactly this Q model that was only around $100,000. Someone else paid the bill, but Yang Feng still chose the cheapest car in the store. The people next to him hated it. Damn, if you have someone to pay the bill, you have to choose the 2 million? Zhou Changzhen was also surprised, and even asked cautiously, "Mr. Yang, are you really not going to pick another one? If you really want to give away more, just help me buy the single of my 2 friends together." Yang Feng looked at Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan at the back. Both of them froze for a moment, although they had their eyes on the models. But how could they not expect that someone would help buy the single? The two were looking at cars that were over $200,000, but they both looked hesitant at the thought of letting someone else pay the bill. Yang Feng let them rest assured, and after signing the contract, the car will arrive tomorrow. After buying the car, the 3 of them walked out from the 4S store. At this time, Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan both stopped somewhat, feeling the hot sun outside. The duo seemed to have just suddenly come to their senses. Yang Feng, what exactly is your relationship with that Lin Shui? Gao Ronghai asked dully. He felt that this kid, Yang Feng, how did he know as many big shots as he could? Yang Feng didn't explain much, he just said, I have to meet someone in a while. Lu Qinglan, if you don't just send him back. It's not like he doesn't have legs, I still have to go to work later. Lu Qinglan bristled. Gao Ronghai at this time suddenly covered his chest. His face became a somewhat agonized expression and said, I can't, I feel that my old injuries are recurring. I may need someone to take care of me. I can't breathe in one breath. Don't pretend, really don't have time. Lu Qinglan did not have a good look. Said I recently in the Jade Logistics Center that work. The afternoon should come to a batch of goods. When the luck is good, you can buy a batch of raw stone waste at a low price. No wonder you said before that you are doing business in partnership with your friends. He. Those stones were originally handled at super low prices. My friend and I will buy them and then sell them at low prices to those market stalls. And with a bit of luck we will be able to earn a few tens of thousands of dollars. Lu Qinglan grinned. She had a big personality and had always pursued self-reliance from the time Yang Feng had met her until now. Yang Feng didn't stop her either. He just said that she should come to the company to work with Gao Ronghai after she finished her last job. After explaining to the two, Yang Feng also took a taxi and left the place. After taking care of the people from the Jade Company, Yang Feng still needed to recruit people for the antique company. In this regard, he knew only Han Yunfu, who was a real professional. At this time, Han Yunfu was doing an antique appraisal for a friend's auction. Lark Auction House. Inside the backstage. Outside are already heavily guarded. Yang Feng reported Han Yunfu's name. After walking through the door, he saw the shelves inside filled with rare antiques with numbers written on them. The ancient furniture and ceramic paintings here were like a small museum. Han Yunfu was looking at a porcelain at the moment, introducing it to the junior next to him. Within this circle, Han Yunfu's status is very high. For the people here, he is a word. At this time, naturally also have to be a student model. The porcelain of the Ming dynasty is usually thick and delicate in texture, and is decorated with blue or red flowers, while the porcelain of the Qing dynasty pays more attention to decoration and carving, and is relatively lighter and thinner in texture. The Ming dynasty paid more attention to the changes in form and the delicacy of the decoration, so this should initially be the porcelain of the Ming dynasty. Han Yunfu began to speak eloquently. The people next to him benefited greatly. Yang Feng also didn't bother him after arriving here at this time, but watched alone in the background. The ones here were all real things, and there was also a sign at the front with the reserve price of the auction. When Yang Feng arrived here, it was just like when Shiman Qing entered Wu Dilang's house. He wanted to get something to go, but just as he was watching, there was already a person who noticed his figure and immediately chided. What kind of person are you? Elder Han is giving a lecture and you're still so absent-minded. This person chided Yang Feng angrily. It also drew the attention of the crowd. Han Yunfu also turned his head back at this moment, then violently revealed an expression of surprise. Elder Han, the man was just about to reprimand. Han Yunfu had already put down what he was holding and said excitedly, little friend can be considered to have seen you again. Ha ha. With a big smile on his face, he stepped forward and shook Yang Feng's hand. Han Yunfu, who had this big man's demeanor just now, was thrilled to see Yang Feng, and it wasn't an attitude towards his juniors. It was more like a true friend. What's going on here? The crowd froze. Han Yunfu was usually only like this when he met the top people in the circle. How was it that when he met a young man today, he had this same attitude? Chapter 34 Members of the Superpower Investigation Bureau. Yang Feng didn't show a particularly big show, showing a smile and said, Elder Han, long time no see. Ha ha, I've heard it all from Ms. Li before. I really didn't expect it. I went back and looked through the information to check the jade seal for a long time, but my little friend was able to see it in a single glance. Han Yunfu lamented and said, I'm really old. The way he was modest in front of Yang Feng also made those present confused. Good fellow. Han Yunfu, who was usually arrogant, was actually so submissive to Yang Feng at this moment. The person who had reprimanded him just now immediately lowered his head and turned red at this moment. He also let him listen to Han Yunfu's teaching, but he was in fact on the same level. However, it was good that Yang Feng didn't care about this, but said, Elder Han, I see that the things in this auction seem to be crouching tigers and hidden dragons. That's right, but in order to ensure the credibility of the auction house, so we also need to do some appraisal to determine whether the reserve price is reasonable or not. Han Yunfu smiled, saying, if it wasn't for the fact that the owner of this auction house is an old friend of mine, I really wouldn't want to come. Yes, then I still have time. Elder Han, I see you were busy just now. Why don't we talk after we finish the rest of the work? Yang Feng didn't want to disturb his work. Han Yunfu pulled over his hand and said, this time little friend has come at the right time. I can still have one more thing to ask you for advice. Hiss. Those presents sucked in a breath of cool air. Good lord. Han Yunfu wanted to ask a young man for advice? At this moment, Yang Feng was also terrified in his heart and hurriedly said, Elder Han, you're too polite. How can I be qualified to teach you? Young friend, don't have to be polite. Come over and see what this bronze is. Han Yunfu led Yang Feng to a table in front of him. In front of him lay a worn bronze iron scroll with some special words and symbols marked on it. Han Yunfu stroked his chin at this moment and said, This thing, we've been unable to make up our minds. Can little friend see the clues? Let me take a look. Yang Feng didn't actually understand this, but he could use his eyes to see the value of this bronze iron scroll. Just as Yang Feng had just gathered his spiritual energy, he violently saw the bronze iron scroll's glittering light. Even the words on it seemed to be floating at that moment. This is. Yang Feng met such a scene for the first time. Just now, he had looked at other antiques. So many things in the background. None of them were as arcane as this bronze iron scroll. Han Yunfu and a few others didn't dare to make a sound to disturb him, but after looking at it for a while, Yang Feng suddenly felt that his eyes seemed to read the words on it. It seemed like knowledge had suddenly been crammed into his mind. Yang Feng felt that the words above this iron scroll were most likely related to cultivation. Understanding all this, he also slowly closed his spiritual eyes. Yang Feng's physical strength didn't support reading all the way through. However, Han Yunfu next to him was already looking at him expectantly at this moment and asked, What does little friend think? What kind of thing is this bronze iron scroll? If I'm not wrong, it's most likely a product of the spring and autumn period. There seemed to be something more in Yang Feng's mind. When Han Yunfu heard this, he immediately lamented. It seems to be the same as what I thought. The people next to him also nodded at this moment. However, the way they looked at Yang Feng was already filled with respect. Han Yunfu had dared to determine this only after a long time by consulting the information. But Yang Feng was able to see the age of this item at a glance, which showed that his knowledge base was probably above Han Yunfu's. This might be a prehistoric text. Yang Feng suddenly spoke again. His words caused Han Yunfu to freeze for a moment, but immediately afterward, Han Yunfu realized what Yang Feng meant and nodded. Little friend is truly unfathomable, even knowing such a niche thing. No, it's just a lucky coincidence to know it. Yang Feng was modest, but how could the people present not know that this was someone's self-effacement? Yang Feng's heart was already in ecstasy. The spiritual chi of this thing was very rich, and more importantly, the words on it might be the method of using spiritual power. Yang Feng had been suffering from not knowing how his eyes could be developed. Now it was really a blessing in disguise. Who sold this bronze scroll? What's the price? Yang Feng opened his mouth. Han Yunfu was a bit surprised, but then he said, For this item, the seller gave a reserve price of $500,000. Little friend should know that it was the golden period of bronzes, and more were produced, so there were more left behind. So the price was not too high. I want to buy this. Can you contact a buyer for me? That's certainly possible. Han Yunfu agreed readily. The two of them settled here. After finally appraising a few antiquities, the duo then left the backstage and went to sit in the tea hall on the first floor of the auction house. Inside the tea hall, there were many elderly people, and some who were preparing to attend the evening auction, so they drank tea here in advance to enjoy themselves. Yang Feng told Han Yunfu that he wanted to open an antique trading company and hoped that he could help introduce some people. When Han Yunfu heard this, he immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha, little friend with such a poisonous vision. You really do intend to enter this industry. Han Yunfu sighed with emotion and said, Since you've opened your mouth, I'll naturally do my best. When the time comes, our company may want to acquire a batch of cultural relics, and we will also need Elder Han's help in identifying them. Yang Feng knew, although he was recognized by Han Yunfu, but this industry was very concerned about authority, and Han Yunfu was the authority in this industry. Getting his support, Yang Feng was also in a good mood. While the two were chatting, Han Yunfu's assistant jogged over at this moment and said, Elder Han, the people from the Bureau of Investigation are here again. How come again? Then you see. Alas, let them come over here, Han Yunfu said. The assistant left before Yang Feng was a bit strange and asked, What does this investigation bureau do? Has it approached you before? It's a special investigation bureau in Huaxia. The full name is said to be called the Superpower Investigation Bureau. Anyway, it's a pretty powerful department, and lately it's been asking me to cooperate in investigating some things. Han Yunfu was also helpless, but added, But listening to their tone, it seems like the matter is very important, and I'm also an old bone, so if I can do something to help the country, then I'll help some. I see. Then I'll make a place for them to sit next door and wait for my bronze iron scrolls to be delivered. Fine. Then I'll trouble you, little friend, Han Yunfu promised. While the two were just talking over here, The assistant had already brought two people over from a short distance away, a man and a woman. The man had a shaved plate-inch head, while the woman was wearing jeans and had short hair. The duo sat across from Han Yunfu. Trouble, Elder Han. We still need your help to determine the ownership of those antiquities from before. The man was full of apologetic apologies. The woman, on the other hand, had already picked up a notebook and started recording. Yang Feng sipped his tea at the side and listened to the two people's questioning. Then, he suddenly thought of something and looked at the man with his spiritual eyes. In this instant, Yang Feng's expression suddenly solidified violently. Chapter 35 Wholesale starting at 20 million. In Yang Feng's eyes, he clearly saw that this man's body had extremely special meridians. These meridians were connected from the head to the dantian. Yang Feng could even see those meridians, flowing with a special white breath. Yang Feng didn't think that there was such a thing. Thinking about the identity of these two, Yang Feng suddenly realized, these two weren't ordinary people, they were probably superpowers. However, the aura on them wasn't strong. Yang Feng felt that they shouldn't be as powerful as himself. It was just that they were investigating things related to antiquities. Could it be because of those people who went around collecting antiquities before? All of these people obviously had the ability to identify whether or not spiritual chi was attached to things antiquities. And if that was the case, it was understandable why they were looking for Han Yunfu. The duo left the place after asking questions and expressing their gratitude. Han Yunfu also breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yang Feng in the back, helplessly saying, I don't know what's going on lately. They specifically explained that some collectibles aren't allowed to be put up for sale, and also asked me to pay attention to those buyers' information. It's probably to protect the cultural relics. Yang Feng didn't explain much and looked towards the departing duo. At the open-air drink store across the street, there was already a woman waiting for these two people under the tent at this time. By sitting on the roadside, this woman had already attracted the gazes of all the passers-by around her. She was wearing a white dress, and her face, which was beautiful to the extreme, carried a gentle smile. At this moment, her eyes seemed to flow like water, and through the glass from dozens of meters away, she happened to see Yang Feng sitting inside. Team leader, we're back. The duo from the investigation bureau returned to the woman's face, only to find her gazing strangely. Looking towards her gaze, the duo realized that Morong Wan was actually staring at Yang Feng. Team leader, what's wrong with you? The female member asked strangely. Morong Wan shook her head and said easily, nothing, it's just that I suddenly discovered something a little interesting. You're not talking about that male, right? Just now, the two of us also noticed him listening to us from the side, but there doesn't seem to be anything special about it. The man didn't quite understand. Morong Wan didn't explain. She just said, alright, it's time to go to the next one. Today's task is very heavy. Those people have been collecting antiques in Jiangqing for several days now, and it shouldn't be a surprise that they will continue to do so. We must catch a few members. Yes, both of them immediately agreed. Yang Feng didn't know that he had been noticed. After he bought the bronze iron scroll with $2 million, Yang Feng returned home. He had overused his eyes outside today. When Yang Feng returned home, he had to take a good rest. The day passed quickly. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Yang Feng had just woken up from his sleep and was about to get up to eat something and cultivate, when he heard the door being knocked at that moment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Feng, open the door quickly. Gao Ronghai's shout came from the doorway. When this kid was selling movies, the police didn't even see him so anxious when he came to the door. Yang Feng opened the door and saw Gao Ronghai drilling in like a big black rat, a little agitated. Qinglan, she lost her love. Lost love? When did you two ever fall in love? Ah shucks, it's out of love. It's the daughter-in-law who ran away from the market, and the adult lost it. Gao Ronghai was agitated with worry. Yang Feng rolled his eyes and said breathlessly, how do you know? I just called her 3 times. There has been no answer, and the phone was turned off behind me. Gao Ronghai said, and then hurriedly said, you said that it won't encounter any kidnapping case or something like that, right? Big brother, her family is like me 3 generations of poor farmers, who has nothing to do to kidnap her. Now is not the same. She is our company executives. Identity status swish on the up. Will certainly be jealous of people? So, our company so far a total of us 3 people. People kidnapped this broken company executives. Not enough kidnappers back and forth fuel costs. Yang Feng was somewhat speechless. However, looking at Gao Ronghai's anxious appearance, he said, forget it, since you are so anxious, why don't we both go and take a look? I remember she seems to be in the Jade Warehouse in the West District. It's only half an hour or so to go over there now. Then let's hurry up and get going. At least let me eat something first. Don't eat. Turn around and I'll treat you to lobster and abalone. That stuff is just as filling. Gao Ronghai was fruitfully worried. Yang Feng could only agree. The two of them took a taxi towards the warehouse that Lu Qinglan had said. They arrived at the side of a remote street in Jiangcheng. There was an open space here. all of which were warehouses made of tin houses. At this time, the inside was still brightly lit, with the sound of machines and people working. The warehouse in the center is the warehouse that is responsible for the jade. At this time Lu Qinglan just finished sorting, pushing a car, above carrying 100 or 200 pounds of waste jadeite raw stone. But just after she turned back, she realized that Yang Feng and Gao Ronghai had already arrived behind her. "Why are you two here?" Lu Qinglan asked strangely. Gao Ronghai finally breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw that Lu Qinglan was fine. Next to him, Yang Feng shook his head and said helplessly, "I didn't want to come either." Saying this, he looked at Gao Ronghai in a sly manner. Gao Ronghai immediately blushed and dryly coughed. What? We didn't hear you say that this is a sorting warehouse for raw stones, so we wanted to come to take a look at the goods." He hastily found an excuse. This kid, when he was watching movies in high school and was discovered by himself, he did not see him blush. Lu Qinglan, which can believe his words, looked at Yang Feng said, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, we do want to come and take a look." Yang Feng didn't tear down Gao Ronghai either. While the three were talking, a man in his 40s also walked over not far away. Wearing long sleeves, his face was still covered in dust from the work he had just done. "Qinglan, these two are your friends?" The man walked over. Lu Qinglan introduced. "He is the Lu boss of this warehouse. All these goods are imported by him." "Hello boss Lu." Yang Feng greeted, the rest of his eyes sweeping the surrounding jadeite raw stones. There was a lot of raw jadeite in this warehouse, and it looked like it was about to be transported to each market to be distributed for sale. "Qinglan, this friend of yours is also in the jade business?" Lu Jingshan was a bit surprised, but still smiled and said, "Young man, I'm sorry, I only do wholesale on my side. If you want to buy jadeite raw stones, you can go to each market. I just do wholesale." "Young man, I wholesale here can start with a minimum of $20 million. Lu Jingshan was close to directly saying that this place doesn't receive small customers. Chapter 36, Learning Two Pupil Arts. Yang Feng revealed a smile and said, "Why is boss Lu so afraid that we won't be able to pay?" "Oh," Lu Jingshan was really a bit surprised. He knew that Lu Qinglan wasn't a rich man, so actually every time, out of good intentions, he would give the scraps to them people at a low price so that they could earn some as well. But Lu Qinglan's friends, could they still be rich people? However, Lu Jingshan counted himself as generous, and at this point still said, "Since this is the case, then I'll show you around." "Thanks a lot," Yang Feng promised. Inside this warehouse, there were only 5 or 6 employees left at this time, and the jadeite raw stones that had been shipped had all been sorted at this time. According to the price per kilogram, Lu Jingshan divided it into 5 parts. This was also the equivalent of 5 more hills within the warehouse. "What about this pile of stones? The price per kilogram is $500, which is considered a bit stronger than scrap. Next to this pile, $1,000 per kilogram. The color is good. And these," Lu Jingshan spoke eloquently, introduced to Yang Feng. "These stones, the heaviest ones were as high as $10,000 a kilogram. Those were all big stones and had a better color." Lu Jingshan was indeed very patient, and only after the introduction did he say, "I see that if you guys really want to buy them, I see that the ones over there that cost $500 per kilogram are actually not bad, and I can use my discretion to lower the wholesale threshold for you guys." "No, buy some of all of them." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a refined light, and he directly said, "This time, I'll directly wholesale $30 million of jadeite raw stones." "Really?" Lu Jingshan was a bit in disbelief. Just this outfit of Yang Feng's, it didn't look like a rich businessman. Yang Feng revealed a smile and patted Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan next to him, saying, "I forgot to introduce you. These two are the general manager and vice president of my company." "Put." Lu Jingshan couldn't help but laugh out, but then shook his head and said, "Young man, I'm trying to do business with the best of intentions. If you're going to make fun of me, that's not very generous." Boss Lu, why are you looking down on people? It's not easy for me to become a general manager. Let's respect it a bit." Gao Ronghai was there with a chest out and head high expression. Lu Jingshan looked at him and helplessly said, I'm sorry, it's really because you, old brother, didn't keep up with this temperament." He apologized repeatedly. However, when he turned back and looked at the duo again, he was still a bit skeptical. Was this guy really that rich? "My company has already found its own warehouse 2 days ago, so now I can ship it over directly, and I'll have someone pay you right away." Yang Feng knew Lu Jingshan's worry. Lu Jingshan looked at his bashful appearance and knew that this person didn't look like he was bragging. "Then which stones do you have your eye on? Do you need to pick them yourself, or just let my people pack them up for you?" Lu Jingshan asked. There were so many stones here. A lot of times it was actually the guest who brought someone to pick a batch first and then shipped it off. This was also a wholesale rule. Yang Feng was no exception and nodded his head. "The 3 of us will pick it ourselves. It's just as well that Gao Ronghai, you kid, also pick it well. In the future, This kind of job will inevitably require you to bring someone to do it. Really, let me pick? Ah? Nonsense. Those cheap ones don't pick. Just start picking from the ones that cost a few $1,000s a kilogram. Starting tomorrow you go and arrange for someone to open a batch first to see. Yang Feng explained to Gao Ronghai. Gao Ronghai was overjoyed. This is Yang Feng's chance to give himself a chance to perform. How can he still refuse? But for Yang Feng, this was naturally a good way to fish in troubled waters. He had already spotted several stones with excellent color. As long as these stones are opened, the price of all of them will definitely exceed $100 million. When the time came, he would let Gao Ronghai get some stones that were not so good in color, and use the company as a cover, so it wouldn't be easy to be suspected. After meeting the people from the Super Investigation Bureau during the day, Yang Feng became more and more alert. He realized that in this world, people with special abilities weren't just himself. In case if he turned around and was really found out about the eyes, he was afraid that this life would be accounted for there. One night's time, Gao Ronghai and Yang Feng both picked a batch of stones. Lu Jingshan personally had people come over and transported them to the warehouse of the newly established company, and for the rest, Yang Feng let Gao Ronghai handle it. In fact, he already knew how much money these stones could be opened for. For Gao Ronghai, this was sort of a small test Yang Feng gave him, so Yang Feng didn't supervise him cutting the stones, but left it all to him. Doubtful people are not used. As the night deepened, Yang Feng also returned home. Silent night. There was only a dim light in the room. Yang Feng had taken out the bronze iron scroll he bought at noon and placed it on the bed. He meditated in front of the iron scroll and slowly closed his eyes. Reiki began to connect with the bronze iron scroll at this moment. In the quiet environment, Yang Feng felt more clearly that the words in this iron scroll seemed to pour into his mind. Pupil art, earth binding. Pupil art, traceability. Yang Feng didn't know what these two pupil arts meant, but he just followed the above in the flow of spiritual energy, flushing it next to his eyes over and over again. This night passed very quickly. By the time Yang Feng opened his eyes again, it was already the morning of the next day. Outside, it was 3 poles above sunrise. Yang Feng looked towards the bed. That bronze iron scroll had completely oxidized and turned into a pile of broken copper. It must be because the aura had been sucked dry by himself, and on the bed, there was already a puddle soaked in sweat. After he took a shower and cleaned up some more, it was already almost noon. Yang Feng had just cooked an instant noodle in the kitchen and was ready to eat when the door was knocked at this moment. Who is it? Yang Feng was depressed. After opening the door, he found Li Wenfei, who he had met once before, standing at the door at this moment. Yang Feng was rather speechless and said, "Why you, come to pay a visit. Aren't you welcome?" Li Wenfei smirked. Yang Feng didn't say much, just letting her in before saying, "A big shot like you who has nothing to do is not here to look for trouble, right? Simply come to see you." Li Wenfei walked through the door. Looking at the instant noodles on the table, Li Wenfei was surprised and joked, "You are now a billionaire. Why are you still eating instant noodles? Then you rich people, you don't have to use a golden toilet. What if I eat some instant noodles?" Yang Feng was full of care. After he sucked and ate a few bites without a care in the world, he looked at Li Wenfei who was sitting across the table before he remembered to say, "Have you eaten yet? I still have instant noodles in the fridge." "Forget it, I'd better watch you finish eating." Li Wenfei still seemed to have something to do. Yang Feng swept a glance at the bag she was carrying in her hand before saying, "You want me to appraise the antiques for you, right?" Chapter 37. Do you want to have a relationship with Lin Shui? Got a problem? Willing to help? Li Wenfei placed the wooden box on the table and grinned. "I heard that you even helped Elder Han appraise a bronze before and bought it yourself? You're quite well informed. He's the one who recommended me." Li Wenfei was straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. Yang Feng had just learned 2 pupil arts yesterday. One of them was traceability. He was worried about not having a place to test it out, and now he was just as quick to say, "Alright, then you wait for me to finish eating." After dealing with a few bites of rice, Yang Feng let Li Wenfei open the box. Inside was an extremely special ceramic vessel. This ceramic ware was about 24 centimeters high, and although it wasn't particularly beautiful, or even without a green glaze, the utensil itself revealed an ancient and simple atmosphere that made people feel very expensive at a glance. And more importantly, on the body of the ceramic ware, there seemed to be a few vague words engraved on it. "The appraisal of this thing? I'm afraid it's a bit difficult." Li Wenfei joked. However, she did not mean to look down on Yang Feng. To know this porcelain, she herself had already looked at it carefully. Not only that, but she had also looked for a few people with a background in goldsmithing to check it. In the end, the evaluation was not the same. It was because of this that Li Wenfei had been indecisive and decided to come to Yang Feng to try her luck. However, she didn't hold much hope for Yang Feng either. Yang Feng picked up this particular porcelain at this moment, touching it with his hand. Its feel was no different from the other porcelains he had encountered before. Yang Feng's eyes began to look at the interior of the porcelain as usual. Looking at this type of porcelain, just simple perspective is definitely not enough, because Yang Feng did not have too strong knowledge of antiques. However, he could tell the value of this curio through the bright light it emitted. Li Wenfei had been staring at Yang Feng. She wanted to know in advance from the man's expression. But what made Li Wenfei feel terrible was this. With her so many years of observing words and colors, she couldn't seem to feel much emotion from Yang Feng's face, especially those eyes. At this moment, after Yang Feng could see the bottom of this porcelain, he used the traceability that he had learned yesterday, and an aura slowly attached itself to the porcelain. This porcelain actually began to go back to the past a little bit. Yang Feng's eyes seemed to see the images of the porcelain's past life at this time. It was just that the transformation of this image quickly stopped. Yang Feng finally revealed a smile. Li Wenfei looked at him and quickly asked, "How does it feel?" Those words on top of this ceramic vessel should be the words of Chu during the Warring States period, and from the font, it should be left behind by literati. Yang Feng said indifferently. His words made Li Wenfei ecstatic and immediately said, that's right. It seems like you really do know." Li Wenfei didn't tell Yang Feng this just now. Firstly, because she was afraid of influencing his judgment. Secondly, she also wanted to see if Yang Feng could really see it. Now it seemed that he really lived up to his name. Then according to you, this should be what was passed down during the Warring States period, right? Li Wenfei asked. Yang Feng didn't answer and asked, how much did you pay for this? It was acquired by a friend of mine. His purchase price was $10 million. Not bad. With workmanship like this, $10 million would be appreciating the craftsmanship. Yang Feng joked. Li Wenfei's expression changed slightly and said, what do you mean? This is from last week. Business week? Last week. A week ago. Can you understand it now? What the hell? Li Wenfei sat up at once. She looked at Yang Feng with a dumbfounded face and said with some disbelief, how is this possible? If I'm not wrong, this thing should have a real one, but people didn't sell the real one to you. Instead, they imitated the fake through a process. That's why it's made so real. Yang Feng said and knocked on the bottle again, saying, their real one should have defects. Then they analyzed the materials of the real one, such as the ratio of lime, quartz, kaolin and all these, and finally made this thing that is so real as a fake. But, how do you see it? Inside the bottle, there is a break in the production process. That is, there are some small holes inside, but the back is sealed with materials to cover the surface. If you give up, you can smash this bottle open to see the inside. Yang Feng spread his hands. Li Wenfei took out a flashlight and looked towards the inside of the bottle. She gently knocked it with her hand and then scraped off the internal layer with her fingernails. It was true that there was a craftsmanship defect exposed here, just as Yang Feng had said, and it was this flaw. Looking at the color of the inside, she could basically tell that this was a modern craft. Li Wenfei was somewhat silent, but it wasn't because of how much money she had lost. Rather, it wouldn't have occurred to her that the Yang Feng in front of her was able to see the flaws of this thing so quickly. Plus just now, he had seen this Chu script. This person's knowledge reserve, it was too scary. What exactly is your master? Li Wenfei couldn't help but ask. Yang Feng spread his hands and said, I've already finished helping you with your appraisal. Why are you still prying into other people's privacy? His words made Li Wenfei helpless and she could only put away the bottle. Thank you. Li Wenfei got up. Looking at the just finished instant noodles on his table, she asked, are you full yet? I'll treat you to another meal? Pull back. I'm still planning to pick up my car in a while, and I still need the company after that. It's that jadeite and antique company of yours, right? Li Wenfei had heard of it before she said, is there any interest for me to take a stake? I can invest a sum of money and only take up dry shares. That company won't be able to use much money for the time being. Then if you need to invest in the future, you can always come to me. Li Wenfei was bashful, but halfway through her words, she suddenly laughed again and heatedly said, do you know what Xiao Shui is? I've heard about it on TV. Isn't she some kind of company boss? What about the Lin family? I also heard about it yesterday when I bought a car. It seems quite powerful, but I haven't looked into it in detail. Yang Feng looked like he didn't know anything when he asked. Li Wenfei looked at his silly look and joked. You're not deliberately pretending to be rambling, are you? What do you mean? Do you want to get a date with Snowy? Put. Yang Feng just drank a mouthful of water, directly sprayed on the table, wide-eyed, sister. You have no problem, right? Hey give you a matchmaking, see to you excited. Sister, you are so rich, go to find some other fun cannot? You can't catch me with this one sheep. Yang Feng felt that his heart couldn't take it. However, Li Wenfei's smile grew brighter and brighter as she said, are you really not going to consider it? Xiao Shui's family is old and rich, and she's also pretty. If you two get together, you won't be able to get on the rich list directly. Chapter 38 The company opens its doors and earns $100 million. you're also quite rich, or we make do with what we have. You don't mess with people. Yang Feng spread his hands. Li Wenfei, grinning expression, said, I'm waiting for your words. Then we go now? My home is spacious. If we live together, you can't help but be on the rich list. Then, stop it. Don't try to corrupt my soul with money. I'm going to be a rich man. I won't be tempted by you rich women. Yang Feng covered his chest and swore to resist. While he was talking, the door was knocked at that moment. Immediately after, Gao Ronghai's excited voice came from the door. Yang Feng, brother Feng, hurry up and open the door. Our company is rich. He had this excited look. Yang Feng opened the door and saw Gao Ronghai drilling in like a big black rat. It was also at this time that he realized there was a beautiful woman at home. I. Came at a bad time? Gao Ronghai was dumbfounded. Li Wenfei grinned widely and waved her hand. Hello there. Gao Ronghai looked at Yang Feng, not understanding what was going on. Yang Feng blankly glanced at Li Wenfei and continued. Don't bother with her. Continue talking about yours. The batch of stones we acquired yesterday. I took someone to open a batch this morning. Guess what was opened? Gao Ronghai was excited and a bit mysterious. Yang Feng pondered for a while and said, high ice type, high green, 3 cuts down, glass seed imperial green, 20 kilograms. Gao Ronghai was excited to the extreme. As soon as he said this, even Li Wenfei beside him was surprised to hear it and said, isn't that a fortune? At least 100 million. I just found someone to estimate the price, and then I'll wait for the contact person to acquire it. Gao Ronghai this excited look. He really did not expect that the first day to go to open some stones actually can open such a thing. The remaining few stones had lost money, but they had earned hemp. Yang Feng didn't seem to be particularly surprised and said, I'll give you a call later. When the time comes, you can just look for Jiangqing Jewelry Company to acquire it. This kind of emerald is what every company is clamoring for. Why don't we try a few more? Gao Ronghai inquired, but then suddenly reacted and said, oh right, you know Zhao Zuwei. You also know the Zhao family's eldest lady? Li Wenfei chimed in at this moment. Gao Ronghai became even more curious and asked, Brother Feng, who is she? You wouldn't be hiding a girl in a golden house, right? Yeah. Just now I was discussing corrupting him with money. Li Wenfei immediately picked up at this moment, not giving Yang Feng a chance to explain at all. I go? Rich woman. Gao Ronghai was instantly agitated. Yang Feng knocked him on the head without any sense of humor and said, you kid don't have a problem, do you? She's Ling Shue's friend. And can you have something decent in your head besides rich women? At that time there was, Brother Feng, do you know my dream girl? Maria Ozawa, or Aoi. It can't be Ai Jima. Don't talk nonsense. My dream girl is still in my dreams. Gao Ronghai coughed dryly, his eyes filled with longing, and said, my dream is that when I'm a little bit older at this age, then out comes a beautiful girl who corrupts my soul with money, binds my flesh with a mansion, and then binds my feet with a luxury car yacht. And then what? Whenever I pursued my ideals, she always appeared in front of me and ruthlessly slammed a bundle of money in my face. Of course, if the conditions allow it, she will also give birth to a child for me and threaten me with the child not to go out to work. And in the end, I lost myself in money and family, gave up my great ideals, and headed for a depraved and uninteresting life. Gao Ronghai described his dream girl. Yang Feng froze on the sofa. Even Li Wenfei beside him had paused for a moment before finally looking at Yang Feng a little bit and slowly said, I suddenly feel as if your soul is indeed that much nobler than his. The expressions of the two made Gao Ronghai react. Forget it, I can't talk to you two mortals. Gao Ronghai sighed. Li Wenfei glanced at her watch and could only get up at this point. Forget it, I'd better talk about another serious matter. While speaking, Li Wenfei pulled out a gold-stamped invitation from her bag. This invitation was very ornate and it was evident that it was worth a lot of money. This is the invitation to Lin Shue's grandfather's 70th birthday dinner. There will be a lot of celebrities at that time. Xiao Shui said that you have also opened a company, so she asked me to send you a copy of it, so that you can communicate with them at that time. After Li Wenfei finished speaking, she smiled again and said, this is the first time I've seen Xiao Shui being so attached to someone. You have to seize the opportunity. After saying that, Li Wenfei said goodbye to the two of them and happily left the house. Yang Feng escorted her out the door. When he returned home again, he found that Gao Ronghai was already there studying the invitation. It seems like there's real gold on it, at least several grams. Gao Ronghai lamented the platitudes of the rich family. However, Yang Feng didn't seem to be particularly concerned about it, but asked, right, how is the company's recruitment situation today? Didn't you ask Lin Shui to help find a group of management and operations staff before? They're all on board now, but there's still a batch that needs to be recruited, plus the handover of work kinda takes time. Gao Ronghai said, we also need to open a batch of stores by then, to enhance the brand degree of our jadeite raw stone. You know that when I opened a store there before, there was a chain of company stores on display. Well, initially first in Jiangcheng, the money from this batch of jadeite sold, mainly used for expansion. Yang Feng explained something. In fact, he knew that Gao Ronghai didn't know many things very well, so he also purposely asked Lin Shui to send some reliable people over. The company had just started and everything still needed time. However, at the end of his words, Gao Ronghai's expression seemed to become a bit difficult again. Brother Feng, you said that if I go alone to give interviews to other people, it's inevitable that I'll look away or get sleepy. So how come I need another person to accompany me? Gao Ronghai said in the middle of his sentence, his eyes hinting at something to Yang Feng. Yang Feng hesitated for a while before saying, you want Lu Qinglan to accompany you for the interview, right? Hiya. To say it's still brother, you understand me. Brothers and you heart to heart. You use your brain with brothers? I'm shy. Okay, I'll give her a call later. Yang Feng agreed. When he just finished, the phone rang at this moment. Looking at the caller ID, it turned out to be Zhao Guofeng calling. Chapter 39. Where did you hide my daughter? Yang Feng remembered that last time. Their family's attitude towards themselves was actually average. Although Zhao Guofeng seemed to be fine with himself, Zhao Zhui's mother Zhou Yueshan could almost be described as contemptuous towards Yang Feng. Uncle, what's the matter? Yang Feng asked strangely. Zhao Guofeng just heard Yang Feng's voice and said with some urgency, Yang Feng, have you seen this child Zhui? I haven't seen her. Yang Feng was a bit confused. He himself had been busy with the company for the past few days. How could he have time to contact Zhao Zhui? Zhao Guofeng was anxious and quickly said, this child, she hasn't been home for a few days and hasn't contacted her family. Yang Feng was confused. Although Zhao Zhui was lively, she wouldn't do something like running away from home, right? Zhao Guofeng quickly said, then if you see her later, you must tell me. I'll send someone out to look for her. Nah, actually, she and I are just ordinary friends. Even if she really ran away from home, she won't come to look for me. Yang Feng scratched his head somewhat helplessly. While he was talking, another call came in. Yang Feng's heart thumped when he saw the caller ID. Surprisingly, it was really Zhao Zhui calling. Zhao Guofeng hadn't noticed at this point and just said, that's fine, turn around. If you have news from her, you have to tell me first. I know, Yang Feng promised. After hanging up, Yang Feng picked up Zhao Zhui's phone. Hey, Yang Feng, where are you? I'm at the milk tea store here in the square near your house. Zhao Zhui asked. Yang Feng was helpless and said, I'm at home. Wait for me there first. He explained a few words. After hanging up the phone, he saw Gao Ronghai on the opposite side looking at himself there. Brother Feng, you're not really going to have a relationship with Miss Zhao, are you? You want a soft meal? Gao Ronghai looked at him with great skepticism, and then fiercely clenched his teeth and said, how come this kind of good thing didn't go to my head? I don't want to struggle either. Roll. You hurry back to give an interview in a while. I'll see what's going on. Yang Feng glared at him without a good mood. After letting Gao Ronghai go, he incidentally asked him to bring someone to help him pick up the car. Sky Blue Square. It was crowded and very lively today. Yang Feng followed what Zhao Zhui said and went to a milk tea store. Zhao Zhui was sitting there playing with her cell phone. Yang Feng walked across and sat down before saying, why did you come out alone? You're here. Zhao Zhui smiled and put down her cell phone. Yang Feng looked at her cheerful appearance and wondered, I heard your dad say that you haven't been home for a few days? He even called you. You didn't tell him I'm here, right? Not really. That's right. They're in a hurry. Zhao Zhui's eyes were filled with unhappiness. Yang Feng guessed a few points by looking at her expression and said, your mom introduced you to a blind date? To matchmaking her own match. She even brought her family. Humph. Zhao Zhui snorted coldly. It could be seen that it was probably because her family had pushed her to the brink. Yang Feng knew her character jump and could only say, so what do you do now? I'm not here to look for your help. Looking for me? Yang Feng looked at her doubtfully and said, what can I help you with? Help me find a house in the neighborhood. I want to move out. Don't be ridiculous. You don't live in that big mansion in your own house. What house are you looking for? That's all my parents. What if they bring back some blind date while I'm sleeping at home? I'm not willing to live with them every day. Zhao Zhui muttered. Yang Feng actually understood. The number of young people who were willing to live with their parents nowadays was already low, not to mention the fact that there was also her mom who arranged for her to believe in her every day. Yang Feng couldn't do anything about it and said, by the way, where's that friend of yours from before? You mean Xiaoyu? I called her just now, but I can't go and stay at her house. Turning back will easily cause trouble. Zhao Zhui muttered, saying, anyway, I have to move out for 2 days, and I'll consider going back home when my mom stops bringing people towards the house every day. While she was talking, Chen Jiyu also walked over from not far away. Sister Wei. Chen Jiyu trotted over and hurriedly said, why are you running here? And this person who seems to be a crook. Sister Wei, why did you come to him? Hiss this girl, please call my name properly. Yang Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Chen Ji, you didn't care about this. Instead, she turned her head to look at Zhao Zhuwei with excitement in her eyes and said, Sister Wei, I heard that you ran away from home. Then why don't you come and stay at my house? No, I'm going to just find a house in the neighborhood. Then it's just as well that I'll move out too and live with you. Chen Ji, you looked excited and said, running away from home? It's exciting just thinking about it. These two seemed to have really discussed it, but after they finished this great plan, they realized that Yang Feng next to them had been indifferent. What's wrong with you, Yang Feng? Zhao Zhuwei asked strangely. Yang Feng's eyes looked towards the crowd not far from the square. In that crowd, there was clearly a pair of eyes staring at this place. The target was Zhao Zhuwei? I remember that your father shouldn't know that you're here, right? Yang Feng suddenly asked. Zhao Zhuwei nodded her head and said, of course I don't know. I've been busy looking for a job for the past 2 days, so I don't have time to pay attention to them. Well, why don't you guys just go home? Yang Feng suddenly felt that those people didn't seem to be ordinary people, especially Zhao Zhuwei's identity was not ordinary. Yang Feng was always afraid that she would be in danger. However, Zhao Zhuwei didn't think much about this anymore at this time, but got up and said, the two of us still have things to go out. You remember to help us find the house thing, haha. After saying that, these two left. Yang Feng looked at the strange look in his eyes after the two left, and it also disappeared at this time. Really here to find Zhao Zhuwei? Yang Feng felt bad. At the same time, in the crowd in the distance, two men wearing casual clothes and dark sunglasses came out. Both of them were wearing headphones and seemed to be reporting on the situation. One of them had a puzzled expression and whispered to his companion, I feel like that man just now was looking at us. The one with Zhao Zhuwei? That's right, we won't be discovered by him, right? This person was a little worried. The other person immediately shook his head and said, impossible, it should be your illusion. He's just an ordinary person. It's impossible for him to spot us among so many people. Not to mention that the plan is about to start. How can we explain to our superiors if we hesitate at a time like this? Yes, I understand. The two discussed. Yang Feng really hadn't thought that a conspiracy was already quietly brewing at this time. At the time when he was just about to help Zhao Zhuwei find a house, the roadside, however, stopped a black sedan at this time. This car Yang Feng recognized. The two people who came down from the car were Zhao Guofeng and Qiu Yuexiang. Qiu Yuexiang just got out of the car and immediately blocked in front of Yang Feng, angrily rebuking, where did you secretly hide my daughter? Chapter 40 Zhao Zhuwei was kidnapped. Yang Feng frowned when he heard this condescending tone. The last time she went to Zhao Guofeng's house, her attitude towards herself was one of condescension and contempt. However, out of the fact that she was in someone else's house and this person was Zhao Zhuwei's mother, she had treated her politely. I didn't expect this woman to intensify her behavior. I didn't hide her. She just happened to be in the neighborhood just now and called me. Yang Feng still suppressed his temper. However, Qiu Yuexiang became even angrier at this time and said in a cold voice, I'm telling you, Zhu Wei, she's my only daughter. Don't you have any illusions about her? Or else, Auntie, you don't seem to have a clear picture of the situation. Yang Feng directly interrupted, narrowing his eyes. The person who forced her to leave the house wasn't me. It seems like it was you yourself. That was all for her good. What do you know? For the sake of the child's good. That's the most righteous and crowning words. Yang Feng had a few snickers. Qiu Yuexiang didn't expect Yang Feng to dare to call his bluff and became even more angry. What qualifications do you have to talk about me here? I'm not your son, so what qualifications do you have to talk about me here? Yang Feng asked rhetorically. Qiu Yuexiang was a bit speechless for a while. Well, at this moment, Zhao Guofeng opened his mouth and glared at Qiu Yuexiang, saying, stop it. Qiu Yuexiang snorted coldly and twisted her head. It was only at this point that Zhao Guofeng sighed and said, I'm sorry, my wife, she's a bit anxious, but Xiao Feng, you've just seen Zhu Wei. You should know where she went, right? Just now went out with Chen Jiyu as if she was buying something. Then can you give her a call? Zhao Guofeng asked. Yang Feng didn't think much and took out his cell phone to call Zhao Zhuwei's number. But the strange thing was, the phone that was able to get through just a moment ago was turned off at this moment. It should be that the cell phone is out of battery. It can't be called. Yang Feng handed his cell phone to Zhao Guofeng. The latter called another one and after making sure that it couldn't be reached, a sad look appeared on his face. He hadn't heard a word from his daughter for a few days. Just now, it was hard to find out through the surveillance that Zhao Zhuwei had seen Yang Feng here, but she didn't expect to leave so quickly. Sigh this child Zhao Guofeng was also helpless and said, then Xiao Feng, please if you see her again next time, just let me speak to her. Is that okay? Of course if I see it again. Thanks, Zhao Guofeng promised. But next to her, Qiu Yuexiang was a bit unhappy and said, this child is really naughty. She's still hiding from us at a time like this. This was just halfway said. Zhao Guofeng's phone rang at this time. Seeing the caller ID, Zhao Guofeng's heart rejoiced and said, "It's Vivian calling. Quickly put it on speakerphone." Xiao Yuexiang hurriedly said. Zhao Guofeng opened the speakerphone and picked up the phone. Before he could say anything, a gloomy man's voice came from the other end. "Is this Chairman Zhao?" There were a few scary moments in this gloomy voice, and the appearance of this voice caused the hearts of several people to thump. "Who are you?" Zhao Guofeng's tone became serious. The man let out a gloomy smile and said, "Chairman, you don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that your daughter is in my hands. That's all." These words came out. The couple's expressions were visible ugly. Xiao Yuexiang quickly grabbed the phone and said, What are you guys going to do by arresting Xiao Wei? There's no need to rush. We won't do anything to her yet." The man's voice carried a bit of teasing. Zhao Guofeng took a deep breath. He understood the other party's intentions. "Say it, how much money do you want?" Zhao Guofeng knew that such bandits were definitely after money, but to his surprise, the man said, "Money isn't necessary. That thing is too heavy and hard to take away. A few million in cash is enough to wear us out." "What do you mean by that?" "I heard that in Chairman Zhao's home, there is a pair of Wu Daozi's Lao Jun gives Dan picture?" the man asked. Zhao Guofeng's face was suddenly gloomy to the extreme. It didn't occur to me that this guy had even investigated his own collection. That one picture is very light and can be worth hundreds of millions. I think you should understand how to do it, right? The man's gloomy words carried a few more threats. Zhao Guofeng didn't think twice and directly said, "I will bring the painting to ransom immediately. Where is your person? When the time comes, personally bring the item to the end of Youth Road in the East District, next to the garbage can. I'll send someone to pick it up. After I pick it up, your daughter will be returned to you." The man spoke of the transaction method. Zhao Guofeng coldly grunted. "What if you take the stuff and don't release her? What guarantee are you using?" "Dear Lord Chairman, you don't seem to have understood the situation. This isn't the time for you to negotiate with me. Of course, if you want to see your daughter's fingers chopped off one section every day, I'll satisfy you. Enough. I'm going back to fetch the diagram now, and while you're at it, you must ensure my daughter's safety, or you won't get anything. That's natural. She's our money tree." After the man finished speaking, the phone hung up at that moment. Xiao Yuexian listened and became anxious, and hurriedly said, "Old Zhao, what if these people really take the things and don't release them? The two of us will go back to get the painting to stall them, and call the police while we're in the car." Zhao Guofeng said and took one last look at Yang Feng again, getting into the car and leaving the place. Yang Feng's expression was gloomy at this moment. He hadn't thought that the premonition he just had came so quickly, but based on the time, they shouldn't be able to run far. The people must be nearby. With Zhao Guofeng calling the police also acted quickly, but for this kind of person in the shadows, they could actually only do surveillance screening in the first place, and even if they found someone, with the kidnapper's level of professionalism, I'm afraid it would be easy to cause harm to the hostages. Only Yang Feng, after watching Zhao Guofeng leave not long after, walked alone against the flow towards one of the streets. From just now, Yang Feng had noticed that place. There was a pair of eyes staring at this place. Chapter 41 Pupil Technique, Practical Combat. After seeing Zhao Guofeng leave, this pair of eyes also followed him out of here. Yang Feng immediately followed this person. This guy of his had fast footsteps. However, Yang Feng's physical fitness was far superior, and he quickly followed until he reached an extremely shabby urban village before this guy slowed down. Yang Feng rubbed his eyes and was ready to continue chasing after him, but just when he hadn't taken 2 steps, there was suddenly a gun in front of him pointing at himself at this moment. "Kid, your tracking skills, not so good." Cold tone, bloody gaze. This man was not the kind of ordinary gangster ruffian, but a professionally trained killer. Yang Feng looked at the man in front of him who was only 3 meters away from him. All he needed to do was to gently snap the gun in his hand and he would die here. Danger. One touch. At the same time, the police on the other side also immediately at this time, through the surveillance, located the place where Zhao Zhuwei last disappeared. They arranged a large number of police forces through a large area, especially near Youth Road where the pickup point was. And at this time, Zhao Guofeng had already returned home and took out Wu Daozi's painting. He sat in his car and made a call. "I've taken out the item and am now heading towards Youth Road. You let me speak to my daughter." Zhao Guofeng spoke coldly. The robber's gloomy voice kicked Zhao Zhuwei who was sitting next to him and said, "Hey, bitch, speak to your family." "Dad, Zhuwei, don't be afraid. I'll send what they want right away." Okay, giving you the phone is not for you to chat. Just now I changed my mind. I suddenly want to change the place of transaction. You send this painting to 100 Flowers Street." The robber suddenly changed his mind. Zhao Guofeng's face changed, and he quickly said, "But you guys just, ing bull. Don't think that I don't know that you've already called the police. This is your last chance. Send it to the end of 100 Flower Street within half an hour. Otherwise your daughter will be dead. The sinister voice made Zhao Guofeng quickly say, I'll go right away. Go at once. He hung up the phone and hurriedly asked the driver to change directions. And at this time, the police, too, finally used the phone's base station exclusion plus surveillance to lock down the urban village. Only at this time inside the city village, Yang Feng was still being held at gunpoint. Is Zhao Zhuwei locked up in here? Yang Feng glanced behind him and calmly inquired. The man holding the pistol sneered and said, What? You still want to save her now? She's my friend. Ha ha, I see that you are having trouble protecting yourself, but you still have the leisure to care about others. The man laughed out loud with a few perverted smiles and said, In that case, I'll send you on your way before sending your friend on her way. Didn't you say you'd take the painting and then release him? That has already seen our faces, and giving the people back to them would only waste the time we need to escape. The man narrowed his eyes. Yang Feng felt a chill on his back. This guy was indeed a professional killer, and the kidnapping was very professional. Must have thought of a retreat route long ago, but unfortunately, he met Yang Feng today. Go meet the king of Hades. The man slowly wanted to pull the trigger, but at this instant, he suddenly felt his body wrapped in a powerful binding force. The gravitational force of the earth seemed to have increased several times in this instant. His body became heavy. When he wanted to pull the trigger, he realized that he couldn't move in place at all. Tell me, where is Zhao Zhuwei being held? Yang Feng's eyes had revealed a cold severity. This was the pupil technique, earth binding. The man looked at Yang Feng incredulously and said, Could you be a superpower? I can't understand what you're saying. Yang Feng dismounted the gun in his hand. Then an elbow strike struck his neck. Flop! The man's body fell heavily to the ground. Yang Feng used his cell phone to call the police, asking their people to come over here to receive the killer, and he himself continued walking towards the front. This urban village was huge. Yang Feng's eyes were piercing through a wall at this point, desperately trying to see through every building. His forehead was dripping with beads of sweat until he saw the 3 robbers in one building. There was also Zhao Zhuwei and Chen Jiyu who were tied up on the ground. Yang Feng quickly reached the 3rd floor of the building. He stood outside the door of the room. Yang Feng could see the people inside through his perspective. The 3 people at this moment were standing guard separately, 1 on the balcony and 2 in the hall. Yang Feng touched the balcony from the side a little bit at this time. After silently killing the kidnapper on the balcony, Yang Feng hid behind the balcony. The remaining 2 kidnappers were chatting in the hall at this moment. After we finish this order, we can go abroad. This is my last order. By then the money from the gold master will be enough for us to spend the rest of our lives. Another robber had excitement in his eyes. When Yang Feng heard this, his expression had a slight pause. If these kidnappers were really after money, then they should have acted together and then sold Wu Daozi's painting. But they actually mentioned the gold master behind it. This meant that they had gotten this painting for other purposes. Could it be related to aura? Yang Feng muttered to himself. His voice was extremely tiny, but it also seemed to have been immediately noticed by the kidnappers. Who's there? The kidnapper's voice had just appeared. Knowing that he couldn't hide, Yang Feng stormed out from the balcony. At this moment, the tied-up Zhao Zhuwei duo saw Yang Feng's figure and were a bit incredulous. Yang Feng, Zhao Zhuwei looked incredulously at the familiar figure in front of her, but in the next instant, she saw the kidnapper raise his pistol at that moment. However, his movements seemed to be slower than usual. Yang Feng's figure had rushed in front of them at this instant. Snap! Bang! The sound of 2 fists hitting the head. The 2 kidnappers fell to the ground in an instant with a black eye, and the room fell into silence again. How? What's going on? Zhao Zhuwei and Chen Jiyu were both tied up. However, the shock in their eyes couldn't be concealed in any way. They didn't even see what happened before they saw the 2 robbers being knocked down by Yang Feng. Yang Feng had already walked in front of them and untied the rope. His forehead was dripping with beads of sweat. Zhao Zhuwei seemed to have sensed his fatigue as well and worried. Yang Feng, are you alright? It's fine. I'm just tired from running a bit far. Just rest for a while. Yang Feng revealed a forced smile. With Zhao Zhuwei making another call, the police also found the place outside almost simultaneously. But at this time, Yang Feng, who had long been tired, sat down in the corner and closed his eyes and passed out. At this time outside Zhao Guofeng couple also finally at this time hurriedly rushed to. So a kidnapping case also briefly drew a period. But what Yang Feng doesn't know is, his risky action had already recorded his name into the management system of the Superpower Investigation Bureau. Jiangcheng, Central Downtown, Superpower Investigation Bureau building. Inside an office with a desk piled high with documents, there stood a few people with grave faces. Bureau Wang. Just now, according to the investigation, the purpose of the people who kidnapped Zhao Zhuwei this time might be the aura in that painting of Wu Daozi, and there is a mastermind behind them. A youth stood in front of the desk and reported the situation. Chapter 42, Investigating Yang Feng. The man in front of him was Wang Jihua. the deputy director of the Superpower Investigation Bureau. He was also the highest decision-maker of this department. In Jiangcheng, Wang Jihua looked at the photos that had been transmitted from the scene, and finally pointed at Yang Feng, who was lying in the corner, and asked, "What's up with this person?" This person we had met before when we went to find Han Yunfu, a connoisseur of antiques and jadeite. His information we have just pulled out. The youth pointed to the file outside on the table. Wang Jihua picked up the document and after carefully looking at it for a while, he frowned and said, "His previous resume seems to be quite ordinary. Yes, but according to our recent understanding of him, this person's heart is very calm. Like when he met with Han Yunfu, the auction where the swords were clearly drawn. It's said that in the end, it still allowed him to become friends with Han Yunfu." The youth had clearly done his homework. Wang Jihua looked at him for a while, but finally turned his eyes to the woman who was looking out the window at the scenery. "Morong, what do you think is wrong with him?" Wang Jihua's tone was clearly softer. The person in front of her was the most unpredictable Morong Wan in this bureau. Usually always wearing a smile, she seemed to be gracious. She was currently serving as the head of the investigation team, yet she had never commented on Yang Feng. "I'm not too sure, but at the moment it seems like he should just be a pretty good person. At least when he saved people, he was very courageous, wasn't he?" Morong Wan said with a smile. The youth had some opinions at this point, and hurriedly said, "Team leader, this guy doesn't look like he's that capable of fighting," and was able to discover the kidnapper's address, and single-handedly took out those few gun-toting guys. This, if it's a sneak attack, a significant number of trained people can do it. But, the youth still wanted to say something. However, Wang Jihua interrupted at this moment. "Alright, this matter will be handed over to Morong to do, but at the moment, the main thing is still to uncover the person behind these guys, daring to kidnap old Chen's daughter in Zhao Zhuwei in Jiangcheng. This is also too big of a nerve. Yes, we will investigate immediately." The youth could only promise. A storm unknown to ordinary people was quietly brewing at this moment. Yang Feng didn't know about all this. He was taken to the hospital at the scene to get tested, and after determining that there was no problem, then he slept in the hospital nearby. It wasn't until the next day when it was more than 8 o'clock in the morning. Yang Feng only opened his eyes from the hospital bed, but the first thing he saw was a pair of soulful eyes. You're awake." Zhao Zhuwei's smiling cheeks came into his eyes. Yang Feng got up from the bed, rubbed his head and asked, "You're not hurt, right?" No. Yesterday's matter. Thank you I just happened to find that guy, and only after following him up did I realize that he was the one who kidnapped you," Yang Feng explained perfunctorily. Zhao Zhuwei nodded heavily and hurriedly said, "Are you hungry? I'll have someone go prepare food for you." "That's a bother." Yang Feng was not polite. Zhao Zhuwei walked to the door and after ordering a few words, she trotted back and said, "By the way, are you getting up?" I don't have much to do. I just took a nap." "You looked like you were tired and worn out yesterday. I thought you were injured." "I'm a bit sleepy lately." Yang Feng stretched his back. He didn't say much, but this made Zhao Zhuwei even more curious about him. He himself only knew that he looked like a weirdo before, but how could he not have thought that this guy's hands would be so good? Did you learn sparring or something like that before?" Zhao Zhuwei's big eyes blinked. Yang Feng looked at this little girl like a curious baby and helplessly said, "Yesterday was just a special situation. That's why the potential was stimulated. Normally I'm not that good. You don't even know." "You were. Yesterday." Zhao Zhuwei was just about to continue. Sharp footsteps appeared at the door at that moment. It was Zhao Guofeng and Qiu Yuexiang, both husband and wife, coming in. "Little Feng, you're finally awake." Zhao Guofeng let out a long breath. Next to him, Qiu Yuexiang, on the other hand, had her head lowered at this moment. After she knew what happened yesterday, she felt a little more guilty about seeing Yang Feng. After the interrogation, it was learned those kidnappers actually had no intention of letting Zhao Zhuwei go from the start. If Yang Feng hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid Zhao Zhuwei would have really been killed yesterday. "Uncle, there's nothing wrong with me. I just slept for a while. I'll be fine after eating something in a while." Yang Feng was full of concern. When Zhao Guofeng heard this, he quickly said, "I've already had someone prepare food just now. That girl Xiaoyu will bring it up for you right away." He had an excited expression. Yang Feng didn't like this scene of raising a crowd. After exchanging a few pleasantries with them, Chen Jiyu came up with the food. Yang Feng wasn't polite either, and after taking a big bite, he jumped off the bed and said, "I can leave if there's nothing else. I still have to go to the company today." "Wait," Qiu Yuexiang called out to him. Yang Feng turned around at the door of the hospital room and asked suspiciously, "Anything else?" "That thing yesterday, I'm sorry. Here's a sum of money. Please make sure you take it." Qiu Yuexiang took out a bank card. This was the top black card in the country. The deposit inside was at least $50 million or more. However, Yang Feng just glanced at it before he finally smiled and said, "Thank you." After saying that, Yang Feng didn't reach out to receive it, but left the place without hesitation. Zhou Yuexian froze for a moment. It was good that at this moment, Zhao Zhuwei quickly chased after her, until the entrance of the hospital. Only then did Zhao Zhuwei call out to Yang Feng and said, wait for me, what else is going on? Thank you for yesterday. My dad guessed that you don't want money, so he wanted to ask if there's anything your company needs help with. Zhao Zhuwei's eyes looked at Yang Feng expectantly. Yang Feng thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, there's really something. When your dad has time, can you let me look at the painting the kidnappers want? This will definitely work. Zhao Zhuwei agreed without hesitation. Yang Feng nodded and said, then apart from this, there's nothing I need your help with. At this very moment, Cao Ronghai drove to the hospital entrance as well. After Yang Feng said goodbye to Zhao Zhuwei, he got into the car and left the place. The car drove towards the direction of the company. Cao Ronghai didn't know about the kidnappers at this time. He just curiously said, Brother Feng, why did you come out of the hospital with MS? Zhao, did you go for a maternity check? Hisses it in your eyes that if I stay with any female, something unhealthy always has to happen? You couldn't make a phone call all night yesterday. That's what they say in the movies. Roll. Should send you kid to the island. I think that thing is your professional counterpart. Yang Feng shouted without a good mood. Cao Ronghai hemmed and hawed and said, when we make money in the future, we'll go to the island to make movies to spend the rest of our boring lives. Stop. You first tell me about the company in the past 2 days. How's the work going? Yang Feng began to ask about the company's business. Chapter 43, meeting Moron Wan for the first time. There are quite a few employees recruited in the past 2 days, and most of them are still hiring, but our company treats us well. Surely people will come soon, Cao Ronghai said smugly, just as the cell phone also rang at this time. It should be a letter from the recruiting software's interviewer. Help me reply. Cao Ronghai was driving and asked Yang Feng to help. Yang Feng picked up his cell phone. Opening the recruitment software, there was indeed a female applicant in there who sent over a message. Hello, are you looking for someone? This applicant inquired. Yang Feng returned some basic information, then suddenly saw this female start inquiring. By the way, how old are you? 25. Do you have a house and a car? Sort of have it. Oh, and how many people are in your family? My parents and my sister. When was the last time you broke up? A couple months ago I think. Only broke up for a few months and you're out on a blind date? Sis, this is XX Recruitment, not XXJIUN. Are you on the wrong software? I'm sorry, I've had a lot of blind dates lately. I'm sorry, I've been on a lot of blind dates lately, so I'm just reflexive. Yang Feng fell into silence. Just what kind of gods are on this software? He looked at Gao Ronghai next to him, who also spread his hands and said, I encounter a lot of these every day. I didn't really know it before. Recruiting can be really hard. I asked Lin Shui to help find a group of professionals before. What's going on now? The people have all come over, but the gap is still large, and we can't just count on them. Gao Ronghai slowed down the speed of the car and continued. Currently, we still need to do the official website, but also to do publicity online or online shopping platforms, all of which require a lot of programmers, as well as the live broadcasting windfall has to be caught up with as well. It could be heard that starting a company was not easy. Yang Feng had wanted to go back to his hometown just for these 2 days, but now it seems that he can't get away for the time being. I remembered that tonight seems to be Lin Jinghua's birthday banquet, or else I'll go and see if there can be any collaborators. Yang Feng suddenly felt that Lin Shui was thinking with more foresight than himself. After all, she was a professional from a big family. Gao Ronghai was very agreeable when he heard this and said, this is not bad, but don't you have to prepare something if you really go? You mean gifts? That's definitely when so many socialites go to the banquet, you go empty-handed. How will you feel good about it? Gao Ronghai had a speechless expression. Yang Feng was really in deep thought when he said that. A moment later, he said, right, I remember there seems to be an antique street over here, right? It's not far ahead. Then I'll go take a look. You go to the company first. Yang Feng remembered that Lin Jinghua was very fond of antique relics. Go and get one for yourself. And by the way, also see if there are any antique relics with aura in that kind of place. The car stopped outside the antique street. After Yang Feng got off the car, he walked into the bustling street. Antique street. A not-so-spacious street with only a piece of old buildings and 2 brick roads. These 2 roads formed a cross, and there were stalls and all kinds of old stores on the side. There are a lot of people coming and going here. Many people want to come here to try their luck, but picking up a leek is an extremely small probability of luck, and how can it be so easy to pick up it? Most of the people who come here look for a long time and then leave with a sigh. Yang Feng looked around and finally walked into an old store. Inside the store, the shelves were filled with all kinds of antiques, whether it was coins, porcelain, or bronze paintings. There was everything here. A middle-aged man saw the guest enter and greeted him with a smile on his face. This boss, Are you looking to buy something you like? Well, I want to buy something to give away. Boss, do you have any recommendations here? Yang Feng asked while his eyes had already looked around at the antiques. None of the antiques here were carrying aura. It was estimated that it had already been swept once. The middle-aged man was blissfully unaware of this and still greeted him with a smile. My name is Wu Sheng. I'm also the boss here. What person are you giving it to? Sir, how is the relationship? The gift is a friend's grandfather. I think this friend of yours has an unusual status. Wu Sheng asked again. Yang Feng was a bit surprised and said, how do you know that? Ha ha, we only have good goods in this store. Not to mention that looking at Mr. S eyes you can tell that he is a person who knows what he is doing. Just like this jade that you have been looking at. That was used by the official family in the Tang dynasty. And it is worth a lot of money. Wu Sheng immediately introduced. Yang Feng nodded slightly and asked, then how is the price of this jade? Mr. doesn't pick it up first and take a good look? Wu Sheng was a bit surprised. It was the first time he had seen one who didn't even want to touch his hands when looking at the goods. Yang Feng smiled and said, I'm asking, not necessarily buying. Ha ha, it's fine. This piece of jade is unearthed from the Tang dynasty. The market price is over $1 million. Sir, if you are interested you can take a good look. Wu Sheng was still very patient. Yang Feng nodded and looked at the other things again. But just at this time, a yelling voice also came from the doorway. Boss, bring me your store's treasure. I'm giving it away tonight. This loud voice attracted the store's customers. Everyone couldn't help but have a few moments of respect in their eyes when they looked at him. This person was the son of the Huang family, Huang Wenhao. Wu Sheng hurriedly greeted the other people in the store and came over. He himself went forward again and said, Duke Huang is really sorry. You take a good look first. I still have a guest here. Don't talk nonsense with him. This person looks like he can't afford anything to come over here and wander around. You get me something first. Huang Wenhao glanced at Yang Feng and spoke directly to the boss. Yang Feng wasn't angry either, but said, Boss, why don't you go and get busy first? I'll just take a look myself. Then sir, if you have a fancy, feel free to call me. Wu Sheng was polite too. Before heading upstairs, Yang Feng didn't care too much and was looking at it. A gentle voice came from the side, with a slight light smile. See anything good? This voice, gentle as water, as if it was heard in a dream world, it made people feel a wave of heavenly music. Yang Feng looked back strangely, only to realize that it was a woman wearing a long skirt. She had a black tie around her waist, and her faint smile coupled with her beautiful to the core cheeks made people feel a wave of extreme affinity. I casually look around. Yang Feng thought it was a passerby who asked, so he answered. However, Morong Wan's eyes seemed to be looking at him right then and there, and softly said, I heard that you seem to be very knowledgeable about antiques. Can you help me appraise some antiques? Who did you hear that from? Yang Feng felt that Morong Wan was a bit strange. It seemed to be that the visitor was not good. Chapter 44, The Source of Aura of Antiques. Morong Wan smiled and said, You seem to be quite high profile lately. Where you heard about it is not that important though. You. Yang Feng's gaze became a little sharp. He carefully sized up the woman in front of him. This pair of gentle eyes seemed to be able to see through his own thoughts. What the hell are you? Yang Feng felt bad. Morong Wan casually picked up an antique at this moment, playing with it while softly saying, Are you really not afraid of being discovered? Discover what? Your secret? Morong Wan's relaxed words. Yang Feng's heart thumped, but he still said calmly, I don't know what you're talking about. Well, Morong Wan handed Yang Feng a ceramic bowl in her hand and asked, Can you help me see which dynasty this is from? I'm not interested. The refusal hurts too much. Morong Wan didn't get angry. Yang Feng felt more and more strange about her. Finally, he remembered something and asked, Are you from the Superpower Investigation Bureau? Very smart. Do you feel that I'm different from normal people? Morong Wan said halfway, then changed her words. Oh no, I shouldn't say feel. I should say see, right? You. Yang Feng realized something at this moment. Could it be that this woman had already discovered her special eyes? Morong Wan shook her head, smiled and said, Don't worry about it. I just happened to walk in while wandering around. I didn't come to investigate you. It won't bother you to buy anything, right? Her smile was still so gentle, but in Yang Feng's eyes, this woman was more terrifying than anyone else. Aren't you going to buy something? Morong Wan pointed around. Yang Feng took a deep breath and said, Don't want to buy. As he said that, he looked at Morong Wan carefully again. The latter had been looking at the curiosities in the store at this time, and didn't seem to be purposely picking on him anymore. Can I please go outside and have a drink? Yang Feng asked. Morong Wan's white hand slowly put down the curio and nodded. You're asking me out? Oh, I just have something I want to ask you. Yang Feng blushed when he was spoken to. He also felt that he had the suspicion of picking up a girl. Moron pointed across the street and said, "Then is it okay to go to the tea house across the street?" "Good." Yang Feng agreed with alacrity. However, after the duo left on this side, Huang Wenhao and the owner happened to walk down from upstairs. "Mr. Huang, this is the best treasure of the store out of what we can sell. If you give it to Elder Lin, it will definitely be stunning." Wu Sheng was praising. Huang Wenhao laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha, thanks to the boss's good advice. Right away you help me pack it. I can have a great use for it at night." "Yes, I'll have someone prepare it right away," the boss immediately promised. Yang Feng still didn't know that the Huang Wenhao who came in just now was the male son who was going to attend the same dinner with him. Inside the old tea house opposite the antique store, Yang Feng found a window seat. At this moment, he looked slightly nervous in front of Moron. It wasn't because of Moron's identity. Rather, he felt that this woman was different from anyone he had met before. "Boss, give us 2 cups of iron guanyin and some more refreshments." Moron was not polite. Turning back, she realized that Yang Feng was still looking at himself there at that moment. It doesn't seem too polite to keep staring at a girl's face. Moron snickered. Yang Feng coughed dryly and said, "Sorry, I actually want to ask about those people." "You mean those people who collect antiques?" Moron asked. Yang Feng nodded and said, "They seem to have a special purpose, but I don't know what their purpose is." "Actually, this we don't know either." Moron was a bit helpless and said, "But according to our research speculation, in ancient times, it is very likely that there existed an extremely special group of people who relied on the breath and nature to cultivate the aura in those antiques. Well, but it might be some kind of change. This kind of aura disappeared in the world, but the nature of aura is with a few natural spirituality, so they might be attached to some carved words or paintings of masters." Moron said, then added, "For example, the painting Saint Wu Daozi, all his brush strokes have spirit, so most of his paintings carry aura. What exactly are they? I don't know. We have very few encounters with them, but at least we can be sure is that they may have Western blood priests and island-style gods. As for the purpose, it may be to enhance their strength." Moron didn't seem to hide anything from Yang Feng. This made Yang Feng look at her with surprise and said, "This should be your secret. Why are you telling me so easily?" "Because I also know your secret. Isn't it even?" Moron replied with a smile. Yang Feng felt that this woman was getting more and more terrifying. However, it was also at this time that he suddenly felt a familiar aura on Moron's body. This familiar aura was different from the duo from the Superpower Investigation Bureau. Those two were just channeling some chi with impurities in their veins, but the aura on Moron's body was very pure. It was exactly the same as their own. Yang Feng suddenly realized something. "I'm different from you. Perhaps you're luckier than me." Oh, Moron smiled. Yang Feng didn't even think that there was such a person besides himself. In this instant, he felt surprised, and a few moments of frustration. However, he was still very patient and asked many things about these antique auras. What Yang Feng didn't know was that just as he was chatting with Moron on his side, outside the window of the tea house, 2 very familiar figures happened to walk over. Lin Shui and Li Wenfei. Shui, look over there, is that person Yang Feng?" Li Wenfei suddenly spotted Yang Feng's figure. Lin Shui turned back and was a bit surprised to see Yang Feng here. Just when she was about to go up and say hello, she realized that there was a Moron sitting right opposite him. This woman's beauty was not inferior to her own, and at this moment, her face was full of smiles, as if she was talking about something happy with Yang Feng. "Looks like he seems to be more popular than expected, eh?" Li Wenfei snickered. Lin Shui's face was as cold as ever, twisting her head. "It has nothing to do with us." "Hey, Snowy, you really think so, huh? Hurry up and get going. It's time to go back to the office after picking up my stuff. I still have work in the afternoon." Lin Shui walked towards the front. Her determined look made Li Wenfei a little helpless, spreading her hands as she followed. Moron hooked a smile at the corner of her mouth at this moment and narrowed her eyes. "It seems like someone has misunderstood." "What? You should know by night." Moron's smile revealed a bit of amusement. Chapter 45, Zheng Daqian's fake paintings? Yang Feng always felt that he was easily sold by Moron and had to count the money for her. However, she seemed to have other things on her mind and smiled goodbye before getting up and leaving the place. Yang Feng looked at the time and saw that it was getting late. He should go around the neighborhood again and see if he could find a suitable enough gift for Lin Jinghua. Actually, Yang Feng didn't mean to curry favor with Lin Jinghua, but after all, he was invited to a top specification birthday banquet. If he gave something too cheap, he would easily be misunderstood as a bully because he had saved him. Walking to the ground stalls and some second-hand market stores on the antique street, Yang Feng turned around. Until the last antique store, Yang Feng sighed and muttered helplessly. It seems that this kind of place has already had connoisseurs come. Picking up leaks really isn't that easy. In that case, he could only spend some real money to buy something good. The good thing was that he had some money now. Spending a few $1 million could also buy antiques that were good value for money. Just as he was about to open his mouth to the boss, his eyes spotted a painting in the corner that no one was looking for. The painting had been rolled up and didn't look like it was being paid attention to, but Yang Feng clearly felt a blinding bright light in this painting. This painting? It was worth a lot. Yang Feng was ecstatic in his heart and hurriedly said to the boss, "Boss, can you take out this painting for me to see? And this guest is interested in the painting?" The boss was delighted in his heart and immediately took out the painting and spread it out on the table for Yang Feng. The painting was already a bit worn out, and many places had become a bit scattered with ink, probably due to the humidity. As for the content of the painting, it was essentially an ink painting with some Chinese paint embellishments. The main color was ink, with some red flowers and trees dotted alongside, as well as a gentle rain, and two people sitting in a pavilion. It had two red stamps on it. "This is Zheng Daqian's work?" Yang Feng recognized the value of this item. The owner smiled and said, "What do you think, guest? Is this real? It's not fake." The boss looked a bit treacherous. This one was also a special talking point for some people in the industry. If you asked him about the authenticity of an antique, he wouldn't tell you whether it was real or fake. He would only say that it might not be fake. Yang Feng had already understood what the boss meant and asked, "What's the price of this painting?" $100,000. "I can send you a wooden box to collect it." The boss was very quick. Yang Feng pretended to hesitate for a while before finally saying, "Okay, I want this painting." The boss was ecstatic in his heart. He actually knew that this painting was a fake, because when he first acquired it, someone had already appraised the painting, and the real one was in another store on the same street. But although this is a replica, it is made very decent, so the boss has been kept, just as a handicraft sold. But now he didn't expect that Yang Feng, the great enemy, would come to buy it, so he was naturally overjoyed. After packing up the painting, Yang Feng was ready to look at the time to go home and take a shower. But just as he turned around, a surprised voice called out his name. "Yang Feng, why are you here too?" This voice was also very familiar to Yang Feng. Looking towards the source of the voice, it was his junior high school classmate Yu Jiantao. Tao. Yang Feng shouted out almost without thinking. Immediately afterward, he coughed dryly and said, "That's something, old Yu, ha ha ha. I still find the last title a bit more affectionate." Yu Jiantao laughed out loud. He went forward and gave Yang Feng a bear hug before saying, "You also like to play with these things?" "Occasionally I play with them. I'm going to a banquet today, and I might need to give a gift then, so I bought some knickknacks," Yang Feng casually explained. Yu Jiantao listened and nodded his head. "Looks like you're still quite intentional. What did you buy for me to take a look at?" "A painting." Yang Feng wanted to open the box. However, the boss hurriedly stopped it at this moment and said, "Two of you, you can go out and talk outside the store. I'm going to continue doing business here soon." The boss was afraid that Yu Jiantao knew what he was doing. If he could tell that it was an imitation, it would be troublesome if Yang Feng directly asked him to return it. Yu Jiantao couldn't fail to understand what the boss meant and looked at Yang Feng with his eyes. Yang Feng's indifferent look made Yu Jiantao understand. "Okay, let's go sit outside for a while, right? Brothers haven't seen each other for a long time. There's a fly tavern right in front. Have a good drink? I'm here at night. Go. This is not just the afternoon. There are things to say at night." Yu Jiantao pulled Yang Feng out. The two of them went to a small restaurant outside. Inside the restaurant, there were no customers at this time. Yang Feng and Yu Jiantao casually found a seat in the hall and sat down. Yu Jiantao was thrilled to see his old friend and said, "You said it's a coincidence. I went there to buy something today, so I always felt that there might be some rare treasures in that store. And I dare say that it was your summoning that put me over the edge. You usually play this a lot?" "Can't really talk about it, but I bought a little bit of stores in that street. That's what I invested in before, so I'll go over to take a look once in a while." Yu Jiantao's words made Yang Feng a little surprised. "I'll go. You've become a charterer now?" Yang Feng lamented. He knew that Yu Jiantao's parents were both teachers. This guy's family wasn't exactly rich, and he didn't think that he had already mixed so well after not seeing him for all these years. Yu Jiantao was helpless and said, 2 years ago, I went abroad to mix a little, and came back after earning some money. That said, you were reading that awesome strength. All give me envy bad. I heard that your high school is directly into the domestic genius youth class. Behind? Yang Feng asked. Yu Jiantao said about this, some regret, bowed his head and said, the back did not take the road of scientific research again, went abroad to be a manager, but the environment over there is not very good. Not 2 years back. Homesick? Alas, what homesickness ah. Yu Jiantao pointed to his yellow skin. Yang Feng seemed to understand and said, xenophobia? Only when you get to that kind of environment do you realize that people don't trust you at all and come back if you're not happy with the job. Yu Jiantao helpless, said, in fact, I have only returned to China not 2 months. Before I heard you in Jiangcheng would have liked to go to find you, but has been busy settling things delayed. The two in junior high school, is the most iron relations, and at that time, Yu Jiantao, as a good boy in the eyes of his teacher, even stood up for Yang Feng and ended up in a fight with someone. For this matter, it all alarmed the parents. That scar on your back is still there, right? Yang Feng suddenly asked. Chapter 46 Old Classmates Shock. Yu Jiantao grinned, pulled up his cuffs, revealing his shoulder scars, full of concern. I guess it can't be recovered. It doesn't matter, they are all old men, which can't have a few scars on their bodies. His scar is the scar that was scratched out when he helped Yang Feng out. This wound was very deep at that time, and Yu Jiantao also recuperated for most of the month. Yang Feng had some regrets and said, I really didn't expect you to return to China. Otherwise I should have invited you to have a good drink 2 days ago. It's not the same now. Yu Jiantao boldly picked up the wine glass. The two of them drank 3 rounds of wine and had 5 flavors of food. Yu Jiantao's expression was slightly silent. Looking at the opposite side of Yang Feng, his tone pretended to be relaxed. Buddy, I some time ago, actually heard a little bit about you. He didn't say it explicitly, but Yang Feng knew what he was talking about. Dude broke up. Isn't it good to have nothing to worry about? Yang Feng smiled easily. Yu Jiantao was helpless and said, I heard that your job search didn't go too well. Have you found a job now? Not yet, Yang Feng said dryly. Yu Jiantao casually picked up a piece of meat and said in an unimpressed tone, I think we should do it this way. I've actually opened a new store in this antique street recently, but you know I don't have much time. Why don't you come over here to be the store manager at that time? Let me be the store manager? I don't know much about that. I'll find you someone who knows what they're doing at that time. Just keep an eye on it for me. Yu Jiantao replied casually. Yang Feng looked at this guy's expression. He had been pretending to drink and clip his food, talking very easily, but in reality, he was afraid of pricking his pride. He also remembered that the last time he met with him, he also told himself that if he started a business in China, he could find him to invest a sum of money. After all, when this guy was in college, I heard that he had already earned a few $1 million by software development. Do you know that when I was looking for a job recently, there were people tripping behind my back? I'm really not afraid that I'll drag you down when the time comes. Yang Feng joked. Yu Jiantao waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm just opening a few stores. The rule of law society can't call people to come and smash the scene, right? He was really relaxed. Yang Feng smiled and said, that's true, but I appreciate your good intentions. You don't want to? Yu Jiantao put down his chopsticks and looked at him strangely. Yang Feng smiled and said, let's talk about it later. Buddy, there's really no need to be polite with me in our relationship. Who hasn't gone backward in their life? Yu Jiantao patted Yang Feng's shoulder. After drinking a few glasses of wine, his face was slightly red and he looked a bit more heroic than usual. Yang Feng nodded and said, forget it, I'm actually starting a business recently. Starting a business? Yu Jiantao sobered up a few points and reminded in a serious tone. Entrepreneurship is 1,000 horses walking on a single wooden bridge. I remember that you are also from the countryside, so don't be easily impulsive. He had been in contact with a large number of entrepreneurs since college, and also having so many years of experience living abroad, he was naturally very clear about just how difficult it was to succeed in entrepreneurship. For many people, starting a business was basically the same as giving away money for nothing. Yang Feng didn't say much, just said, I'm also in the jade and antique business, but I might invest in some other industries in the future, such as the technology industry. Oh, the more Yu Jiantao listened, the more confused he became. The investment cost of these industries, that was all starting at $10 million. Did Yang Feng have that much money before? Yu Jiantao was a bit skeptical, but still said, you don't want to reject me for the sake of face. There's no need for us brothers. I know, that's why I didn't tell anyone else either. But just you. Yang Feng replied with a smile. Yu Jiantao looked at Yang Feng's expression and felt a bit puzzled. But at this moment, his phone rang. You answer the phone first, Yu Jiantao said. Yang Feng picked it up and Gao Ronghai's voice came from the other end. Brother Feng, we just contacted the people from Jiangcheng Jewelry Group. Their bid price is 50 million higher than expected. Is this going to be sold? Gao Ronghai knew. This price was far beyond the market price, but it was definitely not a great act of kindness on their part. The probability was because Yang Feng knew the Zhao family. Yang Feng naturally understood and said, what's the market price you found someone to estimate? The current estimate is $120 million. Then sell it at this price and don't charge more. Yes, Gao Ronghai understood. Yang Feng gave a few more explanations before finally hanging up the phone. When he came back to his senses, he realized that Yu Jiantao next to him was already looking at himself in a daze. Are you joking? Hey, our relationship as brothers. Why would I joke about this? Yang Feng grinned and finally drank a glass of wine and said, I just recently opened a company. Do you want to come over and help me? What company? The one I'm holding right now. Is Maple Leaf Investment Company? There are 2 companies underneath. Yang Feng briefly introduced it, and finally added, if you come, I'll give you 5% of the initial shares as well. Yu Jiantao froze. He had originally intended to help Yang Feng. How come by now, he had become the object of help? Ha ha, Yang Feng Yu Jiantao laughed out loud and said, well, I will definitely consider it when the time comes. Then today's drink is over. I still have to go to the banquet after taking a shower in a while. Yang Feng got up. Yu Jiantao looked at Yang Feng's back as he left, suddenly thought of something and asked, what kind of banquet are you going to today? There's a person's birthday. I'm going to join in the fun. Could it be the Lin family's old man's birthday dinner? Yu Jiantao was, after all, a person with insight. Immediately, he reacted. Yang Feng nodded with a smile and walked out of Yu Jiantao's field of vision. Looking at his former classmate's back, Yu Jiantao couldn't stop the shock in his heart. What did this guy do in the end? Developed like this? The afternoon passed quickly. 6 o'clock in the evening. Jiangcheng Hotel. This Jiangcheng most luxurious hotel, at this time again was wrapped down. There are people standing guard all around, protecting the socialites who came here today. Inside the hall on the 2nd floor. At this time, this place was already filled with a dozen tables. The main table at the very front already had a few people sitting at it. In addition to the important members of the Lin family, there were also some predators that held sway in Jiangcheng. Lin Jinghua was walking between the tables at this moment, exchanging words and laughter with everyone. His status in Jiangcheng was not ordinary, but the people he invited this time were actually not many, only some extremely close friends and relatives who were close to him. Lin Shui had been watching the visitor at the door and yawned. It seems like he hasn't come yet. Oh, Li Wenfei's voice suddenly appeared from the side. Lin Shui turned her head, glanced at her best friend without any good humor, and said, don't be ridiculous. I'm just a bit sleepy from not sleeping well yesterday. I didn't say who it was either. Li Wenfei snickered and continued, but if he's really here, why don't I help you ask him what his relationship is with that girl? What if this guy is a married man? Chapter 47, Lin Shui's charm. Don't be ridiculous. People have been separated from their ex-girlfriends for several months, and it's rumored that nothing has happened and they've been cheated out of money. Lin Shui immediately said, then immediately added, it was my grandfather who asked to investigate his background. I didn't say anything. You're in such a hurry to explain. Li Wenfei badgered her expression. While the two were talking, Yang Feng also walked in from outside with a gift. He came a bit early and there weren't too many people inside. When Yang Feng had just put down his gift and was about to walk in, a figure hurriedly followed him from the side. This person was in such a hurry that he bumped into Yang Feng. Yang Feng turned his head back and realized that the person in front of him was very familiar. Surprisingly, it was Huang Wenhao who he had seen in the Antique Street during the day. Isn't this the person who couldn't afford to buy anything in Antique Street before? Huang Wenhao took a look at the way Yang Feng put down his gift and said contemptuously, I didn't expect to let you blend in here. With his disdainful look, he purposely bypassed Yang Feng, as if he was afraid of getting into bad luck with him. Yang Feng was also too lazy to bother with him, and after walking towards the inside himself, he found a seat closer to the back and sat down. When he sat down here, he realized that the eyes of the people next to him were almost all looking towards the direction of the main table. It was as if they were here to be spectators. But fortunately, there was a person next to him who was of a similar age to Yang Feng, who took the initiative to greet him and said, Buddy, are you also here for your family? Just came to have a good time. Yang Feng was actually a little unsure of how to explain. Could it be that Lin Shui invited herself? But this person said cheerfully, no need to be so nervous. I also came with my father. We are actually the same. I see. What kind of business does your family do? Some small business, doing media advertisements, eating some of the Lin family's edges. This man was chatty. He also extended his hand and said, get to know each other. My name is He Sudong. Yang Feng. Yang Feng introduced himself and smiled. I'm in the jade and antique business. I see. No wonder you're sitting here with me too. He Sudong joked. Yang Feng listened with some amusement and asked, is there a difference where you sit? It certainly makes a difference. He Sudong shook his head and pointed in the direction of the main table, saying, you don't know? Those at the main table are the core personnel of the Lin family, such as the Lin family's eldest miss, and his father Lin Lining, and then there are some characters who can shake Jiangqing 3 times by stomping their feet. That's pretty impressive. Look at the ones in the second row. They are also pivotal figures in Jiangcheng or Lin family collateral, and the ones behind them are some big businessmen. He Sudong introduced Yang Feng, but he was also curious and said, dude, you didn't do any research before you came? I just thought I'd come here to eat, and get to know everyone by the way. So it's like this. Look at you should also be a just take over the home industry, right? No, I am my own business. Ah, He Sudong looked at him in amazement, then couldn't help but laugh and said, but don't brag about being powerful, buddy. The young people who can come to this dinner party, which one of them isn't following their family? Can you come in on your own at this age? This person obviously didn't believe it. Yang Feng also did not explain more, just said, then how is your family company? Hey, the internet company, valued at a few billion, waiting to go public. He Sudong was a bit smug. Yang Feng felt that this guy is very interesting, smiled and said, then maybe we can still cooperate in the future. That's a must. It's fate for us to know each other here. If there's any media publicity in the future, welcome to find me and give you a discount. He Sudong grinned. While the two of them were chatting, the number of people at the dinner party gradually increased. He Sudong suddenly fixed his eyes on the main table at this moment. Did you see that person at the main table? He Sudong suddenly asked. Yang Feng strangely followed what he said and asked, what's wrong? That person is Lin Shui. It's said that she is deeply loved by Lin Lao. She might be the one to inherit the Lin family in the future. Before that, there were people who said that whoever marries her will be marrying the Lin family. He Sudong's eyes had more than a few moments of longing. Lamented. And Miss Lin is also so beautiful. I don't know which guy who saved the earth in his previous life can evening this kind of white rich beauty. Your family is already rich enough, but also think of evening rich women? What do you know? Just because of Miss Lin's beauty, I'm willing to donate all my family's assets. Here today quite a few gentlemen came. It is said that they are here to impress her. He Sudong's face was full of gossip and envy. As soon as his words fell, his breathing suddenly became a little tense. I go. What's wrong with you? Asthma offense? Yang Feng was somewhat speechless. Why was this guy excited one moment and breathing rapidly the next? Miss Lin seems to be coming this way. Look quickly. He Sudong hurriedly reminded Yang Feng. His look that didn't dare to look directly and sneak a peek made Yang Feng a bit speechless. But at this moment, Lin Shui did walk towards this side step by step. He Sudong's mood became more and more nervous. Could it be that Lin Shui had noticed himself? He Sudong immediately flirtatiously touched his non-existent bangs. In his heart, he began to appreciate this handsome skin given by his parents. Lin Shui seemed to have heard his call and literally stopped in front of him after walking here. He Sudong was so excited that when he hurried to greet him, Lin Shui spoke first. Why are you sitting here? The melodious voice opened. But He Sudong suddenly realized that Lin Shui did not look at herself, but spoke to Yang Feng who was next to him. Yang Feng was helpless and said, I just came here to casually look around. The main table I see is quite crowded, so I won't go over there. Don't talk nonsense, my grandfather specially explained. Hurry up, Lin Shui called out, causing Yang Feng to only get up at this point. He Sudong looked at him blankly from the side, confused. Dude, you, nah, I'm sorry, I guess I'll have to change my position. Yang Feng was filled with a helpless expression. Watching Lin Shui personally lead Yang Feng towards the main table, He Sudong stared blankly at Yang Feng's figure. He couldn't figure out what kind of god this guy was. A young man that everyone didn't recognize suddenly appeared at the main table, and also really attracted the attention of the crowd, especially Huang Wenhao who was sitting in the second row. Upon seeing that Yang Feng was actually brought to the main table by Lin Shui, his face turned ironic. This poor brat, to think that he's so close to Lin Shui. Huang Wenhao gritted his teeth, but immediately afterward, he suddenly looked at the place where he had just received the gifts, and a few more points of treachery appeared in his eyes. Chapter 48 Giving a fake painting for a birthday banquet? Yang Feng was brought to the main table and looked a bit restrained. After all, there were more than a dozen people at the table, and he only knew Lin Shui and Lin Jinghua. But at this moment, Lin Jinghua had just finished chatting with one of the guests, and when he saw that Yang Feng had already arrived, he rejoiced and said, ha ha, Mr. Yang is also here, good ah good ah. Lin Jinghua knew that Yang Feng had saved his life, so he had great respect for Yang Feng. At this moment on the main table, the others were looking at him in amazement. Everyone was sizing up, wanting to see what this guy's identity was, but no matter how they looked, they all felt that this guy was plain and ordinary. Well, at this moment, Lin Shui's father, Lin Linning spoke up. I've heard all about it. Thank you for saving my father in the hospital. I really didn't expect to have such medical skills at such a young age. Even the actual manager of the Lin family, Lin Linning spoke up. The crowd was also talking to Yang Feng at this moment. Yang Feng's expression was a bit embarrassed as he said, it was just luck that I saved people, and I can't talk about any medical skills. Ha ha, Mr. Yang is modest. I can celebrate my 70th birthday today because of Mr. Yang's blessings. That's why I purposely invited Mr. Yang to come over and enjoy his time. Lin Jinghua laughed out loud. His body had recovered very well now. The dinner party was also bustling at this time. According to the rules, there would be people at the dinner table, taking turns to toast Lin Jinghua. Under the lively scene, Huang Wenhao, who had prepared earlier, picked up a wooden box at this moment and slowly walked to the side of the main table. Oh, it's the Huang family's kid. I remember you. Lin Jinghua was giving Huang Wenhao face on this occasion. Hearing this, Huang Wenhao's heart was ecstatic, and he hurriedly said again, "It's really flattering for Lin Lao to remember me as a junior. This is the congratulatory gift I prepared just now. I was afraid that it would be easy to break if I put it outside, so I purposely brought it in." Oh, a congratulatory gift that can make you so attached to it must be extraordinary. Lin Jinghua had a few moments of curiosity. Hearing this, Huang Wenhao smiled and said, "I've heard that Elder Lin is particularly fond of paintings, especially of Zhang Daqian's works." Zhang Daqian's works? Lin Jinghua was even more surprised. This could definitely be something that was to his taste. There were also very many people present who liked Zhang Daqian. They all couldn't help but be surprised when they heard this. "Old Lin, I think since we're happy today, why don't we open the painting and let us feast our eyes on it as well?" Li Dixuan of the Li family spoke up at this moment. Lin Jinghua smiled broadly and said, well, since you've said so, then please Xiao Huang you unfold the painting, as if I'm having fun with everyone. Alright. Huang Wenhao immediately beckoned the attendant next to him to come over and help open the wooden box. Inside was a well-preserved painting. The size of this painting was 1 meter long and 40 centimeters wide. After unfolding it, it was clearly an extremely beautiful picture of a landscape after the rain. Beautiful plum blossom embellishments, a written pavilion, and the idle characters sitting inside. Yang Feng's expression changed slightly after taking a look at it. Huang Wenhao was even more pleased in his heart at this moment after noticing the change in his face. Only Lin Shui who was sitting next to him didn't know the truth and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." Yang Feng shook his head. But how could he not know? The things that this Huang Wenhao sent with himself were not only all paintings by Zhang Daqian, but also the same work. What did this mean? It meant that among the two, at least one of the paintings was fake. Yang Feng's mind was really a bit confused. He really didn't think that there was such a coincidence in this world. At this time the crowd saw such a work. They all came over to get a glimpse of the real thing, and then let out their emotions. Lin Jinghua was even an old fan of Zhang Daqian, and after seeing this painting, he said with emotion, "This is the inksplash painting Green Mountain after rain. I really didn't think that I would see it at this time. You've really gone through a lot of trouble. As long as Elder Lin can like it, then the efforts of the late generation are considered worth it." Huang Wenhao smiled, and said, "But I was just at the gift-giving place, and coincidentally found that there was a person who seemed to be giving Zhang Daqian's works as well." "Oh, there's even someone so thoughtful amongst the visitors?" "Yes, would Elder Lin like to take a look as well?" Huang Wenhao asked. Seeing that everyone was happy, Lin Jinghua immediately said, "Go and bring that pair of works over and open it up for everyone to see as well." Saying that, a man also rushed over from not far away and handed over a wooden box. "Which friend did this come from?" Lin Jinghua inquired happily. But Yang Feng didn't stand up first. Huang Wenhao directly directed his sharp gaze at him at this moment and deliberately said, "When I came in just now, I seem to have seen that it was from this friend, right? It's from Mr. Yang?" Lin Jinghua was instantly surprised. Zhang Daqian's paintings, any one of them was worth a lot of money. It didn't occur to me that it was sent by Yang Feng. Yang Feng also nodded his head gently and said, "It's from me. I didn't expect it to be seen." "Ha ha, then open it and take a look. Do you mind?" "Sir, I don't mind." Yang Feng was indifferent, and the people present also had their appetites whetted at this moment. Even Lin Shui wanted to see at this moment what level of Zhang Daqian's work that Yang Feng had given away. But as the painting slowly unfolded, the atmosphere also became very warm in the gazes of the crowd in anticipation. But after a few moments, the venue gradually quieted down. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, all seeing confusion on each other's faces. What's going on? Could it be a mistake? All the people attending the dinner were confused. The painting unfolded, and its contents were surprisingly exactly the same as what Huang Wenhao had just given away. Exactly the same. The corner of Huang Wenhao's mouth hooked up with a hint of smugness, but he quickly feigned innocence and said, What's going on here? Mr. Yang, the painting you sent, how come it seems to be the same as mine?" He appeared to be inquiring, but in reality, the crowd all understood at this moment. Of these two paintings, one of them was bound to be a fake, and look at Huang Wenhao's appearance. Coupled with the strength of the Huang family, it is completely impossible to send fake paintings. Then there is only one truth. Everyone looked at Yang Feng at this moment. Even Lin Jinghua took a deep breath and said, "I think this is just a little fun at a banquet. There might be some misunderstanding in it." With that, Lin Jinghua was about to have the painting put away. Huang Wenhao couldn't help but feel smug in his heart as his purpose of humiliating Yang Feng was achieved. However, just at this time, Yang Feng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. "Since it's already opened, why don't we all take a good look at it?" Yang Feng's bland words froze the crowd for a moment. This kid was crazy. After taking a fake, he even wanted them to take a closer look? Chapter 49 Punch in the Face. Yang Feng's is the real thing. Lin Jinghua's intention was to help Yang Feng diffuse the embarrassment, but after hearing his words, his expression paused a bit. Mr. Yang, what are you? Lin Jinghua didn't understand what he meant. Lin Shui beside him also secretly pinched the soft flesh of Yang Feng's waist under the table, as if to remind him not to talk nonsense. Yang Feng, however, didn't feel anything in general and smiled. What I'm saying is, since everyone is so fond of Zhang Daqian's works, why don't we take a good look at them? He repeated what he had just said once more. Lin Jinghua seemed to have reacted to Yang Feng's meaning only at this moment. Huang Wenhao felt even more amused and said condescendingly, "This Mr. Yang, my paintings were bought at Ancient Butterfly Xian, so you have to think clearly. Could it be that things bought from a big store must be more noble?" Yang Feng asked rhetorically. These words caused the atmosphere to fall into silence. Lin Jinghua also said at this moment, "In that case, why don't we take a good look at this painting, regardless of whether it's real or fake? It's at least a work of art." He opened his mouth, so the crowd also gathered a lot at this moment. Moreover, they were also curious as to how good Yang Feng's fake was. However, only at this moment, Huang Wenhao had a bit of dejection in his expression. Originally, he just wanted to give Yang Feng a small lesson, but he didn't expect this kid to take the initiative to seek death. In front of so many people, he was going to lose a lot of face today. Everyone present had actually taken Huang Wenhao's work as real on first impression. Now when they admired Yang Feng's painting, they were more with a critical eye, trying to find out what was broken in it. Even Lin Jinghua was slightly puzzled at this point, but after a few moments, everyone was slightly silent at this moment. They carefully observed the painting, but they simply couldn't find out where exactly it was faked. What's going on? Li Dixuan was a little curious at this moment. Lin Jinghua also felt strange and said, "Why don't we take out the other painting as well? I think this is just right. Just compare it." Everyone immediately agreed, because with the insider's eye among them, but they simply couldn't tell what the problem with this work was. Because of this, the atmosphere was slightly stagnant. Lin Shui didn't understand this. She just looked at it curiously for a while, and finally asked Yang Feng in a low voice, "What the hell is going on here? This painting is a side piece I plucked from a store. How much did it cost?" $100,000. What? Lin Shui almost didn't hold back from falling under the stool. $100,000 to pick up something? One must know that the things that people Huang Wenhao gave away and bought could be over $10 million at the very least. Her mind already had the result at this point, and she helplessly said, "Just now, my grandfather gave you a step down. You shouldn't have caused any more trouble. It doesn't matter. Let everyone see it." Yang Feng didn't care and ate there by himself. His light-hearted appearance also made many people curious about him. However, at this time, everyone studied the two paintings, but in the end, they didn't seem to form a unified opinion. Lin Jinghua also looked at a friend not far away for help at this moment, saying, "Old Ding, what do you think?" The old Ding he was talking about. It was Ding Kuan who was very authoritative within this circle. This person's professional direction is the appraisal of paintings, slightly different from Han Yunfu's kind of jinshe. After all, there are no generalists in this industry. Ding Kuan had actually looked at the site for a long time, and finally walked over to Huang Wenhao's picture. Such a scene made the crowd seem to understand as well. "Ugh, it seems like it's better to be expensive." The crowd sighed. Even though this fake was made to look real, it couldn't fool the eyes of connoisseurs after all. Everyone looked at Yang Feng at this moment, and there was a bit more sympathy in their expressions. This kid had humiliated himself in front of such a large crowd, and now it was finally time to be exposed. "Old Ding, what's going on?" Lin Jinghua's heart felt bad. Ding Kuan laughed and said, "There's no need to be nervous, but based on my study of so many of Zhang Daqian's works, the hearts of the crowd were in their throats." But Huang Wenhao grew more and more complacent. "It's what this scion of the Huang family gave away that's a fake." Ding Kuan finally spoke up. Huang Wenhao was still there in the beauty of it, dejectedly saying, Chang let. "I just know that Lin Lao likes Zhang Daqian. So, what? Mine is fake?" Huang Wenhao then reacted violently, looking at Ding Kuan with a dumbfounded expression. The crowd also had incredible expressions. How was this possible? Not to mention them, even the people from the Lin family were a bit incredulous at this point. This was because everyone could see that the painting Yang Feng had sent was far inferior to Huang Wenhao's, both in terms of packaging and origin. Lin Jinghua was an upright person. He had a serious expression at this moment and said, "Old Lin, although Mr. Yang saved me, but with so many people around, you shouldn't deliberately cater to it because of this. Otherwise it's not quite fair to the Huang family's descendants. Ha ha, I'm not so bad as to smash my own signboard for this." Ding Kuan laughed out loud and had the two paintings all hung up before he walked to the front and said, "At first glance, the difference between these two paintings is indeed very small. but if you really want to take a closer look, you can actually still see the difference. Quickly say it. Zhang Daqian's painting style has 3 periods. In his early years, he studied Ao and Bada Shanren. In his middle period, he was influenced by Dunhuang murals, and in his late period, he innovated by splashing ink and color. His brushwork is deft and sharp, his colors are bright and rich, and his chiaroscuro is vivid and divine, Ding Kuan said. Continued. As for the forgeries of the painting is weak and dull brushwork, colors are dull and monotonous, and the charisma lacks a sense of wholeness. You mean, although it is a deliberate imitation, but the right side of this painting is obviously not as holistic as the left side of this painting, and this painting is made in the late years of the splash of ink, the left side of the color and collocation. It is clear that more sharp and vivid, while the right side of it is more like a dongsher knitting. Ding Kuan's words enlightened the crowd. They carefully looked towards the place where the brush was closed, and really found some clues at that moment. Then look at the paper. Zhang Daqian's paintings are mostly on rice paper and silk, and the choice was made with a thick texture and some watermarks, although the imitation degree of this fake is very high, but from the feel of the hand, because of the relationship of time, there is actually still a slight gap. Ding Kuan smiled, looking towards Huang Wenhao. This painting of yours is a very top-notch forgery, but a forgery is a forgery after all. It can fool most people, but it can't fool me. Chapter 50, Xiao Shui wants to date you. The confidence in Ding Kuan's words had the arrogance of his years of immersion in this field. However, it also made everyone on the scene look at Huang Wenhao. At this moment, Huang Wenhao's face was hard to see. That painting of his is clearly a side piece picked up in a store. How is it possible? How is it authentic? Huang Wenhao was incredulous, but his words undoubtedly also represented that he deliberately wanted to embarrass Yang Feng. It just didn't occur to him that what he had in his hand was a fake painting instead? But Ding Kuan had a few more points of appreciation for Yang Feng at this moment. Surprisingly, it's the result of picking up a leak. It seems that this Mr. Yang is also very familiar with paintings. Otherwise he would never have found such a dusty work. Ding Kuan lamented. The crowd looked at Yang Feng with a little more respect. No wonder this guy was so confident just now. It turned out that he knew that what he sent was the real thing. And looking at the painting again, if it was real, its value would be at least $20 million or more. To send such a generous gift out of the blue. What is this guy's status? Mr. Yang, the gift is too heavy. Lin Jinghua also sighed at this moment. Yang Feng was helpless and said, I just felt that I couldn't come empty-handed, so I just found something random. He didn't care much about the painting. In contrast, just now, when Huang Wenhao got this painting as a gift, he had deliberately come over to fool around a bit. Looking at Yang Feng again, he had simply placed the gift at the receiving end. The character of the two people was clear at a glance. Huang Wenhao had lost an adult, and the crowd looked at him a little funny. But fortunately, Lin Jinghua didn't pursue this matter any further, and instead told everyone to go back to their respective positions and continue with tonight's banquet. Yang Feng didn't say much more after this incident either. When the dinner party reached the second half of the evening, everyone at each table got up to make a toast. Yang Feng found a quieter table and sat down. However, there were still people coming over to greet Yang Feng one after another. These people were testing Yang Feng's family business. Yang Feng was honest, and only after he had finished greeting them did he see Lin Shui and Li Wenfei. Only then did he see Lin Shui and Li Wenfei coming from not far away. I really didn't expect that you don't just know about porcelain. You're even so proficient in Zhang Daqian's paintings. Li Wenfei sat down with surprise in her tone. Yang Feng spread his hands and said, Luck, yes, it's not simple to be so lucky every time. Li Wenfei snickered. Lin Shui wasn't too interested in this, but just asked, Right, are you going back later? Well, I see that it's about time. My grandpa has a tea party later. Do you want to go sit for a while? Lin Shui didn't say what kind of people were going to this tea party, but it was definitely some bigwigs. But to Lin Shui's surprise, Yang Feng didn't seem to want to tend to the situation, but stretched and said, Forget it, I'm not too suitable for those occasions. Then I actually have a thing I want to find you to help. Yang Feng digressed and said, I want to go back to my hometown to make some investments, but I don't know much about that, so I want to ask you if there's any way to do it. Want to go back to your hometown? Lin Shui heard the meaning in Yang Feng's words. Stroking her chin and pondering for a moment, she said, This is actually different for every place, but this idea of yours is actually not difficult. When the time comes, I can introduce you to some people who will help you to go and do a field investigation. Field investigation? That's right, investigate the local human climate, as well as the characteristics. For example, if there are attractions to develop, it can be suitable for developing tourism projects, and if there are very many land resources, you can do agricultural production. Lin Shui spoke eloquently. Yang Feng was really far behind her in this aspect of doing business. I'll help you send 2 people over to investigate at that time. and communicate with the local town mayor and secretary in your name to see if there are any policies or something like that," Lin Shui finally said. Yang Feng nodded and said, "Thanks, it's okay, just go and be a son-in-law to the Lin family properly in the future." Li Wenfei's voice came out from the side again. Lin Shui's face flushed slightly as she listened. Then she blanked her and said, "Don't talk nonsense, someone is there." It's not what you thought before, I just said it for you." Li Wenfei smirked. Yang Feng also coughed dryly and said, "That's what, I still have things to do in a while, should I go home first?" "Wait," Lin Shui suddenly called out to him. Yang Feng was a bit strange and asked, "What else?" "This." Lin Shui looked very embarrassed. It was Li Wenfei next to him who was quick and said, "Xiao Shui wants to have a relationship with you." "What?" Yang Feng stumbled. Lin Shui was said to have a red face and quickly explained, "Don't listen to her nonsense, it's just that if you have time later, can you accompany me back home? My father and grandfather, some like to talk about you." Lin Shui flat always cold face more than a little strange, immediately added, "Is simply see a face. You do not have to think too much." This, Yang Feng scratched his head. He didn't know how to answer. If he directly refused, it seemed to seem a bit unkind, but he really didn't want to deal with such a big family. "Don't think too much. It's settled. Where's the ink?" Li Wenfei dry look, said, "Just the day after tomorrow, when you remember to go." Good. Look, this thing is not quite simple." Li Wenfei grinned. Yang Feng's expression was a bit stiff, and he hurriedly said goodbye before leaving the place. Only after walking out of the hotel did Yang Feng let out a long breath. Just as he was about to take a car on the side of the road to go home, a voice called out to him and said, Mr. Yang, you're out too." This voice was somewhat familiar to Yang Feng. He looked back and realized that it was the man he met outside the auction last time. "You're Xiang Shenghui?" Yang Feng remembered the man's name. Xiang Shenghui laughed out loud and said, "It's rare that Mr. Yang still remembers me after such a long time. I seem to remember that day you said that you were in the antique collection business." Yang Feng recalled. The vast majority of the antiques that this guy bought at the auction were carrying aura. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Xiang Shenghui smiled and said, "That's right, Mr. Yang can contact me anytime if he has any suitable antiques, such as that painting just now. It's very good." He saw what happened at the banquet. Yang Feng wasn't surprised and asked, "Is Mr. Xiang a private collection, or is he opening a museum?" "Merely a private collection," Xiang Shenghui said, glanced at his watch and said, "I'm sorry, I have something to leave soon. I will definitely pay a visit some other time." "Okay, any time," Yang Feng promised. Looking towards Shang Hui's hurried departure, Yang Feng's gaze gradually deepened. He had just deliberately used his spiritual eye to look at Xiang Shang Hui's meridians. It was found that he was just an ordinary person. This also meant that the one who really controlled those resources must be the person behind him. But Yang Feng didn't know if this guy was good or bad. "I guess Morong Wan knows." Yang Feng suddenly remembered what Morong Wan had told him during the day. Chapter 51, You Can Become the No. One red man on the entire internet. Yang Feng felt as if he had gotten caught up in something. But for Yang Feng, he actually didn't like those disputes. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, there's a taller person to hold it up. The current him was at best a minion. There shouldn't be that many people paying attention to him. After figuring this out, Yang Feng took a car and headed back towards home. When he arrived home, it was already more than 9 o'clock in the evening. Yang Feng had just taken a shower and was about to go to bed when the phone rang at this time. Looking at the caller ID, a smile appeared on Yang Feng's face. Pressing the answer button, "Brother, have you slept yet?" This voice was no one else. It was his younger sister who was studying abroad. Hearing the familiar voice, Yang Feng said helplessly, "What's wrong with you again?" Did you receive the money I called you?" Yang Xiaoshi asked with a smile. Yang Feng was a bit strange and looked carefully at his cell phone screen before realizing that he had really received a sum of money just now. "You gave me $3,000? With a strange expression, Yang Feng asked, "What's wrong? This is what I earned on my part-time job. Isn't it awesome?" Yang Xiaoshi's voice carried pride. Yang Feng knew that this girl usually liked to engage in side projects, but still said, "Then keep it for yourself. Does your brother look like I'm short of money? It's not that I think you can enjoy the fruits of victory with me." Yang Xiaoshi's cheerful tone. Yang Feng was a bit strange and said, "What kind of part-time job are you doing? Don't delay your studies. You'll know when I get home in a few days. Keep it a secret for now." "You're a nervous girl. Hang up first. I've already opened the game. Today is the day to start on the big score, people." Yang Xiaoshi saw that the time was almost 10 o'clock. She hurriedly hung up Yang Feng's phone and logged onto the game account. Hey. Yang Feng still wanted to call out to her, but realized that there was only a busy tone coming from the phone. "This girl." Yang Feng revealed a helpless smile and threw his cell phone towards the bed. He had wanted to talk to his sister about his recent situation, but thinking back, he guessed that she didn't care about that either. In high school, Yang Xiaoshi was still studying in Zhangcheng. Her hobbies were staying at home and playing games or sleeping. For this reason, Yang Feng had even puffed and puffed to help her with her homework, and indirectly recalled the nightmare career in high school. And what made Yang Feng feel the most unfair was that the knowledge from the books was like it would fly into her ears. Just one high school career where she was so uneducated could allow her to be able to get into the best university in the country. It was getting late. Yang Feng didn't think much more about this and fell back to sleep. The next day came. Yang Feng slept and went to the forest store to pick up his new car. Although this car was cheap, it was just right for Yang Feng. Driving the car, Yang Feng called Gao Ronghai. The company had been open for a few days, but he hadn't visited it yet. Inside the city center, in front of an office building, people were coming and going here. Yang Feng's company had rented the 4th to 5th floors of this building as its office. Inside the company, Yang Feng looked at the company now has 20 to 30 people. His heart is still a little emotional. This was his first time to be a boss. While he was thinking about it, Gao Ronghai also came out from inside and grinned. "Brother Feng, you're finally here." While saying that, Gao Ronghai introduced the employees in the office to Yang Feng in passing. These people would be the backbone of the company in the future. Yang Feng got to know everyone before entering Gao Ronghai's office. "How is the company now?" Yang Feng asked. Gao Ronghai hemmed and hawed and said, "Everything's good. You still remember Mr. Lu, the boss we bought goods from 2 days ago, right? Just the place where Lu Qinglan works part-time?" Yes, that's him." After I told him that our company had opened a stone worth more than $100 million, he was so happy that he had to join us to do a publicity campaign, and I also agreed. Gao Ronghai is the old man in this industry. He knows that emerald these luxury goods, brand trust and popularity, is often the most important. The same thing, placed in different brand counters to sell, the price is also very different. Gao Ronghai introduced some of the recent direction of the company's development, and finally added, "By the way, we recruited a few pretty girls, mainly to do live broadcasting to do network publicity, but now the popularity is a bit low. You kid wouldn't be under the company's flag to shelf here to find girls, right?" Yang Feng, very skeptical expression, looked around and said, "You did not find a female secretary, right? Don't be ridiculous. Do I look like that kind of person? What's more, the live broadcasting piece is Lu Qinglan taking people in charge. I don't care." Gao Ronghai's face was full of aggrieved expression. Yang Feng looked at his aggrieved look before he said, "By the way, you said before that you want to go to Southland Mountain City to look at the stone. When will you leave?" "I guess it'll take a while. I've thought about the company's affairs briefly, and in a while, I still have to go to Lao Gu's place to find a few people to come and help out, as well as talk about a few big customers who need jadeite," Gao Ronghai reported to Yang Feng. Although they had the Zhao family as a big partner of Jiangqing Jewelry, however, Gao Ronghai did not intend to put his eggs in one basket. Yang Feng also understood this and said, "I'll go to Mountain City together in a while, so I'll choose a batch of good stones and ship them all over." "Well, but if I really want to get a first-hand supply, I still need to take a trip abroad, to the Gone country in the south. There are a lot of old pits on their side. My current plan is to go and bag an old pit when I have the money." When Gao Ronghai said this thing, his tone was still a little excited. This was something he had never dared to dream of before, but now it had really become a reality. Hearing this, Yang Feng also nodded his head and said, "I'll go with you at that time. I'll personally choose one." He, "Brother Feng, your vision can't be wrong for sure." Gao Ronghai's level of trust in Yang Feng was like Wu Zetian being widowed and losing Li Ji. Just then, Gao Ronghai thought of the main thing and said, "Right, Brother Feng, why don't you turn around and open a live broadcasting room at home as well? If we can't do anything about the popularity on our side, I guess we still have to rely on you." "Live broadcast? What am I live streaming?" Yang Feng asked strangely. "With your vision, when the time comes to help people identify jadeite gambling stones or antiques, you can definitely become the #1 Redditor in the entire network." Gao Ronghai gazed expectantly. Chapter 52, Do you really plan to eat soft rice? Yang Feng hadn't gotten into this before, but after hearing about it, he thought it was a good idea. Traffic is king in the network era. If their company didn't have visibility, I'm afraid that even the best things wouldn't sell. "Okay, I'll start a live broadcast when I have time later." Yang Feng agreed. When Gao Ronghai heard this, he immediately grinned and said, "Don't turn back, just tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. What? I've prepared all the publicity scripts." Gao Ronghai found a few documents from the table. Yang Feng glanced at them, then couldn't help but be speechless. Great disciple of Gao, accurately see through the jadeite raw stone, accuracy over 90%. Yang Feng looked at the publicity words on it. Dare I say that this kid had already plotted this long ago. "Hey, Feng, if you are willing to live broadcast to help people look at gambling stones or antiques, the popularity will definitely be very hot. Not to mention that you have so many friends in the circle. Gao Ronghai was aware that Yang Feng had a very good relationship with Han Yunfu and the others. Sensing that he was fooled, Yang Feng said breathlessly, "You kid hit the idea on me. Brother Feng, we have to get bigger and stronger and create another glory." Gao Ronghai was actually so excited these days that he didn't sleep much, and almost every day he was studying about the company. Plus some professional managers came to the company. Gao Ronghai learned a lot from them. Yang Feng was much relieved to see that he hadn't been inflated by the change in status. "This is just our starting point. If we earn enough money in the future, we'll have to invest in other fields, especially technology companies." Yang Feng confided with Gao Ronghai first. Gao Ronghai was depressed and said helplessly, "There are still a lot of things that we don't understand about this company in front of us, so how can we care about the future?" "That's true. Then we..." Yang Feng's side of the words just said halfway. The door was suddenly knocked at this moment. An employee's voice came from outside and called out, "Mr. Gao, there's a very pretty girl outside who says she wants to come to find Yang Dong." Her words just fell. Just saw Zhao Zhuwei walked in from the door at this time, smiling and said, "You have become the chairman of the board, ha? I came to see you, ah." Seeing Zhao Zhuwei, Gao Ronghai seemed to immediately understand, and gave a dry cough and said, "Brother Feng, everything is fine on my side. I think you'd better not come today." "Don't I still plan to go to Lu Qinglan's place to see the live broadcast in a while." Don't watch it. I'll send you the video later." Gao Ronghai pushed Yang Feng out the door. Zhao Zhuwei did understand what he meant, smilingly waved goodbye and pulled Yang Feng out of the company together. Yang Feng was slightly depressed, looking at Zhao Zhuwei next to him, wondering, "Why did you come here? I went to your house to look for you. Your phone was off and you weren't there, so I guessed that you might be at the company, so I came over." Zhao Zhuwei didn't hide it. Yang Feng glanced at his cell phone and said, "It's still true. This cell phone's battery standby old not work. Then why don't you go change your cell phone first while you have time? My dad said he won't be home until this evening." Zhao Zhuwei spoke to Yang Feng. Yang Feng also remembered that last time he said he wanted to see that Wu Daozi painting. Actually, the most important thing was that Yang Feng wanted to see how many other collections with aura were in Zhao Guofeng's house. He knew how important those auras were to him, and if he could really access them, it would definitely have a qualitative change for his body. For example, right now, he already felt that using his eyes to see through wouldn't be as tiring as before, and his body was much sharper than before. "Then let's go to the nearby cell phone store first?" "Alright, I'll take you there." Zhao Zhuwei was light on her feet here. The duo left the place, Baolong Shopping Center. There were many direct cell phone stores here. Just as the duo had just walked into a cell phone store, they realized that there was a familiar face in the store at this time, Yu Jiantao. He was looking at the new cell phone at this moment. When he saw Yang Feng come in, Yu Jiantao said in surprise, "Such a coincidence. This is my friend Zhao Zhuwei, accompanied me." "Zhao Zhuwei? This name seems a bit familiar." Yu Jiantao thought for a moment, then surprised, "It can't be that big lady from the Zhao family, right? You still know this? I heard about it when I opened an antique store." Yu Jiantao's tone was a bit unbelievable. "This kid picks up girls, all the way to the big miss of the Zhao family?" Zhao Zhuwei, on the contrary, took the initiative to greet him at this moment and said, "Hello, hello, Yang Feng, this kid is really a fool with a fool's luck. How come I haven't had such a rich white beauty look at me after so many years of mixing? Damn, I also want to eat soft rice." Yu Jiantao looked like he hated heaven for being unfair. Yang Feng rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood, "I've told you that I'm an ordinary friend, so I'm not eating soft rice. Get it? No matter what, friends. I'll talk to you about a serious matter first. After a while classmates have a small gathering. Do you want to go? You can bring a family member." Yu Jiantao said while intentionally looking at Zhao Zhuwei. Yang Feng looked at his look and depressed. "I didn't used to like attending this kind of gathering too much, and I repeat, she's not a family member." "Then you're really not going to see it?" "Li Hanqiu was rumored to be going as well. He's a listed company boss now, and I remember you're on good terms with him." Yang Feng remembered that he also met Zhao Wenba when he bought a car earlier. He seemed to have said about the reunion as well. Yu Jiantao saw his hesitation and simply said, "It's settled. The venue is set at Qingshui Hotel. Don't forget it then." Seeing that he was set, Yang Feng could only nod his head in agreement. In fact, he knew Yu Jiantao's character, and it wasn't a good mass. Yang Feng guessed that it was estimated that because there was something important on the gathering, that's why he purposely wanted to pull himself up. "Alright then, call me when you go." Yang Feng agreed, but then, he asked, "By the way, how's the consideration of what I told you last time? Let's talk about it afterward." Yu Jiantao picked up the cell phone he just bought and said to the clerk, "My buddy is buying the bill." After saying that, Yu Jiantao happily walked towards the outside. Yang Feng was helpless, just about to pick up the phone to pay when he reacted to his own phone was out of battery. Buy a fart bill He immediately looked at the eyes of help to the side of Zhao Zhuwei. Zhao Zhuwei revealed a lively smile. He said, "You really plan to eat soft rice Chapter 53 That's what rich people do. I'm not out of cash." Yang Feng's old face was red. However, Zhao Zhuwei was only joking and was still very quick to take out her cell phone from her pocket to pay. At the same time, a couple happened to walk in at the door. "I just fancy that new cell phone. Honey, will you buy it for me?" The girl's whiny voice came. The boy, who can stand this, immediately agreed. Buy. Whatever you want to buy." Seeing that he agreed so readily, the girl seemed to nod her head in satisfaction. But when they walked into the store, they suddenly saw Zhao Zhuwei at the cash register, who was paying Yang Feng. "Why don't you buy another one, and use it as a backup when the time comes? It can still use 2 cards, Zhao Zhuwei inquired. Yang Feng nodded and said, "That's fine, I'll be polite then." Saying that, Yang Feng took another new model cell phone. He then saw Zhao Zhuwei scan the code to pay and leave the cell phone store. The couple froze in place when they saw the scene. Asterisk. The boy had a confused look on his face. Then his expression gradually changed from his previous calmness to jealousy. Look at people. The boy got anxious and turned to his girlfriend. Angry. "No, you have to buy me a cell phone today, and I'm going to buy 2. Damn, we are all human. Why others' girlfriends so beautiful and also give him money? They have to be a big injustice seed?" The girl was also stunned there. Weakly took out her cell phone and said, I'll pay for it." For a time, the two seemed to attack and defense changed shape. In less than a minute, the clerk felt greatly shocked. Yang Feng didn't know what had happened at this time. After he left the place with Zhao Zhuwei, he went outside to have another meal. It was only when it was evening that he drove his car to her house. This place, Yang Feng had been here once before. When he came back again, he didn't have too many emotions. Parked the car in the garage. Yang Feng looked at the 5 or 6 luxury cars in the garage. Any one of them could buy dozens of his own. Worthy of being a rich family. Their car and this. It is estimated to be the price of a wheel. If you don't turn around and also change a good car. Anyway, you are not bad money now. Zhao Zhuwei's voice came from the side. Yang Feng was full of concern and said, "Forget it, I'm actually not interested in cars, as long as I can drive." The two of them said, and walked towards home. Today's Zhou Yuexian was personally cooking, letting the nanny give her a hand. Last time, Yang Feng didn't accept her thanks, which had always made her feel very guilty. The villa hall. There were already a few dishes on the table. At this time, Zhou Yuexian was carrying a plate of fried meat out. Seeing that the duo had returned, before she smiled and said, "Little Feng is here. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. Old Zhao just came back. He'll come down after returning a message in the study." "Thank you, auntie." Although Yang Feng had a general impression of her, he still took the initiative and agreed. The sky was also gradually getting dark at this time. Zhao Guofeng came down from upstairs and there were 4 people sitting at the dining table. There was an extra guest in the house today, which also made Zhao Guofeng's mood much better than usual. After finishing the meal, it was already past 7 in the evening. "Let's go. How about taking a look at my collection room?" Zhao Guofeng finally made an invitation. Yang Feng came for this and simply said, "I'll be polite then." "Ha, what's the point of mentioning polite or not? I've heard all about it. You're good friends with Han Yunfu, and you even gave a pair of Zhang Daqian's paintings at the Lin family's banquet, which means you can be very proficient at this." Zhao Guofeng laughed out loud. It seemed like the circle of rich people in Jiangcheng was really small. Zhao Guofeng even knew about this. Yang Feng could only humbly bow his head and said, "That was just luck. Dad, I want to go see it too." Zhao Zhuwei bounced over to Yang Feng's side at this moment. Seeing her wide-eyed curiosity, Yang Feng was a bit strange and said, "Don't you usually watch it often at home? My dad is so petty. He usually doesn't let me just go in." Zhao Zhuwei muttered. Zhao Guofeng was helpless and said, "It's not because you're a fussy girl? What if you break my things later? Why don't you all go? I'll come back later after watering the flowers at the door." Zhou Yuexiang spoke from the side. Zhao Guofeng didn't say any more and led Yang Feng and Zhao Zhuwei to the end of the walkway on the second floor. There was only one room here, Zhao Guofeng's collection room. As the door opened, the three walked in together. When he saw the first sight inside, Yang Feng couldn't help but feel some emotion. What is a real rich person? The constant temperature and humidity configuration in this room was already expensive. Then look at the shelves are placed on the precious porcelain, paintings and calligraphy, which are more difficult to preserve as antiques, are protected with special materials. The entire room had dozens of square meters, but just by looking at the things placed on these shelves, the value must have exceeded more than a few billion. Actually, I'm also considered a small collector. A lot of the collectibles here are the ones I traded back 10 years ago, or even more than 10 years ago. Most of the prices I bought them at are actually not that high, but they should not be the same as they used to be nowadays. When Zhao Guofeng introduced up to Yang Feng, there was still a bit of pride in his tone. After all, after he knew that Yang Feng knew about antiques, he had thought about letting Yang Feng take a look at this collection room. Even the richest people couldn't avoid the sense of accomplishment when showing off their achievements. Zhao Zhuwei had come in before, and after looking at it for a while, she suddenly pointed at a painting next to it and said, "Wasn't it this painting that the kidnappers wanted that day?" "Yes, this is the painting of Lao Jun giving Dan made by Wu Daozi," Zhao Guofeng introduced. While this painting was protected by the material, there was a special glass surrounding it on the outside. Inside the glass, there was a very soft yellow bright light that shone right on the painting. It was obvious that Zhao Guofeng had not spent a lot of money for this collection room. Yang Feng looked at the painting carefully, his gaze gradually deepening. A moment later, his expression revealed a few smiles. Unsurprisingly, this painting did carry a very strong aura, even more so than any of the previous antiques. The saint of painting, Wu Daozi. All of his brush strokes had spirit, and it was indeed true to its name. After looking at it for a while, Yang Feng looked at another painting next to it. This painting also had a weak aura, but there was no inscription on it. Yang Feng was a bit curious and said, "Whose work is this painting?" Chapter 54. This person must be a titan of the antique world. This is something that a friend of mine bought back from an auction earlier. From the material and style, it should be from the Tang and Song dynasties, but we really don't know who the owner of this work is yet, Zhao Guofeng introduced. Continued, "In fact, I have quite a few works here are like this, not necessarily know the provenance, such as those porcelain just know the dynasty, but not clear about the specific history. Antique collection. The figure is a spiritual connection that spans hundreds or even thousands of years, so Zhao Guofeng didn't force that the provenance must be known. Speaking of which, Yang Feng, don't you seem to know quite a bit about antiques? Why don't you help my dad see what kind of person's painting this is?" Zhao Zhuwei thought about Yang Feng's scene at the auction. She couldn't help but feel confident in him, but when Zhao Guofeng heard it, he immediately said, "Don't be ridiculous, this kind of painting has no historical records, and the inscription is incompletely preserved, so at best it can only be appreciated, and it's impossible to find the provenance." "Ah, I just realized." Only then did Zhao Zhuwei realize that she had said something wrong. Yang Feng smiled instead and said, "Maybe it's possible." "Ah, Xiao Feng, don't listen to this girl's nonsense. I've already found many people to appraise this painting. Besides some miscellaneous eyebrows, there really isn't much information to judge." Zhao Guofeng was afraid that Yang Feng would be embarrassed. However, Yang Feng was clear that the fact that this painting could have such a strong aura on it showed that it was not simple. If he used his pupil art to trace the origin of the painting, he might be able to know its details. Zhao Guofeng was not a stingy person. Seeing that Yang Feng was so interested, he also took out this painting for Yang Feng dry. Yang Feng's one hand touched it, then his eyes stared at the lines of the painting. It was an ink painting of a man standing on a cliff, looking up to the sky and composing a poem. The man had a long coat and looked with a bit of spontaneity. Yang Feng's eyes continuously began to trace back, until finally, a picture appeared in his mind. It was the appearance of a silhouette painting a picture. Immediately after that, Yang Feng's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief as he looked at the painting in front of him. How is it possible? Yang Feng's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief, causing Zhao Guofeng next to him to be very strange. Even Zhao Zhuwei was puzzled. What was wrong with Yang Feng all of a sudden? At this moment, Yang Feng slowly picked up the painting and eventually looked at the missing corner carefully. There were still 4 words left in that corner. That should have been a poem, but because of the age, 2 of the characters were already blurred, and the remaining recognizable 2 characters written should mean Qin Come. This painting, what's wrong with it? Zhao Guofeng asked strangely. Yang Feng took a deep breath and said, "This painting is not the work of a famous artist, although its painting skills are very good, but the real key on this work is these few words." These few words? Zhao Guofeng looked towards those few words, then shook his head. "We've also gotten someone to appraise this, but we really can't find the provenance. Their guts are too small to recognize it." Yang Feng narrowed his eyes. Zhao Guofeng listened more and more strangely and quickly asked, "Little Feng, what do you mean by this? This is Li Taibai's handwriting." "What?" This time, it wasn't just Zhao Guofeng. Even Zhao Zhuwei looked at Yang Feng incredulously. Don't talk nonsense." "Ah." Zhao Zhuwei's heart trembled. "Li Taibai, that's who?" In the thousands of years of Chinese history, it was called the existence of the poetry immortal. In the literary world, such a position of people, left behind by the current known only 1 pair of authentic paintings, how could it be possible to reappear? Yang Feng seemed to sense the duo's surprise and smiled. "There's no need to be so nervous. Although this painting is Li Taibai's handwriting, it is not from his hand. It should have been copied by a descendant." These words caused both of them to calm down slightly, but even so, they still felt incredulous. Even if that's the case, it's still a rare piece. But how do you dare to be so sure? Zhao Guofeng was puzzled. He was a bit disbelieving, although he knew that Yang Feng might have a good insight into antiques. But this painting had been appraised countless times by himself, and no one dared to say that it was Li Taibai's writing. Yang Feng smiled and said, "This is actually not difficult. Find a way to recover it based on the words on it, and then compare the handwriting based on other works that have been passed down, and there should be a result." In fact, even if he said so, Yang Feng's heart was still a bit shocked. Worthy of being a generation of poetry immortals, even a copied work could leave behind such an aura. Zhao Guofeng's heart at this time had already been overjoyed, and he immediately said, "I'll have my friend go and make sure right away." He was already slightly excited at this point. If he had bought something unintentionally, it really had Li Taibai's handwriting on it, then the mood of the piece would be completely different again. More importantly, it could very well mean that this bard that the artist had painted was Li Taibai. This painting was from the Tang and Song dynasties, and although we don't know the specifics, people from that era would definitely know Li Taibai's appearance more accurately. In other words, this painting was likely to have historical significance. Thinking of this, Zhao Guofeng became even more excited. Yang Feng didn't say any more, but continued to look at the other antiques in the collection room. Among the hundreds of things here, only a dozen of them possessed spiritual qi, and there were quite a few of them that had less spiritual qi. From the looks of it, the probability of finding an antique that possessed aura was very low. After looking at the things, several people also walked out from the collection room. Outside, Xiao Yuexiang had already prepared refreshments. The three of them sat down by the coffee table in the hall. It was at this moment that the doorbell came from outside the door, with Zhao Guofeng asking the nanny to open the door. A man in his 50s hurriedly rushed in. "Old Zhao, that painting of yours, is it still there?" The man was anxious and excited. He was Zhao Guofeng's friend Lu Jinhong, who was also a famous collector in Jiangcheng. When Zhao Guofeng saw his appearance, he seemed to sense something in his heart and asked, "Old Lu, you're, really, it's true." Lu Jinhong put down what he was holding and unfolded it to find that it was a piece of calligraphy. He compared it to the picture that Zhao Guofeng had sent to him and said in an exuberant tone, "It can't be wrong, this is definitely Li Taibai's handwriting, and the poem on it, if I use Li Taibai as a clue, I've also found his original verse. I'm drunk and want to sleep, but the secretary will go, and I intend to hold the qin in the morning." Zhao Guofeng seemed to have reacted as well. That's right, it's this one," Lu Jinhong said, and hurriedly asked again, "Right, which high person helped you see it? Has he left yet? Can I meet him?" More than discovering Li Taibai's handwriting, he wanted to know what kind of high person was the one who was able to recognize this piece of artwork. This person must be a titan of the antique world. Chapter 55, It's really divine. Zhao Guofeng looked at his anxious expression and helplessly looked at Yang Feng next to him. Lu Jinhong also noticed his expression and wondered, "What's wrong? He's the high man you said was alive." Zhao Guofeng snickered, but Lu Jinhong listened, but he revealed a skeptical expression and finally said, "Old Zhao, we've been in a relationship for so many years, you can't fool me." He had seen countless masters, but how could he not be willing to believe this youth in his 20s in front of him could have such eyesight? At this time, Xiao Yuexiang saw that he didn't believe him and also took the initiative to speak. "Old Lu, see what you're saying, can old Zhao fool you? Not to mention that our family has just one guest today." "Really?" Lu Jinhong was skeptical. When he looked at Yang Feng again, he found that the latter had a bland expression. Lu Jinhong's heart was a bit shocked. This guy in front of him, what kind of person was he? How could he have such a terrifying vision? "Young man, are you from Jiangcheng?" Lu Jinhong immediately asked. Yang Feng just took a sip of tea and replied, "My hometown is from Shicheng." "Oh, then it's not particularly far from here." Lu Jinhong nodded. He carefully sized up Yang Feng and finally said, "Is it really true that you recognized him?" It could be heard that Lu Jinhong actually still had a few moments of disbelief. Yang Feng didn't care, but Zhao Zhuwei couldn't stand him being doubted so much, and immediately puffed out her cheeks and said, "Uncle Lu, don't guess blindly, it's Yang Feng who recognized it." "Ha ha, yes, my fault." Lu Jinhong laughed out loud. Zhao Guofeng was also helpless and said, "This girl in my house is also a witness, but old Lu you this, it's nothing, I also brought one thing, I wonder if Mr. Yang can help me look at it?" Lu Jinhong pulled out a bronze artifact from his pocket at this moment. This bronze artifact was like a small knife with a circle on the handle, looking full of antiquity. Yang Feng took a look at it before he smiled and said, "A collector like Uncle Lu, do you still need to let me help look at it?" "Ha ha, actually I won't hide it from you. Recently, Ancient City is organizing the biennial treasure appraisal conference, and this is a small test to get started in the treasure appraisal conference." Lu Jinhong was not a mother-in-law, and continued, "Of course, This is also some small game that we play privately between our friends. So if Mr. Yang is unwilling to do so, he can of course refuse. It looked like Lu Jinhong still felt that even if Yang Feng recognized him just now, it was just luck. Zhao Zuwei was not convinced and looked at Yang Feng expectantly at this moment. Actually, Yang Feng didn't like this kind of boring game, but after all, it was in Zhao Guofeng's house, so he had to give his guest some face. Yang Feng looked towards this bronze artifact. He then touched it with his hand. About a minute passed before Yang Feng revealed a few smiles. How is it? Lu Jinhong asked and added, if Mr. Yang finds it difficult to judge, he can check the ancient books or let me hint you some. This is actually within the rules allowed. This bronze was a bit cold, that's why Lu Jinhong made it the standard. Yang Feng shook his head and said, no need, but I really didn't think that you guys were using this kind of thing as a test. Yang Feng, what do you mean by that? Zhao Zuwei asked curiously. Yang Feng looked at her and asked, what do you think this is? It looks a bit like a small knife. Is it some kind of weapon? No, but this thing can buy weapons. Yang Feng's plain words caused Lu Jinhong's face to change slightly. This person really recognized it so easily. The name of this thing is commonly known as six-character sword. The actual name should be called Chi Hui Bang Chang Fei Hua. It's a kind of commemorative currency from the Warring States period. Am I right? Yang Feng looked at Lu Jinhong. The latter nodded his head repeatedly and said with emotion, that's right, that's right. I really didn't think that my friend who was so young would have such attainments. It's really an eye-opener for me. One must know that even a portion of the professionals in Jiangchang had to spend time to see the identity of this six-character blade. However, he didn't expect that Yang Feng would be able to see through the end in just a minute. Zhao Zuwei could be pleased at this moment. Grinning, I told you that Yang Feng is very powerful. Mr. Yang, are you interested in attending our treasure appraisal conference? This is a biennial event. Lu Jinhong hurriedly asked. Yang Feng didn't answer at this point. Instead he asked, you and Uncle Zhao are friends, right? That's natural. Old Zhao and I have been old friends for decades. Lu Jinhong replied, not understanding why Yang Feng suddenly brought this up. Zhao Guofeng, however, could see the difference and asked, Little Feng, did you find something here? This six-character blade, it's a fake. Yang Feng just said it so calmly. The faces of the few people present changed. Zhao Guofeng hurriedly said, Little Feng, don't talk nonsense. Old Lu, he's not enough to suffer this kind of loss. You, no, what he said is true. Lu Jinhong interrupted Zhao Guofeng, but at this time, his face had long been covered in shock and disbelief. This thing was indeed fake. He had personally found someone to make it, and had united with several masters to give him instructions, before finally making it this close to perfect. It had been used by him and his friends to make a bet for fun, and even a top treasure hunter would be easy on the eyes, but Lu Jinhong would never have thought. Their masterpiece would have been seen through by a young man after only a minute of looking at it. And what he didn't know was that the reason why Yang Feng had deliberately looked at it for a minute was because he was afraid that he would recognize it too quickly and he wouldn't be able to accept it himself. Too scary. Lu Jinhong's eyes looked at Yang Feng. He had gone from being skeptical at the beginning, to admiring, to having a few moments of awe now. This person's ability to identify treasures was definitely not below his own. Zhao Guofeng hadn't thought that the truth behind this was so surprising. I finally understand why someone as serious as Han Yunfu could be willing to be friends with you. Zhao Guofeng lamented. Lu Jinhong was surprised when he heard Han Yunfu's name. Could it be that the person old Han was talking about before was him? You've heard of him too? I only heard old Han mention it when I went to his house for tea 2 days ago, and at the time, I thought he was just joking with us. So he was exaggerating. Lu Jinhong thought back and said, nowadays, it seems that not only did he not exaggerate, but he was also conservative. Mr. Yang's ability is divine. It was the first time even Zhao Guofeng had seen someone who could receive such affirmation from Lu Jinhong. I really didn't expect to hear such words in your mouth. Zhao Guofeng had a few moments of surprise, but when they looked at Yang Feng, the latter had already gotten up at that moment and said, it's getting late, I should go too. Mr. Yang, wait. Lu Jinhong hurriedly called out to him. Chapter 56 Invitation to the Treasure Appraisal Conference. Is there anything else? Yang Feng asked strangely. Lu Jinhong hurriedly pulled out a bronze-colored invitation from his own bag and handed it to Yang Feng, saying, Mr. Yang, please be sure to come to the Treasure Appraisal Conference. Yang Feng took the invitation. Looking at the organizing time, it should be the 1st of next month. It was only 10 days away. Yang Feng thanked and said, I will definitely be there. Fine, then I'll see you then. Lu Jinhong was overjoyed in his heart. A grandmaster of Yang Feng's rank going over would undoubtedly be adding color to the Treasure Appraisal Conference. And with such a young treasure appraisal master, one could imagine what kind of sensation it would cause. Zhao Guofeng didn't have that many thoughts. He just got up and sent Yang Feng to the gate. Only when he watched Yang Feng drive away did he also reveal a pleased smile. However, Lu Jinhong, who was also standing at the gate, immediately turned his head at this moment and asked, "Old Zhao, how did you recognize him? Who is his master?" "This I really don't know. I can recognize him but because of my daughter." Zhao Guofeng looked at Zhao Zhuwei who had already walked back. Lu Jinhong seemed to understand somewhat and said, "I could see it just now. This girl is fond of Yang Feng. Ha ha, this kid is not only an extraordinary ability to identify treasures, but also has a jade trading company. The first day of opening you guess how much turnover?" Zhao Guofeng asked. Lu Jinhong was puzzled and said, 1 million? 2 million? Too conservative, guess bigger, 10 million, 120 million. What? Lu Jinhong was indeed confused. He has a high eye for stones, the imperial green jadeite stone. Let him open it out. Zhao Guofeng smiled, saying, his future is unlimited. I can hear that you are planning to recruit a son-in-law for yourself. He. That also depends on whether or not the person is willing. Zhao Guofeng's smile carried a bit of helplessness. He had heard about Yang Feng's affairs in the Lin family and naturally understood in his heart why he was being held as a guest. Yang Feng didn't know that he was held in such high regard. After leaving the place, he drove and headed back towards home. At home, after taking a shower, it was already past 10 at night. Yang Feng returned to his room and lay on his bed and glanced at his cell phone. Recently, his big data would often push some treasure appreciation information to him. But looking at the information, there was a self-media that was actually pushed by his own company, Long River Jade Trading Company. This was opened by Yang Feng. It was clearly written right above that tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. It was going to be broadcast live on the largest video platform in China. Looking at the copywriter bragging about himself to the heavens and the earth, Yang Feng felt flushed. But soon, Yang Feng felt bad. He wanted to be a businessman, and had no idea of having to show his face as a star. In case if he was really too hot, wouldn't it be inconvenient to go out in the future? Thinking of this, Yang Feng immediately made a call to Gao Ronghai and told him his worries. However, Gao Ronghai said that he could give him special effects on his face when the time came, which made Yang Feng feel much more at ease. At this time, Yang Feng didn't know that there was another person in Jiangcheng who was more concerned about this live broadcast than him. He was none other than Zhu who had been hit in the face by Yang Feng twice before. Inside a mansion, Zhu was lying on the sofa in the hall, and the female technician beside him was massaging him. Next to him, a henchman walked in at this moment and reported, Xu Xiao, just inquired clearly, the company that this kid opened is that Long River Emerald Trading Company, and he will personally broadcast live tomorrow. This kid is quite bold. He even wants to rely on the live broadcast to advertise their company. Zhu narrowed his eyes. The henchman seemed to understand what he meant and asked, do we need to give him some trouble? What is the content of his live broadcast? According to the advertisement, it should be helping people appraise gambling stones and then cutting them live. The henchman answered truthfully. Zhu pondered for a moment and said with a bad smile, go find a few people and get a few gambling stones to add to his chaos. I understand. The henchman immediately understood. Zhu waved his hand, signaling for him to leave. He himself rolled over on the sofa again and said to the technician, stomp my back. Yes. The technician immediately agreed. The night passed. The next morning, Yang Feng slept until after 10 o'clock before getting up. Pulling open the curtains, he felt the sunlight outside. Yang Feng had been busy with the treasure appraisal for the past few days and had hardly had any time to be quiet. Today, he really had a few moments of comfort. After having breakfast, Yang Feng sat at home and turned on the TV. On the local news, a theft from a history museum was being reported. It was the largest history museum in Jiangcheng. The artifact that was stolen and lost was a jade evil spirit from the Han Dynasty. So the jade evil, which is made of the finest jade, carved into the likeness of a sacred beast, was first recorded in the Han Dynasty, the museum's collection of such priceless treasures, usually very closely protected. Now that it was lost, it was a huge news. Yang Feng's expression changed slightly. He was now a little sensitive and always felt that those people might be behind such a thing. Just like before when someone kidnapped Zhao Zhuwei and wanted that painting of Wu Daozi. How rampant. Yang Feng's eyes showed displeasure. The covetousness of these guys for the Chinese cultural relics was already clear. However, this matter, in the end, would definitely be handled by the people from the Super Investigation Bureau, so he didn't need to worry too much about it. While he was preparing to change the channel, the phone rang at this moment. It was Lin Shue's private number. Yang Feng picked it up somewhat strangely and asked, what's up? I already had someone go to your old home yesterday to investigate the investment environment thing. I'll give you the contact information later, right? Lin Shue asked. Only then did Yang Feng remember that he did ask Lin Shue for this matter. Thanks, it's okay, but I see their preliminary report. I'm afraid the money needed to invest in pulling the whole town is quite a lot. I see that your town alone has nearly 100,000 people. Lin Shui should have already seen the situation. Yang Feng naturally knew that his current amount of money was not enough to drive the entire town. I have some spare money recently, and I happen to be building a new factory. Should I consider it? Lin Shui opened her mouth to ask again. When Yang Feng heard this, his heart was delighted. He knew that a factory could casually drive the employment of hundreds or thousands of people. And with the Lin family's industry, the wages must be much higher than the poor countryside in his hometown. However, Yang Feng was a bit worried again. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? If we lose money, it doesn't matter. You can first get in touch with the people on the expedition, and if there's anything you don't understand you can ask me again. Lin Shui didn't say any more and hung up the phone. Her character was slightly cold and clear, but she did things without dragging her feet. Just as Yang Feng was muttering, the door was knocked at that moment. He was a bit strange. How could there be a guest in his house today? Walking to the door, when he just opened the door, he saw the lively Zhao Zhuwei standing at the door at this moment. Good morning ah. Zhao Zhuwei's smiling expression made Yang Feng a little confused. Chapter 57 Taunts from an ex-colleague. How did you get here? Yang Feng looked at her strangely. Zhao Zhuwei proudly pointed next door and said, we're neighbors from today. Ha? Yang Feng was a bit confused. This young lady didn't want to live in a nice villa. Why did she run to this commercial house? But thinking back, last time, she seemed to have fallen out with Qiu Yuexiang, and had always wanted to move out and live on her own. Now it seems like that should be what she wants. I remember that no one has lived next door for a long time. Did you buy it? Yang Feng asked. Zhao Zhuwei shook her head back and forth and said, no, I didn't. I rented it. Put. Yang Feng almost didn't spray out a mouthful of tea. You can't be kidding. Just a random car in your garage is enough to buy 2 suites here. You still need to rent? Yang Feng was full of disbelief. Zhao Zhuwei brought this up and was quite dissatisfied. I want to be financially independent and spend my own earned money from today onwards. I remember you seem to have just graduated from graduate school. Right. So I'm going to look for a job. Zhao Zhuwei hemmed and hawed. Yang Feng was a bit curious and said, which school did you go to? My undergraduate degree is from Capital University, and I went to graduate school there as well. Another school bully. Yang Feng suddenly felt depressed. Zhao Zhuwei hemmed and hawed and said, let's not talk about this. Do you have time? What do you want to do? Let's go to the furniture city. My house still needs a lot of furniture. Zhao Zhuwei pulled Yang Feng towards the door. Yang Feng had wanted to rest at home for the day, but was pulled by her and could only walk towards the outside. Outside at this time, it was a hot summer day. 12 noon was exactly when the sun was at its hottest. Yang Feng was familiar with the neighborhood, and took Zhao Zhuwei to buy a lot of furniture in the neighborhood, and after having it delivered to her door, she went on a long stroll through supermarkets and shopping malls, buying some new clothes and daily necessities. When it was time to come back again, it was found that it was already almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Walking out from the mall, Zhao Zhuwei looked at Yang Feng with a tired look and knocked on his shoulder and said, hey, how come you get tired so easily? You were obviously so powerful when you saved me before. Look at that dog. Yang Feng pointed pitifully at a small white dog not far away. At this time, the dog was lying on the ground, spitting out its tongue and continuously breathing heavily. Accompanying a girl shopping, even a dog couldn't carry it. Zhao Zhuwei gave a dry cough and said, then why don't I take you to a place where you can drink for free? A tea drink store? Look in front. Ah. Yang Feng strangely looked towards that side and found that it was a jewelry store. The sign hanging on it was clearly Jiangcheng Jewelry. Isn't that your family's store? Yang Feng instantly rolled his eyes. Go. Go take advantage of it. Zhao Zhuwei pulled Yang Feng towards the inside. Jiangcheng Jewelry Group. It was very influential throughout the country. In Jiangcheng's home base, it is extremely luxurious. This store was opened on the first floor, covering an area of more than 100 square meters. Seeing the two people come in, the attendant immediately welcomed them and greeted them enthusiastically. Two of you, please, are you looking to buy jewelry? Got your eyes on anything yet? We'll take a look first. Zhao Zhuwei looked calm and pulled Yang Feng inside. In front of the counter for jewelry, there were some high chairs placed. One could easily observe the jewelry in the glass cabinets by sitting on them. As a big company, Jiangcheng Jewelry Group had a wide range of business, from all kinds of gold, platinum and other heavy metals, then to precious gems such as emerald diamonds. The place where the duo was sitting was right in front of the jadeite counter. The clerk also brought up 2 cups of water for the two of them at this time. Zhao Zhuwei remembered that Yang Feng seemed to know a lot about these and asked curiously, Yang Feng, do you usually buy these things? I'm actually not very interested in jade in these, and I don't like wearing things on my body. Yang Feng was blunt, but as soon as his words came out, a woman rubbing herself next to him revealed a snort. If you can't afford it, you can't afford it, and you're giving yourself a reason. This woman's voice came out. Yang Feng turned his head back and realized that this guy was actually his ex-colleague, his department manager when he worked in the company, Wu Bailan. Yang Feng didn't deal with her. He was the junior supervisor when he was in the company. But at work this broad always liked to pick fights, and in order to curry favor with the big leader above, even after they got their work done, she would call them to a meeting every time before the end of the day, purposely delaying until the big leader inspected them. In the end, she got compliments from the big leaders, while the unlucky ones in the planning department, one by one, could only take the last subway at night to go home. Yang Feng, it's been so long since I've seen you, and you're still so good at blowing awesome. Wu Bailan was deliberately sarcastic. She put her arm around a man's shoulder. This man didn't look young and Yang Feng had seen him before. It was the vice president of the head office, Qian Shenghui, who had come to inspect the branch before. Yang Feng saw that her expression didn't fluctuate and just said, "I've left my job. Ha ha, I know. I personally approved your dismissal report." Wu Bailan's dejected expression sarcastically said, "Didn't you have a pretty good relationship with that group of employees in the beginning? Do you really think that by relying on a few of them, you can get me off and become a manager yourself?" She dejected look. Qian Shenghui is remembered. Said, "Is he before the planning department? Your branch also said to mention him as a manager, but it's him." As a result, he is now rolling out. Wang Ziyu not long also rolled out with him. Wu Bailan's smug expression. When Yang Feng heard this, his face changed slightly and he coldly said, "Old Wang also left? He rolled out the day after you left. Don't you know that? It seems like he was dragged down by you." Oh. Wu Bailan proudly looked. Said, "Oh yes, I forgot to tell you. After he rolled out, now the vice president of the branch is me." While saying that, she purposely pulled her lover to sit down next to her, and beckoned to the clerk, "Take out the most expensive things in this cabinet, and show them to me. I'm not the same as those poor people, who just come here to rub air conditioning and drinks." Her words were filled with the arrogance of a victor. When he was in the company, Wang Ziyu took care of Yang Feng. After learning about Yang Feng's ability, he almost became the manager of the planning department. But unfortunately, because of Zhang Liang's meddling, it led to Yang Feng being fired from the company. But he didn't expect that Wang Ziyu was gone as well. When old Zhang's son greeted and personally let the dismissal, "Is this kid luck is not bad at all. Another one changed so soon?" Qian Shenghui's eyes were also glowing when he saw Zhao Zhuwei, but Wu Bailan had her arm around him at the moment, so he didn't dare to make much of a fuss. "By the way, this beautiful girl whose name I don't know, I can remind you, this kid is full of benevolence and morality, but when he was in the company before he had secretly betrayed the company's information, so you'd better not be fooled by his crowning glory." Wu Bailan started talking to Zhao Zhuwei. Chapter 58, Tell Yang Feng to get lost? Zhao Zhuwei had thought that she would be able to say hello when she saw Yang Feng's ex-colleague, but she didn't expect an old Indian turtle dove, and it looked like she had a grudge against Yang Feng. "Has anyone ever told you that it's also immoral behavior to badmouth someone in front of their friends?" Zhao Zhuwei asked with dissatisfaction. Wu Bailan laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha, then I'm also better than him." Just like what he just said. Something about not being interested in Jade. I think he just can't afford it. Do you know that he can't even afford to pay next month's mortgage? I don't like Jade either. Zhao Zhuwei replied calmly. "Little girl, if you don't like Jade, why did you come in here?" Wu Bailan bristled and said, "Don't pretend here. I've seen many people like you, but they just know they can't afford it and want to have a good time, so they can only come to the store to touch it." Her contemptuous expression seemed to see through everything. Next to her, Qian Shenghui also said at this moment, "Beauty, I see that you look so pretty. Why don't I introduce you to a rich man? Why bother to follow this kid and suffer? Who says otherwise? A man who enters a jewelry store but doesn't buy anything. This kind of trash even has the face to find a date?" Wu Bailan deliberately provoked Yang Feng. When she was in the company, the entire department was towards Yang Feng. Now that she thought that Yang Feng had been fired, but she had become the vice president of the branch, how could Wu Bailan not enjoy the joy of being the victor? Zhao Zhuwei didn't expect the guy to be so aggressive, and her eyes revealed a few moments of anger. However, right at this moment, Yang Feng calmly said, "Girls who are really pretty and have status may not need these things too much to show off their temperament. On the contrary, there are some people who don't look good and like to paint old cucumbers with green paint. I think this kind of people should really buy more jewelry. Don't you think so?" Yang Feng deliberately turned his head, seemingly asking Zhao Zhuwei, but the irony in his tone made Wu Bailan's face turn red. "Who are you talking about?" Wu Bailan angrily pointed at Yang Feng. She then glared at the surrounding shopkeepers and said, "Don't you guys care? This brat is speaking out of turn here. I'm your big customer. Is this how you treat your big customers?" The people in the store didn't dare to speak either. Yang Feng, on the contrary, was smiling and said, "I was just talking about some people, but I never said I was targeting you. Why are you in such a hurry?" "You." Wu Bailan was anxious. Fortunately at this time, Qian Shenghui snorted coldly from the side and said, Lan Lan, don't be general with this kid, he's just going through the motions, a waste who can't find a job. I'm afraid that he won't even be able to afford to eat next month, and he's just trying to have a momentary mouthful of words. These words made Wu Bailan gradually ease up. Humph, that's true, with Zhang Xiao around, he won't be able to find a job in his life, so if he can't afford to eat at that time, he can go to my doorstep instead, and I can consider giving you some leftovers. The way Wu Bailan was bossing Yang Feng around, she clearly thought of herself as the superior. However, Zhao Zhuwei remembered something at this moment and turned her head to ask Yang Feng, that Zhang Xiao she's talking about, isn't that the second little cutie we met at the cafe last time? You've also met young Zhang? Wu Bailan was a bit surprised. Zhao Zhuwei spread her hands and said, it's really that second little cutie. Ah, it seems that these two people's IQ is not as good as that one. What did you say? Wu Bailan was instantly anxious. Even Qian Shenghui got angry at this moment. Do you know what status young Zhang has? Let me tell you, if you offend him, you'll end up like this brat, and you won't be able to find a job in Jiangqing for the rest of your life. Really? I really want to try. Zhao Zhuwei was a big lady, how could she eat this? Yang Feng shook his head and said, these two people probably think they can cover the sky with one hand. Don't bother with them. Yang Feng, could it be that you found a job? Wu Bailan heard Yang Feng being so rampant and thought he had found a job. Yang Feng revealed a smile and said, if you can't find a job, can't you give yourself a job? What do you mean? Either that or you're stupid. This can't even be understood. Yang Feng shook his head. Qian Shenghui, on the contrary, seemed to understand at this time and coldly said, could it be that you started a business? You see, it's still this vice president of the head office who is more insightful. Yang Feng smiled, but as soon as his words left his mouth, it made Qian Shenghui and Wu Bailan look at each other. This was followed by sarcastic to the point of laughter from within this jewelry store. Ha ha ha, I really didn't think that you would dare to start a business. In terms of young Master Zhang's status, what kind of status do you have that you dare to start a business under his nose? He's afraid of not losing enough money. He probably even borrowed money to try to flip his business. How ignorant and fearless, the duo sang in unison. Their loud mocking tone also made many people in the store look over. I say this beautiful woman while this boy has not broken his family, hurry up and leave him, otherwise by the time the debt brings you along, it will not be easy to run. Qian Shenghui at this time again looked at Zhao Zhuwei, took out a business card and said, this is a friend of mine, you can go to him at any time, with your posture, every month $1 or $2 million that is casually taken. Sister, listen to my sister's advice, don't hang out with this poor bastard, wasting this youthful pretty face for nothing. Wu Bailan also pretended to look like she cared about Zhao Zhuwei. In reality, her tone was filled with sarcasm. Zhao Zhuwei spread her hands and said, $1 or $2 million? Is that a lot? Wu Bailan and Qian Shenghui both looked at her at the same time. Why was this girl's exit suddenly so arrogant? Zhao Zhuwei shook her head and looked at Yang Feng and asked, why are these two people acting like they've never seen money before? Hanging on to $1 or $2 million with their mouths open and shut. Thugs, right? Mother ***** her, who are you talking about? Qian Shenghui was not happy this time, because he did rely on special means to climb to this position today. What he hated the most was when others called him an uneducated thug. Zhao Zhuwei heard this, but laughed and said, see, being poked to the sore spot. Just with you two losers who can't even keep a job, how dare you still have the face to boast to me here? Qian Shenghui sneered. Wu Bailan even ordered at the clerk, tell these two to get lost. I'll buy the most expensive gemstone in your store today. Her words were deliberately raised in tone. There were a dozen other customers in the jewelry store, and when they heard these words, they all looked over this way. They hadn't expected to see such a brash person here, but although people were bossy, they were really rich. Chapter 59, Zhao Zhuwei's counterattack. The crowd all looked at the clerk at this moment. These sales clerks had never seen this scene before, and they looked at each other without saying anything. At this moment, the store manager came back from outside and hurriedly said, what's going on here? These several gentlemen and ladies, you are the store manager? Wu Bailan glanced at him and was just about to continue speaking. Right at this moment, Zhao Zhuwei spoke first and said to the store manager, what's your name? My name is Xia Shishan. The store manager replied, in the future, this store will not do business with the two of them. Zhao Zhuwei was a bit angry. Xia Shishan froze himself after being lectured by her. Wu Bailan felt that this girl was crazy and said sarcastically, what is your status? Dare to speak to the store manager like that? She really thinks she's a rich young lady. Has she read too many novels and is a bit unable to distinguish between big and small kings? Qian Shenghui echoed. But right at this moment, Xia Shishan seemed to recognize Zhao Zhuwei's identity. You're Miss Zhao? Xia Shishan's words caused the shopkeepers to look over towards this side. Isn't the one who could be called Miss Zhao here the real owner of this store? Zhao Guofeng's daughter? The Zhao family's Missy? The customers in the store couldn't help but be amazed, not expecting to be so beautiful. The smiles of the two of them, Wu Bailan, froze at this moment. Wu Bailan looked at Zhao Zhuwei incredulously and then looked at Yang Feng. How could this poor boy know someone of this status? I saw you last time when I went to a meeting. Xia Shishan had already determined Zhao Zhuwei's identity and his tone became respectful. No wonder she dared to talk to herself like this. Zhao Zhuwei revealed a smile and looked at Wu Bailan. It seems like I won't be kicked out. Oh. Wu Bailan opened her mouth wide but couldn't pop out half a word. She had seen the biggest in her life was the boss of their game company, and the market value was only more than $10 billion. But this girl in front of her can be the tens of billions of dollars group's big miss. The two of them aren't as cute as that second little cutie before. It's fun. Zhao Zhuwei shook her head when she once again cursed Zhang Liang's two little cuties. No one in the audience dared to say anything. With this status of people, scolding them twice was light. Forget it, get ready to go back. I still have things to do at night. Yang Feng stretched his back. He still had to broadcast live at 7 in the evening. Zhao Zhuwei listened to Yang Feng's words and said with a smile, "That's fine. Let's go back early just in time for you to help me organize the furniture." Okay. Yang Feng agreed quickly, then looked at Wu Bailan and Qian Shenghui. He narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "I will go to the company to see you guys." These words sent chills down the duo's backs. Watching Yang Feng leave with Zhao Zhuwei, Qian Shenghui and Wu Bailan rubbed their eyes, not even thinking that this was the same Yang Feng that they had sidelined just 3 months ago. "Both of you, please leave this place." Xia Shishan's voice suddenly appeared behind them. For a moment, the two Wu Bailan had already been driven to the gate before they could even react to what was happening. The world was changing just that fast. On the other side, Yang Feng returned home with Zhao Zhuwei. Yang Feng was a bit tired and sat down on the sofa at home to pour a glass of water. He didn't feel a sense of accomplishment because of the scene just now. Instead, his face was worried. "What's wrong with you?" Zhao Zhuwei asked strangely. Yang Feng shook his head and said, "I remembered a co-worker from before. It's that what's his name Vice President Wang they were talking about just now? Well, his name is Wang Jiyu, a friend of mine from the company before." Yang Feng didn't realize that he had also left the company. When he was first fired, he had tried to bail himself out. I'm afraid that his departure later was also because he was being dragged down by himself. After making a call, he found that Wang Jiyu's cell phone was in the process of being stopped. Don't think blindly. Since he was the vice president before, must be a bit of family money. It's only been less than 2 months not to what happened. Zhao Zhuwei comforted. Yang Feng also thought the same, took a deep breath and said, "Forget it, I'll help you pack up the furniture first, then start the live broadcast." Zhao Zhuwei had moved over and was right next door. Yang Feng more or less had to take care of her. After helping to pack up the furniture, the sky darkened at this point. As soon as Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan got off work, they rushed straight to Yang Feng's home. I go. Miss Xiao is also here." Gao Ronghai's surprised expression. Lu Qinglan stared at Yang Feng at this moment and said, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk, such a beautiful sister. Sis, are you interested in coming to the company to start a live broadcast?" "Lu Qinglan, you're crazy about business, aren't you?" Yang Feng looked at the two people without a good mood. Lu Qinglan walked over and patted Zhao Zhuwei's shoulder, saying, "Maisie, say how to be cheated." Yang Feng, this kid, how can luck be so good? I just live next door." Zhao Zhuwei can be a little bit unable to stand Lu Qinglan's directness. Gao Ronghai listened to a mouthful of water, choking, confused. "I go. You really moved in here?" Yang Feng knocked him on the head without any good humor and said, "Do you two remember what you came to my house to do?" "Oh yeah, almost forgot." "Yang Feng, how are you getting ready? There's another hour before we have to start the live broadcast." Gao Ronghai remembered the main event. Yang Feng pointed to his room and said, "The computer just installed the live streaming software and tested it without any problems. But how long do we have to go live today?" "Well, the first live broadcast has to be more than an hour, and we will randomly select some people from the audience to help them identify the gambling stones. These are buyers from the gambling stone market all over the country. There will also be a live PK with another anchor. It will depend on your strength then." Gao Ronghai was still slightly nervous. After all, he had advertised so much, so if Yang Feng didn't play well, it would be a real shame. Yang Feng wasn't too nervous. He just said, "This kind of small circle live broadcast, there shouldn't be too many people, right?" Lu Qinglan stroked her chin and said, "According to the industry, there will only be a few thousand people watching, tens of thousands at most. We're just starting out, that's the way to go." "That's fine, just as a practice." Yang Feng agreed. This was the first time in his life that he had opened a live broadcast. But what he didn't know was, at this time, the people arranged by Zhu Yun had also been waiting for Yang Feng to start broadcasting for a long time. Chapter 60, Live Streaming Appraisal. $1 million for one mistake. In the circle of gambling stones, to say big is not big, it's not too small. Yang Feng returned to the room and opened the live broadcast software. After Lu Qinglan helped him debug it, the live broadcast can start anytime. At the end, Gao Ronghai still reminded, Brother Feng, this time I created a persona for you in the publicity, called Jiangcheng Mad Young Man. Later you have to be a bit mad in order to fit the persona. What the hell? The live broadcast also gave me a whole persona? That's not true. Now the competition for live broadcasts is huge. Although I know that you are handsome and humble, but we can't be like this in front of the camera. Otherwise we won't be popular, Gao Ronghai reminded. Yang Feng scratched his head and said, I've been living here for more than 20 years, and I haven't been much mad. How in the world is this madness going to be acted out? I don't know. Anyway, just watch yourself. Gao Ronghai finally finished and pulled Lu Qinglan out of the room. Immediately, only Yang Feng was left alone in the room. As the live broadcast began, the people who had been waiting in the live broadcast room also finally got excited at this moment. Quickly look, the anchor is coming out. It's finally here. I'd like to see how powerful this anchor is. Brushing a news is always the water army he hired. It's okay, I saw several familiar IDs in the live broadcast today. All of them are our old brothers in the gambling circle. It's impossible for him to buy off these people. Inside the live broadcast room, there was a constant stream of information being brushed. Yang Feng looked at the more than 1,000 people in the live broadcast room, and his expression swept another glance at those IDs in the live broadcast room. Gentlemen, today is my first time opening a live broadcast, so let's talk about the rules first. Yang Feng's tone was bland, his face was blocked by special effects, the crowd could only hear the voice. After pausing for a moment, Yang Feng continued, First, if you want to help appraise gambling stones, you have to brush at least one royal salute. Second, the ranking of the value of the gift will be used as the order of precedence, with the highest bidder appraising first. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately triggered the live broadcast room. Mad. Too crazy. This guy wants appraisal on the collection of at least a royal salute, but also the auction system of the highest bidder? To know, the price of a royal salute is $6,666. This guy is really not afraid of the wind flashing his tongue. Yang Feng looked at the information flow constantly brushing over the sarcastic voice, but did not care. If the result of the gambling stone appraisal is wrong, $1 million will be paid out at a time. Yang Feng's calm words left his mouth, and in a flash, everyone present was dumbfounded. This guy was crazy, absolutely crazy, gambling on stones. No one dares to say that he or she is 100% successful. Even instruments can't detect it accurately, let alone through the screen. Listening to his arrogant words, the few people outside the room, Gao Ronghai, were also confused. This mother her said he doesn't know how to be arrogant? Gao Ronghai was dumbfounded. How could this guy be even more shameless than himself? Damn, does anyone want to test the waters? I just hate that I'm not in the gambling market. Otherwise I'd have to earn this $1 million high or low. Look, even the big anchor Donnie is here. A big man came in the live broadcast room. Immediately after, Yang Feng saw a supreme salute special effect ringing out at this moment. It was exactly what this Dong Yi had rewarded. Yang Feng brought him up to the mic and connected to the video with him. Dong Yi's screen appeared in the live broadcast and the crowd saw that he was inside a gambling market at that moment. Ooh, here to smash the market. It seems like Dong Yi is the one to open this first order. The live broadcast room was buzzing at this moment, and the number of people had risen to over 2,000. In front of the screen, Dong Yi looked at Yang Feng who was hiding behind the special effects, and skimmed his lips. Dude, you don't even dare to show your face. You won't be here to open a live broadcast to make money, right? Now it's all about real names. Blowing out the bull, without taking it back. Of course, Yang Feng's tone was as calm as ever. Dong Yi was very upset and said, Good, since you dare to say so, then don't blame me for being impolite. Right now behind me is the gambling market. Just now I happened to buy a gambling stone. You come to appraise it. What kind of jadeite can be opened? Saying that, Dong Yi took out a stone and placed it in front of the camera. There were quite a few people in the live broadcast room who were connoisseurs, and they immediately understood when they saw this stone. The difficulty of this stone isn't low. It's not easy to distinguish it from its appearance. The epidermis is ambiguous. Anything could come out in one cut. Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers could see that Dong Yi was deliberately making things difficult for Yang Feng. Young man, it's not too late for you to take back what you just said. Otherwise if you renege on your debt and don't pay out $1 million at that time, I will not recognize it. Dong Yi was sarcastic at this moment. Yang Feng laughed and said, Please turn the camera to every part of the stone again and lighten it. Humph, I'll follow what you said. lest you renege. Dong Yi immediately lightened the stone as Yang Feng said. Yang Feng's gaze was deep. This instantly saw through the stone's interior. A moment later, he then said, enough, how about it? Can you recognize it? Dong Yi held his head high with a dejected expression. Yang Feng smiled, saying, this should just be a scrap. A cut down from that side on your right hand side will just cut out the bean seeds. From this portion, the total value won't be more than $1,000. The light words negated the vision of Dong Yi. A big shot in the jadeite life circle. Are you kidding? This is the stone chosen by Dong Yi. Dong Yi's chosen stone would be a bean seed? I don't believe it. As the saying goes, it's better to buy a line than a piece. I see that the probability of this stone going green is clearly not low. The connoisseurs in the live broadcast room did not believe it at this moment. Dong Yi was also slightly displeased at this time, and coldly said, how dare you question my vision? Then you can prepare $1 million. After saying that, Dong Yi will take the cell phone and the stone, walked to a water cutting machine in front. The guy in front of the machine was already ready and asked, brother Dong, how to cut? Just cut according to what this crazy kid said. Start from the right hand side and cut a slice down. Dong Yi said, looking towards the live broadcast room, saying, there can be more than 3,000 people in the live broadcast room right now. All give me a watch. Don't let this anchor delete his number and run away by then. His words undoubtedly made the live room even more lively. We'll be watching. This kid is too crazy. We have to let Dong treat him. Cut it. The viewers watching in the live stream couldn't wait. They looked at the camera on Dong Yi's side. The water cutter had already begun to slice through the side of the stone a little bit. Chapter 61, Having the Capital of Arrogance. The people in the live broadcast room were all ready. After the first cut was made, they were going to collectively swipe the screen to satirize Yang Feng. Even Gao Ronghai and a few others were nervous at this moment. Only Yang Feng had a relaxed expression at this point, and even picked up his cell phone to play a song Pleasant Goat, Beautiful Goat. The audience in the live broadcast room was feeling that this guy was too pretentious. Dong Yi's side of the screen was also gradually revealed. The stone that looks very good from the skin. A knife down. Cut collapsed. How is it possible? Dong Yi was dumbfounded at this instant. He was an old expert in this circle anyways, and he had spent over $10,000 on this stone himself. Quickly look, it really is a bean seed. Asterisk. It's broken. He meow. This anchor is really a bull opening the door for his old lover. Awesome to the core. The live broadcast room boiled at this instant. This guy is wild. He has arrogant capital. Please invite the next audience member. Yang Feng even went straight down to Dong Yi's screen after it was over. The arrogant and haughty look. If put on someone else, they would think that this guy was looking down on the live broadcast audience. But recalling the scene just now, all that was left in the live broadcast room was a sea of awesome pop-ups, and the shocked audience in front of the screen. The gifts began to brush up crazily at this time. This round of passed, surprisingly, only by the gift, are already full of more than $10,000. The next audience that brushed the supreme gift was also brought up by Yang Feng at this time, and was mic'd up. This time it was a youth, and the background was a gambling stone store. Big brother gambling god. I just bought a stone when I was haggling with a boss. Now I'm taking advantage of him going to the restroom to urgently brush you with a supreme salute. So hurry up and help me see how the color of this stone is. This youth said while calling out in the direction of the toilet. Boss, you keep pulling. I'll watch the store for you. As he said that, he carefully walked outside the store door, afraid that the boss would know that he had gotten outside help. Yang Feng felt that this kid was quite interesting, so he smiled and said, that's fine. Which stone do you want to see? It's this one. The youth hurriedly took out a nearly 20-kilogram raw stone. The camera went in, and the entire live broadcast room warmed up at that moment. I bet this stone will definitely lose. Seems like it. This pine flower is very light in color, and there are almost no pine flowers elsewhere. It's hard to say. I see a python on the side flank. The live broadcast room began to discuss intensely. Such a lively atmosphere. Even people who didn't know how to gamble on stones were infected and started guessing the true nature of this stone. Yang Feng watched carefully for 2 minutes when he suddenly heard another voice coming from the video. Brother, that boss has already been locked in the toilet by me. You can rest assured that the god of gamblers will help us look at the stone. This sinister voice was clearly an accomplice of this youth. The live broadcast room was collectively confused. Dare I say it was a joint crime between the two brothers. Well, at this time, Yang Feng also saw the clues of the stone and said, this stone actually has a good color. Although there are not many pine flowers on the surface, but from the deeper color, there should be a part of the pine flowers that are covered by the epidermis. If you want to cut out jadeite, you need to cut down towards 1 centimeter deeper. You can probably cut out a glutinous ice or hibiscus seed. The color will not be too good. The price will be above 100,000 if you sell it. Yang Feng gave his judgment. When the youth heard, his heart was ecstatic. At this time, the boss behind the live broadcast room with his pants ran out of the toilet, grabbed his stone, cursing, "Damn, you ing lock the old man in the toilet. You're crazy. Hey, boss, I'm not just want to let you more enjoyable for a while, just now we brothers discussed, on this stone, $20,000 to buy." The youth is quick to look. The boss was a little puzzled, said, "You kid, just now is not oil and salt. Think it is too expensive? I was foolish just now. Do you sell it or not? I want to cut it now." "No problem. Pay first, I'll cut it for you right away." The boss was quite refreshing. The audience in the live broadcast room had also reached up to more than 30,000 people at this point. This brother and sisters juggling, directly pulling people who don't care about gambling stones over to watch the live broadcast. As the water cutter slowly cut one side of the stone, the cell phone camera dislikes the stone and shoots over. Unsurprisingly, glutinous ice seed of purple and white jade, although the water head is not high, but enough to sell more than 100,000 high price. The live broadcast room also boiled at this moment. Guessed again. This guy is really God. Even Zhao Zhuwei in the hall, all jumped up excitedly at this time. There were more people in the live broadcast room who began to compete to brush the list. The last user directly swiped Supreme Salute in 10 consecutive swipes and got the first position on the reward list. What Yang Feng didn't know was that behind this account was none other than Zhu Yun, who he had previously offended. At this moment, Zhu Yun was in his villa, lying down and watching Yang Feng's live broadcast. He was followed by his dog's leg beside him, and he hurriedly kissed his ass and said, "Young Zhu, this time it's all arranged. No matter what kind of identification ability he has, it's absolutely impossible to identify it. Humph. I would like to see if he really wants to pay out $1 million. Zhu Yun had a smug expression. He was hung with gloom when he remembered that he lost $1 million to Yang Feng in the last bet. Today, he would not only make this brat spit out that $1 million, but he would also make him lose face in front of so many viewers. At this time, the live broadcast room, the number of people had already broken 100,000. The platform noticed such a wonderful live broadcast and began to give a strong recommendation. Yang Feng also picked the next audience. With the success of connecting to the microphone, a man with a sharp face and round eyes appeared in the live broadcast room. There was a bit of flickering in his eyes when he first connected, but he quickly regained his usual smile. "Hello, Anchor. I'm the owner of a gambling store. Can you help me look at a stone? This stone is one I just acquired." This man's smile always made Yang Feng uncomfortable, but thinking of the fact that the man had rewarded himself with 10 supreme salutes, he still agreed. "Alright, you take out the stone. This is it. Take a look." The man smiled and carried out a stone. The weight of this stone was not small. It was 50 to 60 kilograms. The people who were right there in the live broadcast room all sucked in their breath when they saw this stone. Such a large stone. If it could really cut something out in one cut, it was highly likely that the value would be just above $10 million. Yang Feng didn't look at it directly, but asked the man to move his cell phone camera to this stone and hit it with a light. More than 100,000 people in the live broadcast room, all at this time acted as a gambling stone insider. They were all studying the truth about this big stone, each guessing the color of the final cutout. The corners of the man's mouth rose slightly, and after putting the camera on every skin of the stone with light, he let Yang Feng guess. Chapter 62, Seeing Through Zhu Yun's Trap. Yang Feng couldn't see the breakage from the surface. It wasn't until his deep eyes looked through the stone and saw through its interior. When he saw the internal structure, Yang Feng realized why he had been looking at this person strangely. The people in the live broadcast room were waiting for Yang Feng to speak. However, Yang Feng was slow to speak. This made the man who was connected to the microphone unhappy and deliberately said sarcastically, "Mr. Yang, there are more than 100,000 people in your live broadcast room right now. You can't be unable to see it, can you?" "No, I was thinking about how to tell you." "No need to think, you tell me the truth, but let's talk in advance. I just gave you a reward of almost $70,000. If you give me a wrong guess, you have to fulfill the compensation of $1 million, otherwise you're a fraud." The man warned Yang Feng in advance. The audience in the live broadcast room also felt a few moments of excitement for a moment. Why does this guy look like he's here to kick the bucket? But that stone just now, the color of the epidermis was very good, plus such a large portion. A random guess of $1 million or more in value shouldn't be too bad. Yang Feng smiled and said, "This stone of yours is worthless." Wow! The people in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. The man's face suddenly changed, glaring at Yang Feng. "What are you babbling about? Such a big raw stone. How dare you say it's worthless? I never take back what I say." Yang Feng spoke calmly. The live broadcast room exploded this time. "Bad. The god of gamblers is starting to commit axes. Such a big stone. The surface is so perfect, and the pine flowers are pulled full. There are also several green lines. Did he not see it clearly? It doesn't sound like it. Could it be that the god of gamblers is trying to give away benefits? The screen in the live broadcast room was unprecedentedly fast, even to the point of bursting the server. The man who was even miking at this time had a blue face as he said, "If you dare to talk such nonsense, your viewers won't be able to help you. Ha, such underhanded things, thinking that by kidnapping the audience's opinion, you can threaten me?" Yang Feng made another remark, leaving the audience puzzled. Only the man's face was gradually turning ugly at this point. The few people outside the room, Lu Qinglan, were even more confused. What's going on? What does Yang Feng's words mean? Zhao Zhuwei looked at Gao Ronghai strangely. Among the few of them, only Gao Ronghai knew the most about jadeite, but Gao Ronghai was also confused and said, "I don't know, but this stone should be very good material from the skin. What's wrong with this guy Yang Feng?" Several people were puzzled, but Yang Feng had already opened his mouth at this moment, saying, "If I'm not wrong, this should be a piece of filler material." The epidermis was taken off from the top-grade raw stone a little bit carefully and then laminated on. But your technique isn't very smart. There is a connection that wasn't done properly. Although there is light when the flashlight hits it, the color is too green. You squeezed it in with green toothpaste, right? Yang Feng's words made the man freeze in place. Through that bit of green color? And then looking towards the inside, it's actually quite obvious that it's not even a big jade stone in there. It's probably just the waste of the waste. You want to use this to smash the signboard of my live room, am I right? His calm words fell. The man trembled in place, not daring to speak. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they didn't understand what was going on. This guy was clearly intentionally messing with stones of this color, wanting to come and cheat Yang Feng out of $1 million. It was even possible that he was invited by his peers to maliciously hit Yang Feng. How about it? Do you dare to cut this stone and show everyone in the live broadcast room? Yang Feng questioned once again. But as soon as his words fell, the man had already grayed out and hurriedly cut off the connecting signal, and the screen also went black at this time. This guy had fled. The live broadcast room was frantically brushing over messages at this time, and the audience was even more excited than Yang Feng. Too powerful. I'll obey you if I don't obey the god of gamblers. From today onwards, I'll live in this live room and wait for Big Brother to flip his cards. No one would have thought that Yang Feng could even see through such a provocation. Popularity had completely exploded at this instant. 200,000, 250,000, 300,000. Yang Feng picked a few more viewers one after another, but after that the accuracy seemed to be decreasing. Although it wasn't to the point where it wasn't right, the viewers obviously sensed that the range Yang Feng was giving was getting bigger and bigger. In fact, it wasn't that Yang Feng couldn't see it, it was just that he knew very well that if he really gave 100% results, then he would really become a god in the eyes of others. It was really too much of a show-off. Yang Feng was more willing to be a master in the eyes of others rather than a god. But what made all didn't expect was, in the last spectator's appraisal, Yang Feng had gone astray. He mistakenly judged a glutinous ice seed stone as a bean seed. Such a scene can really put the entire live broadcast to the climax. And at this time, the live broadcast room already had 600,000 people. I'm sorry, I'm not a fairy after all, is really the last to go out of sight. So this audience at that time, please leave contact information in the background. At that time, the Yangtze River Jade Trading Company will give you $1 million. Yang Feng's words were loud and clear. The crowd hadn't expected that Yang Feng would really want to lose money. But for Yang Feng, this amount of money was nothing at all. After all, the rewards he received tonight were hundreds of thousands of dollars. For him, the most important thing was to hit the company's advertisement. There was no doubt that this matter was bound to hit the hot search. Yang Feng also said goodbye to everyone at this time and eventually closed the live broadcast room. Almost at the same time as the black screen too, the door to the room was pushed open and the three Gao Ronghai people rushed in excitedly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's so awesome Yang Feng. The program's effect and popularity exploded. Gao Ronghai was so excited that he hugged Yang Feng. Lu Qinglan's eyes were also filled with excitement at this moment. They had originally expected that there would be at most a few tens of thousands of people online. However, no one would have expected that the maximum number of people online at the same time for this live broadcast had reached more than 600,000 people. Coupled with the fact that Yang Feng had looked away in the end, the network was now flooded with talk. Gao Ronghai's phone rang at this moment. Hello, I'm the general manager of the Long River Emerald Trading Company. Gao Ronghai answered back and forth into the phone. The companies that had just seen the publicity had already started to find Gao Ronghai's phone to seek cooperation. Today was destined to be a night when their companies started to take off. But some people were happy and some people were sad. At this moment in a villa, snap, Zhu Yun fiercely shattered a cup, furiously looking at the resentful man in front of him, cursing, damn, what a waste. Making a raw stone was even seen through by that kid. The guy in front of him was the same viewer who had appeared in the live broadcast room earlier. Chapter 63 Is this feng shui? This man lowered his head, trembling and said, Zhu Xiao. I also did not expect that kid's eyes are so sharp. Just a little bit of a break, but also by him to see through. You mother asterisk or will not do a little perfect? Zhu Yun kicked the guy again. The man rolled on the ground and hurriedly climbed back in front of Zhu Yun, saying with a loyal face, Zhu Xiao, this kid is really evil. He must be a disciple trained by a high-level person. We can't play with him on the jade. Goon. What a ing waste. Zhu Yun spat. But good at this time, next to Zhu Yun's beloved follower also came over and said, Zhu Yung. In fact, he is right. This kid, although the last eye, there are a few tricky judgment, but the accuracy rate in the industry is very high. Nonsense. Of course I know that this kid has something. Zhu Yun snorted coldly and said, but isn't he opening some kind of company right now? I can't play him on jade, but I can't play him on opening a company? What you mean is, what else do I need to say? Yes, I understand. The henchman hurriedly agreed. Such an extraordinary night passed quickly. The next day, the Changha Jade Trading Company then received several applications from partners one after another. Yang Feng also left the matter to Gao Ronghai. He himself took advantage of this time to wander around the antique city of Zhangcheng. He was mainly looking to see if he could find any more antiques with pupil arts. Since the last time he learned 2 pupil arts, Yang Feng finally understood how to use this power. It was just that the current Yang Feng had too little information. After circling around the antique city, Yang Feng did pick up a few things, but their value wasn't that high. After buying all of them, Yang Feng had someone come and take them back. Waiting for the evening, the sun was setting in the west. The earth was dusky. Yang Feng had planned to go home, but at this time, Lin Shui had sent him a message. It was also at this time that Yang Feng remembered that he had also promised Lin Shui that he would go to the Lin family today. Yang Feng had forgotten about this to death and hurriedly told Lin Shui his address. It wasn't until Lin Shui drove to pick him up that she smelled the smell of beef soup he was carrying. Didn't I say for you to go to my grandfather's house for dinner? What's a person doing running around eating beef noodles? Lin Shui was a bit speechless. Yang Feng sat on the passenger seat and smiled he. It's not just hungry. Say, how many guests did your grandpa invite today? Just you. And my parents. Lin Shui didn't hide it. Yang Feng was a bit puzzled and said, I remember when I went to the banquet that day. Your Lin family seemed to have quite a few people, right? Well, I also have a second and third uncle, but they all have their own companies. This is a simple dinner. It's not a family gathering. Lin Shui said. Yang Feng didn't really know much about the Lin family. In the car, it was just the right time to listen to Lin Shui say some of it. There were a total of 3 brothers in the Lin family, each with their own business. None of them were currently in Zhangcheng, so there was only one recent Lin Shui in the hospital that day. But in the family, the real major shareholder of those companies was Lin Jinghua. Because of the original capital, it was all invested by Lin Jinghua. While Yang Feng was listening to Lin Shui talk about the family, the car also stopped at a suburb of Jiangcheng at that moment. In front of him was a small hill with a great view, but the hill had been surrounded by a fence. The entire manor covered several hectares of land, and apart from a villa house in the center, the rest of the place was filled with natural flowers, plants, trees and wigwams. Although this was a suburb, but it was not far from the city. Just by looking at the area of this manor, its value was definitely above several $100 million as well. Every time Yang Feng came into contact with these people, he would lament that the world of the rich was really different from his own. The duo parked the car. After walking out from the garage, it was a man in his 50s wearing glasses who came over and welcomed. Missy, the master is already waiting for you inside. Looking at the looks, this should be a Southeast Asian indeed. His name is Shu Bo. He is my grandfather went to Southeast Asia when he was young and bought back from the hands of human traffickers. Now he is the housekeeper here. He has been with my grandfather for 30 years. Lin Shui introduced to Yang Feng. Yang Feng understood and greeted. Uncle Shu is good. Sir is too polite. You can call me Shu. The butler always kept his head down. Yang Feng and Lin Shui walked into the hall in the villa under his guidance. The decoration here was very Chinese style. At this time, Lin Lining and his wife Qi and I had already arrived here early, but at this time the two masters were chatting about some business matter. Next to them, Qi and I could only pour water for the duo. Master, Missy and Mr. Yang are here. The butler's voice interrupted the exchange between the two. When Lin Jinghua heard it, he immediately stood up with a happy face and said, Mr. Yang, you're finally here. You've kept me waiting. Lin old man just call me Xiao Feng. I just happened to go to the antique city today for some things. So, I came late. Yang Feng was filled with guilt. Lin Jinghua patted him cheerfully and said, It's good to be here. It's good to be here. Ah Shu, inform the back kitchen that dinner can be served. Yes. The butler walked towards the kitchen. At this moment, the sky outside was already dark. but the lights were on at this moment. The bright lights illuminated the lawn and trees outside, while the hall was rarely lively. Yang Feng didn't know what kind of energy the Lin family actually had, but when facing Li Jinghua, he was still very respectful in the spirit of honoring the old and loving the young. After having a meal, Lin Jinghua pulled Yang Feng to sit down by the coffee table. To be honest, before I heard that you've been unwilling to accept my gratitude and let you break the bank to send such an expensive painting, I feel guilty in my heart. Lin Jinghua's face was filled with a smile, but as he spoke, he realized that Yang Feng's attention was not on himself. At this moment, Yang Feng's eyes had been looking at the furnishings inside the house, as well as the scenery outside. Every piece of furniture, every ornament in this villa had a special aura, seemingly white vapor lines. These breaths were connected together, making the breath of this villa turn into a stream of water, constantly flowing. As the ancients said, flowing water does not rot, and this villa was also a bit refreshing. Is this feng shui? Yang Feng muttered to himself. Chapter 64, The Lin family wants to pull Yang Feng together. Yang Feng suddenly remembered that the old fishing man who had given him his eyes earlier had said, these eyes of his own were tending to good luck and avoiding bad luck, and surely that would include feng shui. However, Lin Jinghua heard Yang Feng's subtle self-talk and said in surprise, little Feng, you still know feng shui? Dad, you still don't know that Yang Feng was broadcasting live on the internet yesterday. The research on jadeite that was in the right place. It's obvious that his master is a high-ranking person. Lin Lining spoke at this moment. She and I also remembered and said indistinctly, that person who broadcasted live yesterday was Xiao Fengma? I said, why does this voice sound familiar? The duo sang in unison, causing Lin Shui to wonder and ask, what live broadcast? Ugh, you girl usually knows how to work. You didn't pay attention to such a big thing. Lin Lining told a few people about the live broadcast. Lin Jinghua usually played with gambling stones, and after hearing this, he felt incredulous and said, there's such a thing? He simply didn't think that besides being proficient in antiques and paintings, Yang Feng would even know something like gambling on stones, and that accuracy was unheard of for himself. Sigh, if you didn't save me that day in the hospital, I'm afraid I would never know in my life that there is such a high person in Jiangchang. Lin Jinghua lamented. Yang Feng was not used to being praised and said somewhat helplessly, actually, those are just 3 parts eyesight and 7 parts luck. I just belong to the people with better luck. Ha ha, Xiao Feng, don't be modest. Since you just mentioned feng shui, why don't you just help me see how the feng shui of this house is? Lin Jinghua asked. He was actually very satisfied with the feng shui of this place, and had hired a master to design it, so there would definitely be no problems. But this bad old man was so bad that he wanted to hear Yang Feng praise his taste. Yang Feng didn't know what he was thinking yet, but he was indeed very interested in this. As the saying goes, a person's life. 1. 2 luck. 3 feng shui. 4 accumulation of yin virtue and 5 reading. Feng shui has been mysterious since ancient times. Not many people can speak clearly, yet it seems to be around all the time. Yang Feng raised his spiritual power and began to observe the feng shui around him. The furnishings here were really excellent. Every piece of furniture was connected to each other, and the design of the windows and the stairs all fit the environment very well. But what made Yang Feng feel strange was that he just always felt that something was not quite comfortable, until he looked towards the side of the hill. There was a back door there. The problem is here. Yang Feng suddenly spoke. Lin Jinghua had thought that Yang Feng was going to praise himself. When he heard that he actually did see the problem, his smile gradually froze. Even Lin Shui pinched his arm at this moment and whispered, don't be ridiculous. My grandpa hired Master Meng to design this place. There's definitely no problem. No, let him continue. Lin Jinghua's eyes also looked at Yang Feng at this moment. Yang Feng realized at this moment that he had said something wrong before he said, Elder Lin, I just had a reflex just now. I don't take what I said seriously. No, what you said is right. Lin Jinghua was serious at this moment, saying, when old Meng gave me the design, he did say that there might be some kind of loophole here, but with his vision he couldn't see it yet, and I usually always feel weird somewhere. Is it because of that door? Yang Feng pointed at a back door not far away. Hearing this, Lin Jinghua nodded his head and said, that's right, but what's wrong with that door? I'm not that proficient in feng shui, but I do know that feng shui is about smoothness, and although the hills behind are pleasantly scenic, they have more than a little bit of a fury, so it might be a problem with the orientation. Yang Feng pointed to the back door and said, although the furnishings in the room are excellent, the yin qi in the hills is directed here. Come to think of it, that old Meng also said something called, I'd rather have a green dragon 10,000 feet high than a white tiger with a probe. Lin Jinghua said, then added, but I've already followed what he said and moved a few stones away from the right side. But that's not enough, because I see that although the furnishings of the interior are gathering qi, they're also inviting in qi that shouldn't be. Yang Feng's eyes could see that the interior was a bit cloudy before he said, "My suggestion is to move those few furnishings a bit towards the right side and then cut down those few trees under the hill. It might work." He sensed that those trees were the source of the yin qi. Hearing this, Lin Jinghua immediately turned to the butler and said, "Ah shoo. Immediately make the arrangements as Little Feng said." Yes. The butler immediately led the people to start handling it. At this moment, Lin Jinghua was overjoyed, pulling Yang Feng to sit down and said, "I really didn't expect even old Meng couldn't find out the thing, but you solved it. If old Meng knew, I'm afraid he'd have to blush for a while. Actually, I am not proficient in feng shui. Some of it is just nonsense." Yang Feng scratched his head. He really didn't know feng shui, only his eyes could see feng shui, but this was nothing more than Yang Feng's modesty to Lin Jinghua's family. This young man, too easily surprised them. Without paying the slightest attention, they could find flashes of brilliance in him. Even Lin Shui, who was usually always cold, couldn't help but look at Yang Feng a few more times. What kind of person was behind this guy? No one knew why such a scary guy had suddenly appeared. However, Lin Jinghua could be sure that there was someone high up behind Yang Feng, so he had to pull in this talent. "Little Feng, I heard that you've been investing in many companies recently?" Lin Jinghua spoke of business. This was also the main purpose of him looking for Yang Feng to come to his home today. Although Elder Lin didn't know what Yang Feng was, but just by virtue of Yang Feng's recent performance, and his lack of arrogance and impatience after taking off nowadays, it was enough to show the person's heart and ability. Lin Jinghua knew that Yang Feng had been investing recently, while he himself wanted to invest in Yang Feng. Yang Feng nodded his head and said, "I'm indeed preparing to invest in many industries recently, but I've only just started at the moment." "I see. I am also considered to have some assets in Jiangcheng. Quite a few people from the Lin family are also starting their own businesses. I am very supportive of them all." Lin Jinghua said this, looked at Yang Feng and continued, "Little Feng, if you are interested, you can consider cooperating with them, or I'll directly invest a sum of money for you, and you'll have the final say when it comes to shareholding." Lin Jinghua's words made even Lin Lining a little surprised. He knew that this father of his, in fact, had long since stopped caring much about investment matters, much less saying such words to the Lin family's outdoor people. It was clear that he was trying to support, and could even be said to be pulling in Yang Feng. Chapter 65. This is definitely a gaijin. The Lin family's status in Jiangcheng was so high that Yang Feng might not be able to understand it now, but any person in business, hearing Lin Jinghua say such words, I'm afraid they would be ecstatic. But strangely enough, Yang Feng didn't seem to show any particular elation. "Thank you, Elder Lin. But at the moment, I don't have any particular need for money, so I appreciate your kind words." Yang Feng politely declined Lin Jinghua's intention to invest in himself. Lin Jinghua didn't expect to be rejected and reminded, "Little Feng, I'm afraid you don't know that much about Jiangcheng, do you?" "It's true that I don't know much about Jiangcheng, but I do know that the Lin family is highly respected in Jiangcheng. It's just that I really don't have any intention of partnering up with someone else." Yang Feng apologized a little. His words made Lin Jinghua understand. "Ha ha. Well, since this is the case, then I won't force you. If your mind changes in the future, you can always come back to me again. My words today will always be valid. Even if this bad old man of mine goes into the ground in the future, you can still look for Lining or Xiaoshui to honor it." Lin Jinghua spoke so boldly in front of his son and granddaughter. This promise was worth 10,000 gold. Before this, Lin Jinghua wouldn't give any outsider such a promise, and Yang Feng was still the only one. Even Lin Shui and a few others felt surprised. Yang Feng was still very grateful for this kind of promise, although he had no intention of using it. Lin Jinghua chatted with Yang Feng about many things in Jiangcheng. It seemed like they were chatting, but in reality, they were reminding Yang Feng of many things in Jiangcheng. In this place in Jiangcheng, besides the Lin family, there was also the Huang family and the Li family. Those were all big families that had a very large amount of business even on a national scale. The time came to more than 8 o'clock in the evening. The housekeeper also finally brought people to adjust the entire room at this time, and cut down those trees in the back of the mountain. Doing so, the entire room home did have a few subtle changes at this time. Exactly at this time, Lin Jinghua's phone rang. What a coincidence. It's a call from old Meng. Lin Jinghua looked at it and couldn't help but pick it up with a smile. However, just as his phone picked up, he heard a middle-aged old man's voice coming from the other end, saying, "Old Lin, are you at home? After my research over the past few days, I finally know what the problem with your family's mansion is. Yeah, well, I also happen to get someone on my side to adjust the location. So, what? Lao Lin, you can be too unkind. I personally designed the mansion. You even find someone else to blindly change. You wait, I'll be right there. 20 minutes. No, 10 minutes. I'd like to see what it's like to change it." Meng Dewei hurriedly hung up the phone and rushed over towards the side. Yang Feng listened to the grumpy voice on the other end of the phone, and suddenly felt that he wouldn't get beaten up, right? It sounded like this old man didn't have a good temper. Yang Feng's heart actually had no bottom. This was the first time he had seen something designed by a feng shui master. Lin Jinghua did pull him back at this time and said with a smile, since this is the case, then Xiao Feng will stay for a little longer, and when old Meng comes over he can properly make him shy. This, or should I just leave? Yang Feng looked scared. Lin Jinghua laughed out loud and patted his shoulder. Don't worry about it, no matter how good or bad the design is. It's just a sparring match between you guys. Not to mention that old Meng is just a bit grumpy, but he's still a very good person. Yes. Yang Feng didn't dare to say more. Next to him, Lin Shui and her three parents were also observing the new atmosphere within the house at this time. In reality, they didn't know feng shui either, especially Lin Shui. At this moment, she even pulled Yang Feng and asked in a small voice next to him, "Are you sure it's okay? I am also guessing. Then you still dare to talk blindly." Lin Shui was filled with a speechless expression. The duo waited for a short while before an old man's figure had walked in from outside. He was Lin Jinghua's old friend, Meng Dui. He was an extremely well-established feng shui master in Jiangchang. However, as soon as he entered the manor, he started cursing before the person even arrived. "Old Lin, you're so damn unkind. Even letting someone touch my design, you're really..." Meng Dui's words were just halfway through before he realized that there were still a few people in the house at this time. Yang Feng, his curses came to an abrupt end. Lin Jinghua was even more helpless and said, "Wasn't it you yourself who said last time that it's still almost interesting and needs to be pondered over before you can know the way? Then you can't just find someone else to change my design. Is that person still around?" Meng Dui asked. Lin Jinghua was helpless and said, "Don't ask this first. Look at how I am after this modification. I'll look my ass off, I'll look. As long as it's not something I made. It's all garbage." Meng Dui was like an old boy, but there really weren't many people who could talk like this with Lin Jinghua. But even though his mouth didn't look up to him, his eyes were still looking towards the surroundings. Lin Jinghua was observing his expression. Meng Dui's eyes were slightly silent after looking around. The angry expression from earlier was replaced with a few moments of surprise. He began to walk step by step towards the surrounding furnishings until he reached the back door, and finally looked at the foot of the back mountain that was lit up with streetlights in the distance. Those few trees had also been cut down by now. Meng Dui's expression paused and ran upstairs to look again. After observing for 10 minutes in this manner, he was seen running down from upstairs. "I say, old Meng, you're busy up and down. Say something instead." Lin Jinghua poured him a cup of tea. Where did Meng Dui care about drinking tea at this time? His eyes gradually bursting with excitement, he asked, "Who is it? What is who? Who modified the design?" Meng Dui's tone became excited. Lin Jinghua looked at him and skeptically said, "What the hell? You're really planning to go to the door to seek revenge on someone? I'll take revenge my ass. This is definitely a ing gaijin." Meng Dui was excited to the extreme and said, "Old Lin, you're so damn unkind. Knowing this kind of person and not even informing me in advance first?" His words were tinged with excited adoration. It seemed like he couldn't wait to meet this person, and his appearance made Lin Shui's few people freeze. They looked at Yang Feng. No one would have thought that Yang Feng's few casual words just now would make him react so much. What's going on? Why are they all silent? Meng Dui asked strangely and looked at Yang Feng. "By the way, who is this person? Could it be that your granddaughter's date is leading her home?" "Don't be ridiculous. His name is Yang Feng. He was the one who saved me before." "Oh, then don't bull ***** me. First tell me who helped you with your redesign." "This is Yang Feng. Okay, I know he's your benefactor, but that's not what I care about." "I know. I said his name is Yang Feng. Old Lin, you are not finished? Looking at you, I know you want someone to be your granddaughter-in-law, but you have to tell me first, who the hell helped you change the design?" Meng Dui was anxious. How could he have the heart to listen to his family affairs right now? Chapter 66, Superpowered People Fighting? Lin Jinghua was helpless and said, "Shut up for 10 seconds and you'll be able to find out." "What do you mean?" "His name is Yang Feng. He's a guest I invited over. And just now it was also him who saw the problem and modified the design of the house." "What the hell?" Meng Dui's tone instantly raised a few points. He was incredulous in tone, turning his head to look at Yang Feng. At this moment, Yang Feng was all freaked out by this old man. Seeing Meng Dui circling around himself there, Yang Feng felt his back crunching. Old man, what are you doing?" Yang Feng sweated and asked cautiously. "Old Lin, you one tea fool me, right?" With a skeptical expression, Meng Dui continued, "This person's hair hasn't even grown all the way yet. Can he have this level?" He was so skeptical that he looked at Lin Lining again and said, "Linung, you're more truthful than your old man. Tell me who actually did it." "Uncle Meng, It's really little Feng who changed it, and it was just now when we finished eating that people realized that there's something wrong with the feng shui in this manner. Lin Linong was also helpless and could only reply. Meng Dewei looked at his expression. It didn't look like he was lying. Who is your master? Meng Dewei immediately asked Yang Feng. His eyes revealed a fine light. Yang Feng scratched his head and said, I can't contact my master and I don't know the name. A high recluse? Sort of. Yang Feng recalled the old man's appearance that day. Meng Dewei was so silent for a short while before he finally took a deep breath and said, It seems that I am really old. Even a young man like this can have such attainments. Ha ha, old Meng. Are you convinced this time? Lin Jinghua laughed out loud. Convinced? To have such a young man in this circle is really... Meng Dewei didn't know what to say. Yang Feng looked at himself and didn't get punched before he spoke. So what? I still have to go back in a while. Can I go now? I just came. What are you leaving for? I still have a lot to say to you. When Meng Dewei heard this, he quickly tried to stop him. But Lin Jinghua said at this moment, Old Meng, you're almost done. This time today is too late. Anyway, people are in Jiangchang. Next time, this is not intentionally well. Get me over the results. Also do not let me with people to ask for advice. Please teach. Put. Old Meng, you are the first time to use the word please teach. It's called 3 people must be my teacher. My hobby is to learn. Although Meng Dewei was grumpy, he was particularly interesting when he spoke. Yang Feng saw that it was too late, or after saying goodbye to him, he headed outside. He didn't drive when he came, so Lin Shui happened to drive Yang Feng back. As the car left the manor, Yang Feng wiped his sweat. He almost got beaten up today, but this also showed that his eyes could see good and bad fortune. This put Yang Feng in a good mood. Many valuable antiques were buried underground. If his eyes could see the good and bad fortune of a place, wouldn't it be easy to discover aura? While he was excited in his heart, he looked back and realized that Lin Shui was driving while looking at himself. You can drive properly, Yang Feng hastily reminded. Lin Shui's gaze was full of scrutiny, and only after slowing down the speed of the car did she ask, What exactly are you? Aren't I just a poor 18th generation from the countryside? Then why do you know so much about feng shui as well? Lin Shui's cheeks carried a few different colors. She suddenly felt that Yang Feng's body was harboring many secrets, and what she had discovered before seemed to be just the tip of the iceberg. However, Yang Feng just spread his hands and said, I read it in a book before. One's time should be limited. You've read so many books at such a young age? Can't forget it. Can't help it. I don't believe that someone can never forget. Fooling me every day. Lin Shui's cold expression carried a few points of contempt. As the car drove to the front curb, she stopped the car, picked up a book that was placed in the car and handed it to Yang Feng. What for? Yang Feng asked strangely. I want to see the ability to forget everything. Lin Shui suddenly got serious. Yang Feng rolled his eyes and said breathlessly, I'll be home if I walk a few more steps this late at night. How about next time? Forget it then. I also feel like you're bragging. Lin Shui wanted to take back her book. When Yang Feng heard this, his temper came up, and he immediately said, Okay, it's not just memorizing. You can just point to a section, just the 5th page. You read it once, then memorize it. Lin Shui really wanted to see if Yang Feng really had this ability. This was a book on economics. Yang Feng had actually discovered the day after he got his eyes that he had the ability to forget everything. Seeing that Lin Shui was really interested, he picked it up and scanned through it. There were about a few hundred words on a page. After reading it, Yang Feng returned the book to Lin Shui. Are you sure you can memorize it? Lin Shui still had a very skeptical expression at a time like this. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Feng started reciting from the first word. The advantage of economics over other social sciences seems to arise from the next fact. Its special scope of work, which makes it. Yang Feng's voice was not loud, but it was very calm. Familiar with the theory, Lin Shui compared the words on it little by little. More than a few hundred words throughout. Not a single word. This guy is really a genius? Hey, how was it? Yang Feng grinned. Lin Shui was already a bit frozen at this point. She looked blankly at Yang Feng in front of her, the shock in her expression seemingly unconcealable. How did you do that? Lin Shui saw for the first time that there really was such a guy. I'll tell you later. The front is my house. Why don't you go back first? I want to go down and walk by myself. Yang Feng pointed ahead. This place was only a few hundred meters away from the front door of his house. Really don't need me to send you to the door? Doesn't matter. I'll just walk around at night. Yang Feng replied easily. Seeing that Yang Feng insisted, Lin Shui could only nod her head and let him off. After seeing him out for some distance, Lin Shui drove away. Yang Feng let out a sigh of relief himself after he felt Lin Shui leave. This woman didn't seem to be that easy to fool. If he didn't show her his hand, sooner or later, she would find out his secret. It was good that he was able to fool her today. Yang Feng was about to walk towards his home, but just at this time, a loud bang suddenly came from not far away. Yang Feng, who was preparing to go home, heard the commotion and subconsciously looked over there. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on over there? Yang Feng suddenly realized that his eyes passed through the two walls. Surprisingly, he saw several clusters of spiritual energy colliding. Could it be supernatural beings fighting? Chapter 67, Yang Feng strikes. Yang Feng hadn't seen this kind of scene before. Immediately, he went around from the side and lay down behind a wall, looking at the scene inside the alley. Inside the alley, the surroundings were very dim, only the weak light from outside shone in. And at this moment, the inside was divided into two factions, standing with four people. Two of them, masked and wearing night clothes, were carrying a bag on their backs, and the person on the other side, Yang Feng unexpectedly recognized. Wasn't it the people from the Super Investigation Bureau? Yang Feng remembered seeing these two people when he was at the cafe that day. A man and a woman. The duo had beads of sweat dripping from their foreheads at the moment. Through his eyes, Yang Feng could see the faint spiritual energy on their bodies. Both of you, don't hold out any longer. We have no intention of letting the Investigation Bureau's people die violently here. But if you force us, we won't be polite. The masked man's voice was dull and carried a few threats. Yang Feng could see that these two guys should have the upper hand now. Humph, if you don't leave your stuff behind today, you guys don't want to leave this place. The man from the Investigation Bureau raised his hand at this moment. Seeing that he was the body at this moment inspired another surge of muddy spiritual energy. The woman took a deep breath next to him and said, Brother Lu, we'll just stall them. The Investigative Bureau people are almost here. You pay attention to breaking the back later? These two goods don't look like they're easy to deal with. Lu Yichan's eyes revealed some coldness. The masked man sensed his opponent's determination. In his own bag at this time slowly took out a paper cutout. Style God. He's from a major island family. Lu Yichan immediately saw the opponent's sect. The so-called Style God is a kind of lower-order spirit or ghost that is difficult for ordinary people to see. On normal days, these magicians who manipulated Style Gods were known as Yin and Yang Masters. They blocked these things in special containers and then summoned them out when needed. This paper cutout was one of the containers. This was the first time Yang Feng had seen such a battle. Hiding behind the wall, he couldn't help but whiten his eyes. Seek your own death. Don't blame others. The masked man injected a stream of spiritual energy into the paper cutouts. The paper cut immediately burst out a powerful black aura, which then continued to hover and coalesce in the air, finally forming the appearance of a skeletal ghost. Third order Style God. Lu Yichang's heart thumped when he saw the appearance of the Style God. Next to him, Jiang Sulan had also taken out a short sword at that moment. Do it! The duo struck first, one on each side of them. They attacked towards this masked man almost simultaneously. The masked man let out a cold smile, and the Style God he had summoned rolled up a gust of wind and took the lead in blocking the front of the duo. Break the wind! Jiang Sulan's short blade was attached to spiritual energy and sliced directly at the Style God's head. Lu Yichang made his move at the same time, attacking from the other side towards the masked man. However, right at this moment, the other masked man suddenly moved. His figure instantly disappeared in place, and in the next blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Lu Yichang. This was ninjutsu. Lu Yichang snorted coldly, his strength attached to his entire body in an instant. The spiritual energy in his hand coalesced like a sharp blade, and directly slashed towards this person's waist. Yang Feng was watching from the side. Seeing this strike, he whispered, "It can hit." He sensed Lu Yichang's strength. It was indeed extraordinary. But just when Yang Feng thought that this battle was going to end, Lu Yichang's spiritual blade slowly passed through the masked man's body at this instant. Nope, it's a fake body. Lu Yichang reacted furiously. This was a ninja's usual trick, but it was too late to react at this point. The masked man's figure rushed to his back in an instant. Bang! A kick intercepted his waist. Lu Yichang felt a sharp pain in his bones in an instant. At this instant, his body was kicked into the air. Before Lu Yichang could land on the ground, the masked man had already appeared above him ahead of time. Boom! Lu Yichang's body was like a cannonball as it smashed heavily into the ground. Jiang Sulan on the other side wanted to step forward to support her at this time, but the Style God erupted another wave of power in an instant, and the terrifying black color directly wrapped around her arm. Hiss! Jiang Sulan felt a black aura make her lose her resistance in an instant. Right at this moment, a knife directly slashed at her arm. The strength of these two people were no match in front of the masked man. Yang Feng didn't expect that the strength of the people coming was so strong. Help them? Yang Feng suddenly came up with an idea. Although he didn't know how strong these two were, Yang Feng's eyes could clearly feel it. The spiritual energy in their bodies was far inferior to his own, and it should be easy to clean them up. But if he made a move, wouldn't he be exposed? Yang Feng looked towards the two masked men, and after thinking for a moment, his mind suddenly came to an idea at this moment. At this moment within the alley, the two of them, Jiang Sulan and Lu Yichang, once again stood up from the ground. but what was visible was that Lui Chan was already in pain to the bone. There was also Jiang Sulan who had blood dripping from her hands, but the duo made sure to hold the two masked men back at this time, waiting for the people from the Bureau of Investigation to come over. Just now was just a small warning. With your three-legged strength, you are not worthy of fighting me. The masked men's words were tinged with contempt. Neither of them regarded the Lui Chan duo as opponents. The duo's hearts were actually filled with despair, but the sense of mission made it clear that even if they died here, they absolutely could not let them leave. If you don't leave your things behind, it's impossible for you to leave today. Lui Chan's eyes were still bursting with refined light in the darkness. Jiang Sulan also picked up her short blade at that moment, with what was left of her spiritual energy flickering on it. Just as the two were ready to fight to the death, a languid voice suddenly came from behind them. There's a hilarious scene. Yang Feng deliberately spoke in a thick voice. This caused the highly alerted few to look towards him almost simultaneously. At this moment, Yang Feng didn't know where he had found a tattered piece of cloth that happened to wrap around his face. It's one of theirs. Lui Chan's heart instantly gained a few more points of despair. This guy was also masked, so he was definitely one of theirs. And the two masked men froze at that moment. The person you called? I thought it was you who called. The other masked man replied dully. Yang Feng walked next to Lui Chang and smiled. No need to guess blindly. I'm just a passing good crowd. What? The four men were dumbfounded. This kid came to have fun? We're not playing house. Get out of here now. Lui Chang realized that this was most likely a crowd. However, Yang Feng shook his head at this moment and said, I'm just here to mind my own business. There's no rush to leave. What kind of person are you? Call me masked man. Yang Feng held his head high. His words instantly made the scene even more dumbfounded. A moment later, the two masked men laughed. Ha ha ha, where did the two little cuties come from? How dare you meddle in the affairs here? Masked man. That name kills me with laughter. The masked men pounded the wall in hilarious laughter. Chapter 68, Crushing Strength. Yang Feng was a bit upset. After all, this name of his was something he had just pondered over for a long time before coming up with it. You too. No more laughing. Yang Feng viciously called out to them, but the two masked men only paused for a moment and then laughed even louder. Asterisk 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 ing retards. Where did the mental patients come from? What a ing bad luck. The masked men couldn't help but burst out the Chinese nationalist. Even Lui Chang and Jiang Sulan looked at Yang Feng with a dumbfounded expression. Only Yang Feng was angry at this moment. Are you two finished? Kid, the water here is deep, but since you have to seek death, don't blame us. The masked man looked towards his ninja companion. The ninja took a step forward at that moment, licked his tongue, and a bitterless appeared in his hand. This was the ninja's special weapon. From the killing intent in his eyes, the air around him froze for a few moments at that moment. Run! Lui Chan wanted to call out to Yang Feng, but at this moment, Yang Feng even took another step towards the front. Go see King of Hell. The ninja's figure disappeared. Yang Feng felt countless killing auras coming from all around him. In the next instant, the ninja had appeared on his right side, but this one was definitely not the real body. This ninja's remnant figure was holding a bitterless and stabbed towards Yang Feng's neck in this instant. But what made him feel strange was that Yang Feng's face didn't panic, but revealed a few cold smiles. Pedant. Yang Feng seemed to have a disdainful tone. His figure twisted and a hand knife slashed towards the void of air. Before Lui Chang and Jiang Sulan could understand what was going on, they suddenly saw a figure appear in the air. The real body is there. Lui Chan was pleasantly surprised. In the next instant, the hand blade was attached to spiritual energy and slashed directly at the ninja's face. Boom! The ninja's body flew out in an instant, directly hitting the wall of the alley. The wall collapsed in an instant, and the stone directly covered his body, only revealing a large unconscious head. One hit. A direct hit. The scene was silent in this instant. The masked man who was originally jeering also froze in place at this moment. And you? Yang Feng twisted his neck. The masked man only reacted at this moment, and immediately wanted to infuse the paper cut with spiritual energy to summon his style god. But at this instant, he suddenly realized that he couldn't move his body. Too young. Yang Feng's figure appeared in front of the masked man. The masked man could only watch as Yang Feng took a step forward, but his own figure was being pressed down by a huge mountain, unable to move the slightest bit. Pupil technique. Earth binding. Do you remember my name? Masked man? The masked man shamefully shouted out the nickname Yang Feng had given himself. Yang Feng nodded his head in satisfaction and struck the back of his neck with a hand slash. Puff! The masked man fell to the ground. The two guys who were powerful just now fell down one after the other. Yang Feng beating these two guys was like bullying a kindergarten kid. Lui Chang and Jiang Sulan were dumbfounded. What is this guy? At this time, Yang Feng had already taken a step towards them. You. Lui Chan was dumbfounded and wanted to say something, but then he thought of Yang Feng's words just now and hurriedly said, I know your name is Masked Warrior, don't beat me up. First, he was afraid that he would get beaten up for making fun of the name. However, Yang Feng didn't talk to them again. He just glanced at them before leaving the place in the opposite direction. He didn't want himself to be discovered by these two people. With Yang Feng's side just leaving, the people from the Superpower Investigation Bureau also arrived here almost simultaneously. The leader happened to be Morong Wan. She hurriedly arrived here, followed by a few people beside her. But when they saw the two masked men lying on the ground, they all froze. I go. You two can this kind of expert can be put down. When did you secretly become stronger? A man went to remove the masks and discovered the identity of the two. It was none other than the island experts they had been tracking down. With the strength of these two men, no one among them could beat them one-on-one except for Morong Wan. However, at this time, Louis Chan's expression was a little embarrassed, saying, "This is not the one we defeated." He recounted what had just happened. Even as he recounted it, he still couldn't stop the shock in his tone. The few people who were listening were even more confused. Jiang Cheng, has this number of characters? The people present looked at each other in disbelief. A person with this kind of strength should have long been discovered by the people of their investigation bureau, and was definitely capable of being of great use. How could it suddenly appear? And the name Masked Man. This guy has a middle-aged disease, right? The youth from the investigation bureau couldn't help but laugh. Louis Chang shook his head and said, "Do you know how those two guys got beaten up just now? How did they get beaten up? It's because those two brothers didn't like his name." The youth's expression gradually stiffened, but at this time, Morong Wan had already finished looking at the scene before finally saying, "Have they all talked enough? Bring the person back first, then return the Jade Evil to the museum." Team leader, then this masked man, turn back and investigate. Morong Wan did not continue. At the same time, Yang Feng had taken a detour back home. Going out and pretending to be a tall person today was still quite an accomplishment for Yang Feng, but this one was just an interlude for him. After all, he never intended to fight against that gang. Let's find some time tomorrow and go back to our old home. Yang Feng thought about it. He should go back as well. His own dad had called again and brought up the matter of a development in the village again. He said that he was going to raise funds to build a road and a farmhouse, and then each family would contribute some money to do it together. In fact, it is the meaning of a village-run enterprise. His own village is poor. If this matter can really be accomplished, it is good for everyone. The night passed very quickly. The next morning, Yang Feng packed up his things and was ready to drive home. However, when he just opened the door, he met Zhao Zhuwei, who was about to knock on the door. Are you going on a long trip?" Zhao Zhuwei asked curiously. Yang Feng nodded and said, "I'm planning on going back to my hometown." "Ah, then I'll be left alone here from now on." "It's fine. Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan are both expected to come over. You'll find them both to play then." Yang Feng didn't think much about it. Zhao Zhuwei bristled and said, "No way. I'll look for Xiaoyu." Speaking of Chen Jiyu, Yang Feng hadn't seen her for a long time. Moreover, Yang Feng remembered that last time, someone seemed to have mentioned Chen Jiyu to him, and her identity didn't seem to be ordinary. That Chen Jiyu, her family is also in business? Yang Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Chapter 69, The Provocation of Returning Home. Zhao Zhuwei guessed what Yang Feng wanted to ask, and hemmed and hawed. If her family is in business, she'll be in big trouble. What do you mean? You'll know later. Zhao Zhuwei didn't say much and continued. Why don't I send you downstairs? And when you come back, remember to bring me some specialties from your hometown. No problem. Yang Feng agreed with alacrity. The two of them walked towards downstairs while talking, with the car driving towards the outside. Zhao Zhuwei watched Yang Feng leave, stroked her chin and thought for a moment, and finally picked up her cell phone. "Xiao, why don't I take you to a fun place?" Zhao Zhuwei immediately spoke into the phone. Yang Feng still didn't know that his old home was about to usher in two heavyweight guests. At this moment, he drove his car all the way over towards his home, Jiangcheng. It was the largest city in Nanjiang province, and it was a big city with a developed economy in the whole country. However, no one would have thought that such a city had a black light. After Yang Feng drove the car out 300 kilometers, he already felt a backward township. Not to mention, his hometown, Shicheng, was still a poor district that was backward to the extreme. As the name suggests, Shicheng was a place with many mountains and few plains, and even the highways and railroads were traversing tunnels and bridges. Coupled with the fact that there were no local resources and no access to investment, it had never been cared for. In the words of many people, it could be called a poor mountain there. But for Yang Feng, it was this poor mountain that had accompanied him for nearly 20 years. Now that he had the ability, he couldn't watch his old family stay poor. As someone once said, we keep growing and learning, not to leave that poor place, but to change that poor place. So Yang Feng felt that his time had come now. 600 or 700 kilometers away. It was only in the evening that Yang Feng finally arrived at his old town. He habitually stopped his car in the town. A fresh scent of meat soup drifted into his nose at this moment. This was the beef soup that was a specialty of his old hometown. There was also a snack that represented childhood, which was called rice cognac in their hometown. Yang Feng walked into a fat sister breakfast store. Inside the store, business was good at this time. It was the evening restaurant. Boss, give me a bowl of beef soup, and give me 3 rice noodles. Yang Feng spoke to the boss. The boss was a middle-aged woman with grease stains on her hands at this time. She was busy and didn't look at it. She just worked while replying. Alright, you wait for a while, it'll be ready soon. Yang Feng found a place to sit down next to him. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Yang Feng's heart still had some feelings. During the Chinese New Year, in order to catch up with the progress, Yang Feng didn't go home at that time. He hadn't been back for a year. Now, after being expelled, it seemed like he really had time to go back to see his parents. Just as Yang Feng was preparing to go home with a full meal, at the doorway, a grumpy voice came from here, shouting with dissatisfaction, "Boss lady, why is your Thai store still open? Did I tell you that you are not allowed to open it in the future?" This grumpy voice attracted the attention of the people inside the store. Yang Feng looked over towards that side, only to realize that it was a youth with dyed yellow hair and wearing non-mainstream torn clothes, leading 4 or 5 people around the door. The boss's wife heard, and quickly put down the work in her hand and said, "A few people. Today is the last day. Just this last day. Tomorrow I will definitely move away. I'm this. Enough. The old man yesterday gave notice. Today also dare to open. Is not put our supervisor in the eyes?" Yellow hair upset rampant tone. The boss's face revealed fear, and could only say, okay, then I'll also first finish this for these few guests who just came in, and I'll close the store. Nonsense. Just now immediately close the door. Otherwise I smashed you this broken store. Yellow hair pressed and didn't give the boss's wife time to react. Saying that, yellow hair even walked to Yang Feng's front. He realized that the latter was staring at him at the moment and grunted, "Kid, where did you come from? You look like you're pretty hung up. Which village are you from?" Yang Feng spoke in his hometown dialect. When yellow hair heard that he was actually still a local, he couldn't help but get even more rampant and said, "What? You don't know that we're market regulators? Just came back. Haven't really heard of this extra person in town. Yo ho, listen to your kid's tone is very unconvincing." Yellow hair couldn't help but laugh and said, "Which village are you from?" "Toyota village. Ha ha, your village secretary just 2 days ago with me drinking. You kid is dare to touch my bad luck here. Really think that go out to mix 2 years will be able to fool around in this acre of land?" Yellow hair skimmed his lips, directly picked up the porcelain plate in front of Yang Feng and heavily slammed it on the ground. Splat! The plate was in pieces. Yellow hair glared at Yang Feng warningly, then looked at the boss's wife and said, "Boss's wife, what are you still fuming about? This kid he only deserves to eat. You hurry up and close the door." Yes, I said no closing. Yang Feng's voice came once again. He was already a bit angry, but when he spoke again at this time, the boss's wife seemed to recognize him at this time. "Little Feng? It's Little Feng." The boss's wife was surprised. They were from the same village and had often helped each other with farm work when they were kids. Yang Feng smiled and said, "Auntie Liang, yo ho, you two still know each other? Wouldn't that be better? Boss lady, hurry up and introduce me to him, lest he be so ungrateful." Yellow hair took a look and immediately became complacent. Auntie Liang is really afraid of these people. Quickly to pull up, Yang Feng said, "Xiao Feng today we'll not eat first, or go home after our two families to eat a meal together. They cannot be easily messed with." She knew that Yang Feng, this kid, has a sense of justice, but she really cannot let him fall into this fire pit. However, Yang Feng didn't get up. Instead he smiled and said, "Aunt Liang, don't worry, today this beef soup, I have to eat it. As for these guys, don't bother with them." Kid, what did you say?" Yellow hair was enraged. The guys behind him also stepped forward at this moment. Yang Feng sneered and said, "What? Still want to fight here? Damn, you really don't know the relationship between me and the police station chief, do you?" Yellow hair grabbed a plate next to him and directly wanted to snap towards Yang Feng's head. Seeing the ferocity in his eyes, he obviously fought a lot, but he wasn't even an ant in front of Yang Feng. The moment he saw the plate about to fall, Yang Feng grabbed his arm. Yellow hair felt as if his arm was clamped by iron pincers, unable to move the slightest bit. Wimpy waste of a nest. Yang Feng's hand gently exerted a force. Ka-ching! Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, he actually directly crushed yellow hair's bones. At this instant, a pig-killing howl was heard dozens of meters around. A few of his men saw that there was such a person in the world at this moment. They trembled and took half a step back, afraid that Yang Feng would crush their skulls again. "Get lost, Don't want to affect the mood because of you guys. Yang Feng kicked Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair's body flew out a full 7 or 8 meters and crashed into the side of the road in front of the entrance. Such a scene made the store deathly silent. Chapter 70. I hope you won't beg me to go out. In East River Town, no one dares to hit someone like this, and the one who did it was even a market supervisor. Anyone who can get into this department must be carrying a background. But Yang Feng's expression was very calm after he beat up someone. Auntie Liang, is my beef soup ready? Yang Feng's voice came once again. This was what woke up the people in the store. Aunt Liang also came to her senses at this moment and hurriedly said, Little Feng, you're in big trouble. His uncle is the deputy mayor of the town. It's fine. Yang Feng didn't care. He still had a number in his mind. Since he was coming back to invest, he had to give these guys a little lesson. At the very least, he should make sure that the groundlings who were so bullying all shrank back. Auntie Liang looked at Yang Feng and froze a little. This kid has not seen for more than a year. How could he change so much? Looking at Huang Mao's followers, they didn't dare to go forward. As far as Yang Feng's tactics were concerned, they were no match for him. Scram! Yang Feng glared at a few people. A few people hurriedly carried Yellow Hair and slipped away towards the outside. Yang Feng didn't bother with them. After having a meal over here, he wiped his mouth with satisfaction. Auntie Liang, I'll go home first. Remember to come to our house to play later. Yang Feng smiled, then got up to pay. Seeing this, Auntie Liang quickly said, it's not easy for you to come back. How can I charge you? Then I'll be polite. Yang Feng grinned, but just as he was talking, 2 police officers from the police station walked in at the door. That's him. This kid beat up Brother Shen. The person next to him was none other than the yellow-haired little brother who had just escaped. These 2 people walked in front of Yang Feng, and the lead cop said in a cold voice, You're the one who beat up the people here? It was me who beat them up. Come with us. His tone was stern. Aunt Liang looked at it and hurriedly came forward and said, Old Feng, this person is also a person from our town. Just now it was also that Lucian who made the first move. Enough, could it be that you are also involved in this matter? Feng Qingsheng coldly rebuked, said, I'm telling you, you hit someone else lousy can turn a blind eye, but hitting Lucian, no matter if you're the king of the heavens, you have to come with me, even with so many people in the store. Feng Qingsheng's tone was still overbearing. Yang Feng seemed to have guessed it, but still smiled and said, Have you heard of a saying? What? You still have something to say? There's a saying that it's easy to invite a god but hard to send him away. Yang Feng squinted his eyes and said, I hope I won't have to beg me to go out when the time comes. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. I'll tell you, if I don't lock you up for a few days today, you really don't know how many eyes Master Ma has. Old Feng got angry and directly stepped forward to cuff Yang Feng. Yang Feng, however, did not resist, but followed him to the police car. On the way out, he also saw that little brother's face full of complacency. Rampant, kid, dare to make a move in this territory. You'll wait for death inside. This person's complacent look. Yang Feng just looked and showed a few smiles. Dongha Town. Inside the police station, Yang Feng had already been brought to the interrogation room and was sitting on a chair in the interrogation room. His hands were fixed on the table by handcuffs. The people interrogating him were Feng Qingsheng and another youth who had arrested him here earlier. Feng Qingsheng's face in his 30s revealed youthful arrogance at this time. Kid, just your pretty ing rampant a broken farmer's family, also dared to provoke Lu Shun. Feng Qingsheng sat across from him with a pen and paper in front of him. The camera next to him was not turned on to record at all. It was evident that this guy was going to prepare to say something to Yang Feng that couldn't be recorded. Yang Feng just sat on the chair and blandly said, Aren't you going to ask about the causes and consequences, the rights and wrongs? You right and wrong. Here as long as you hit Lucian, you have to come over and squat. That's the rule here. Feng Qingsheng bristled. Yang Feng laughed at this and said, I see. It seems like you kid is determined to seek death. Since that's the case, then I'll let you starve here for a few days to see if you're still so damn tough. Feng Qingsheng stood up, and then said smugly, Oh yeah, your hometown is Toyota Village, right? In a while, I might even be able to see your own father, kneeling in front of me and begging me, oh, you'd better not seek death. In a hurry, too bad it's too late. Feng Qingsheng held his head high. Only the young policeman next to him was a little worried, sympathetically looked at Yang Feng and said, Captain, why don't we ask Brother Shen, if we can do it privately? He is after all. Shut up. Who allowed you to bull here? Feng Qingsheng glared at the youth and walked towards the outside. Yang Feng, on the other hand, was locked in the interrogation room. Feng Qingsheng just wanted to intentionally give this brat a little bit of color. However, what he didn't know was that at this time in the town committee secretary's home, a call was also coming soon. Township committee secretary Hao Shanqing just returned home at this time. Old how? You this day this is what? Look at your happy look. Don't know also thought you won the lottery. When his wife saw him coming home happily, she guessed that there was something good. How Shanqing put down his own bag, said proudly, this can be more than winning the lottery is worth happy. Do you remember what I told you yesterday? Remember, is not that there is a foreign big investor sent people to investigate the investment environment? Yeah, today I went to meet with them again. Guess who? How Shanqing's eyes were shining brightly. It was rare for his wife to see him so excited and she curiously said, who is it? It's the Lin family from Jiangcheng. I've asked around. That's a huge thing in Jiangcheng. How Shanqing said, and then said, but they seem to be only auxiliary investment. The person who really invested in the main investment here is a person outside of the order. Oh, who is it that is suddenly interested in this place? I don't know, but I reckon it's most likely someone from this town. Otherwise how could someone from somewhere else suddenly think of investing here? How Shanqing sighed with emotion and continued, good, good, this Dongha town is poor. Now it's finally going to usher in a change. It's just that I've been here for a year, and surprisingly, I didn't know that someone here could have a relationship with the Lin family. Looks like you finally managed to produce some results as well. Yeah, it's rumored that I'll be able to meet that investor tomorrow, so I'll have to thank them properly then. How Shanqing couldn't help the excitement in his voice as he spoke, but just when he was excited, the phone rang at this time. How Shanqing took a look and immediately said, look, it's those two inspectors who came to call, definitely telling me where to meet with people tomorrow. While saying that, How Shanqing picked it up and said with a smile, Mr. Sun, is your boss arrived? Secretary How? There seems to be some changes in the situation over here. A slightly dull voice came from the other end of the phone. Chapter 71, it's easy to invite the gods and hard to send them away. How Shanqing felt that the tone was not right, and quickly asked cautiously, Mr. Sun, my boss has indeed arrived, but he just sent me a message saying that he was arrested by your local police station, as if it was because someone in the area made a move on him. This voice on the phone just exited. It was then that How Shanqing instantly received a blow to the head. What? How Shanqing's tone instantly went a few degrees higher. How could there be such a thing? I'll go and investigate. I'll go check right away. How Shanqing was truly flustered. The inspector only said at this point, that's fine. His name is Yang Feng. He should be in the police station right now. Yes, please wait. I will definitely give you an explanation. How Shanqing hung up the phone, then angrily smashed a cup in front of him. Splat! The cup was instantly in pieces. He was so angry that his veins rippled. How Shanqing never expected that before he was looking forward to coming to the next day's negotiations. Such news came first today. The only big local investor, the one who was known as a friend to the Lin family. Surprisingly, he had just come to town and was beaten up and even entered the police station. He picked up his cell phone and found the chief's phone number. The chief had just returned home now as well. Seeing the secretary calling him, he hurriedly picked up and said, Secretary, any instructions? Chief Ding, I think you're done with this, Chief. How Shanqing just picked up the phone and burst into a rage, splitting his head and cursing. Ding Ku was confused, and quickly said, Secretary, what's going on? What's going on? Your police station arrested one of our town's most important guests. You say what's wrong? How Shanqing, even more angry, said, I tell you, if Mr. Yang has any upset today, I'll make a ING report to dismiss you. How Shanqing, who has always been civilized, could not help but burst into foul language one after another. Ding Ku quickly said, I don't know. I immediately go to check. How dare he delay at this time? Hurriedly left the house. At this time inside the police station, Feng Qingsheng was leisurely drinking tea and eating the meal packed over by his colleagues. The young policeman glanced at the interrogation room and said, Captain, do we really not need to mind him? Manage my ass. If I don't starve this kid for 2 days, it's all because I'm merciful. Feng Qingsheng snorted coldly and warned, I advise you to mind your own business. I still have to explain to Lucian later. But, shut up, Feng Qingsheng called out to the youth. The youth had no choice but to lower his head. Today, 7 or 8 people had already returned within the police station, and they happened to gather together at this time. Seeing Feng Qingsheng's smug look, all of them dared to be angry. After all, this guy has a good relationship with the director, Ding Ku, and is also familiar with Lucian. However, just at this moment, Ding Ku hurriedly rushed in from outside the door. Seeing Feng Qingsheng still eating, he directly dropped his rice bowl. Bang! Feng Qingsheng was thrown a faceful of rice and was instantly confused. He quickly stood upright and said, Director Ding, why are you here? Damn, did you arrest someone named Yang Feng today? Ding Ku's angry voice. Feng Qingsheng also thought that Ding Ku was to praise himself. Smugly said, yes, this kid is being locked up by me. I intend to starve him for a few days first, so that he is honest. Looking at him still resting there beautifully, Dink's face reddened with anger and threw another bowl of soup on his face. Damn! You're in big trouble. You know that? Dink was so anxious that he was close to giving this little cutie with his hands 2 slaps. Feng Qingshan was suddenly splashed on the head again, suddenly confused, dumbfounded and asked, Director Ding, I'm standing up for your brother you shut the up. Who told you that Lucian is my brother? Do I have a ing asshole brother like that? But, I'm telling you, this Yang Feng you arrested today is the one who's going to invest in our town, and he's very powerful in Jiangchang, which is the capital of the province. If anything happens to him, you'll die. Dingka's successive foul language finally woke Feng Qingsheng up. He was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the door of the interrogation room, dumbfounded. How is it possible? I investigated him. This kid is a farmer's family. Put your mother's ass. Your news can have the secretary Quasi? I tell you, the secretary said that he will arrive in 10 minutes at most. If we let him see the scene here at that time, we will wait for the roll cover to roll away. Dink was furious like never before. All of them looked dumbfounded at the others inside the police station. Feng Qingsheng would never have thought that this kid would have such a big background. He was instantly frightened and staggered towards the interrogation room. At this moment, Yang Feng was still handcuffed to the interrogation table and chair. When he saw Feng Qingsheng stumbling in so much, a smile appeared on his face and he said, Back so soon ah? Yes. Feng Qingsheng's voice trembled, squeezed out an extremely ugly smile, walked to Yang Feng and said attentively, Mr. Yang, I'll untie you. It's definitely not comfortable to be handcuffed like this. Don't need you to open. I think it's quite comfortable to be handcuffed like this. Yang Feng called out to him, with a smile on his face. I have not sat in this kind of chair since I grew up. I feel the feeling, and after I go back, I plan to write an afterthought. Mr. Yang jokes, this is a misunderstanding ah. I just went to rigorously investigate, and found that things are the same as you say, completely as Lucian first hand to blame. You are self-defense. Feng Qingsheng hurriedly kissed his ass. Yang Feng shook his head and said, you are wrong. I remember you just said that the rule here is that if you hit Lucian, then you have to eat jail. Although I am also from Dongha town, but I follow the customs in my hometown. I can't break the rules, right? He smiled and continued to play with the handcuffs on the table there again. Feng Qingshan was anxious, seeing that the time is passing a little bit. If Hao Shanqing really came and saw that Yang Feng was still handcuffed, he would be really screwed. At this very moment, Dink also hurriedly ran in from outside with a pleasing expression on his face. You are Mr. Yang, right? I've heard about you a long time ago. Dingko first patted his ass, and then hurriedly said, This matter today, it's really a misunderstanding, and I've also asked people to look into this matter, and at that time, if there is anyone in our institute who violates the rules, I will definitely punish them severely, he said, looking at Yang Feng being handcuffed on the table, said, Mr. Yang, the air here is not very good. Why don't you go out to the office outside and have a cup of tea? No need. I'm afraid you guys will poison me. It's better to just stay here. Yang Feng smiled and looked at Feng Qingsheng. Remember what I told you before I came? Please, invite God is easy to send God is difficult? Feng Qingsheng replied dumbfounded. It was only now that he finally understood the meaning of Yang Feng's words just now. Chapter 72 Don't mention my identity. Feng Qingsheng would never have thought to death. Toyota Village had produced such a great god. Dingka anxiously wanted Yang Feng to go out, at least not to let Hao Shanqing see this scene, but how could Yang Feng ignore these two people? While the two were persuading each other in the interrogation room, a familiar voice finally came from outside the door as well. Where is Mr. Yang? Hao Shanqing's hurried footsteps directly walked in towards the interrogation room. What met his eyes at this moment was exactly the appearance of Yang Feng handcuffed in the interrogation room. Hao Shanqing's face instantly changed, angrily saying, What's going on here? This. Ding Ku and Feng Qingsheng looked at each other, stuttering and lowering their heads, unable to say half a word. This was not only offending Hao Shanqing, and Yang Feng is a big investor. At that time even the county party secretary will have to personally receive him. If he can't do it right, he will have to get out tomorrow. How dare you treat the victim like this? Is there any law in your eyes? Hao Shanqing's voice tone changed. Ding Ku hurriedly lowered his head and said, Secretary, it was Feng Qingsheng who took matters into his own hands. I've already reprimanded him. I will definitely straighten it out. Humph, but I just heard that you seem to have a worship brother on the drinking table. Is he the one who made a move on Mr. Yang? Hao Shanqing's eyes revealed a few points of coldness. Ding Ku heard, his body violently trembled, and hurriedly said, Secretary, this I don't know is it folk rumors? Humph, isn't it? Vice Mayor Lu's nephew, right? Hao Shanqing was on the road, and had already asked people to investigate this matter. The day after tomorrow the governor will personally come here. You will wait for the organization's investigation. Hao Shanqing's words were like giving the two an ultimatum. In this instant, Dink was completely stupid. He collapsed on the ground like mud. Hao Shanqing took Feng Qingxing's key and walked to the chair and said respectfully to Yang Feng, Mr. Yang, I'll open it for you. Aha. Yang Feng agreed. Hao Shanqing was actually relieved in his heart. It seemed that Yang Feng didn't spread his anger to himself. Sitting up again from the chair, Yang Feng didn't even look at the duo on the ground again, but led the way out of the interrogation room. At this moment, the outside had long been filled with 24 people from the police station. They had all heard about what happened and wanted to come and see what kind of cowman could scare Dink like this. However, in the crowd, there was yet another girl who recognized him. Brother Feng? The girl's voice was extremely shocked. Yang Feng looked back and realized that it was actually Yang Xiaolan who lived next door to him. Yo ho, Xiao Lanzi, you're here too. You've become a police officer? Yang Feng smiled and walked over to greet her. Yang Xiaolan was in a daze at this moment. She looked at him and then looked at Hao Shanqing who was at the back. This was their secretary. At this time, he even personally came to mention Yang Feng, and his attitude was sincere to the extreme. Brother Feng, what is going on? Yang Xiaolan asked dumbfounded. The situation is just like this. Not just been arrested well. Fortunately you Hao's secretary over to fish me. Or else I'm afraid that today we'll be here for the night. Yang Feng joked. Hao Shanqing wiped a handful of sweat, and hurriedly said, Mr. Yang, you are too serious. This thing is an accident. I will definitely investigate thoroughly and give you an explanation at that time. I hope there are fewer of these accidents. Yang Feng's calm tone. Yang Xiaolan looked at Hao Shanqing's nervousness and was even more confused in her heart. This was a hand of the town. Why was he so complimentary to Yang Feng? Yang Feng didn't talk more about this matter and asked, Are you off work? Want to go home together later? Ha, good, good. Yang Xiaolan came to her senses and hurriedly agreed. Yang Feng had just come out, so he first called his father, Yang and Tian. After telling him that he would be home soon and to not worry, he walked to the parking lot with Yang Xiaolan. Hao Shanqing sent the two to the parking lot door and said, Mr. Yang, then tomorrow, Secretary Hao, call me Xiao Feng. I'm also from the town. Yang Feng was suddenly much more amiable. Hao Shanqing nodded his head repeatedly and said, Okay, then should we make an appointment tomorrow? Let's talk? I'm afraid I need to rest tomorrow to accompany my family, and I also need to find out the results of the expedition. Yang Feng replied casually, then took Yang Xiaolan to the car and went back towards the village. Hao Shanqing breathed a sigh of relief after watching Yang Feng leave. This person in front of him was not only a big investor, he was also a member of the Lin family in Jiangcheng. If he is not arranged well, I am afraid that even his hat will be difficult to protect. It took about 10 minutes to drive from the town to the village. Yang Xiaolan was sitting on the passenger seat, looking at Yang Feng still full of surprise, as if the one in front of her was not the one she was familiar with at all. Brother Feng, what have you actually done outside? Yang Xiaolan asked incredulously. Yang Feng looked at her silly look and said, I did a little business outside, and this time I plan to come back and start another company. So that's how it is. Yang Xiaolan then understood, but still said, I really didn't expect you to become an entrepreneur now. How come there was no news at all before? We didn't even know. Don't we know now? Yang Feng snickered. Yang Xiaolan hemmed and hawed and said, That's right, but you've helped everyone out this time. That Lu Xin, relying on the fact that his uncle is the vice mayor of the town, didn't bully and bully. I heard him say, as if even the secretary of our village are very familiar with him. Yang Feng remembered that before Lu Xin was beaten up, he said this. Yang Xiaolan immediately nodded her head and said, Brother Feng, you don't know. Our village can be a bit of a mess right now, especially that secretary, Ma Daodu, also united with a few people saying that they want to engage in some kind of agro-industrial development in the village, but also to build roads. I've heard about it. Isn't it a call for everyone to contribute to the joint venture? No, but in reality it's just fooling around with money, but the people in the village can't do anything about it. After all, if they offend their family, then it's easy to be put in small shoes. Yang Xiaolan seemed to know something about this. After all, she was working at the police station now. Yang Feng's expression was unhappy. He had thought that the village-run enterprise was really bringing everyone rich, but he didn't realize that there were other hidden agendas behind it. But it's better now. If you come back to invest, Brother Feng, you will definitely be able to bring everyone rich by then. Yang Xiaolan giggled somewhat naively. Yang Feng's heart also sighed. He slowed down the speed of the car and looked at the farmland by the side of the road, as well as the dilapidated houses. His hometown was poor, and although there had been some development over the years, it was far from enough. Now there was an urgent need for a person to come forward and lead everyone towards prosperity. Xia Lanzi, when you get home later, don't mention my business first. Yang Feng still wanted to take a look at the village first. If they knew who he was now, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Chapter 73, Treacherous Big Head Ma. Yang Xiaolan agreed. As the car drove into the courtyard in front of Yang Feng's house, the people inside heard the sound of the car and walked out. Besides Yang Feng's parents, there was also Auntie Liang and a few people from the same village who had returned early. Little Feng, you're really back. Aunt Liang was instantly excited. She didn't expect that Yang Feng would be released so quickly. The one he had offended was the local bully, Lu Xun. Yang Feng got down from the car and smiled. I just made it clear to them that this might be a misunderstanding, so they let me back. So that's how it is. Auntie Liang listened to him say this, but she still felt unbelievable. However, Yang Feng's mom had already come out and looked up and down at the car that Yang Feng drove back and said happily, Little Feng, this is your car? You even bought a car. Hu Fengming couldn't hide her proud expression when she saw her son had gotten one. Yang Feng smiled and nodded, saying, a very cheap car, only about $100,000. Ha ha, it's good to have a car. It'll be convenient to come back and visit more often in the future. Hu Fengming laughed out loud. Several people were talking outside while heading back towards home. Yang Feng had a small two-story building in his old home. It was built by Yang Antian a few years ago. At that time, in addition to buying some material money, a lot of sand and gravel, as well as the land, etc., were obtained locally in the countryside. Two-story small house. Although it is not as good as those big luxurious villas, but there is a statue of a god hanging in the hall, plus the furnishings around it. It has a very rural atmosphere. Back in the living room of the house, these 4 or 5 people from the same village who were gossiping were actually considered half-relatives. When these people saw Yang Feng, they all greeted him and said many nice things. Hu Fengming even told her son to rest quickly, fearing that he would be tired from the journey. On the contrary, Yang Antian, an old man who was not good at expressing his emotions, said with some dignity, just now I heard your Aunt Liang say that you beat up Lu Xun. Are you really okay? Really nothing. You see, this is not Xia Lanzi accompanied me back well. Yang Feng smiled. Yang Xiaolan also hurriedly said at this moment, Uncle Tian, this matter is all taken care of. It has nothing to do with Yang Feng at all, so you don't have to worry about it. Sigh, that's good. Don't easily offend that Lu Xun. You don't know his relationship with that big head of Ma in our village. It's easy to get into trouble when the time comes. Yang Antian was much relieved. Yang Xiaolan's heart wiped a sweat. How she wanted to tell him that Yang Feng didn't just beat up Lu Xun. Even his own director was going to get lost. How could he care about this big head Ma? Yang Feng didn't say much. He just said, I came here this time. In fact, I just want to see how things are going at home. Everything is quite good at home. What else do you need to see? Yang Antian said, and then remembered to say, oh yes, is that you young people back to get together, to discuss that in the village to run a farmhouse thing? This is the village's top priority. After all, he was a teacher. Also feel in the village to do something, only then possible to get rid of poverty and become rich. However, when talking about this, Yang Xiaolan told the few people in Yang Antian about what he knew. Yang and Tian heard. Some incredible said, Ma big head he dare to do so? He wouldn't dare to do it. That's a big group of people putting together money Alas, Ma did doubt a dare not blatantly, but then those accountants purchasing are not all the people he found. This time if a do the account, our village a few people can read and understand Yang Xiaolan also sighed. When she said that, several people in the hall felt a chill on their backs. But now that everyone in the village had all been mobilized, what could be done? Dad, don't worry about this for now. There will definitely be a way when the time comes. This proposal is actually still good, but just think of a way to keep them from meddling more when the time comes. Yang Feng comforted, but the moment he said this, it made these few people at home shake their heads. Little Feng you've really been outside for a long time and don't know the situation in this village. Uncle Dong, who was in his 40s, sighed at this moment and continued, if you want to do something in the village, if you don't greet Big Head Ma, you won't be able to get anything done. Yes, before that Shuixing's family said they wanted to go to the river to dig some sand, but because Big Head Ma didn't agree, his son Ma Xiaoshan sunk his motorcycle in the river, forcing Shuixing to go and buy high-priced sand. Auntie Liang also spoke at this time, adding, but just a while ago, when their family wanted to build a cattle pen of some kind, wasn't it all rocks from the mountains and sand from the river that was used? Who says it isn't? But they have a good relationship with the vice mayor of the town, so what can we do about it? These people were helpless. Yang Feng did hear the meaning in these people's words. He took a deep breath and said, a few uncles and aunts, I'll go back and take a look at this matter. And about the matter of getting a farmhouse, I think it's really good. I'll look for them to talk about it tomorrow as well. Little Feng, you can't talk so loud now, that we stayed in the village for so long. Can we still not understand what kind of person this Big Head Ma is? and that son of his, alas it's hard to explain. These few people were filled with helplessness. Yang and Tian also said at this time, Xiao Feng, you just came back. Don't think too much about this. If you really have too money, then save up to get married later. Don't always care about the village. He hoped that his son would be able to go out and not be stuck in this mountain nest for the rest of his life. Yang Feng looked at his father. His own father didn't leave behind any literary prose poems, but he had calluses that covered his hands. Dad, I'll take care of it. Yang Feng had gotten up and said, but let's not talk about that today. Shall Lanzi you help me move the stuff down from the car, and ask Uncle Rong and the others to come to the house together for a meal in the evening? Good, then I'll ask my parents to come over to help cook. Yang Xiaolan lives next door, which was very convenient. It just so happened that there were also so many people in the house, so Yang Feng called them to have a dinner together. This was his first day back home. It was only after 9 o'clock in the evening that everyone dispersed and headed back home. Yang Feng and his parents were left at home. After chatting with them for a while, Yang Feng went back to his room to rest as well since it was getting late. His room was upstairs. Next door was Yang Xiaoshi's room, while Yang Antian and Hu Fouying lived downstairs. Also for the convenience of not having to climb the stairs, Yang Feng returned to his room. Inside the room, the surroundings were as cozy as ever. When he opened the window, outside was a dark mountain, and there was hardly any light at a glance. This is the countryside, Yang Feng lamented. Right at this moment, the phone also rang. Yang Feng picked up his cell phone and found that it was Hao Shanqing who called himself. Chapter 74, Looking for Yang Feng to gamble? Secretary Hao, is there anything going on this late at night? Yang Feng asked strangely. Hao Shanqing on the other end was elated and said, Mr. Yang, just now I've made a report to the top. The county secretary Chen he will also come over in person. At that time there will be someone who will thoroughly investigate today's matter. Please be sure to rest assured. Thank you, but secretary you can just call me Xiao Feng. Always like this Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang, it seems too distant. Yang Feng was helpless. Hao Shanqing laughed and said, ha ha, good. If you have any trouble, you can always come to me to communicate. This thing today is definitely an accident. Our local area still has a very good investment environment. Yes, I grew up here myself. I'll definitely go for a walk. That's right. Another thing is, Secretary Chen he is on his way to the city for a meeting, but after he's done with his business, he asked me if I want to ask you out for a meal? Hao Shanqing inquired. They locally, obviously all of them had already treated Yang Feng as the god of fortune. This was someone who was related to the Lin family in Jiangcheng and had grown up here. If Yang Feng sees fit to casually invest in it, it will be at least an 8-figure sum to start with. And how many jobs and economic development will be brought about at that time? For a local hand, the biggest achievement is to get the local economy up, especially in this backward and poor county. Yang Feng also understood what he meant and said, that's fine. I'm afraid I won't have time until the day after tomorrow. Okay, then I'll talk to Secretary Chen then. You've just returned home in the past 2 days, so make a good inspection tour. Ha ha. Hao Shanqing laughed. He was naturally aware of Yang Feng's worries. The two hung up the phone. Yang Feng sat in front of the table and opened the computer. Looking at the not report that the inspection team had sent over to him earlier, his gaze gradually deepened. In this place, Dongha Town, there were actually some bright spots. One of them was that there were connected fields and the land was fertile. The second was that there were several mountains with pleasant scenery between them, and the soil above the mountains was good enough to grow many varieties of ornamental trees, plus some small streams and platforms between the mountains. According to their recommendation, it should be to make a new rural tourist attraction, while at the same time doing more publicity to pull the local consumption of farmhouse music or local specialty products. Yang Feng saw the latter half of the night before he finally slept slowly. The next day, Yang Feng slept until 9 o'clock in the morning. After getting up and just having dinner at home, he left the house early. He was planning to go to Big Head Ma's house today and probe. Yang Feng still didn't know which part of this road repair and farmhouse plan of that Big Head had been carried out, and how many people in the village had paid money. However, Yang Feng didn't know where Ma Dao lived now, so he just let Yang Xiaolan lead him. Yang Xiaolan was familiar with the road, leading Yang Feng to the village entrance near the national highway, saying, it's just ahead. How did he build his home here? I remember he seemed to live at the end of the village before. It's not for the sake of convenience. The land here was originally Uncle Yong's, but he forced him to buy it over, so he gave $10,000 and built a house. So it only takes a few minutes to go to the town from this side. As Yang Xiaolan spoke, she was still a bit unfair for Uncle Yong. Yang Feng nodded his head as he listened and followed to a courtyard. Raising his head, he looked. The two large stone pillars at the entrance of this courtyard in front of him all looked tigerish. Then look inside the luxurious villa. With some European castle style, everything looks like it is costly. The two walked through the door. At this time there were still lively voices in the house. How did you run out of money again? Come on, Lao Zi lend you $3,000. Keep playing. Ma Xiaoshan held a cigarette in his mouth and took out $3,000 from in front of him and pushed it in front of a youth. That youth also seems to be back from the city. His face was slightly ugly, and he quickly said, Brother Shan, don't forget it. I should go home and prepare for dinner in this moment. Eat a fart. This is only more than 10 o'clock in the morning. You rice bucket? Ma Xiaoshan bristled. Had to pull the person in front of him to continue gambling. At this time beside a glass round table, there were 4 or 5 people sitting with money and playing cards in front of them. Brother Shan, there are guests at home. A youth spotted Yang Feng. When Ma Xiaoshan saw that it was Yang Xiaolan, he smiled and said, Lan, why did you come here personally? Did you run into trouble again looking for help from Brother Shan? Ma Xiaoshan, watch your attitude. I'm bringing Brother Feng to recognize the door and look for your father. Yang Xiaolan said with great displeasure. When Ma Xiaoshan heard this, only then did he seem to recognize Yang Feng and said, Yo, isn't this Yang Feng? I haven't seen you for 7 or 8 years. Where are you getting rich? His eyes rubbed brightly and handed Yang Feng a cigarette. Yang Feng didn't take it and said, I don't smoke. You don't smoke? Then it's just right. My dad still has to arrive home after a while. Why don't you come and play a couple of games too? Ma Xiaoshan immediately asked. As he said this, he kicked the youth next to him and said, Didn't you have no ing money just now? Hurry up and roll back to eat. Don't be an eyesore here. The youth got these words and left the place like an amnesty. Yang Feng looked at the other 4 or 5 people present and asked, Where's the fried gold? Just play casually. Yang Feng, oh no, Brother Feng, you are back from the city, and you know that our countryside is like this, nothing to play cards. Ma Xiaoshan grinned. Yang Xiaolan snorted coldly and said, Ma Xiaoshan, don't think I don't know what you guys are doing, don't want to pull Brother Feng down. Lan, you are wrong. I am seeing that Brother Feng just came back to the village, so I received him in the warmest way. Don't you think so, Brother Feng? Ma Xiaoshan asked. Yang Feng smiled and said, How big of a game? Brother Feng, don't play with them. Yang Xiaolan wanted to persuade Yang Feng. However, Yang Feng had already sat down at this moment. As soon as Ma Xiaoshan saw that Yang Feng was on the hook, he was overjoyed and hurriedly said, We don't play much. It's just $10 for the bottom. And then according to how much you bet yourself it's all fine. This should all be small money for Brother Feng, right? It's fine. Then deal the cards. Yang Feng replied dryly. Yang Xiaolan didn't know what he was thinking, so she could only move her own chair and sit next to him and watch. Ma Xiaoshan, a few people, revealed some excitement in their eyes at this time. Seeing that Yang Feng had just come back from the city, he must be carrying a lot of money in his pocket. Their biggest hobby is to find these people who came back from the city to play poker, and then cheat money out of their pockets. I thought it was the middle of the year and not many people had returned to the village, but I didn't expect to see such a big wrongdoer like Yang Feng. Brother Feng, do you want to cut the cards? Ma Xiaoshan shuffled the cards and asked Yang Feng with a special pretense. Yang Feng shook his head and said, Just deal. Chapter 75, This kid is a bit evil. Alright, then Xiaohu, you are responsible for dealing the cards. Ma Xiaoshan handed the cards to a youth. Gao Xiaohu took it and smiled as he started dealing cards to everyone on the table. Counting Yang Feng on the table at this time, there were a total of 5 players. However, these 5 people were all acquainted with Ma Xiaoshan. With 3 cards dealt to Yang Feng, several people had placed their bottom. The rules of fried gold flour here. The minimum hand of $10. The rest depended on whether the player wanted to keep betting or not. Yang Feng looked at the cards placed in front of him and with a slight perspective, he could see what his cards looked like. It seemed as if these people were trying to catch a big fish with a long line, and they dealt themselves a golden flush on the first hand. I won't look at the cards. Mon $100. Yang Feng calmly took out $100 from in front of himself. He had just exchanged $5,000 in cash with these people. When Ma Xiaoshan heard this, he immediately got excited. Several people followed the round before seeing Ma Xiaoshan comparing sizes with Yang Feng. Brother Feng, you're too lucky. My hand isn't as big as yours. Ma Xiaoshan pretended to have a regretful expression. Yang Feng collected the $700 he just won and said, Keep dealing. Brother Feng, you. Yang Xiaolan wanted to say something, but Yang Feng hinted to shut up. The cards at this time started dealing another round, and Gao Xiaohu, who dealt the cards, was considered a gambling expert in this village. He was able to prepare 3 cards from the bottom of the pile and deal them to his own people from the bottom with an extremely fast technique. As for the others, they were dealt from the top. In other words, Yang Feng was just relying on luck to see if he could get a good card, while Gao Xiaohu, a few people, had prepared big cards beforehand. In this round, Gao Xiaohu dealt Ma Xiaoshan one of the biggest gold suits. When Ma Xiaoshan took a look at the cards, his heart became a little bit more complacent. Then he looked at Yang Feng on the opposite side, but he continued to choose not to look at his cards and bet. Brother Feng, it's your turn to bet. Ma Xiaoshan deliberately hid the joy in his heart and spoke to Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled and said, I'll continue to munder $100. I'll call $200. I don't want it. Several people took turns placing a round of bets. When it came to Ma Xiaoshan's at the end, he rubbed his hands together and said, Brother Feng didn't look at the cards again. It seems like he's confident in his luck. Since this is the case, I'll just place $1,000. He just wanted to raise the stakes. Yang Feng pretended to hesitate for a moment. Next to him, Yang Xiaolan was a bit anxious and whispered, Brother Feng, why don't you lose the money you just won them back and stop playing? She was worried. More than one person had already been cheated out of their money before because of cheating. But Yang Feng had a calm expression and said, It doesn't matter. I'll continue to not look at the cards. If you play $1,000, do I have to call 400? That's right. Brother Feng is just atmospheric. Ma Xiaoshan didn't forget to brag a bit. After Yang Feng dropped another $400, the rest of the other houses all dropped their cards at this point. There was only one Ma Xiaoshan left. Since Brother Feng is so confident, then I'll also call another round for $1,000. Ma Xiaoshan threw down another $1,000. Yang Feng smiled and said, I'll continue to mon $400. Brother Feng, are you really not going to look at the cards? Didn't you say I'm lucky today? Well, in that case, Brother Feng, I'll raise the price, and place $2,000. You'll need $800 if you call again. Ma Xiaoshan spoke to Yang Feng. Yang Feng didn't hesitate and threw another $800 into the pile. Ma Xiaoshan didn't expect Yang Feng to be so headstrong, but luckily at this moment, Gao Xiaohu, who was next to him, glanced at him and reminded him not to win too much in one round or else Yang Feng would not play. Ma Xiaoshan then pretended to be scared and said, Hey since Brother Feng is so confident, why don't I drive you? Saying that, he threw down another $2,000. There were already $7,000 or $8,000 in the betting money pile today. I'll show my hand first. A, K, J of gold suits. Ma Xiaoshan showed his hand. Yang Xiaolan watched from the side and instantly sighed in her heart. This was definitely a cheat they had prepared long ago. Brother Feng, stop playing. Yang Xiaolan spoke once again. However, Yang Feng smiled at this moment and said, Little Lanzi, why don't you open the cards for me? It's not allowed to say that you're lucky too. Brother Feng has said so. Why don't you open the cards for him? Ma Xiaoshan couldn't wait to win this round and start the next round. Yang Xiaolan had no choice but to help lift the cards one by one. The first one, 2 grass flowers. The second one, 3 grass flowers. The third card, 4 grass flowers. Wow! The faces of those present changed, especially Ma Xiaoshan. His smile was instantly frozen. Incredulously, he looked at the deck of cards in front of him. Shun Jin? Ma Xiaoshan's face was hard to see. How could he not have thought that he would still lose with his biggest gold flower? Looks like Xiao Lanzi's luck is indeed good. Yang Feng revealed a smile and collected the $7,000 to $8,000 bet on the table. Ma Xiaoshan looked at those money and bled in his heart. All that money was his own. Why are you looking at me? Keep dealing the cards. It's the next hand. Yang Feng reminded Gao Xiaohu. At this moment, Ma Xiaoshan took a deep breath, came close to Gao Xiaohu's ear and whispered, This kid's luck is a bit evil. Give a bigger hand this time. Watch and see. Gao Xiaohu replied in a small voice. Yang Feng looked at the two whispering there and deliberately joked. What are you guys talking about there? It couldn't be that you're preparing to cheat, right? Ha ha, Brother Feng, you really know how to joke. We are all from the same village. How can we do that kind of thing? That's right. Only us with rotten asses and people who give birth to sons without assholes do it. Yes. Ma Xiaoshan's expression stiffened. Well, at this time, Gao Xiaohu once again dealt the cards. The faces of the people present at this time were all much more cautious. They were all very clear that the most important purpose of this round was to help Ma Xiaoshan get his money back, as another round of cards was dealt. This time Gao Xiaohu gave out a 10 bomb. In the case of goldfish, getting a bomb is virtually foolproof, especially if it's a 10 bomb, which is a relatively large bomb. Ma Xiaoshan also learned smartly this time, followed without looking at the cards and said, Brother Feng, since you are so lucky today, I'm not convinced, so I'll place a secret bet against you. It's okay, originally I thought the same thing. Yang Feng's expression was calm. Ma Xiaoshan directly took out a bunch of money and said, I'll mon $2,000. Good guy. This came up and directly pulled it up to the point of $2,000. This was already close to catching up with the casino. He made it clear that he wanted to win back all the money he lost in the last round in this round. Yang Feng didn't hesitate and pushed out $2,000 and said, I'll call. Brother Feng, you won $6,000 in the last round, so I'll mon another $4,000. Ma Xiaoshan directly targeted all the money Yang Feng won. I'll continue to follow. Yang Feng's expression didn't have the slightest ripple. but this round of betting tens of thousands of dollars. Watching Yang Xiaolan next to her, her palms were sweating, especially when she saw the smug expressions of Gao Xiaowu's few people. She felt bad. Chapter 76, Fear of Hooligans with Culture. However, Yang Feng is so bold to lay down money for Ma Xiaoshan a few people. The heart cannot stop the excitement. This guy still doesn't know how deep the water is here. Ma Xiaoshan couldn't hold back his excitement at this time, and after placing a few rounds with Yang Feng one after another, he smiled and said, "Brother Feng, I see that you don't seem to have enough cash. Do you want to change a little bit more? Yang Feng had exchanged $5,000 earlier, and with the $7,000 he won, it was all used up now. Yang Feng seemed to be a bit on top at this time, and said, change another 5,000. Okay. Ma Xiaoshan gave his men a look. After Yang Feng transferred $5,000 to the man, he exchanged it for cash, seeing Yang Feng drop another $5,000 into it. At this time, the money on the desktop was already more than $30,000. Ma Xiaoshan finally slaughtered a fat sheep. His heart was happy to the extreme, but he still had a benevolent expression on the surface and said, "In that case, Brother Feng, I don't want to gamble too much. I'll open you." Ma Xiaoshan said and finally dropped $5,000. At this moment on the table, nearly $40,000 were placed on it. The few people led by Ma Xiaoshan, at this time, their happy expressions had long been hidden. "Looks like we'll find a place for great healthcare tonight." Gaoxiahu's eyes threw the bright light. Ma Xiaoshan opened his cards a little bit at this time. The first one, 10 grass flowers. Second, 10 diamonds. Third card, 10 spades. Bomb! Such a scene instantly made even Yang Xiaolan stand up violently. "You guys are cheating." Where did Yang Xiaolan not know? These people were clearly preparing bombs and then cheating. Yang Feng patted Yang Xiaolan's arm and said, "Xiaolanzi, don't wrong them, we are all from the same village, how could they cheat? Look, it's still Brother Feng who has the pattern." Ma Xiaoshan immediately bragged there. Yang Feng also sighed and said, "I really don't have much luck here either. I'll look at it this way, why don't you guys find someone to open the cards for me?" "Brother Feng, such a big bet, but you haven't even touched a card since just now, so you're relieved that we're opening cards for you?" Gao Xiaohu interjected. He was a bit surprised. He was staring at Yang Feng all the time. Yang Feng smiled and said, "It can't be helped. I'm afraid that my luck will be too bad if I open it myself." "Good. Since Brother Feng has said so, I'll help you drive." Gao Xiaohu stood up and helped Yang Feng directly flip over 3 cards. "Yoo-hoo! 3 heads up." Ma Xiaoshan didn't see it at first glance and was ready to comfort Yang Feng, but the next instant, his smile gradually disappeared as his little brother spread out the cards completely. The expressions of the people who were ready to club the tender model also froze at this moment. J-bomb! Yang Xiaolan looked at the cards on the table incredulously. How was this possible? The scene fell into a deathly silence. However, a moment later, Ma Xiaoshan directly slapped the table at this moment and angrily said, "This is impossible. You cheated." Ma Xiaoshan reddened his face and pointed directly at Yang Feng. However, when Yang Feng heard this, he had an innocent look on his face and said helplessly, "What you said? Just now your little brother said, I didn't touch the face cards from beginning to end, and even the opening cards were opened by him for me, so how do I have the chance to cheat? Not to mention the fact that I don't understand. His innocent look made Ma Xiaoshan's face even more embarrassed. "Pa!" Ma Xiaoshan directly threw a slap on Gao Xiaohu's face. There was a crisp slap sound and a red face mark. Gao Xiaohu covered his face and innocently said, "Brother Shan, I don't know what's going on." What's going on? It means you are lucky." Yang Feng added a knife at this time, sweeping the $40,000 on the table into his pocket. Seeing so much money unexpectedly arrived in front of Yang Feng, Ma Xiaoshan gritted his teeth. Looking at Yang Feng standing up, he said viciously again, "What? You're planning to leave after winning money?" He narrowed his eyes. The few people under his command also got up at this moment, their gazes fierce. "Ma Xiaoshan, what are you going to do?" Yang Xiaolan angrily rebuked. Ma Xiaoshan had already torn his face off at this moment, snorting coldly, "I'm telling you, you'd better stay out of my family's affairs, or else, not to mention you, even if your director comes, it's useless." His fierce look revealed his gangster nature. Yang Feng saw so many people around him looking at him, shrugged his shoulders and said, "Brother Shan, see what you mean, how come you won't let go after winning money here?" "No, that's robbery." Ma Xiaoshan narrowed his eyes and said, "But if we continue to play cards, the crime shouldn't be enough for robbery. At most it's a public order crime of gambling. In this world, hooligans aren't scary, they're afraid of hooligans being cultured." This guy also gave himself a lighter charge. Even if he really got caught at that time, at most it would be a minor crime of gambling with someone. Yang Feng also understood and smiled. "Then what does Brother Shan mean? Is that he wants to gamble again? You have almost 40 $000 on your side. I also have $40,000 in cash, so let's bet on the size. I will personally deal the cards. Ma Xiaoshan's tone was no longer friendly. His words were undoubtedly a warning to Yang Feng. Be sensible and hand over the $40,000 directly. Yang Feng was helpless at this point and said, since Brother Shan has to bet on this last hand, it seems like I can't refuse, so I'll ask Brother Shan to deal the cards. Good, count on you kid to have some eyes. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoshan personally opened a new deck of cards himself. Gao Xiaohu, who had just been beaten up, also came over at this moment. He knew that Ma Xiaoshan's gambling skills would never lose to his own. At this time, Ma Xiaoshan was pretending to shuffle the cards while starting to arrange an ace bomb for himself. This was the biggest card in the entire golden flower. Yang Feng squinted his eyes and a spiritual energy flashed through just as he was shuffling the cards, attaching it to the cards and jamming the 3 cards he wanted. After that, he saw Ma Xiaoshan start to deal out the cards one on top of the other. 2 copies of the cards were dealt. Yang Feng had 1 copy placed in front of him and Ma Xiaoshan had 1 copy placed in front of him. Show your cards. I'm an ace bomb. Ma Xiaoshan directly flipped over his 3As. He hadn't even looked at them before. Yan Xiaolan on the opposite side had already seen it. Ma Xiaoshan was not even pretending anymore. Her heart sighed. It seemed like Yang Feng still had to finally pay them before he could leave. Yang Feng, however, smiled at this moment, glanced at Ma Xiaoshan's minions and said, which one of you is going to flip a card for me? Hiss. A few people sucked in a breath of cool air. This kid was coming at this again. He was too evil. In case if he flipped some weird card, just now, Gao Xiaohu could have already received a slap. Chapter 77, Looking for Yang Feng to make false accounts? These few people looked at each other in dismay. None of them dared to make a move. But just at this time, Ma Xiaoshan directly said, since you don't want to make a move, let me open the cards for you. As the words fell, Ma Xiaoshan directly helped Yang Feng turn over the cards. Humph, no matter what card you have, it can't be bigger than my ace bomb. This money I have today. Ma Xiaoshan's words hadn't finished yet, but then came to an abrupt end at this instant. At this moment, Yang Feng's card, surprisingly, was the smallest 2, 3, 5. This was the smallest card in fried gold flour, yet it was also the only card that could eat 3 aces. You, Ma Xiaoshan pointed at Yang Feng, not knowing whether to be shocked or angry for a moment. Even a few of his henchmen had fallen into silence at this moment. It seems like my luck is really very good today. Yang Feng smiled. Ma Xiaoshan stared at Yang Feng dead on. He didn't believe that this kid was really lucky. But this card from just now was dealt by himself, and he also opened it for him. How could there be a chance of cheating? Little Lanzi, you can prepare an extra meal for dinner tonight. Yang Feng revealed a smile. Yang Xiaolan didn't react until now, and finally dared to be sure that the deck of cards in front of her was won by Yang Feng. Brother Feng, this. Yang Xiaolan was a bit unable to organize her language for a while, but just at this time, Ma Xiaoshan had already reacted. Asterisk. Dared to win money from me. Ma Xiaoshan directly overturned the table. The glass table instantly shattered on the floor, and money was scattered all over the place. He was anxious. A few horsemen also came to their senses at this moment. They all stood up with fierce glares, but just at this time, an anxious voice came from the doorway. Stop! This voice chided Ma Xiaoshan. Several people were just about to make a move, but immediately stopped again. The person who came back at this time was none other than the village secretary, Ma Daodu, who was also his own father, wearing a gray work uniform. Ma Daitu just came back and saw this scene, then angrily said, Brat, what are you doing at home? Dad, this brat he lost money gambling with others? I told you a long time ago, don't bring these fox friends back. What an asshole. Ma Big Head went up and reprimanded, looking at the money scattered all over the place, ordering, help others pick up the money. Dad, pick up. Ma Big Head's undeniable tone. Ma Xiaoshan had no way at all, and could only give a look to the horseman next to him. After picking up the scattered money, these people put it next to Yang Feng and said again in a hurry, Brother Shan, we'll go first. How could they dare to stay here much longer? Watching them leave, Big Head Ma then said in a cold voice, you just clean up here. I'll have a good chat with little Feng. It looked like Big Head Ma should have gotten wind of something and acted like a stern parent. But if other people didn't know about Big Head Ma's virtues, could Yang Xiaolan next to him not know? Normally if it wasn't for his indulgence, how could Ma Xiaoshan be so arrogant? But the current Yang Xiaolan didn't say much. Big Head Ma led Yang Feng to the coffee table. Yang Feng and the two of them sat down on the sofa. Across from him, Big Head Ma hurriedly poured him a cup of tea and said enthusiastically, Little Feng it's been a long time since I've seen you. I really didn't expect you to come back in the middle of the year. Secretary Ma, I came to find you this time because I want to ask about the things about the village pooling funds to build the road and the farmhouse. Yang Feng didn't beat around the bush either. Big Head Ma guessed that Yang Feng was going to ask about this, and immediately said, "This matter I've already discussed it with the villagers. At the moment it's our family taking the lead in contributing $500,000. No matter if it's to build the road or talking about organizing the Nanjiale. We're all contributing a large portion of the money. What about the rest of the village? Other people, see their own ability on the line. You say no matter $10,000, $5,000, that at least is a hard as not." Ma Big Head smiled, but then, Ma Big Head and immediately said, "Of course, Small Maple, if you have any idea, can with me directly mention it? We too good discussion. Has the secretary heard something?" Yang Feng suddenly laughed. Big Head Ma's expression was slightly embarrassed, and he coughed dryly. "It's not exactly what I've heard. It's just that I've heard that you seem to have a little bit of a relationship with Secretary Hao. Can't really talk about it. It's just a coincidence to know each other." Yang Feng did not explain more. Ma Big Head is to see the clues, and quickly said, "You say this, if I had known that you know Hao Secretary, that will certainly take care of your family. How you still put the horse uncle as outsiders He obviously knew about Hao Shanqing fishing for people, but he shouldn't know that Yang Feng came back as an investor. "I see it like this. Secretary Ma, why don't we convene the villagers to have a meeting again at that time? Find some professional people, mainly to discuss about running the village farmhouse." Yang Feng said, and deliberately said, "I know some accountants in the city, as well as people responsible for purchasing. When the time comes, it can also help everyone to develop better." Accountant, procurement? Big Head Ma's expression really changed a bit. He stared at Yang Feng in front of him and narrowed his eyes. "Little Feng you're getting better and better at telling jokes. What's wrong with the secretary? Who doesn't know this? Accounting, cashier and purchasing are the core of the company's profit You're arranging all your own people. It's a bit inappropriate, isn't it?" Big Head Ma's tone carried displeasure. He had thought that Yang Feng knew Hao Shanqing and was polite to him, but he didn't expect this kid to open his mouth wide. Yang Feng smiled and said, "And according to your meaning?" "According to my meaning, this village-run enterprise must also have my people." Big Head Ma would not back down on this. Yang Feng pretended not to understand and said, "Secretary Ma, this I don't understand. Fine people, this kind of thing can be dirty work why do you have to be so attached to it?" Little Feng, I take your son and nephew. You don't want to play those hard eyes with me Ma Big Head is even more unhappy. Said, although said you and Hao Secretary know, but no matter how, this village-run enterprise thing, always our village collective I'm still our village secretariat. "Oh, then you mean, these people you defined?" "This is of course, but you can rest assured that what I show to the village is the external accounts, but the two of us can make an internal account, whether it is purchasing or accounting and cashiering, both of us will be jointly responsible." What Big Head Ma said was clear enough. Chapter 78, Yang Feng, how are you doing? Hearing this, Yang Feng seemed to understand and laughed. "Then this internal account, it has to have a lot of balance, right? It seems like you really learned a lot outside. No wonder you came back to the village concerned about running a business." When Big Head Ma heard this, he smiled broadly and said, "Let me tell you, before I got someone to estimate it, there are a total of 1,000 households in the village, more than 5,000 people. Then according to the head count, even if each person puts out $2,000, that's still more than $10 million. That's quite a lot. Yes, I'm not hiding it from you. I've actually found a good purchasing manufacturer, and I'll be able to get favorable raw materials at that time. As for doing the accounts well," Big Head Ma didn't say any more, but Yang Feng understood what he meant. Yang Feng smiled and nodded his head. "I seem to understand. It seems that the secretary is well versed in the reasoning each other." Big Head Ma smiled broadly and said, "Some approvals were still troublesome before, but now since you know Secretary Hao, then a lot of things will be easier. Before, Big Head Ma's backer was a deputy mayor, and a lot of things were still not easy to do in the town, but if Hao Shanqing was willing to come in, then everything would be clear. I'm telling you, as long as it comes to fruition by then, together with the later farmhouse income, we'll have at least a few $1,000,000. This is quite a lot." Big Head Ma envisioned. Yang Feng took a look at the decoration and furnishings of his home and lamented, "I finally understand how you got such a big family business. Xiao Feng, you're making fun of me a bit. This is all money earned by my son. I'm just some salary." Big Head Ma naturally couldn't verbally admit it. At this exact moment, the sound of a vehicle stopping came from the doorway. Afterwards, two figures walked in from outside. Big Head Ma looked over, and realized that the person who came was Hao Shanqing, who had just been mentioned. He instantly became attentive and hurriedly got up and said, "Secretary Hao, how did you find the time to personally come here?" "I just went to Mr. Yang's house, They said that the person might be here, so I rushed over. It won't disturb your conversation, right? Hao Shanqing had an apologetic face. Hearing this, Big Head Ma hurriedly gave up his position and said, Secretary, how you said that? Yang Feng and I that are discussing the details of developing a village-run enterprise. Oh, already talking? Hao Shanqing was pleasantly surprised and smiled broadly. Good, good. I was worried that yesterday's incident would affect Mr. Yang's willingness to invest in his hometown. His mouthful of Mr. Respectful look made Big Head Ma froze a bit. The relationship between these two people, how come it seems to be not quite the same as what he had imagined? Hao Shanqing sat down at this point before greeting Big Head Ma again. Secretary Ma, also you sit down. Yes, yes. Ma Didao hurriedly followed and sat down, but his heart became more and more confused. He had just been chatting with Yang Feng about a big business of several $1 million. Could it be that this Hao Shanqing also wanted to come and get a piece of the pie? Big Head Ma's heart muttered, but Hao Shanqing at this time slightly looked a little constrained. Said, Mr. Yang, I came to tell you, the county of your yesterday's encounter is very important. In the morning, Feng Qingsheng and Ding Ke they have stopped to accept the investigation. When these words came out, the first ones to be surprised first were Ma Daodu and his son Ma Xiaoshan. This Ding Ke was one of their backers. Usually, when something happened in the village, they relied on Ding Ke, the director, to help them deal with it. Especially Ma Xiaoshan usually hit people, which is not Ding to deal with. But now Ding Ke has been suspended? Yang Feng revealed a smile and said, I can see that Secretary Hao is still very concerned about the construction here. This is natural. If Mr. Yang is willing to invest here, then no matter how much money is involved, he will definitely get a very good rate of return. Hao Shanqing wasn't just representing himself this time. After the county heard about this big investor, they all specially explained that it must be stabilized. Otherwise, if you mess up, Hao Shanqing cannot just get the problem of investment. I'm afraid that the hat are going to fall. But he is so look silly Ma Big Head father and son. Especially Yang Feng opened his mouth at this time. In fact, before I came, I have a friend had said, will consider coming over here to build a factory? It should be the factory of Qinglin Technology. That's the Lin family's company, right? That's right, and I also promise you that I will definitely invest at least tens of millions of dollars or more in my old home. Yang Feng directly gave his promise. His expression was plain. However, it made Big Head Ma's face suddenly change when he heard it. This guy wants to invest tens of millions of dollars? He didn't even dare to think that there was such a big man in the village. What made him even more confused was that he had just talked to him about embezzling a few million. Does he care about these millions? Big Head Ma suddenly felt a chill on his back. He finally realized what Yang Feng was here for. He also understood why Hao Shanqing would treat him this way, but it seemed to be too late now. Yang Feng had already stood up, glanced at Big Head Ma, and joked, Secretary Ma, we'll have to talk about your big multi-million-dollar project another time. I'm going to take a look around the neighborhood with Secretary Hao. After saying that, several people left the place. Big Head Ma stared blankly at their silhouettes. The home was suddenly cleared at this time, leaving Big Head Ma's father and son. The two looked at each other with 4 eyes, and both saw the crisis in the other's eyes. This kid, what on earth did he come back for? Big Head Ma was incredulous. That unknown Yang Feng at the beginning would have a status today. However, Ma Xiaoshan was a real winner of 60,000 to 70,000 dollars. Dissatisfied. Dad, this kid is also too rampant. Do we need to teach him a lesson to keep him honest and honest? Stupid. People are big investors. If you beat him up, turn back. Ma Big Head said halfway, suddenly thought of something, narrowed his eyes and said, but it's okay for you to find someone to give him a little warning. Don't you have some friends before? I understand. Beat him up. Let him know who's in charge in this land. Ma Xiaoshan's eyes had revealed a ferocious gaze. He was a little bully in the local area. When the time came, all he had to do was to beat up this kid so that no one could find any evidence. But he himself does not know how dangerous this idea of his own. At the same time, Yang Feng followed Hao Shanqing around the neighborhood. However, he had grown up here. Hao Shanqing was transferred from the field. His understanding of the place was not necessarily as much as Yang Feng. Yang Feng just took a look at the landscape here and finally drove back towards home. To Yang Feng's surprise, there was a luxury car parked in front of his house. He didn't know too much about cars, but looking at the foreign horses label and the model, he probably guessed that the car's value was at least $500,000 or $600,000, and at this time the home also issued a conversation sound. Yang Feng just walked in the door. He saw Wu Fengying calling him. Look, little Feng is back. You young people just happened to talk together. As she said that, Yang Feng also walked to the home and sat down. Besides his parents, there were 2 other people. One was his aunt Zhang Xiu, and the other was his cousin Wen Yangfei. At this time, when Yangfei was drinking tea, after seeing Yang Feng, He patted his shoulder and deliberately asked, "It's Yang Feng ah. The last time we met was 2 years ago. How did you do in these 2 years?" Chapter 79, We're looking for a big shot. When Yang Fei was very direct in his questioning, coupled with the luxury car parked at the entrance, Yang Feng knew that he must be doing well now. Yang Feng didn't mind and smiled. "I'm working in Jiangcheng. I worked in a game company before." He was modest in his appearance. However, just after he finished his words, he heard his Aunt Zhang Xiu open her mouth at this moment, her voice a bit avenue. Little Feng is still working for someone? Little Feng he graduated from college and has been working. Hu Fengming's expression also changed slightly. This thing of people, they are most afraid of comparisons. However, Yang Antian was much more relaxed and said, "I think it is quite good. There is a stable job, and in the future, marry and have children. Life is so long, everyone has everyone's way of living." Old Zhang, you're saying this is not right. Zhang Xiu waved his hand and said, "Children that still have to compete. You say like our family Xiaofei, that although not much study, but now that is also the general manager of the company." "Yes, Yang Feng, you are also in Jiangcheng, right? The company I work for is also in Jiangcheng. You can come over to find me then." When Yang Fei held his head high and patted Yang Feng, "No matter what, we are all relatives. I will definitely have someone arrange a job for you at that time." Little Fei is also in Jiangcheng? Hu Fengming was a bit surprised. Zhang Xiu laughed out loud and said, "No, a while ago he also insisted on picking me up to go live in Jiangcheng. He is now earning several $1,000,000 a year, and said that he's not too bad for me." She finally waited for the sentence and said her son's salary. Hu Fengming heard this and was astonished. Where had she seen so much money? Dumbfounded. There's so much? Yes. He even bought a villa in Jiangcheng, according to what they say in the city. Now this job of his is called something like emperor. Zhang Xiu couldn't think of anything for a while. When Yang Fei picked up at this point, "It's called working emperor." Yes, that's the name. In the future, if you all go to Jiangcheng, you can call us at any time. At that time, I'll have Little Fei send a car to pick you up. Zhang Xiu was beaming. When Yang Fei also drank a mouthful of tea, confidently said, "My mom is right. Yang Feng, you too. Really can't, then don't do it in that company. Come to our company no matter what we do. The salary is certainly higher than your original." "Is that you? This line of work has to be changed? I'm used to wearing these clothes." Yang Feng replied easily. When Yang Fei waved his hand and said, You know, to mix well in the city, a good line of work is essential. You say that I have this watch. When I first bought it was 400,000 yuan. There is also that car in front of the door. It is more than 800,000 yuan. And the clothes have to be customized. I am not too used to it. You still have too many poor days." When Yang Fei shook his head, Yang Antian spoke up at this time. "Yang Feng is just an ordinary to give people a job. Don't have that need. Also don't have that money. Auntie uncle, you are also right. That's why I said Yang Feng should come to work for our company. When the time comes, I will take good care of him. Surely 10,000 times better than he is now." When Yang Fei blew up his power without any pause, Zhang Xiu also said to Yang Antian, "Old Yang, you can trust our Xiao Fei. He's seen the world. What he said is definitely not wrong." Both mother and son were clearly of the same temperament, but they weren't bad people, so Yang Feng didn't interrupt their pretenses. After the two of them had pretty much finished talking, when Yang Fei also remembered the main thing and said, "By the way, Auntie, I actually have a matter from your village that I want to inquire about with you this time when I came here." "Our village's matter?" Yang Antian was a bit strange. Hu Fengming said even more. "What kind of things can there be in our village? It seems like you guys don't know yet." "Auntie, I have found someone to get the news in advance, that a very powerful investor may have appeared in your village and come back to invest in your hometown." When Yang Fei spoke to the two of them, clearly with the expression of having inside information, saying so, Yang Antian and Hu Fengming were even more confused. "Old Tian, have you heard of this?" "No." Yang Antian also felt strange and said, "Little Fei, could you be mistaken? Our village hasn't had anyone come back with news recently. You guys really don't know? The news I've heard from people is that this person could be investing heavily here, and that even the county governor might have to come to see him in person." When Yang Fei's expression was much more serious when he mentioned it, saying, "This time I also received an order from the chairman of the board, saying that it's the same town as me, so he wanted me to get to know him." "Even your chairman knows about this?" Hu Fengming was even more surprised. When Yang Fei smiled, saying, "Auntie, you don't even know that information is well developed in the city nowadays. Our chairman said that this person has a good relationship with the big shots in Jiangcheng, so he wanted me to come and pull some strings, but I haven't found out who this person is yet. So that's how it is. But it's true that we haven't heard that there's such a person in the village." Hu Fengming was also confused. Yang Antian even shook his head and said, I just went out for a spin today. I haven't heard of it. Is it possible that your intelligence is wrong? This can't be it. When Yang Fei also flooded with mutterings. But Zhang Xiu at this time said, I see it is really possible that the news is wrong. I just entered the village when I have deliberately observed. On the entrance to the village that house is still beautiful a little bit. The other houses are very general well. Where is like our family? So it seems to be right. When Yang Fei pondered, if this guy was really rich, how could he not build a big villa in his hometown? Yang Feng was listening to the words of the duo from the side and remained silent. He hadn't really thought that when Yang Fei would be so well informed, and it was no surprise that he was here to find himself. As for the big shot his boss was talking about, he was afraid that it was the Zhang Changlin family. It was only now that Yang Feng realized what it meant to be important. He had only gone back to his hometown, but there were still people who had their eyes on him. Yang Fei, what exactly are you looking for this person for? Investing with him, or just pulling strings? Yang Feng opened his mouth and asked. When Yang Fei looked at Yang Feng and asked, shaking his head, Yang Feng, you may not quite understand in the upper class society, connections that's money if your village really has such a powerful person, then as long as you get in touch with him, wouldn't that be one person gaining a lot of money? When you were the general manager, you studied human relations every day. This is a must. You give people a job as a grassroots level naturally can't feel it, but when it comes to our level, a lot of things can't be helped. When Yang Fei spoke to Yang Feng, he took one bite of upper class and level, making Yang Feng a bit helpless. However, when Yang Fei also stood up at this moment and said, since you guys don't know about this person, we'll go to another house to ask. If not, you guys can also help to ask around. Chapter 80. The big man is Yang Feng. I don't think you guys need to be in such a hurry. Why don't you have a meal before you go? I think it's almost evening. Hu Fengming wanted to stay with the two of them. When Yang Fei waved his hand and said, Auntie, where is the time to eat now? We still have to be in a hurry to find this person. In case if we are really mistaken, we still have to go to other villages to ask. Then we will leave first. Remember to come to our house to play later. Xiao Fei has built a big villa with a swimming pool. Zhang Xiu did not forget to brag about her son's skills before she left. In fact, this is also human nature, but her words are really too low level. Yang Feng was not angry and got up to send the two away. But just at this moment, Yang Xiaolan trotted in from outside the door and spoke to Yang Feng. Brother Feng, just now Secretary Hao came back and asked me to tell you that Secretary Chen of the county has returned from the meeting, and will come to the town to inspect the day after tomorrow in the morning. So let's let you go together then. I know, I will definitely be there the morning after tomorrow, Yang Feng promised. But as soon as the two of them spoke, this made both Wen Yangfei and Zhang Xiu, who were just about to leave, stop in their tracks. When Yangfei looked at Yang Feng strangely and asked, Yang Feng, you still know Secretary Hao of our town? Well, just met not long ago. What about Secretary Chen? That I really don't know. Yang Feng's words made Wen Yangfei breathe a sigh of relief, but immediately after, he heard Yang Feng say, but before, Secretary Chen told me that he wanted to meet me. What? Wen Yangfei was shocked this time. Even Yang Antian and Hu Fengming beside him were dumbfounded. Zhang Xiu smelled that something was wrong and hurriedly asked, Little Feng what's going on? Brother Feng hasn't told you guys yet? Yang Xiaolan was very strange and said, Brother Feng came back this time to make an investment for the town so it's not normal for the county secretary to want to see him come back to invest in. Does that mean? When Yangfei's eyes suddenly glared as big as an ox, Zhang Xiu was even more violently awake. How is it possible? Could it be that the person Fei is looking for is you? Zhang Xiu looked at Yang Feng, but in her heart, she was unwilling to believe it. She followed her over this time, but it was just to brag in front of others. But Yang Feng was actually the big shot her son said he was? Yang Feng looked at his mother and his wife's surprise, also slightly helpless. In fact, I don't have what he said, so God is simply want to go home to see if there are investment opportunities. From Yang Feng's mouth, he got certainty. Zhang Xiu's legs are a little soft at this time. When Yang Fei even came to his senses at this time, he looked at Yang Feng's car outside and wondered again. But your car is obviously only $100,000. How? Not everyone likes luxury cars. Enough on the line. Yang Feng spread his hands. When Yang Fei was completely dumbfounded. I see that there is time now, right? It's just right to stay and have a meal at home. If you really want to invest, we are all cousins, we can indeed discuss it together. Yang Feng's calm words, he looked at Yang Xiaolan again and said, Xiao Lanzi, what happened to the vegetables I asked you to buy today? I've bought a lot. I've just asked someone to carry it over, but the money you gave is too much. How can I use it all? Yang Xiaolan muttered. Yang Feng hemmed and hawed and said, It's okay, that money was won from Ma Xiaoshan anyway. He casually opened his mouth, but it surprised a few more people. That Ma Xiaoshan was a notorious Taza and gangster. How could Yang Feng still win money from him? By the way, brother Feng, just now the town clerk even specifically mentioned this matter. He said that he would investigate Big Head Ma's father and son, but it will take some time. Yang Chaolan spoke to Yang Feng. Yang Feng nodded his head in agreement and said, okay, I'll help to carry in the dishes I bought first. Call your family to come over for dinner together tonight. It'll be more lively with more people. After saying that, he and Yang Chaolan walked towards the outside. Yang Antian and the others were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the back of Yang Feng's duo walking out. Is this still his own son? He had thought that his son would be successful, but Yang Antian and Hu Fomying would never have thought that. Their own son actually prospered to this point. Xiao ah, let us pack meat and eat today, right? It's rare that we have all the people. Hu Fomying finally spoke at this moment. Zhang Xiu had already been frozen in place for a long time, and when she heard Hu Fomying's voice, her face immediately turned red. She herself had just bragged in front of her about how great her son was, but his own son was looking to beat up that big shot. But it was actually Yang Feng? Fortunately, Hu Fomying didn't seem to care about this and pulled her towards the kitchen. When Yang Fei's body was trembling slightly at this moment. Just now, he had asked Yang Feng to hang out with him, but in the blink of an eye, the offense and defense had changed shape. Looking at Yang Feng carrying a few bags of vegetables in from outside, when Yang Fei hurriedly went forward to help carry them, carefully, Yang Feng was a bit helpless and shook his head. You don't have to be so nervous. Yes, I'm this. When Yang Fei scratched his head and said, so what? Just now I didn't know that you are this kind of identity, so I spoke a bit presumptuously. Yang Feng, don't be angry, not so much. When we eat later, let's have a good chat. If you want to invest in your hometown, that's a good thing. Yang Feng didn't have any preconceived notions. In fact, he also knew very well that vanity was something everyone had. This kind of mentality is commonplace. Yang Feng is not so bad as to deny when Yang Fei's character because of this. This dinner, eat when Yang Fei fearful. However, afterward, Yang Feng still left him to drink tea, and talked to him about some things to invest in the town. When Yang Fei agreed repeatedly and completely lost his previous upper-class appearance. With this look, Hu Fomying couldn't help but look at him. After sending the two guests away, Yang Feng explained to his parents. Fortunately, Yang Antian was a very enlightened person. Although he didn't understand his son's status nowadays, he wasn't arrogant, but advised him to keep a low profile. It wasn't until after 9 in the evening that Yang Feng returned to his room. Yang Feng had traveled a lot today, returning to his room on the second floor. After opening the window of his room, in the distance was a large mountain. Yang Feng always habitually looked at the familiar scenery in front of him. It was these views that accompanied him as he grew up. It's just that it's dark now, and the scenery in the distance can't be seen at all. Thinking that he was going to sleep anyway, Yang Feng injected spiritual energy into his eyes, wanting to see the distant scenery. However, when he took a look, he suddenly realized that the scenery in front of him was completely different from what he had just seen. At this moment, in the mountains, there was actually a wisp of light yellow aura revealed. This is. Yang Feng was shocked. He suddenly realized that the connection between these peaks was actually a huge feng shui formation. The last time he saw a feng shui formation was at Lin Jinghua's home, but the strand of pale yellow aura in the huge mountain in front of him was 10,000 times more than what he had seen before. Could it be that there is some secret hidden here? Yang Feng immediately came to his senses. Chapter 81, Discovering a New Pupil Technique. It was impossible for a large mountain to have such a dense spiritual qi just by relying on feng shui, and there was only one possibility. That was that underneath the mountain, there was a huge secret buried, possibly even an antique. It was just that this mountain was really too far away from him, and Yang Feng couldn't see the interior through his perspective. I'm going to go to this mountain tomorrow to take a look. Yang Feng made up his mind. While Yang Feng was thinking, the sound of the phone interrupted his thoughts. Looking at the caller ID, Yang Feng casually picked it up and said, Yang Xiaoshi, why did you think of calling your brother again in the middle of the night? Brother, hurry up and go to my room and help me find the little piece of paper that's in the cabinet. What are you up to again? Oops, there is my password written there. My game account is blocked. I'm in a hurry. I'm going to get on it right away. Yang Xiaoshi's anxious tone. Yang Feng's face darkened and said, you called me just for this? Ah, what else is there to do? Yang Xiaoshi asked strangely. Yang Feng's face sank as he shook his head and said, forget it, I'll help you look for it. Hurry up. Yang Xiaoshi urged. Yang Feng was helpless. This girl was on the verge of becoming an internet-addicted girl. However, Yang Feng, who had always spoiled her, still after this girl found the secret password, he took a picture and sent it over. Afterwards, he asked, right, when are you on vacation? Where will you go back then? I'll be on vacation in a couple of days, so I'll go home first and then head straight to your lair in Jiangchen. Yang Xiaoshu was a bit excited about this, saying, "Brother, your internet speed is good, and your computer configuration is also high. Playing games at that time must be very cool. Get. You stop, I tell you usually you. I know. I'll play the game first, I'll call you back to let you talk about it, haha." Yang Xiaoshu hurriedly hung up the phone. Yang Feng was helpless and shook his head. But although this girl was addicted to the internet and her brain was a bit lost, but she was surprisingly good at other things. This also made Yang Feng often want to say a few words about her when she was blocked back. Hanging up the phone, Yang Feng simply didn't think much about it. He turned out the lights and went to sleep. The night passed very quickly. The next morning, Yang Feng woke up at 6 o'clock, under the threat of his own mother. He was forced to eat a little something before walking towards the door of his house. Looking at his adventurous appearance, Hu Fengming still couldn't believe it even today. The big shot that when Yang Fei mentioned yesterday was actually his own son. But today's Yang Feng only remembered one thing from yesterday. That was to go to the mountain opposite his house that had a feng shui formation. Today was a sunny day. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the fiery red sun had slowly risen in the east. Yang Feng, alone, walked for 5 or 6 minutes to the foot of the mountain. The name of the hill in front of him was called Looking Horse Hill. It was only because the entire hill looked like a horse. It was also the highest hill in this town. It was about 1,000 meters high and was surrounded by ruggedness. At the foot of the hill, there were still a few families. There were also many farmlands nearby, and it was now June. The rice in the fields was yellow, especially when the sun rose, like gold sprinkled all over the rice fields. As a gust of wind blew by, the swaying rice ears were swaying in a heavy manner. Although it was still early, the villagers who lived under the mountain had already come out of their homes carrying hoes. Seeing someone at the door to climb the mountain early in the morning, the man recognized Yang Feng and called out, Isn't this little Feng? Why are you exercising this early in the morning?" "Good morning, Uncle One. I want to go to the mountain to have a look and exercise on the way," Yang Feng greeted with a smile. When Yan Liwen heard this, he immediately said, Then you have to be careful. Recently this mountain doesn't know what's going on. There are always some strange things running around. 2 days ago, I also felt a vibration." "Strange things?" Yang Feng's brows frowned, immediately walked to him and said, "Uncle One, what kind of weird things are you talking about? I don't recognize it either. It's kind of like a mountain yellow, but it's kind of like a long-haired wild dog." Yang Liwen also muttered. He had lived for more than 50 years and had never seen this kind of animal on this mountain. Yang Feng listened and became more and more strange. To know that Yang Liwen was a model of relying on the mountain to eat the mountain. Once when he was cutting diesel on the mountain, he turned around the whole mountain. There was still something he didn't know? Anyway, just be careful. But that thing is just about as big as a dog. It shouldn't hurt anyone. Yang Liwen also reassured Yang Feng. Yang Feng nodded and asked again, "So what was that vibration you said there was?" "It's just a gust of wind in that mountain. Just last night, I don't know what's going on. I thought it was an earthquake, and I didn't say anything about an earthquake here when I read the news." Yang Liwen was even more strange when he mentioned this. He always felt that the mountains were strange during this time. Hearing this, Yang Feng seemed to understand, and finally could only nod his head and say, "I know." "Then Uncle One, you go down to the field first, I'll go to the mountain and casually turn around." After saying that, Yang Feng walked towards the mountain. It wasn't really that fast to climb this mountain to the top, but compared to the peak, the most interesting part of this mountain was none other than the small, oddly shaped caves on the mountainside. These caves were there when the mountain was formed. Inside, it was dark, without the slightest bit of light. If you throw a stone, you can hear a deep reverberation inside. Because of its special characteristics, some local old people jokingly say that this is the gate of hell. Because of its bottomless black hole and the occasional sound of water coming from inside, it always makes people have a few reveries. But for Yang Feng, this didn't seem to be a difficult task. His eyes could see everything through the layers of dark stone towards the inside. There were some pieces of coffins and traces of boiled nitrate in here. There are traces of nitro boiling everywhere. Yang Feng flooded with underestimation, and after looking so for a while, he suddenly found a special stone at the back of the cave. This stone was cut into a special hexagonal pillar, glowing with a faint bright light, deeply rooted in the mountain rock, and right around it, a special aura emanated, connecting towards the other side. Yang Feng immediately looked through towards the rest of the mountain. It was discovered that there were such hexagonal stones in many places of this mountain. Artificial feng shui formation? Yang Feng immediately associated it with feng shui. But why would this mountain have such special stones? He looked around and realized that over at the top of the mountain, there was a stone inserted there that could be removed. Yang Feng walked towards the top of the mountain and eventually arrived in front of a huge stone. That particular stone was encased inside this boulder, but it needed to be broken through the skin a few meters deep. "I'm afraid I'll have to use a tool to break through this stone." Yang Feng muttered. As he was studying how he was going to split the boulder, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be some special characters remaining on the surface of the boulder. Yang Feng used his pupil art to trace back these characters. Afterward, his eyes snapped open. This is a new pupil art. Yang Feng's eyes widened incredulously. Chapter 82, to take revenge on Yang Feng? Yang Feng wouldn't even think about it. On this stone, there would be pupil characters left behind. But who had left all this? Yang Feng looked around. There were no traces of anyone here. But Yang Feng could be sure that this mountain had come to extremely special people before. They were the ones who formed a feng shui formation here. It's just that this pupil art? Yang Feng felt that since the pupil art had been delivered to his door, there was simply no reason not to learn it. Beside the boulder, Yang Feng sat in meditation, closing his eyes and feeling the information on the characters with his spiritual energy. The name of this pupil art was strange. It was called Returning Spring. As Yang Feng gradually studied deeper and deeper, but in his heart, he felt more and more surprised, because he felt that this was the pupil art he needed. He didn't know how much time had passed. By the time Yang Feng opened his eyes again, it was already mid-afternoon. He opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. What a good pupil art! Yang Feng couldn't stop sighing. He had already understood the function of this pupil art, and it was surprisingly the deadwood rejuvenation art. However, this deadwood rejuvenation was not simply used to heal and repair a person's meridians. It could also be used to restore some antiques. Although he could slightly use his spiritual power to repair something on the basis of the antique, but that was only to repair to the original appearance of the antique. But this pupil art of springing back can restore an antique with a low value to beyond its peak, and at the same time, can still maintain the characteristics of the antique. If that was the case, then even if Yang Feng went to the antique market to pick up a piece of trash that only had a few tens of thousands of dollars, it was possible to directly create a good thing worth hundreds of thousands of dollars through the pupil technique. Looks like I can have something to sell for my antique trading company. Yang Feng had been raising an auction for antiques, but now it seems that it's not far away. I'll go find a curio to try restoring later. Yang Feng made up his mind. He took one last look at those special feng shui formations on this mountain. Nowadays, he definitely didn't have the spare capacity to split the boulder, so he couldn't turn around and bring some modernized tools. Anyway, the mountain is here. It can't run away. Looking at Yang Feng walking down from the mountain, he happened to meet Yang Liwen, who was preparing to go to the field in the afternoon. Little Feng, you just came down the mountain? Yang Liwen was a bit surprised. This kid had been on the mountain for a long time. Yang Feng smiled and said, yeah, this mountain has a great view. Uncle, when you're free to come to our house for dinner. Ha ha, well, then I'll go down to the field first. Yang Liwen carried his hoe and walked towards a short distance away. Yang Feng looked at his back covered in yellow mud. His heart was still somewhat emotional. The good thing was that Secretary Chen from the county should be coming over tomorrow, and then Yang Feng could talk to him about his investment plan. As for the village, Yang Feng is planning to continue to promote the project of the farmhouse. After all, as long as the road was fixed, the scenery around here was really good, and a little remodeling would make it a nice little attraction. I don't know how Big Head Ma's father and son are doing. Yang Feng thought about these two people. Yesterday, Big Head Ma had leaked the plan to himself. However, Yang Feng didn't tell Hao Shanqing directly. After all, it would easily look like he was interfering in politics. It was just that Yang Feng didn't know. At this time, Ma Xiaoshan was already preparing for a fight to the death. In Donghe town, Ma Xiaoshan with 7 or 8 people, at this time in a barbecue restaurant to eat. There wasn't much business in the store right now. Just these few people were bare-chested at this time, sitting here drinking heavily and jerking skewers. Brother Sean, yesterday that kid made you lose so much face. Today you don't worry, my brothers will definitely give you back face. Let him know how to write the word death. A little brother cursed at this moment, seeing that his figure was not strong, but there were already several knife scars on his body. In the local area, he was also known for his fights, nicknamed Ma Crazy. Another little brother also said at this time, no, if the old secretary didn't come back yesterday, we wouldn't have been able to let that kid walk out of that door. Several people rubbed their fists. Ma Xiaoshan looked at the several loyal juniors and nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry, Brother Sean. I'm just treating you guys to an appetizing meal here first. If the matter is accomplished, we'll go to KTV at that time, and I'll find the prettiest girls for you guys. Ha ha, good. Several people raised their glasses. However, at this time, Gao Xiaohu was muttering, said, Brother Sean, this time Lucian is a bit strange. I heard that after he was beaten up, he came out of the hospital honestly, and this time also did not come to participate in our activities. Do you think he in the end was beaten up by whom? This who knows. That kid is a goon. Before everyday cursing, let him come over to clean up the individual. Do not dare. Ma Xiaoshan skimmed his lips, for Lucian has some preconceived notions. He did not know. At this time Lucian just came out of the hospital. Every time I think back to the things beaten, are the back of the cold? That kid can be too scary. On the other side, Yang Feng drove to the town. After parking the car, he decided to go around the town and buy some vegetables on the way. However, what Yang Feng wanted most right now was to see if there were any places selling antiques here, so he could just try out his new pupil technique. He specifically found some small alleys that didn't have many people walking down them. While asking for directions, he looked for places that might have antiques. It was just that as Yang Feng walked all the way, there was nothing to be found. It wasn't until Yang Feng walked to a riverside path when he suddenly saw a familiar figure in the distance. Yang Feng spotted him. This person looked very funny with his right hand covered in plaster and bandages, as well as the bruises on his face. Wasn't this Lucian who he had beaten up the day before yesterday? I didn't expect to be discharged from the hospital so soon. Yang Feng purposely walked over towards him. At this moment, Lucian was sitting by the river thinking about life, but a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. What a coincidence. This voice appeared. Lucian's scalp instantly tingled and his hairs stood up in sweat, only to see his exposed skin instantly hanging with goosebumps. A little bit of stiffness turned his head and looked at Yang Feng behind him. It is you. Lucian trembled and got up, hastily pulling away from Yang Feng by a few meters. Yang Feng looked at his scared look and helplessly said, "No need to be so scared. I'm just passing by. By the way, I want to ask if there is any antique store or something like that in your neighborhood, or whose family has a collection of antiques. I can buy them at a high price." Lucian looked at him as if he was harmless, but thinking back to the day Yang Feng crushed his bones, which was the strength that a human being should have? Just at this moment, the alley next to him suddenly rushed out 7 or 8 gangsters, and the leader was none other than Crazy Ma from before. Some of them were carrying sticks on their shoulders. Some of them even had steel pipes stolen from somewhere, directly blocking Yang Feng's front and back paths. "You who? You already knew I was coming here and prepared people to take revenge on me?" Yang Feng asked Lucian snidely. Chapter 83. Zhao Zhuwei came to find Yang Feng. Lucian was already scared. After hearing Yang Feng's words, he trembled even more and hurriedly brushed off the relationship. "No, not. I don't have any relationship with them. I don't know them either." His words, for a moment, also made these few punks who rushed out confused, although they were not called over by Lucian. However, they were all the ones who usually hung out together. Lucian said he didn't recognize them? The leader, Crazy Horse, didn't expect his old big brother to become like this after being beaten up. "I say Lucian, you only took a beating. Later on when you are healed you will be a man again. How did you become cowering?" Crazy Ma was dissatisfied. Lucian had quite a few minions in his day-to-day life. In Donghua town, with his relationship with the director and vice mayor, almost no one dared to control the bullies. But Crazy Ma just couldn't accept that he had become like this after being beaten up. But when Lucian heard him say that, he became even more scared and hurriedly said, "Don't you talk nonsense. I don't know you well, and I definitely won't do bad things in the future." "Damn. Wimp. Ah shucks." Crazy Horse spat. Even the 6 or 7 juniors under him shook their heads at this point, saying, "Brother Shin was probably hit in the brain, so I guess it'll take some time before he recovers. Don't worry about him. Let's solve the matter at hand first." Crazy Horse didn't say any more, but looked at Yang Feng on the opposite side. At this moment, Yang Feng looked at the 7 or 8 people surrounding him and laughed. "Ma Xiaoshan sent you guys, right?" "Humph, we do know Brother Shan, but we came on our own." Crazy Ma still had some brains, especially since Ma Xiaoshan had explained before he came that he should not say that he had told him to come. Otherwise, when the time came to implicate Ma Xiaoshan together, things would be difficult. Yang Feng seemed to understand and nodded his head. "I can remind you guys of one thing. Dink has already gone in. If you guys fight again, there will be no one here to cover you." "Humph, kid, you still dare to mention our director Ding? He was investigated so many times before. Which time didn't he come back well?" Crazy Ma had a haughty face and said, "I'm not going to bother talking nonsense with you today. Tell me yourself how many ribs you plan on breaking and how many hands you're going to break. It depends on how many of you there are." "What do you mean? Everyone breaks a hand. It's considered to help avenge the people who were bullied by you guys before." Yang Feng spoke calmly, but his words made a few people freeze for a moment, then let out a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha, you kid is really crazy. Have you gotten the situation straight? I'm asking you to break a few hands yourself. Do you think we're here to give away our heads? Don't we?" Yang Feng asked rhetorically. His gaze had gradually become deeper. Crazy Ma instantly became angry and cursed. "Damn, dare to make fun of me. You two give him some color." As the words fell, 2 minions rushed out almost simultaneously. The 2 had wooden sticks and steel pipes in their hands and walked towards Yang Feng. "Kid, you want me to break a hand, right? Then I'll break one of your hands first today, so you'll know who's in charge in East River Town." As the gangster's words fell, the steel pipe in his hand smashed towards Yang Feng's shoulder. The steel pipe made a whirring sound in the air, and with its terrifying speed, it was going to smash Yang Feng's shoulder in the next instant. But in this instant, Yang Feng's eyes suddenly flashed coldly. One hand. Yang Feng's voice came out. With a gentle sidestep, he dodged the steel pipe's attack and then grabbed the little brother's arm. The little brother tried to break free, but he couldn't move the slightest bit in front of Yang Feng's strength. In the next instant, the sound of bones breaking came. Ka-ching! Ah! This landlubber's screams resounded for dozens of meters. Another accomplice saw Yang Feng breaking at this moment, and just as he was about to step forward to make a move, he was grabbed by Yang Feng's arm again. Ka! Another breaking sound came. The hands of the two of them were as if they were crushed in an instant. Immediately after that, Yang Feng kicked out. The duo crashed heavily next to the sewer of the deserted pigsty. They were covered in black mud, their bodies were covered in stench, and for a moment they didn't know whether to be disgusted or scream in pain. Crazy Horse was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him, his hands trembling slightly at that moment. Two hands now. Yang Feng's expression didn't change as he calmly looked at Crazy Ma's several people. At this moment, the few people had already been trembling, looking at each other with fear seen in each other's eyes. Damn, don't be afraid. He's just one person. Crazy Horse suddenly raised his arm at this moment, forcibly encouraging the crowd. This kid is no more powerful than 2 hands and 2 legs. Let's all go together. Waste his limbs if we get him down. Don't let him get scared. These people were incited by Crazy Horse and gradually came to their senses, and surrounded towards Yang Feng. Crazy Ma held a steel pipe and snapped. Together. As his words fell, he really took the lead and charged towards the front. As soon as he took the lead, several juniors followed, but just as they reached Yang Feng's side, they suddenly felt their bodies heavy. They watched as Crazy Ma was grabbed by Yang Feng's arm, pulled it off and then violently thrown out. A few people reacted again, but everyone was kicked in the ribs one by one like a sandbag. Yang Feng didn't hit hard, but he didn't hit lightly either. 7 or 8 people flew out in a few breaths, and then landed on the side of the pigsty like a stacked han. Lucian on the side looked at this scene, his body trembling with fear, and glad that he didn't join these people. Damn, this is the kind of person one can provoke? After gathering a few people, Yang Feng clapped his hands, walked in front of them and smiled. Say, where is Ma Shan? His seemingly calm words, in front of a few people, were like the devil. In this instant, they suddenly reacted. Why did Lucian just now wimp out into that demeanor? This guy was understanding what is called strength gap. He waited for us, there at the East River KTV. Ma Crazy how dare to carry on hard at this time. He is a bully in fear of hard gangster. Who the hell knows that he has met this kind of big brother? Yang Feng nodded and looked at a few people and said, can you stand up? Can. Take me to East River KTV. Yang Feng spoke calmly. Even though these few people were in severe pain, how could they dare to disobey Yang Feng, and hurriedly agreed. As he watched a few people walk towards the front, there were a few guys with pig feces on them, and the stench filled the air along the way. Just as they walked past Lucian, they couldn't help but have a few moments of admiration. It was still Lucian who knew the time. Just now, Lucian reminded them, why did he have to go against Yang Feng himself? Just as a few people were walking towards East River KTV. At this time, the East River KTV. Inside the hall, Ma Shan was currently pestering 2 beautiful women, and these 2 people were no other. It was none other than Zhao Zhuwei and Chen Jiyu who had just driven here. Hey, do the beauties want to rest here for a night? I'll treat you guys to a song, and the girls will get a free bill then. Ma Shan smiled like this. Zhao Zhuwei protected Chen Jiyu with one hand and said vigilantly again, I just came in to ask for directions. Chapter 84, Jewelry Expo. Asking for directions? That's just right. I'm a local pass. Tell me where to go or who to look for. I know it all. Ma Shan patted his chest. Zhao Zhuwei saw that Ma Shan seemed to be a gangster, and didn't pay any attention to him, but opened her mouth to the girl at the front desk and asked, Miss, how to go to Toyota Village on your side? Toyota Village is just from following the river. There is a bridge in front to go in. The receptionist replied and looked at Ma Shan again, saying, he's from Toyota Village. Right. Beautiful lady, if you want to go to Toyota Village to look for someone, why don't I take you there? Ma Shan immediately offered his attentiveness. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Zhao Zhuwei naturally wouldn't let him send herself there, but since he was from Toyota Village, Zhao Zhuwei was a bit curious and asked, then do you know Yang Feng? Yang Feng? Ha, who was I then? That kid is done for. I'm afraid you'll have to go to the hospital the next time you want to see him. When Ma Shan heard this, he burst out laughing. Zhao Zhuwei was a bit upset and asked, what do you mean? 8 people? Against a little piece of trash like him? Do you think he can still walk out in one piece? Ma Shan had a smug expression. Zhao Zhuwei's face sank. She didn't think that there were still such landlubbers in Dongha town. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside the door. I walked out and brought you a few minions by the way. The teasing tone caused the few people in the hall to look towards the door. At that moment, it was Yang Feng who walked through the door carrying a few punks with the stench of feces on their bodies. Ma Xiaoshan looked at the few wretched punks next to him and his face changed drastically. Crazy Ma, what's wrong with you? He panicked and walked to the door. But when Crazy Horse saw Ma Xiaoshan at that moment, he hurriedly pointed at him and said, Brother Feng, this is the guy. He's the one who ordered us. Wow! The faces of several people at the scene changed. Especially Ma Xiaoshan. He didn't expect that the little brother that he relied on was not only beaten up now, but also helped Yang Feng to identify himself? Didn't you lead the team out? Ma Xiaoshan asked in confusion. Yang Feng pointed to the 7 or 8 groundhogs behind him and smiled. I also came back with a team. Ma Xiaoshan didn't dare to think about what had happened, but looking at the wretchedness of these people, it seemed like he guessed again. He panicked and took half a step back towards the back. But just at this time, Zhao Zuwei was smiling as she came over and said, Hey, Yang Feng, why are you here too? I should be the one to ask you this question, right? Yang Feng was a bit helpless to see her and shook his head. Why did you run here? The two of us traveled along the way and happened to arrive here this afternoon. Zhao Zuwei pulled over Chen Jiyu. Chen Jiyu also looked at Yang Feng and said, Thank you for saving us last time. Actually, the previous Chen Jiyu had already thanked her, but she still thanked Yang Feng once again when she saw him. Yang Feng didn't really care and waved his hand. That's all in the past. But you two are planning to stay in this town today? Yeah. Originally we wanted to find your house to play, but who knew we'd run into this rascal? Zhao Zuwei was still looking at Ma Xiaoshan with some dissatisfaction. At this moment, Ma Xiaoshan had long been confused. Yang Feng's eyes were also somewhat teasing as he looked at him and said, Originally, I felt that it would still take time before I could catch you father and son in, but now it seems like it's not necessary. Ma Xiaoshan pointed at Yang Feng. The police and ambulance were already outside the door. Yang Feng also didn't pay any more attention to him. Watching Ma Xiaoshan, several people were taken away. Zhao Zuwei stretched her back and said easily, Right, we're both hungry. Is there something delicious in this town? I've heard it all. There seems to be some kind of beef soup in your town that's particularly delicious. How do you know that? I heard it from the locals. It's called something like Dongha has 3 treasures, beef, tofu and big green dates. Zhao Zuwei's words really made Yang Feng fall into deep thought. If he wanted to develop this place, he was afraid that he would have to start with the local brand characteristics. In fact, he knew very well that the local tofu tasted very good indeed, because there were many tofu makers who made it with spring water from the mountains, and the tofu was tender and sweet. Beef, these were even completely free-range raised in the fields, so the meat quality was excellent. You helped me solve a big problem. Yang Feng suddenly laughed and grinned. Let's go. Treat you two to beef soup. His sudden cheerfulness made Zhao Zuwei and Chen Jiyu a little confused. Sister Wei, how does he look? Not at all like a rich and noble person? It seems silly, eh? Chen Jiyu muttered in a low voice. He saved us. Don't talk nonsense. I know, but he is strange. Chen Jiyu and Yang Feng had met a few times in total. Every time, he felt that he was very strange. If it wasn't for the fact that he had saved her, Chen Jiyu would have almost taken him for a liar. Yang Feng didn't care about that. He took the two of them to Aunt Liang's beef soup store. Inside the store, today's business could be better than before. After all, they had all heard about Lucian being beaten up here, and many people wanted to come over to watch the fun. When Aunt Liang saw Yang Feng walk through the door with 2 such beautiful girls, she immediately said enthusiastically, Xiao Feng, which one of these 2 is your girlfriend? Put. Chen Jiyu just drank a mouthful of beef soup and almost didn't spray it out. Yang Feng also hastily wiped his sweat and said, Auntie Liang, don't be ridiculous, they are just passing by while traveling. They are my friends in Jiangcheng. Oh, sorry, haha. Auntie Liang smiled sarcastically and said, Then you guys eat first. If you want to add meat or soup, just tell me. Okay, give us 6 more rice noodles. Got it. Auntie Liang promised. Yang Feng turned his head, only to realize that Zhao Zuwei and Chen Jiyue were already eating on the side. He sighed and helplessly asked, What exactly are you two here for? I was arrested. Sister Wei told me to come out for a driving tour, so I followed. Chen Jiyu immediately exposed her beloved Sister Wei. Zhao Zuwei's eating motion immediately stopped, swallowing a mouthful of rice noodle before saying, I came over here in order to go see the jewelry expo next door in Whitewater City. Whitewater City has this? Yang Feng hadn't really heard of it. Zhao Zuwei touched a flyer from the side and handed it to Yang Feng. This is it. That's why I decided to go and take a look. Yang Feng took a look. The location was really in the downtown area of Whitewater City next door. It's just a few dozen kilometers from here. Looking at the organizers, it was an activity done by several big companies in conjunction with the local government. One of the big companies was the Lin family's Zhongqing Jewelry. Looking at the information on the flyer, this expo will not only have a wide variety of jewelry, but will also have a handful of jadeite stones shipped over from Mountain City for people to choose from. The quality of the gambling stones at that time would definitely be high. Yang Feng's eyes were revealing a bright light as he raised his head and asked, "I'm going along?"